Chapter 1, The Return of the King. Mom, open the door. I'm back. Xiao Dust stood in front of a courtyard house, looked at the mottled gate, and gently knocked on the bronze ring on the door. Creak. The door opened. A familiar face came into Xiao Dust's eyes. The woman was in her 40s, with a plump figure and very well maintained. Only her eyebrows revealed a deep fatigue. The moment she saw Xiao Chuan, she was obviously startled. Then she gritted her teeth and slapped Xiao Chuan's face, angrily rebuking, "Where has this waist of yours died these years? You still have the face to come back? Evening Qing almost died, you know." "Mom, what happened to Evening Qing?" Xiao Chuan's heart tightened and he hurriedly rushed into the house, only to see a girl in her 20s with clear eyebrows and a beautiful figure sitting on the wheelchair. Only, at this moment, the girl was sitting in the wheelchair with hollow eyes and a lifeless look. "Evening Clear, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this scene, Xiao Chuan immediately ran up, but Li Evening Qing in the wheelchair seemed as if she did not see him, staring blankly ahead. "Mom, what exactly happened?" Xiao Chuan asked in surprise. Su Guifang said with an angry face, "You still have the face to ask? 5 years ago you accidentally disappeared, and the next day the Longdu Zhao family sent someone to propose marriage, and Evening Cheng would rather die than submit, and threw herself off the cliff. Luckily she was rescued. Only her legs were broken and her brain was broken." Sure enough, it was the Longdu Zhao family. Xiao Dust clenched his fists. His face was iron blue, and his teeth clenched with a cackle. 5 years ago, Xiao Dust joined the Li family and married Li Evening Clear, not realizing that Li Evening Clear, who was the #1 beauty in Longshan City, was spotted by Zhao Tian, the son of the Longdu Zhao family who hunted around. In order to get Li Evening Cheng, Zhao Tian united with the Feng family in Longshan City and secretly kidnapped Xiao Duan and sank him into the sea. However, Xiao Chuan was so lucky that he was swept by the waves to the Wuji Immortal Island, where he was taken as a disciple by an ancient immortal master, and was awarded the Taoist inheritance of the immortal family, and acquired a full body of cultivation skills. This time, Xiao Chuan returned to Longshan City, only want to reunite with his wife and live a good life with her. Did not expect his wife suffered a tragic accident and almost died. Xiao Chuan crouched in front of Li Evening Cheng's body with a face of pain and muttered, "Evening Cheng, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't protect you well, but please don't worry. I swear that I will definitely destroy the Zhao family and avenge you." As if she had understood Xiao Chuan's words, the corners of Li Evening Cheng's mouth trembled slightly as a hot tear slowly slipped down. Su Guifang yanked Xiao Duan up and angrily rebuked, "You stay away from my daughter. I won't allow you to touch her." Still talking about destroying the Zhao family? Do you know what the Zhao family means? That's one of the 4 great families of Dragon Capital. How dare you, a trashy son-in-law who comes to the door, touch the Zhao family? Are you tired of living? Surname Xiao. I'm telling you, if you want to touch Zhao Tian, I won't stop you if you want to go to your death. Divorce my daughter right away and don't involve our Li family. Su Guifang's words were like a sharp knife, ruthlessly cutting Xiao Chen's heart. He came from a lowly background. He and Li Evening Cheng were childhood college classmates, and the two of them got married as soon as they graduated. At that time, the entire Li family is against Li family in Longshan City, although not a first-class family, but is also considered to be a family of bells and whistles. Li Evening Harvest is also known as the first beauty of Longshan City, married to Xiao Duan for a time to become a laughingstock. After the marriage, the two life is not happy. Li Evening Cheng is a heavenly daughter, and Xiao Dust this door is not the right household is not the combination of the bumpkin. In itself, is a kind of mistake. Li Evening Cheng also wanted to divorce, but was afraid of being gossiped about, and could only harden her head and continue to be a famous but not real couple with Xiao Chuan. "Mom, I know that I am not worthy of Evening Clear, but after all, husband and wife are a couple. When I finish avenging myself and curing Evening Clear's illness, I will divorce her." Xiao Chen did not want to abandon his married wife just like that. Just you still want to cure Evening Clear's disease? You think you're a miracle doctor? I've run through all of the country's top 3 hospitals, and I've been to foreign countries as well, and people's doctors have said that there's no cure for this disease at all. Su Guifang's eyes were full of redness, obviously very distressed by her daughter. "Mom, I am Evening Cheng's husband. I will definitely cure her disease. You can rest assured about this." Just now Xiao Chen had checked Li Evening Cheng's injuries. Her leg bone was crushed and fractured. Her brain was full of blood clots because of the impact, and most importantly, she had lost one of her souls. People have 3 souls, heavenly soul, earthly soul and life soul, which corresponds to the 3 fires on a person's body. Li Evening Cheng only has 2 fires left on her body. Obviously she has lost her life soul during the process of jumping off the cliff and throwing herself into the river. That's why she appears to be demented. And this is the reason why the modern medicine can't do anything about it. Xiao Chuan had learned the art of medicine in Wuji Immortal Island. If it was an ordinary minor illness, he would be able to handle it. It was just that Li Evening Cheng's kind of illness was more tricky, and he would need time and some special medicinal herbs. You dead trash, just keep blowing. Su Guifang did not believe Xiao Chen's words. Clunk! Right at this moment, the Li family's gate was slammed open hard, immediately flooding in a dozen or so tattooed, ferocious pugilists. Each of them was armed with a machete, and they were not good at all. Seeing this scene, Su Guifang was so scared that she stumbled and fell to the ground. A bald man at the head, holding a cigarette, holding a machete, slowly walked up to Su Guifang and threatened. Su Guifang, the $2 million owed to the master should be paid back today, right? Brother Crow, you can't be such a bully. I only borrowed you $100,000. It's less than 2 months. You actually asked me for 2 million. Let's be reasonable. You're obviously forcing me to the road to death. Li Eveningqing's disease needs to rely on medication to feed. These 5 years, the Li family has spent almost all the savings. Under no circumstances, Su Guifang through the street psoriasis ads borrowed the Crow brother 100,000. I did not expect the other side is a usurious loan sharks. Just 2 months. Interest has been rolled up to 2 million. Snap. Crow brother slapped on Su Guifang's face, huffed, you do not have the ability to not borrow money. And now with the master that you do not have the money back? I'm going to go to your grandfather. Boom. Brother Crow kicked Su Guifang's waist. Su Guifang fell to the ground, her face twitching in pain. Brother Crow, please forgive me for a few more days. I really don't have $2 million right now. Can I pay you back when I sell the old mansion? Su Guifang knew that she couldn't play hardball. She could only use the slope to stabilize Brother Crow first, hoping that he would leave quickly. Brother Crow laughed coldly. His eyes wandered over Li Eveningqing, stroking his chin, his face playing with the flavor. A few days of grace is fine, but well, your daughter has to accompany me and my brother tonight. We haven't played with a beauty of this level yet. Although Li Eveningqing leg crippled, the brain is also demented, but after all, is the first beauty of Dragon Mountain, posture is still in, real superb, is a man will want to get into the wrong. Brother Crow, this won't work. My daughter's condition is still unstable right now. You can't do this to her. Su Guifang cried out. I'm going to you. If you push me again, master will even sleep with you. Brother Crow kicked over Su Guifang and walked towards Li Eveningqing with an evil face. Chapter 2, 1 skill out. Shocking the 4 seats. Li Eveningqing on the wheelchair was obviously frightened. Her face was horrified and her mouth was stammering without knowing what she was talking about. Hey, little beauty. I'm coming. Just when Brother Crow's hand was just about to touch Li Eveningqing, snap, Xiao Chuan made a blatant move and grabbed Crow's hand. Frowning, how dare you touch my woman? Think I don't exist? Who are you? Brother Crow was obviously stunned, not expecting this inconspicuous man in front of him to ruin his good deed. My name is Xiao Chuan. I am Li Eveningqing's husband. Xiao Chuan said indifferently. I go. So you are Xiao Chuan a notorious waste of Longshan City also dares to call the shots with master? You kid is looking for a fight, right? Now I'll give you a chance. Carry your wife to the hotel for me and get a good room. Master will let you off today. Not only that, master will also reward you for watching my action scene with your wife live. Isn't that exciting? Ha 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 ha. Brother Crow's mouth was full of dirty words as he mocked Xiao Chen in front of him. His words even caused the punks next to him to laugh uncontrollably. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Looking for a fight. Xiao Chuan punched towards Brother Crow. Boom. Brother Crow was hit by Xiao Dust's punch and only felt a pain in his heart, immediately flying out more than 10 meters away and ruthlessly smashing into the wall, breaking several bones all over his body. Put! Brother Crow spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of surprise passed slightly in his eyes. He did not expect Xiao Dust, this punk, to strike so viciously. Brat! You dare to hit me? Brother Crow gritted his teeth. Su Guifang on the side was filled with fear and hurriedly advised. Xiao Chuan, don't be impulsive. Brother Crow is very powerful in this area. Our family can't afford to mess with him. Mom, with me here, no one dares to bully you in Eveningqing. Xiao Chuan said. Brothers, give me a go and waste this brat. Brother Crow greeted. After receiving the instruction, a dozen or so punks raised their machetes and lunged towards Xiao Dust. Looking at the punks who rushed up, Xiao Dust smiled coldly. A bunch of mole crickets. How dare they show off in front of me? Simply stupid. Snap. Bang bang bang. Xiao Dust's double fists transformed into countless shadows as he fought with the punks. In less than a minute's time, a dozen or so punks had all been knocked to the ground by Xiao Dust, covering their stomachs and holding their heads as they wailed continuously. I just went home today and I don't want to kill anyone. If you guys dare to come to the Li family again, I don't mind sending you all to hell. Xiao Dust's eyes revealed a cold light, and his entire aura suddenly rose, causing the air around him to instantly freeze for a few minutes. Brother Crow and the others looked at Xiao Chen and suddenly felt a trace of palpitations. When had the Li family's trash son-in-law become so terrifying? Good brat. Count yourself ruthless. We'll see. Brother Crow dropped a vicious sentence and left in a hurried and wretched manner with his own minions. Su Guifan looked at Xiao Chuan with an unbelievable face and asked, Xiao Chuan, what have you been through these 5 years? Why are your hands so powerful? Previously, Xiao Chuan was a waste of the Li family, weak and incompetent, humble as dust, but now that he had actually become so capable of fighting, it was as if Su Guifan did not recognize him a bit. Mom, I've been working as a security guard outside for the past 5 years, so my fists and feet are a bit better than the ordinary people. The matter of Wuji Immortal Island. Xiao Chuan didn't want to tell Su Guifan. She wouldn't believe it even if he said it, so he could only tell a well-intentioned lie. AI, you are just impulsive. If you hit Brother Crow, he will definitely retaliate. You can't fight Brother Crow even if you are able to fight, you know? Su Guifan complained. Mom, I will protect you well. If he dares to come looking for trouble again, I will break his legs, Xiao Chen said. The following day, Xiao Dust pushed his wheelchair and brought Li Evening Ching out of the house to bask in the sun at the park by the river that he came to. The sun was bright, the breeze was warm, the air was fresh, and Li Evening Ching's pale face seemed to have a bit of blood color. Evening Clear, I will definitely cure you. This is my promise to you. Xiao Chuan looked at Li Evening Ching with a face of compassion. Li Evening Ching seemed to have understood Xiao Chuan's words, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile. After 10 minutes or so, Xiao Dust brought Li Evening Ching to a willow tree and prepared to take a rest, only for two figures not far away to catch his attention. A white-clothed woman wearing an ancient costume was sitting on a stone bench playing the zither with a soft and melodious voice, causing the surrounding area to be filled with spectators, while next to the girl was an old man wearing a tang suit who was playing a fist. Out of curiosity, Xiao Dust came closer to watch the old man boxing and listen to the girl playing the guzheng. The song finished. The surrounding spectators applauded. The woman in white looked very happy and nodded her head slightly in greeting. Only Xiao Dust shook his head slightly and muttered, "This guzheng playing is simply at kindergarten level." Xiao Chuan, who was about to turn around and leave, was directly called by the woman in white. "Hey, brat, who are you looking down on?" The woman in white got up and walked to Xiao Dust, frowning at him. The woman's figure was delicate and graceful, and wearing ancient clothes had a bit of fairy spirit. Although her face was veiled, she could faintly see that her features were extremely delicate. Her posture was not below Li Evening Ching. Your zither sound is average, and the old man's boxing is also average. Xiao Dust was blunt. On the Wuji Immortal Island, Xiao Dust, as the closed disciple of an ancient immortal, sat down and had 18 fairies playing immortal sounds and divine music for him all day long. So when he heard the white-clothed woman play, it simply could not fit into his ears. Asshole, this girl is a graduate student of the Conservatory of Music. Classical music attainments ranked in the top 5 in the country. How dare you say that I play in general? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Bai Yi's pretty face turned red with anger at Xiao Chen's words, and she was very depressed inside. You're a greasy man who knows about music. What are you pretending? A hangdog even pointing fingers at a graduate student of a music academy. How shameless. Hurry up and apologize to this girl or we'll beat you up. Bai Yi was very pretty and had an elegant temperament, and was the ideal object in many men's dreams. And now that Xiao Chuan had messed with her, the males around her all fought and acted as flower protectors. Too lazy to care about you guys. After 5 years of cultivation on the Wuji Immortal Island, Xiao Chuan had long had a heart like a rock and had not been frightened, and he was not angry in the face of the accusations of these mortals in front of him. Evening clear, let's go. Xiao Chuan pushed his wheelchair and was just about to leave when he suddenly felt a cool breeze coming from his back, and turned around violently to find Bai Yi's small pink fist hitting towards him. Want to go? Not that easy. Eat this girl's fist. As a rich family's young lady, it was the first time Bai Yi was insulted by someone in front of everyone, so she wanted to teach Xiao Chen a lesson. After all, she had also practiced taekwondo for a few years, and she was confident that she would be able to knock Xiao Chen down. Humph! Xiao Chuan snorted coldly. His figure spun sharply and circled around to Bai Yi's back. A hand grabbed her ponytail and gently yanked it. Bai Yi fell to the ground all of a sudden, looking very lousy. I don't hit women, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want to me, Xiao Chen said. You asshole. Bai Yi was unconvinced and got up to fight again. Xiao Dust picked a few leaves and flicked them towards Bai Yi. Swish swish swish. Bai Yi's pupils shrank, only to see several leaves flashing like darts with a cold light flying towards her. Watch out, the old man in the tang suit shouted, but it was too late. The leaves skimmed over Bai Yi's hair and flew directly towards the distant stone wall. Plop plop plop. The soft leaves unexpectedly plunged directly into the hard stone wall, and a trace of Bai Yi's hair slowly slid down to the ground. A skill came out and shocked the 4 seats. The surrounding people who had just spoken out against Xiao Chen sucked in a breath of cool air and slowly retreated a few steps. Bai Yi looked at Xiao Dust with the same stunned expression and lost her color. If you still dare to disrespect me, the one that falls on the ground will be your head. Xiao Chuan said expressionlessly. The tang-suited old man hurriedly stepped forward and arched his hand. So it is the patriarch who is on the scene. Please forgive me. Chapter 3, Antique Street. Patriarch. Only those with the highest martial arts rank in the secular world could be called patriarchs. Just now Xiao Chuan's hand of picking leaves and injuring people made the old man in tang suit incomparably shocked. And those who could achieve this kind of strength definitely possessed the strength of a patriarch. My humble self, by Long Ting, just now my granddaughter bumped into Mr. Xiao, please forgive me. The old man in the tang suit bowed and apologized. By Long Ting? This name was so familiar. Are you the head of the Bai family of Dragon Mountain? Xiao Dust asked. Precisely my humble self, Bai Long Ting said. Xiao Dust nodded. The Bai family was a prestigious and famous family in Longshan City. And Bai Long Ting was also known as the #1 good person in Longshan City, who had subsidized a lot of poor students and built a lot of nursing homes over the years. Every year, he invested no less than $1 billion in charity. Even Xiao Chuan had received a poverty bursary from the Bai family when he was in school. Since you are the white goodman, then I will send you a chance, Xiao Chuan said. Really? Bai Long Ting was pleasantly surprised. Being able to receive a chance from a patriarch was simply a great blessing. The set you just fought was the Fierce Tiger Fist, right? I advise you to practice it less. This set of boxing is fierce and powerful, and you have a dark disease. Practicing it for a long period of time will easily lead to a loss of qi and blood, and in less than half a year, you will get a heart attack and sudden death. Xiao Chuan was blunt and directly pointed out Bai Long Ting's physical condition. You're talking nonsense. My grandfather's body is very good. There is no disease at all. Although Xiao Chuan's kung fu was excellent, Bai Yi would not allow anyone to curse her grandfather. You must not be rude. Bai Long Ting had been wounded in the army when he was young, and when he got older, he felt that his body was not as good as it was every day. But fortunately, he thought that a kung fu master had taught him the Fierce Tiger Fist, saying that this set of fists could strengthen his body. As a result, after practicing this set of boxing, the body actually got worse and worse. Bai Long Timing also thought that practicing the method is not right, did not expect that this set of boxing really have problems. Young sir, what should I do then? Bai Long Ting asked with an empty heart. My name is Xiao Chen. Your condition is quite special and you need a few special herbs, so contact me after you find the herbs I need. Xiao Chuan pulled out a piece of paper and densely wrote a large pile of medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs not only included the medicines for Bai Long Ting's treatment, but also the medicinal herbs for Li Evening Qing. After all, Li Evening Qing's illness was also rather tricky, so it was just right to borrow the Bai family's hand to get the medicines together. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Bai Long Ting received the list of medicinal herbs and thanked him repeatedly. Get the medicines together as soon as possible. I'll leave first. After saying that, Xiao Chen pushed Li Evening Qing to slowly leave. The matter of entrusting the Bai family to find medicinal herbs for Li Evening Qing's cure was settled. Now there was another thing that must be done. It was to find a soul invocation artifact. Li Evening Qing's life soul was lost. Only by finding the soul artifact and choosing an auspicious day of the ecliptic could he invoke the soul for her. Immediately, Xiao Chen brought Li Evening Qing towards the antique street, wanting to try his luck, to see if he could meet the soul weapon he wanted. The antique street in Longshan City was very famous in the entire Dragon Kingdom, with a constant flow of merchants and fireworks. Right at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Yo yo yo, isn't this the #1 beauty of Dragon Mountain City, Li Evening Qing? What are you doing here, buying antiques? Too sorry, I forgot. You're demented now and can't understand human language. What a pity. It's really saddening that a great beauty has ended up in such a state. The one who spoke was a man wearing Versace and carrying a Rolex gold watch in his hand. At a glance, he was from a wealthy family and his body was overflowing with an unruly and untamed aura. Xiao Duan recognized this man at a glance. It was his and Li Evening Qing's college classmate, but also his love rival, Ma Jia. Back then in school, Ma Jia had a crush on Li Evening Qing and launched a fierce love attack on her. But Li Evening Qing felt that Ma Jia was a playboy and was not worth committing her life to, so she rejected his pursuit and chose Xiao Duan instead. This made the always high-minded and proud Ma Jia very hurt. And later when Li Evening Qing was forced to marry and jump off a cliff by the Zhao family in Longdu, Ma Jia's mood only got a little better. So when he saw Li Evening Qing again, he mocked her extremely to avenge the revenge of that year. Next to Ma Jia stood an internet red-faced girl in a revealing dress with a windswept look, who suddenly laughed, giggling. Young Master Ma, this is your dream girl back then? It's really better to hear about it than to see it. This kind of trashy woman doesn't deserve you at all. Look at her face of decay. Marrying her home would also be a calamity. Ma Jia touched the girl's waist and laughed out loud. Shan, you're so right. Li Evening Qing's kind of a calamity is the kind of trash like Xiao Duan who dares to marry. After the two of them got married, one of them jumped off a cliff, and the other one disappeared. It's really karma. The two men laughed in unison. apparently not noticing Xiao Dust's cold expression beside them. Ma Jia, speak with a little more respect. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you to the point of spitting blood, Xiao Dust said. Ma Jia looked at Xiao Dust in a daze and suddenly became alarmed. You are Xiao Dust? Just now, Ma Jia thought that this man standing in front of Li Evening Qing's wheelchair was just a caretaker of the Li family, but he didn't expect that it was actually Xiao Dust who had disappeared for 5 years. It's me. Surprised. No expression could be seen on Xiao Chuan's indifferent face. Humph, I thought you died outside, but I didn't expect that you actually dared to return to Longshan City. If you let the Zhao and Feng families know, you will definitely die, Ma Jia said disdainfully. I don't want to talk nonsense with a dog. Hurry up and get out of the way. Xiao Dust did not want to bother with an arrogant rich second generation like Ma Jia at all. Who are you calling a dog? If I don't give you some color, do you not know how powerful I am? After saying that, Ma Jia rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Xiao Chuan. In his impression, Xiao Chuan was a weakling, simply not enough for him to punch, especially in front of his net-faced girlfriend. He also wanted to show off. Young Master Ma, beat him to death. See if he still dares to be arrogant? The net red-faced girl watched the fun and arched her fire from the side. Swish! Ma Jia punched at Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan turned around and threw out a side kick, only to hear a bang sound. Ma Jia was kicked to the ground. Aya, it hurts me to death. Ma Jia covered his stomach with cold sweat on his face. The net red face at the side looked directly dumbfounded, so scared that he immediately ran over to help Ma Jia up. Young Master Ma, are you alright? I'm fine. Ma Jia viciously looked at Xiao Chuan and cursed. Xiao Chuan, your kid even came for real. If you don't get lost, I will fracture your entire body. Xiao Chuan looked at Ma Jia with icy cold eyes. As the four eyes met, Ma Jia's body suddenly trembled. This was too terrifying. Ma Jia saw a trace of icy killing aura from Xiao Chen's gaze. What had the Li family's waste of a son-in-law gone through these 5 years? Why had he become so terrifying? Looking at Ma Jia's frozen look, Xiao Chen turned to leave. Young Master Ma, are you just going to let Xiao Dust go like this? The net red-faced girl asked. Humph, this is Longshan City. It's my Ma family's territory. So what if he's a door-to-door son-in-law who can fight? If you piss me off, I'll call a car full of people to come and hack him to death. Go, follow me up and take a look. Ma Jia followed closely behind Xiao Chen with the net red-faced girl. Xiao Dust pushed his wheelchair and wandered around, his eyes looking left and right from time to time. At this moment, a jade bracelet on a stall not far away caught Xiao Dust's attention. The jade bracelet was navy blue in color, simple and elegant, and emitted a greenish glow under the sunlight, which was very beautiful. Evening clear, don't you like jade bracelets the most? I'll buy it and give it to you? Xiao Chuan smiled and said. Li Evening Qing on the wheelchair seemed to understand Xiao Chuan's words, and her mouth let out a whimpering sound as if she was very happy. The stall owner was a fat man around 40 years old with an 8-character beard, lying on a rattan chair, shaking his head and listening to the Huangmei opera while drinking tea from a small red clay pot. Very comfortable. As soon as he saw Xiao Chuan walking over, he immediately put down the teapot and got up to greet him. This young gentleman, what do you want to buy? All the things on my stall are genuine, as fake as they are. How much is this bracelet? Xiao Chuan asked. Little mister, your eyes are too sharp. This is a treasure that I just collected. The princess of the Ming dynasty brought it with her, a price of 80,000. The stall owner said, this is expensive for you. I want to bid. Xiao Dust was just about to counteroffer when a discordant voice sounded behind him. A poor man also wants to buy a jade bracelet? Can you afford it? This bracelet is for this young master. Ma Jia walked over with the net red-faced girl with an arrogant face. Chapter 4, Treasure Appraisal. Just now, Xiao Chuan had kicked over Ma Jia, causing him to lose face, and since he could not defeat Xiao Chuan in terms of force, he would overwhelm him in terms of money to get back his face. Ma Jia knew that Xiao Chuan was the Li family's trashy door-to-door son-in-law with no fart money, so he could just take the opportunity to properly humiliate him. You really are a shadowy soul. Xiao Chuan shook his head and said, I've got my eye on this bracelet. Do you think it's appropriate to snatch it from me? This society is the rich man's society. Who can afford to pay this 80,000? This bracelet is whoever owns it. Poor people will only bargain. Ma Jia dashingly threw a bank card to the stall owner. Said, brush card, password 61. Hey, good Lu, boss atmosphere. The stall owner joyfully took the POS machine and swiped the card. 80,000 instantly to the account. Boss, this is a princess of the Ming dynasty has brought the bracelet. Can be well received. The stall owner smiled and handed the bracelet to Ma Jia. Ma Jia received the bracelet with a smug look on his face and flaunted. Xiao Chen, did you see that? This is how rich people act. Buy at the drop of a hat. You can't reach my level even if you struggle for your whole life. Xiao Dust was like looking at a little cutie. A glance at Ma Jia, said, this bracelet I see the workmanship is good. I want to buy it to give to Evening Qing to play with just. A bracelet worth $500. You actually gave 80,000. Really people stupid money. The moment these words came out, the stall owner's face immediately froze. He never thought that Xiao Chen, this youngster, would know so much about bracelets, but immediately, his face returned to normal. Boss, is this bracelet worth $80,000 or not? You give me a bottom, Ma Jia asked. The stall owner hurriedly said, oops, Gue Xiao. This bracelet was brought by the princess of the Ming dynasty. It is a thing of the royal family. I spent 79,000 when I acquired it in the countryside at that time. I'll earn you 1,000. It's very conscientious. You can't listen to the kid's nonsense. He is clearly jealous of you getting such a treasure. The stall owner's words directly dispelled Ma Jia's concerns. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Chen, do you hear me? You're clearly jealous of me. How can a poor guy like you deserve to own a bracelet that a Ming dynasty princess has carried? With your status, can you suppress the imperial aura on it? Ma Jia held up the bracelet with a villainous expression, as arrogant as he could be. Right at this moment, a person wearing a Chinese mountain suit with glasses, white hair, and a professor-like appearance walked over. This brother, can you lend me a look at the jade bracelet in your hand? Wow, this is Prof. Sun Zhengde from the Archaeology Department of Longshan University, the archaeology expert who enjoys the state allowance subsidy. Yes, that's him. I've seen him on an archaeology program before. He's the special guest of the treasure appraisal program. The surrounding onlookers praised Sun Zhengde repeatedly. Obviously, he had a very high status in the archaeological world. Sun Zhengde just passed by here, and from afar, he heard the stall owner say that the jade bracelet was a royal thing that the princess of the Ming dynasty had brought. So out of curiosity, he came over to take a look. As soon as Ma Jia saw that Sun Zhengde was here, he hurriedly offered the jade bracelet in his hand with a smile and said, Professor Sun, please take a look and see if it's worth $80,000. Just now, that kid Xiao Chuan said it was only worth 500. Alright, I'll take a look. Sun Zhengde took the jade bracelet and looked at it carefully. After 2 minutes, he shook his head and said, this thing is not a Ming dynasty object at all, nor is it jade. It's just a piece of glass, but the auspicious clouds and phoenixes carved on it, and the golden dragons and white elephants are lifelike, and it seems to come from the hand of an old artisan. According to me, it's only worth 500. Wow, this word out, the crowd clamored. I did not expect this thing is actually a piece of glass. The onlookers then burst into laughter, all laughing at Ma Jia's blindness, spending $80,000 to buy a piece of broken glass worth 500. Professor Sun, you're not making fun of me, right? Or are you blind and looking at it wrong? This is something I spent $80,000 on. Ma Jia still couldn't believe that he had been cheated. Sun Zhengde took out the magnifying glass he had with him and handed it to Ma Jia. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. When Ma Jia took the magnifying glass to observe the bracelet, his head buzzed. The whole person staggered and almost fainted, only to see the inner side of the bracelet engraved with a line of tiny text, Longshan City Chenghua Glass Crafts Factory Production. Holy snap! Ma Jia exasperatedly slammed the bracelet hard on the ground and angrily questioned the stall owner. Boss, didn't you say it was a bracelet that the princess of the Ming dynasty had brought with her? How did it turn out to be produced by a handicraft factory? This thing is indeed. The stall owner spent 500 to buy it from Pinyi Cici. Just to cheat Ma Jia. This kind of people stupid money stupid. I did not expect to actually be recognized by Sun Zhengde. After all, he is a veteran in business for many years. The stall owner hurriedly swore and raised one hand and said, Gue Xiao, this thing is really something I collected from the countryside. You are suffering in your heart. I am suffering even more in my heart. We are both being cheated. I swear to the heavens that what I said is true. If there is half a lie, my wife, children and parents shall not die. Ma Jia was helpless. Alright, the stall owner has sworn on his wife and children's parents. He must be a victim as well. Let's forget about this matter. The people next to him spoke up for the stall owner. Sun Zhengde also said, buying antiques relies on luck and eye power. Since you've looked away, just admit it. Ma Jia want to cry. He knows, the rules of the antique street is one hand to pay, one hand to deliver the goods. The transaction is completed without any responsibility. He did not dare to break the rules here. Can only tolerate the anger. Would like to play a pussy, the result of the loss of 80,000, but also by the surrounding guests of ridicule. Ma Jia very depressed. Xiao Chen said, Ma Jia, you believe what I said now? Xiao Dust, the wind and water take turns. Don't be too complacent. Ma Jia huffed. Boss, how much is this celadone gourd? Xiao Dust placed his eyes on a gourd-shaped porcelain, which was covered with mud stains and many cracks. It looked like something that was not worth much. The stall owner hurriedly said, Mr. Xiao, you've taken a good look at this porcelain? Fruit really good eyesight. This celadone gourd is the product of the Northern Song dynasty, 1,000 years ago. Is that I received from the pier? Then spent 100,000. If you really like, cheaper to sell you. Give 10,000 on the line. Okay, 10,000 on 10,000. Take the money. Xiao Chen took out a stack of money and handed it to the stall owner. The stall owner was slightly stunned. He did not expect that Xiao Dust did not even return the price and directly gave the money generously. Little mister, you can't back out after giving the money. The stall owner said, of course, I understand the rules. Now that the Celadon gourd belongs to me, I hope you won't back out either. Xiao Chuan said, ha 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 ha. No, no. Holding $10,000 in cash, the stall owner laughed very happily. This Celadon gourd is not at all something during the Northern Song dynasty, much less worth $100,000. It is his collection from his peers. At that time, he spent $200, turned around and sold it to Xiao Dust, netted a profit of $9,800. It is simply the sky-dropping money. Ah, humph, little cute. It's just a little cutie. You don't even know that you've been cheated. The stall owner muttered inwardly. Ma Jia, who was on the side, immediately laughed out loud when he saw that Xiao Dust spent $10,000 to buy a broken gourd. Xiao Dust, you're a little cutie, are you? Even people like me who don't know anything about antiques know that this kind of broken gourd is only worth a few $100s. You actually spent $10,000 to buy it. Are you sick in the head? The surrounding spectators also pointed their fingers at Xiao Chuan, feeling that he had been cheated by the stall owner. Sure enough, it's a stupid pig who doesn't know what he's talking about. This is an absolute treasure. Get out of the way. I want to go home. Xiao Chuan pushed his wheelchair and was about to leave. Xiao Chuan, you can't leave. If you say this is a treasure, then show me proof. If this is really a treasure, I'll eat on sight. Ma Jia stopped Xiao Dust and remained unforgiving. Sun Zhengde immediately ran up and respectfully said, Mr. Xiao, you said this is a precious treasure? Can you explain a bit? Just now, Xiao Chuan recognized the jade bracelet as a fake at a glance, and Sun Zhengde felt that he had a sharp eye and could not be fooled so easily by the stall owner. So he asked, alright, since you want to know the secrets here, I'll let you open your eyes. After saying that, Xiao Chen slammed the Celadon gourd onto the ground in one go. With a bang sound, the porcelain gourd instantly turned into a field of fragments. Only a bead was seen to appear in the fragments. Heavens! This is the Nine Eyes heavenly bead! Sun Zhengde exclaimed in shock. Chapter 5, worth 100 million. Nine-eyed Z bead is a kind of Z bead, which is a Dharma treasure of Tibetan Buddhism, Tantric Buddhism, representing the 9 middle virtues, with the efficacy of exempting from all calamities, growing in compassion, eminence in authority, and freedom from suffering and happiness. Legend has it that there are only 3 of these nine-eyed Z beads in the world, one on the statue of Sakyamuni in the Dazhao Monastery, and the other in the hands of Kung Fu superstar Li Jia. And this one in front of me is fuller in color and clearer in pattern than the first 2, which is simply a rare treasure. The surrounding spectators were also stunned. They never thought that in this Celadon gourd there would actually be nine-eyed Z bead. Ma Jia is even more dumbfounded. He no longer know antiques, but also know that the nine-eyed Z is a treasure. Sun Zhengde held the Z bead up with a pious face. His face was filled with excitement and he was almost on the verge of crying. Oh my god, great fortune. I, Sun Zhengde, actually have the opportunity to touch the nine-eyed Z bead in this life. I have no regrets in death. No regrets. The stall owner was dumbfounded. This porcelain gourd he received up more than a year because of poor quality has not been sold. Did not think that there is actually such a treasure inside. Sun, Professor Sun, is this nine-eyed Z very precious? The stall owner stammered and asked. Stupid, do you run antiques without even knowing the value of the nine-eyed Z? Sun Zhengde rebuked. This Z is worth at least $100 million. 100 million. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The stall owner hurriedly said, I'm not selling this thing. I'm selling $10,000 for $100 million. I'm losing too much money. No, the rules of the antique shop. One hand pays, one hand delivers. This thing belongs to me now. Xiao Chuan said. Right. Just now the lad has already paid you. You can't change your mind. Doing business has to be trustworthy. You are too shameless like this. Everyone else also felt that the stall owner was a bit excessive. Sun Zhengde also said, Boss, everyone's eyes aren't blind. Just now you've already completed the deal with Mr. Xiao. Now that Z bead belongs to Mr. Xiao. If you don't follow the rules, I'll ask the Antique Association to add you to the blacklist, and you won't want to do business again in the future. Hey, the stall owner sighed, itching to slap himself a few times. Xiao Dust pointed at a pileup on the ground and looked at Ma Jia. Ma Jia, just now you said that you would eat if I proved that this is a precious treasure. Now you can eat it. Xiao Dust, don't go too far. Ma Jia said angrily. Oh, can't you afford to lose? Xiao Dust asked. Humph, how could I possibly be unable to afford to lose when I am the young master of the Ma family? I just don't want to be generalized with a waste like you. Shanshan, let's go. After saying that, Ma Jia pulled his internet red-faced girlfriend and walked towards the outside of the crowd. You want to leave before you eat? How can it be that easy? Xiao Chuan kicked at Ma Jia. Ah! Ma Jia had an unsteady center of gravity and directly flopped on the ground, his mouth coming into close contact with the smelly on the ground. Cough cough cough. Ma Jia endured the stench coming from his mouth and dry heaved, as wretched as he could be. Ma Jia, just now you verbally insulted my wife. This is a warning to you. If there is a next time, your end will be even worse. Xiao Dust said. Xiao Dust, you don't have to be too complacent. Let's wait and see. Originally thinking to teach Xiao Dust a good lesson, but did not expect to have his own bad luck in the end. Ma Jia was very unhappy in his heart and finally left in a huff. After resolving Ma Jia, Xiao Dust was just about to leave, when a man wearing a famous brand name, who had a bit of momentum, came over. Little mister, can you sell me the 9-ice heavenly pearl you just had? The man who spoke was called Liang Jinlong, a restaurant giant in Longshan City. His Wanhai restaurant was the top hotel in the entire Longshan City, and he himself was very prestigious in the entire Longshan City. This time he invited Sun Jingda to come to the antique street, is to let Sun Jingda for his eyes, to see if he can have the luck to find a magic weapon, for his wife's treatment of the disease. After 5 years of marriage, Liang Jinlong and his wife had never given birth to an heir, and had searched the world for a famous doctor who could not cure her. The 9-eyed Z in Xiao Chen's hand was a secret treasure of the Buddhist family, which had the effect of eliminating bad luck and praying for blessings, and Liang Jinlong felt that such a magic weapon could definitely cure both of their couples of the symptoms of infertility. Not for sale. Xiao Dust returned indifferently. Mr. Xiao, as long as you are willing to sell the 9-eyed heavenly pearl to me, I am willing to offer 200 million. Liang Jinlong saw that Xiao Dust was dressed in ordinary clothes and his wife was in a wheelchair, so he must be in financial difficulty. $200 million would definitely be able to take this treasure. I said no sale means no sale, Xiao Dust said. Liang Jinlong thought that Xiao Chuan thought the money was too little and continued to raise the price. Mr. Xiao, if you think I'm not sincere, then I'll offer 300 million. That's fine, right? This is not a matter of money. This thing is useful to me. I can't sell it to you. Xiao Dust continued to shake his head. This 9-eyes heavenly bead had an abundance of spiritual energy on it, and Xiao Chuan also wanted to use it to refine a magic weapon to give to Li Evening Qing to bless her with peace. Mr. Xiao, don't go too far. 300 million is already quite a lot. Liang Jinlong looked a little angry, feeling that Xiao Chuan was deliberately forcing himself to increase the price. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Xiao Chuan did not want to bother with Liang Jinlong anymore and pushed his wheelchair to leave. Liang Jinlong stepped forward and directly blocked Xiao Dust's path. His face was unkind as he said, "You can't leave. Your 9-eyes heavenly pearl must be sold to me. If I don't sell it to you, do you still want to rob it?" Xiao Chuan coldly looked at Liang Jinlong. Being looked at by Xiao Chuan like this, Liang Jinlong trembled because he saw an invisible killing aura in Xiao Chuan's eyes, causing him to tighten up inside. Seeing that things were not going well, Sun Zhengde hurriedly rounded up the situation. It is fate for the two of you to meet. Don't hurt the peace. Mr. Xiao, I have a tea house on this antique street. Let me take you and your wife over to rest your feet. Alright then. Seeing that Li Evening Qing's lips were a bit dry, Xiao Chen also wanted to go to Sun Jinda's tea house to ask for a cup of tea, especially now that Li Evening Qing had lost her life soul. She was in dire need of a spell to invoke her soul, and since Sun Jinda had been mixing in the antique circle for many years, maybe he could help find it. That's great. Let's go. Sun Jinda had thought that Xiao Chuan would refuse, but he did not expect that he would actually agree directly, and his heart then rejoiced. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chuan and the others arrived at the Gathering of Virtue's tea house. The tea house was not big, but the arrangement was ancient, not for profit, but just a place where Sun Jingda usually invited his friends to enjoy tea and talk. The center of the tea house in front of the hall enshrines the Taoist ancestor Laozi's hot gold clay statue, and the mahogany shelves around were decorated with many small objects of cultural curiosity, including jade, swords, ancient porcelain, and famous paintings. Sun Jingda greeted Xiao Duan and others to sit down. Personally brewed biluokun, while pouring the tea, said with a smile, "Mr. Xiao, it's a great destiny to meet you. The curiosities in my tea house you look good at, feel free to take them, as if it's a meet and greet gift from me to you." Xiao Chuan shook his head and said, "None of these things on your shelf will catch my eye, but I am a bit interested in this teapot in your hand." Upon hearing this, Sun Jingda's hand shivered, and the water in the teapot spilled all over the place. Chapter 6, Exorcism. Liang Jinlong laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha, Xiao Duan. Sun Lao's antiques in this tea club are worth more than $1 million if you just pick up a single one of them, and you're even looking at a crappy teapot. It's really ridiculous." Xiao Chuan was non-committal and looked at Sun Jingda, asking, "Sun Lao, can you cut off this teapot in your hand and send it to me?" Sun Zhengde swallowed a mouthful of saliva and smiled sarcastically. Mr. Xiao is truly a high-level person. It's just that this teapot is very precious to me, so I can't gift it to Mr. Xiao. Please bear with me. Upon hearing this, Liang Jinlong hurriedly said, Son, old man, you are usually quite generous. How a broken teapot cannot give it away? Since Xiao Chen is blind and cannot see the millions of dollars worth of curiosities on your shelf, just give him this rotten teapot. Sun Zhengde hurriedly waved his hand and said, Liang boss, you do not know this is not a rotten teapot. This is the Jade Bic Tun pot. Is the Song Dynasty pot Master Jing Mo old Mr. Production, the only one in the world, has been successive generations of 13 emperors have been used, which is the top of the treasures. This is all true? Liang Jinlong was incredulous. Sun Zhengde nodded and said this pot is I spent 100 million from the auction house last year to get it, ready to be used as a family heirloom to pass on to my children and grandchildren. Today you and Mr. Xiao to my tea club. I only spare a pot of tea, otherwise it is difficult for other people want to take a look at it. Crouching. Groove. Liang Jinlong was dumbfounded for a while. He wanted to laugh at Xiao Chuan for not being able to recognize the goods, but he didn't expect that the one who couldn't recognize the goods was actually himself. Mr. Xiao is young and has a poisonous eye. Come, I'll toast you with this cup of tea. Sun Zhengde sincerely said. Thank you. Xiao Chuan blew on the tea and did not drink it directly, but tenderly passed the teacup to Li Evening Qing's mouth and gently fed her tea. Mr. Xiao, what is your wife? Sun Zhengde could not help but ask. Xiao Chuan returned. The leg is crippled and her soul has fallen out. I still want to ask Mr. Sun for help. Mr. Xiao, old me only knows how to identify antiques. I don't know how to call the soul. Sun Zhengde said. You've been mixing in the antique circle all day? I want you to help keep an eye out for any soul-invoking magic artifacts out there. Xiao Dust said bluntly. Okay, I will. Sun Zhengde nodded his head. Immediately, Sun Zhengde spoke again. Mr. Xiao, does this person really have a soul? Yes. Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and said, there are 3 souls in a person. It's 1 heavenly soul, it's 2 earthly souls, and it's 3 life souls, which correspond to the 3 fires on the top of a person's head. And a person has 7 pranas, 1 heavenly chung, 2 spirit wisdom, 3 pranas for chi, 4 pranas for strength, 5 pranas for the center, 6 pranas for the essence, and 7 pranas for the essence, which corresponds to a person's 7 orifices. My wife is looking a bit demented precisely because she lost her life soul. Oh, so that's how it is. Old me had heard before that a child's lost soul can be called back. I thought it was a trick, but I didn't expect that there really is this kind of miraculous thing. Sun Zhengde said thoughtfully. Humph. Nonsense. I think you kid is a godly man. Liang Jinlong had just suffered a defeat and directly turned his dislike towards Xiao Chuan. You're worthy of talking about me even as a person who is about to die. Xiao Chuan said in a cold voice. You? What do you mean? How dare you kid curse me? Liang Jinlong got up and prepared to make a move. Only the next words caused Liang Jinlong to break out in a cold sweat. The gourmand boy you wear around your neck has already sucked your essence blood almost dry. You won't live to see this year. Xiao Chuan said. Ha? You're talking nonsense. Liang Jinlong was stunned. This gumantong hanging around Liang Jinlong's neck was something he had paid a high price for from a foreign temple, which received miscarried fetuses, dead babies, or children who died at an early age. And the monks would then draw charms and recite scriptures. The owner of the gumantong believed that the gumantong was endowed with the souls of dead babies, had supernatural abilities, and could bring good luck to himself. And he did not expect Xiao Duan to actually say that it was an evil spirit thing. I'm talking nonsense? If you don't believe me, lift up your clothes and take a look. Isn't there a bright red thread of blood spreading from your belly button all the way to your heart position? Xiao Chuan said. Liang Jinlong violently lifted his clothes with one hand, just as Xiao Dust expected. He only saw a thumb-thick red line extending from his navel position all the way to his heart. This is a ghost line. When this line moves to your heart location, that is when your life ends, Xiao Chuan said. Seeing Liang Jinlong sweating, Sun Zhengde hurriedly pushed him. Boss Liang, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you quickly beg Mr. Xiao to save you? Mr. Xiao, please save me. Liang Jinlong begged on his knees with snot and tears. Why should I save you? Xiao Chuan slowly sipped his tea. Mr. Xiao, it was me who offended you just now. Please be an adult and don't take it personally. I know I'm wrong. Liang Jinlong thumped his head. Sun Zhengde similarly said. Mr. Xiao, this person, Boss Liang, is just a straight shooter with a short temper. In fact, he has a pretty good heart. He even donated several orphanages last year. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to associate with him. So please show some kindness and save him. Alright then I will reluctantly save his life. Xiao Chuan stepped on the astral dipper, slammed the table, and bellowed. All those who are fighting in front of the army are arrayed. Tiny exotic evil spirits. How dare they make trouble in the Dragon Kingdom? Break! Xiao Chuan finished reciting the spell and pointed in the air towards the gourmand boy. A golden light shot out like a flying sword. Boom! The golden light hit on the ancient mantis. The ancient mantis immediately filled with a black gas. The black gas transformed into a humanoid hovering in mid-air, emitting jia 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 wailing sound, very eerie and horrifying. The surrounding flowers and trees withered as soon as they touched the black gas. The black gas seemed to be afraid of Xiao Chuan and then wanted to escape outwards. Want to leave? Not that easy. Golden light divine palm. Xiao Chuan fiercely discharged a palm, only to see a huge golden handprint that attacked towards the black chi with a boom. Bang bang bang. When the golden handprint touched the black aura, a crackling sound instantly came from the black aura, and in less than a few seconds of effort, it was transformed into a field of fishy blood and water. Alright, the evil spirit has been beheaded by me. Xiao Chuan clapped his hands and said. At this moment, Liang Jinlong and Sun Junda had long been shocked out of their wits by what they had just seen. Was Mr. Xiao an immortal? Many thanks to Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao is mighty. Liang Jinlong and Sun Junda kneeled down and bowed. Xiao Chuan said indifferently, you guys don't need to be surprised. Boss Liang, your body is no longer in any serious trouble. Don't wear these evil things in the future. Yes. I understand. Thank you Mr. Xiao. Oh my god, the ghost threads on my body have disappeared. Liang Jinlong realized that the thumb-thick red line on his body was slowly fading until it disappeared, and his own face was rosy, feeling as if his whole body was 20 years younger and refreshed. Mr. Xiao, my wife and I have been infertile for the past few years. Is it also related to this Gumantong? Liang Jinlong asked. Yes, the Gumantong is an evil thing that sucks people's essence and blood and disturbs their minds. You wear the Gumantong and sleep with your wife all day long. I'm sure that your wife's body won't be as good as it should be, Xiao Chuan said. Yes. My wife's body is not as good as one day in these years, occasionally accompanied by palpitations and dizziness. Going to the hospital to check cannot be checked out what the condition is, making me very worried. Can Mr. Xiao move to my house and take a look at my wife's condition? The honorarium is $20 million. If you think it's too little, I'll add more. Liang Jinlong pleaded. Alright, then go take a look. Since he had already saved Liang Jinlong, it was not too bad for his wife to be alone, especially now that Xiao Chuan was very short of money. The money he had brought with him from the Wuji Immortal Island to the secular world was not much, and in the future he would also have to treat Li Evening Ching, which would definitely cost him quite a lot of money, so he felt that he should make a trip. Chapter 7, I am not a liar. Liang Jinlong made a phone call, and not long after, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the entrance of Gathering Virtue Tea House, worthy of being the owner of Wang Hai Restaurant. Enough poker face. Mr. Xiao, please. Liang Jinlong reached out to greet him. Good. Xiao Chuan pushed Li Evening Ching's wheelchair slowly towards the car. The driver was obviously stunned. This Rolls-Royce Phantom was Liang Jinlong's exclusive car and was only used to receive extremely honored guests. He did not expect that his boss would actually be so respectful to a young man who was similar to him in age, momentarily making him puzzled. Could it be that this young man is the son of a family? Looking at the dress, he didn't look like it either. The driver didn't dare to think too much when he saw Xiao Chen about to get on the car and hurriedly helped lift the wheelchair. Half an hour later, Liangjia Yunhai Mountain Villa area. Liang Jinlong welcomed Xiao Chuan into his home like a VIP. As soon as he entered Liang Jinlong's home, Xiao Dust's eyes lit up. He had thought that a rich person like Liang Jinlong would decorate his home in a golden splendor, but he did not expect it to be antique. There were no modern sofas and furniture, replaced by mahogany furniture. The surrounding walls were filled with famous calligraphy and paintings, and the shelves were filled with celadon bronzes, as well as some ancient armor and swords. I didn't realize that Boss Liang is also a person who was attached to elegance. Xiao Chuan smiled and laughed. Mr. Xiao is joking. I don't know anything about antiques either. These are the things I usually have nothing to fiddle with. So if Mr. Xiao looks good at them, feel free to take them. Liang Jinlong waved his hand boldly and did not begrudge anything. After all, Xiao Chuan had saved his life. Compared to his own life, what were these extraneous things? It's all a bunch of mundane things with little value. I'm not interested. Xiao Chuan shook his head. Liang Jinlong was embarrassed. These were all the treasures that he had painstakingly received in the past 10 years, with a total value of more than $1 billion, and he didn't expect Xiao Dust to even look at them squarely. If anyone else said such big words, Liang Jinlong would immediately blast out. But this was Xiao Chen, a great power that could subdue evil spirits. Only such a treasure as the Nine Eyes Heavenly Pearl could enter his eyes. He, what a big mouth. Such a valuable treasure. How dare you say it's a pile of mundane things? Where did you come from? A man with a straight figure, wearing a suit and glasses, with a few hints of an upper-class air slowly walked out from the back study with his hands behind his back. At a glance at this person, Liang Jinlong froze, then greeted, "Big uncle, what brings you here?" Hu Xingtai returned, "Yan Yan's birthday today, made a table of good food, let me come over to get together, but it's you, your wife's birthday, even led back such a thing, what are you thinking?" The Yan Yan in Hu Xingtai's mouth was none other than Liang Jinlong's wife, Hu Yan, and he himself was Hu Yan's own brother. Misunderstanding, big brother-in-law. This is Mr. Xiao Dust Xiao, a particularly powerful character. Xiao Chuan, this is my wife's brother, a hand of our Longshan city, Hu Xingtai, Hu city chief. Liang Jinlong introduced them one by one. "Oh," Xiao Chuan faintly returned the word "oh" and gently nodded his head, seemingly not putting Hu Xingtai in his eyes at all. Hu Xingtai was very angry, at least he was the head of a city. Wherever he went, he was flanked by the front and the back. The sound of horse's ass was endless. He did not think that a young man actually did not take him seriously. "Humph," Hu Xingtai snorted coldly and said, "Jinlong, today is a family banquet. Xiao Chuan is an outsider. It is not suitable to come here. Please ask him to leave." "Ha, big uncle, Xiao Chuan is my invited guest. You can't be like this," Liang Jinlong said. "You are simply unbelievable." Hu Xingtai did not expect Liang Jinlong to disobey him for a young man. Just at this moment, a handsome-looking woman with a slim figure and around 30 years old came out from the kitchen with an apron. As soon as she saw Xiao Chen, she hurriedly said, "Jinlong, there are guests at home. Why didn't you say so in advance? I'll prepare a few more dishes. Things were rather sudden, so I didn't have time to tell you," Liang Jinlong said. Hu Yan looked at her husband, suddenly froze for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Jinlong, I feel that your complexion has changed for the better, alas. Did you take some kind of elixir?" Cough cough cough. After saying that, Hu Yan coughed, obviously not in good health. Yan, all this is also thanks to Mr. Xiao. He was the one who helped me get rid of the evil spirits. Do you still remember the piece of gumeng tong hanging around my neck? Liang Jinlong told Hu Yan everything he experienced at the Gathering of Virtue's tea house. "Oh my god, Jinlong, you're not lying to me, are you? Is there really such a magical thing in this world?" Hu Yan exclaimed in shock, feeling as if her husband was talking about heavenly books. Yan, this is all true. Mr. Xiao is definitely a man of God, 10,000 times more powerful than those accomplished monks of the Great Compassion Temple. After Liang Jinlong finished speaking, he picked up the briefcase on the table and pulled out a few checks from it, swished and wrote them and handed them over to Xiao Chuan and said, "Mr. Xiao, this is a check for $20 million. Thank you for saving my life, and I will offer another $50 million in honorarium if you help cure my wife again." "Good talk." Xiao Chuan stretched out his hand. Snap. Just at the moment when Xiao Chuan's hand was about to touch the check, Hu Xingtai knocked Xiao Chuan's hand away and snatched the check. "Humph, a small godly man has cheated people to the head of my sister and brother-in-law. Don't you know my identity? With just a word from me, your brat will die in prison in this life." Hu Xingtai sneered. "I'm not cheating, please watch what you say," Xiao Chuan said back. He, are you teaching me to behave? Your kid dares to cheat my sister and brother-in-law of a huge amount of money, which has already constituted the crime of fraud. I will call the police now and send you to jail." Hu Xingtai pulled out his cell phone and was about to call the police. Liang Jinlong was so scared that he rushed to stop Hu Xingtai. "Big uncle, don't be impulsive. If you offend Mr. Xiao, there will be no cure for Yin Yan's disease. Jinlong, don't stop me. You and Yin Yan didn't give birth to a child in the past few years. You also contracted a disease. I know that you are also anxious. That's why you were so sick and fell into the crook's trap. I don't blame you, but now at this time, I hope you can wake up a little bit and get lost. You can't be led by the nose by the crooks anymore," Hu Xingtai advised while dialing the phone. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Hu Xingtai, you are young yet you have nightmares and night sweats every night and your limbs and hands and feet are cold, right?" Hu Xingtai froze and then laughed out loud. "Xiao Chuan, don't make a pretense. I do have such a problem. Is it because Jinlong told you? Then you used it to trick me? Oh, sorry, I'm not that good at cheating. Since that's the case, then I'll talk about your hidden disease. If I'm not wrong, you can no longer walk the path of man, and you're still in the body of a child. I wanted to save your life for the sake of Boss Liang, but I didn't expect you to treat me as a liar and call the police to arrest me. So you really don't know what to do." After saying that, Xiao Chen walked towards the outside. Hu Xingtai was dumbfounded, and the cell phone in his hand dropped to the ground with a pop. Chapter 8, Retaliation. The pain within himself was known only to him in the whole world, and he did not expect that he would actually be recognized by Xiao Chuan, which caused Hu Xingtai to be extremely shocked inwardly. Could it be that this young man really had two skills? Otherwise, how could he see his hidden disease? Looking at Hu Xingtai's stunned appearance, Liang Jinlong didn't know what had happened and hurriedly comforted. "Big brother-in-law, don't be angry. Mr. Xiao actually said such words to curse you. It's really undeserved. Wait for me to have the chance to properly talk about him. Hu Xingtai's face was more ugly than a bitter melon. Jin Long, Mr. Xiao is alright. I really shriveled up there. I am indeed still a virgin now. What? Brother big uncle. You're not joking with me, right? You can't joke about this kind of thing. Liang Jinlong was incomparably shocked. Do I look like I'm joking to you? I now have the status to have a status. I have connections, and I'm quite a good-looking person. But now that I'm 40 years old and still unmarried, don't you guys have any suspicions? Hu Xingtai looked very distressed. Brother-in-law, we thought that you didn't get married because your energy was focused on your work and you didn't have time to talk to someone. I didn't think that you actually can't work there. Liang Jinlong was surprised. Hu Yan said, brother, why didn't you tell me when something so big happened? Yan, how can I have the honor to open my mouth to you about this kind of thing? I don't dare to say anything to anyone. Now that I'm the head of a city, if it leaks out, I'll definitely be laughed out of the city. Since Mr. Xiao has already seen it today, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. He will definitely have a way to save me. Jin Long, it's not too late. Let's go and invite Mr. Xiao back. Oh, okay big brother-in-law. Only when they ran outside the villa, they found that Xiao Chen was already nowhere to be found. Yan Gue Lake, Xiao Chuan pushed Li Evening Cheng and walked on the riverbank, enjoying the fresh breeze. Although the check for $20 million that was just about to arrive had gone down the drain, it did not affect his mood in the slightest. Now that he had all the means in the world, as long as his brain was a little more active, getting a few tens of millions of dollars shouldn't be difficult. He wasn't interested in money. It was just that walking in the mundane world without money simply wouldn't work, and cultivators also had to follow certain rules. At this time, the cell phone rang. A look at the number was from his mother-in-law, Su Guifeng. Mom, what's wrong? Xiao Chuan asked. Xiao Chuan, where are you in Evening Ching? Hurry back. Something happened at home. Brother Crow brought people over to retaliate. Su Guifeng cried. What? This gangster actually dares to retaliate? Mom wait, I'll rush back now. The last time Brother Crow ran to the Li family to cause trouble, he was violently beaten by Xiao Dust, and he did not expect that the retaliation of this group of scum would come so quickly. Without delay, Xiao Dust hurriedly took a cab and rushed towards his home. After arriving home, Xiao Dust rushed in, only to see the whole home has been smashed unlike, full of wolves, and Su Guifeng lying on the ground nose and face. Clothes were also torn. The whole person is very woeful. Insulting words were written on the walls in dog's blood. Mom, are you alright? Xiao Chen picked up Su Guifeng and walked to the bedside, carefully checking her injuries. It's fine, just a little flesh wound. We'd better move quickly. Brother Crow put down the harsh words. If we don't pay back the money in a day, we'll come and smash the house once a day. Su Guifeng said. Mom, don't worry about it. I will help you solve these things. Xiao Chuan said. How are you going to solve it? You, a loser, can't fight these desperados. It's all my fault for finding such a useless son-in-law like you at that time. If I let Evening Ching marry the son of a worldly family, Brother Crow wouldn't dare to come over and cause trouble. Su Guifeng grumbled with her mouth. Mom, you don't need to worry about the rest. Just leave it to me. Come on, you lie down. I'll help you treat your injuries. Xiao Chuan gently patted Su Guifeng's body, and as if Su Guifeng had been nudged, her entire body slumped on the bed. Taking the bumble oil, Xiao Chuan poured a few drops on his palm, then rubbed it and gently pressed it on Su Guifeng's body. Although Su Guifeng was already 40, her body and skin were very well maintained, and she was like a 30-year-old young woman with a lingering charm. Feeling the force of Xiao Chuan's hands, Su Guifeng felt her body was very comfortable, and her face was slightly flushed, and she fell asleep in a short while. After washing his hands, Xiao Chuan personally made white rice porridge and scrambled eggs with tomatoes for Li Evening Ching and fed her. Ding ding, the phone rang, an unfamiliar number. After Xiao Chuan answered it, a grim voice came from the opposite side. Xiao Chuan? Hey, I'm Crow. I didn't see you and your wife when I went to your house today. What a coincidence. It's okay, come the day. I will bring people to your house again tomorrow to do some vandalism. I don't believe that your family isn't afraid. This is what happens when you owe money and don't pay it back. Ha 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 ha. Crow, you are also considered to be a gangster. How dare you bully my mother-in-law and wife? Are you still a human being? Come at me if you have something to do. Dare you meet with me? Xiao Chuan asked in a cold voice. Good I am now in the Spade K clubhouse to watch the sauna. My boss is also here. You kid dare to come over if you are brave enough. Crow laughed coldly. Good, you wait for me. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Chuan immediately rushed towards the Spade K clubhouse. Spade K was a comprehensive clubhouse, which had a bar and KTV in addition to a sauna and bath, and was also Big Brother Crow's base. When Xiao Chuan came to the clubhouse, he found that the business inside was very hot. Taking advantage of the crowd, Xiao Chuan slowly walked in, according to the electronic signage, towards the sauna department. At this time, inside a private room in the sauna department, a dozen girls wearing low-cut evening gowns were lined up, and opposite this group of girls sat two men. One was in his 40s, with a scarlet scar on his forehead that was as frightening as a centipede, while next to him was an old man in a white practice shirt. The old man was around 70 years old. His body was a bit stooped, but his eyes were like a falcon gazing at the girls in front of him. Elder Mo. These girls are the ones I prepared for you tonight. Whichever one you have your eye on, I'll send them directly to your room. The scarred man spoke. Master 9 is polite, although old me is horny, but I can't afford to consume so much beauty. Elder Mo stroked his goatee and laughed. Although Elder Mo is already in his old age, but his physical fitness is as good as 30 or 40 years old. You can afford to dissipate these girls, the scarred man said. Alright then, since Master 9 is so hospitable, I'll take them all. Elder Mo also no longer pushed back. The scarred man waved his hand, and the duty manager standing at the side understood and led the girl towards the upstairs private room. The man known as the Nine Masters, full name Duan Jiutian, Zhenghu people send nickname 9,000 years old, is Longshan City deservedly underground king? The entire Longshan underground black generates intention he all do. More disciples 10,000 people. Elder Mo for the Sky Eagle Door enshrined elders. A pair of eagle claw work makes out of the gods. In the Zhenghu is also considered a loud figure. Is said to have reached the realm of the master. The reason why Duan Jiutian invited Elder Mo to come down from the mountain and worshipped as an honored guest, because he offended an enemy when he was doing business, and this time the enemy came to seek revenge. Duan Jiutian was afraid that he couldn't defeat the other party, so he asked Elder Mo to come to help him. The two of them were having a good conversation when Brother Crow's cell phone, who was standing by the side, suddenly rang, and when he looked at the number, his body suddenly trembled, because it was Xiao Chun who was calling. Chapter 9, Heated Battle. Crow, I'm at the K of Spades. Where are you? Xiao Dust asked in a cold voice. Brother Crow was also very puzzled. He never thought that Xiao Dust actually really dared to barge into the tiger's mouth. You kid has some guts. You actually dare to come and send yourself to death. Good. You wait for me downstairs. I'll go down and entertain you. Brother Crow bit the word entertain very heavily, obviously threatening the other party. Big brother, Xiao Chen is here. I'll go down and take a look. Brother Crow said. Xiao Dust, the one who beat you up? Duan Jiutian raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's him. Today I brought my brothers to smash his home and beat up his mother-in-law violently. I thought he would be so scared that he would flee out of Dragon Mountain, but I didn't expect that he would actually come to the door. Crow gritted his teeth and said, Oh, this kid has some guts. Did you not tell him that the K of Spades clubhouse is my Duan Jiutian's venue? Duan Jiutian asked. Big brother, I mentioned it but this kid doesn't put it in his eyes at all, and said that he would even clean up a piece of you. Brother Crow added fuel to the fire. Outrageous. You bring a few more brothers to mess with him. I'll clean up the mess for you after he dies. Right, bring Bao along, Duan Jiutian said. Thank you, big brother. Brother Crow's heart was happy. He was waiting for these words from Duan Jiutian. Bao was the #1 fighter of the Spade K clubhouse. He was fierce and brutal. He used to work as a mercenary overseas. His hands were stained with countless amounts of blood, and he was finally recruited by Duan Jiutian to become one of the tiger generals of the Spade K clubhouse. Downstairs, Xiao Dust was sitting on a large leather sofa drinking free red wine with a pleasant expression. Knock knock knock. Right at this moment, a dozen machete-wielding thugs surged over, and the leaders were none other than Brother Crow and Bao. Xiao Chuan, I didn't think that your kid would actually dare to come. That's fine. Since you're here, I'll let your little life stay here. Brother Crow scoffed. Crow, I came here today to seek justice for my mother-in-law. As long as you bring $5 million in cash right now and go to my mother-in-law and beg for forgiveness on your knees, I'll let you off. Otherwise today will be the anniversary of your death. Xiao Chuan sipped his red wine in a cloudy manner, as if he was not afraid of the thugs in front of him at all. Ha 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 ha, this is ridiculous. Crow laughed out loud. Xiao Chuan, this is the K Clubhouse of Spades. It's my big brother, Master Nine's venue. You, a waste of a son-in-law of the Li family, even dares to call my bluff here. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you right now? You also want to kill me? It's too presumptuous. Xiao Dust said indifferently. Not only am I going to kill you with my own hands, I'm also going to bring your wife and mother-in-law to Spade K and make them work as massage ladies in the sauna department, and be greeted by different men every day. Isn't that exciting? Crow laughed maniacally. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Xiao Chuan's eyes chilled as he directly threw out the red wine bottle in his hand. The strike was extremely fast. Boom! The red wine bottle directly smashed onto Brother Crow's head, and Brother Crow immediately broke his head and blood stained his entire face. Brother Crow covered his forehead and roared, Brothers, chop this to death for me. Chop it to death. Yes, a dozen or so machete-wielding thugs surged towards Xiao Duan like locusts, a bunch of unknowing mole crickets. Xiao Dust's figure moved and rushed into the middle of the fighters like a gust of wind, and Brother Crow immediately felt an invisible pressure enveloping the surroundings. Xiao Chuan's speed was extremely fast, and the naked eye could barely catch his figure. Snapping, banging, thumping, in less than 10 seconds, when Xiao Chuan sat back on the sofa again, the dozen or so unknowing fighters had all been lying on the ground, wailing and wailing, with all their bones broken. At this moment, Brother Crow was bewildered. Xiao Chuan's hands just now seemed to be more than 10 times more powerful than a few days ago when he was in the Li family. Crow, whatever else you have to do, I'll be waiting, Xiao Chuan calmly said. Brother Pao, it's up to you. Brother Crow offered the trump card of Ah Bao. Such trash isn't enough for me to punch, so you better watch the show. Ah Bao was 1 meter 9 tall. His whole body was full of tendon meat, with a dragon head tattooed on his neck. His body size was huge. Even an international boxing champion would have to take 3 steps backwards in fear when he saw this kind of character. But Xiao Dust unexpectedly sat on the sofa indifferent, as if Ah Bao was a silly big man-like existence in his eyes. Xiao Dust, your time to die has come. Brother Pao is the #1 fighter of K of Spades. There is no opponent of his in the entire Longshan city. Why don't you quickly kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Brother Crow shouted. How does a piece of trash deserve to make me kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Defeating him only takes one move. Xiao Dust was filled with disinterest. Brother Panther, this brat Xiao Dust dares to look down on you. Quickly give him a little color. Brother Crow watched the fun. Just watch me. Since his mouth stinks so much, I'll crack his brain with one punch. Ah Bao clenched his fists and a cackling crunching sound came from his fingertips, then rushed towards Xiao Chen like a truck, not to mention hitting with his fists. Even if it was an impact like Ah Bao's that slammed into Xiao Chuan's body, Xiao Chuan would be hit until he spat out blood. Buzz! Ah Bao punched towards Xiao Dust. His fist was fierce and powerful. Just at the moment when he thought he would definitely punch Xiao Dust to death, a miracle happened. Only to see Xiao Chuan's hand gripping Ah Bao's fist, Ah Bao suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his entire arm. No matter how hard he pushed, the fist held by Xiao Chuan did not even move. How is this possible? Ah Bao's heart was suddenly flustered. Go die! Xiao Chuan kicked out, and the 300-odd-pound Ah Bao was like a kite with broken strings, whoosh flying out more than 10 meters away, and finally falling heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and fainting. Oh my god, what the hell happened? Crow's face was astonished. His entire body collapsed to the ground. The K of Spades #1 fighter, Duanzhou's most valued kung fu expert, Pao, was even almost killed by Xiao Chuan's kick? This was too terrifying. Ah Bao has already been wasted by me. I guess he can only lie in bed as a vegetable for the rest of his life. It's your turn below. Xiao Chuan slowly walked towards Brother Crow like a god of death. Brother Crow was so scared that his face turned white and a dense fine sweat oozed out from his forehead. Only at this moment did he realize that this waste of a son-in-law of the Li family was really a vicious character. Brother Crow looked at Xiao Chuan walking towards him and wanted to get up and escape, but his 2 legs were as numb as if they were numb. He couldn't stand up at all, and the fear in his heart had caused him to lose the ability to act. Xiao Chuan, you, don't come over. My big brother is Master Duanzhou. If you kill me, he won't let you go. Brother Crow said with a trembling voice, even if your big brother is the god of heaven, I will definitely kill you to get justice for my mother-in-law and wife. Just as Xiao Chen was about to kill Brother Crow, a loud voice came from his back. Stop! Chapter 10, The Might of a Patriarch. Xiao Dust turned to look, only to see that Duanzhou Tian had arrived in time with Elder Mo. You are Xiao Dust? Duanzhou Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Ah Bao, who had already fainted to death, and knew that the young man in front of him was not bad in terms of strength. It's me, Xiao Chuan returned indifferently. Xiao Dust, this is my Duanzhou Tian's field. You beat up my people in my field. Do you have to give me a statement? Duanzhou Tian questioned in a cold voice. Your henchman, Brother Crow, loan sharked and bullied my mother-in-law's wife and smashed my home. Don't you need to give me an account? Xiao Dust questioned. Even though Duanzhou Tian was the underground emperor of Longshan City, so what? He, Xiao Dust, was an immortal cultivator and did not put him in his eyes at all. Well, it's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. In the huge Longshan City, anyone who sees me has to call out to me as Master 9. I didn't think that you kid would dare to call out to me. Duanzhou Tian suddenly smiled and continued. Xiao Chuan, the first expert of K of Spades, Ah Bao, was defeated by you. I think you are also a practiced player. If you are willing to return to me and take over Ah Bao's position, the previous things will not be blamed, and I will give you $1 million a year. How about it? Seeing that Xiao Chuan is young and talented with extraordinary skills, Duanzhou Tian also intends to draw him in. After all, that enemy of his has already come to his door. More is better than less. If he can subdue Xiao Chuan, his chances of winning will increase by a few percent. I don't care, Xiao Dust said back. Surprisingly, he refused, which made Duan Zhoutian deeply surprised. He was the underground emperor of Longshan City, the creator of the entire underground order. How many people wanted to submit to him? As long as he submitted to Duan Zhoutian, it would be the same as having the entire underground power as a backer. No one would dare to control him even if he walked horizontally in Longshan City. Xiao Chen, do you really want to go against me? Duan Zhoutian's face turned cold. I was forced by you guys, Xiao Dust said. Seeing Xiao Dust's oil and salt, Duan Zhoutian knew that he couldn't subdue him, so he said to the old man beside him, Elder Mo, kill this him for me. Elder Mo took a step forward and said with a smile, Master Gio, don't worry, today is the anniversary of this brat's death. Just an old bone of yours also wants to kill me? Xiao Chen coldly looked at Elder Mo. Erect son, don't be wild. I am a Heavenly Eagle Sect Provision Elder, with a pair of iron hands that have fought all over the world. You even called me an old bone. In a moment, I will cut off your head as a night pot. Elder Mo waved his big sleeve. An extremely cold aura filled the air. Creepy. Seeing that you are in your 70s and 80s, instead of staying in the Heavenly Eagle Sect to take care of yourself, you have instead stepped into the mortal world as a dog beside Duan Zhoutian. The martial arts sects in the secular world are really not as good as they were a year ago, and have long since lost the bones of the year. Xiao Dust let out a shameful laugh. How dare you, old me with the cultivation of a grandmaster. How can I allow you to speak out of turn? Watch the move. Swish swish swish. Elder Mo leaped in front of Xiao Chuan. His pair of iron hands transformed into eagle claws and grabbed towards Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan's face was startled and he hastily dodged to avoid it. Puff! Elder Mo's iron hands did not catch Xiao Dust, but instead tore a white wall into a large hole. Heavenly Eagle Divine Claw? When he was on the Wuji Immortal Island, Xiao Chuan had seen this technique, only that it was of a relatively low grade, and Xiao Chuan did not take it seriously, and directly used the secret book of the technique as a hand towel in the toilet. He didn't expect that after practicing it to great completion, this gong method was really something. Ha 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 ha, the brat actually recognizes my Heavenly Eagle Sect's Kung Fu mastery. It really surprises me. Not bad, this is exactly the Heavenly Eagle Divine Claw. It is with the addition of this Kung Fu that I was able to become the Heavenly Eagle Sect's provider elder. Now are you feeling scared? Kneel down and beg for mercy. I can let you die a quick death. Elder Mo had a smug and rampant face. Xiao Chuan laughed. This kind of Kung Fu was only held by you as a treasure. It is trash in my eyes. You, how dare you mock my Heavenly Eagle Sect's Shinman Kung Fu? You are simply a bastard. Go to hell. Elder Mo was infuriated by Xiao Dust and his eyes skyrocketed with killing intent as his merciless iron hand grabbed towards Xiao Dust once again. When the iron hand was an inch away from Xiao Chuan slapped out his palm and struck Elder Mo directly in the face. Elder Mo suddenly felt a strong force coming towards him, as if thunder was crushing him. Boom! Before Elder Mo could react, Xiao Chuan's palm had already slapped on his brain, only to hear a click sound as Elder Mo's entire head sunk in, blood bursting out of his 7 orifices as he collapsed to the ground and died. The hallowed elder of the Heavenly Eagle Sect's Provision Elder was actually slapped to death by Xiao Chuan with a single palm. This was simply horrifying as hell. Duan Zhoutian stomped and stared back 3 steps in a row, sucking in a mouthful of cold air, his eyes netted with horror. If not for the great storms he had experienced, at this moment, he might have fainted from fear. Xiao Dust patted the dust on his hands and looked at Duan Zhoutian and said, Your dependence has already been killed by me, so it is your turn to follow. Looking at Xiao Dust's cold eyes, Duan Zhoutian fell to his knees with a bang and begged for mercy. Patriarch Xiao, please spare my life. As long as you are able to spare my life, I, Duan Zhoutian, will surely be at your head. You are at least the underground emperor of Longshan City, and this is how you wimp out. Xiao Dust smiled playfully. As the saying goes, those who recognize the time are handsome. Patriarch Xiao was able to slap Elder Mo to death with a single slap, so his kung fu must have long been out of this world. If I fight with you, I can only end up dead. I understand this reasoning. Duan Zhoutian knelt in submission. I don't have any beef with you. It's just that your henchmen, the crows, have bullied my family. You have to give me a statement, Xiao Dust said. At this moment, Brother Crow had long been trembling with fear and cried, Patriarch Xiao, Master 9, spare my life. Patriarch Xiao, there's no use in killing a chicken. Brother Crow will just leave it to me. Duan Zhoutian was very angry. He didn't expect his little brother to mess with a kung fu powerhouse like Xiao Chuan. He almost even lost his own little life. This kind of little brother is simply a Death Star. Duan Zhoutian walked up to Brother Crow and sneered, Crow, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame it on the fact that you messed with such a great person like Patriarch Xiao. You can only die. Put. Duan Zhoutian picked up a machete on the ground and hacked towards Crow's neck. As blood spurted, A human head rolled to the ground. Patriarch Xiao, do you think you're satisfied with this treatment? Duan Zhoutian smiled apologetically. This will not happen again. If my family is threatened again, the one who dies will be you. After putting down a harsh sentence, Xiao Chen turned around and left, while Duan Zhoutian looked at Xiao Chen's departing back and directly collapsed to the ground. Once again, he returned to Yangue Lake. Xiao Dust found a rock by the lake and settled down. His eyes were slightly closed as he breathed and exhaled to cultivate the Wuji Heart Sutra. This Wuji Heart Sutra was the unique secret method on the Wuji Immortal Island, and it could be called the first of the 100 sutras. Cultivating this Heart Sutra could not only refine the physical body, making it invulnerable to swords and spears, it could also allow one's cultivation to be refined by a layer. And Yangue Lake was full of spiritual energy. It was a good place to cultivate. The spiritual energy of the entire lake surface slowly surged into Xiao Chuan's body with an invisible energy. 2 hours later, Xiao Chuan slowly opened his eyes and felt that his body had become much more refreshed and his entire body was infinitely energized. Suddenly, Xiao Chuan's eyes glanced and realized that a beautiful young girl not far from the lake was quietly looking at him. It was just that this young girl looked like a heavenly fairy, causing Xiao Chuan to also inevitably look at her more than once. Chapter 11, Hero Saves Beauty. Yangue Lake was located in a remote area, and Xiao Chen failed to think that there would actually be such a gorgeous girl here. He was about to say hello to the other party. Suddenly, a hummer rushed towards the beautiful girl like a wild donkey out of control. The young girl's face was startled and she turned around from looking at Xiao Dust and ran. However, it was as if she had been seriously injured and she did not run very fast. Squeak! The hummer made an emergency brake, its tires grinding out the smell of rubber, and stopped in front of the young girl. A bald young man in a black jacket jumped out of the hummer and drew a pistol with a silencer from his waist. The black hole of the gun pointed at the young girl and pulled the trigger with a sneer. Boom! With a muffled sound, a piece of blood splashed out from the young girl's chest. Obviously, the teenage girl was not an ordinary person, and continued to run away after being shot, and the hummer driver got into the car and continued to chase after her. The two-legged girl simply can't run away from the four-wheeled hummer. Before the teenage girl can run a few steps, the hummer adrift sidestop in front of the teenage girl. The girl apparently lost a little too much blood, and now fell straight to the ground. The driver got out of the car and put his finger on the tip of the girl's nose to test her nostrils, then carried her to the car and put her on the passenger side of the hummer. Seeing this scene, Xiao Dust did not take it seriously. In the Wuji Immortal Island, he had experienced countless lives and deaths, and he did not want to meddle in it to avoid trouble. As the saying goes, the heavenly Tao is unkind and takes everything as ruminants. There are some things that it would be better to just pretend not to see. The hummer driver had just started the car, and suddenly glanced at Xiao Chen in the rearview mirror, and saw that Xiao Chen was silently looking at his car. The bald driver's face suddenly changed, but there was a witness. His eyes immediately flashed a trace of ferocity, hurriedly jumped out of the car and shot towards Xiao Chen. Boom! The bullet discharged and shot towards Xiao Dust, and a cruel smile appeared on the bald driver's face. Only this smile stayed for less than a second before his entire face suddenly became terrified, only to see that Xiao Dust was not killed by a single shot, but instead, he gently waved his hand and caught the bullet with 2 fingers. Having heard of an empty hand catching a white blade, it was still the first time he had seen an empty hand catching a bullet, which simply shocked the bald driver to no end. Before he could react, Xiao Chen waved his hand again. Brush! The bullet in his hand was like a meteor in the darkness of the night as it attacked towards the bald driver. Boom! The bullet hit the bald driver squarely in the center of his eyebrows, and his eyes were filled with shock, and he then slowly fell down, dying without resting in peace. I didn't want to kill you, but you wanted to kill me to silence me. You deserve to die, Xiao Chuan thought inwardly. The hummer was equipped with a traveling recorder. Xiao Dust was also afraid that the scene that had just happened would be filmed, so he walked briskly to the front of the car and prepared to destroy the recorder. Just after opening the car door, a breathtaking aroma came, followed by a soft and greasy body sliding into his arms. It was that gorgeous young girl. At this moment, she was wearing a white as snow long dress evening gown, only that this white dress had been soaked in blood. Like a blooming rose, the skin exposed in the air was delicate and fair, like sheep's fat white jade, which made people think about it, especially her pair of jade hands, slender and white, simply like a work of art. Fascinating, only the tiger's mouth has a silky callus. Xiao Dust knows that this is the mark left behind by the long time practicing the gun. All the signs indicated that this girl was not an ordinary person at all. Xiao Dust wanted to walk away, but seeing such a beautiful girl, there was a sudden desire within him to protect her. AI. It seems that I still have an unstable Taoist heart. This hinders my cultivation. It seems that I should find time to cultivate the white bone view. Xiao Chuan was dumbfounded. The beautiful young girl hugged Xiao Dust tightly, and the 2 round masses on her chest pressed against Xiao Dust's arm, giving him an urge to have a nosebleed. The young girl's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Xiao Chuan. Her vermilion lips lightly opened. Please, save me, please. Alright, since it made me bump into it, I'll save your life and count it as accumulating some mean virtue for myself. Offended, Xiao Chen flattened the young girl and gently removed the clothes on her chest to remove them. The girl's body was tantalizing, but Xiao Dust only wanted to save someone and did not take advantage of them. Fortunately, the shot just now did not hit the young girl's heart. It was only half an inch short. Otherwise at this moment, the young girl would have long since returned to the world of bliss. Xiao Chuan placed his hand on the wound, utilized his true qi and flicked it. Puff! The slug embedded in the girl's body was immediately forced out by Xiao Chuan's true qi. Ah! I'm in pain. The young girl hugged Xiao Chuan tightly and bit hard on his shoulder. I saved your life and you even bit me. Xiao Chuan endured the severe pain and did not push the young girl away. He knew that this was her instinctive reaction. When the young girl's emotions calmed down, Xiao Chuan stepped out of the car and went to the lakeside to find a few herbs for her to stop the bleeding, and after chewing them with his mouth, he gently put them on her wound. It seems that you are also a martial arts practitioner. I have stopped the bleeding for you. You will be able to move after half an hour. Walking the rivers and lakes is a very dangerous thing. Find a good man and marry him. Don't fight and kill anymore. Leaving a sentence of advice, Xiao Chen turned around and left. At this moment, the young girl was still in a semi-comatose state, and only when Xiao Dust left did she slowly awaken. Humph! Stinking man, looking at this girl's body and still wanting to walk away? I will definitely find you again. After returning home, Xiao Chuan found Su Guifang washing clothes. Xiao Chuan, where did you go just now? Su Guifang asked. Mom, I went outside for a walk. Xiao Dust did not say that he had gone to seek revenge on Brother Crow so as not to scare Su Guifang. Our family is in this situation now, and you still have the face to go for a walk? What a waste. After complaining a few times, Su Guifang continued. Tomorrow at noon, Evening Ching's uncle will be organizing a party at the Wang Hai restaurant, so you should go there and ask him to help you find a decent job. Evening Clear's uncle? Thinking of this man, Xiao Chuan smiled bitterly. Li Evening Ching's uncle was called Su Zhe, a very snobbish man. Back then when Xiao Chuan married Li Evening Chang, he was the one who opposed it the most fiercely, and was extremely sarcastic towards Xiao Chuan. In the last few years, the mineral company under Su Zhe's name is preparing to go public. Once the listing is successful, he, Su Zhe, will be transformed into the richest man in Longshan City, and this party is to celebrate. Su Guifang told Xiao Chen to go to tomorrow's party. Xiao Chen understood in his heart that he would inevitably make Su Zhe sarcastic at that time. Mom, I don't want to go. I'll figure out the work thing myself, Xiao Chuan said. Su Guifang slammed the clothes in her hand and huffed. Xiao Dust, I don't care. You have to go tomorrow, right now. Evening Ching's illness needs to be nourished by medication and it costs tens of thousands of dollars every month. Where will the money come from if you don't go to work? If I don't see you at the Wang Hai restaurant tomorrow, I'll disown you as my son-in-law. Su Guifang's face turned red with anger. Xiao Chuan hurriedly comforted. Mom, don't be angry. I'll go okay. Chapter 12, A Narrow Road Between Foes. The next morning, Su Guifang rushed to Wang Hai restaurant alone ahead of time, and when she left, she instructed Xiao Duan to make sure that he rushed over there before the banquet started at 12 o'clock, so that he would not miss the time. It was only when it was close to noon that Xiao Chuan slowly took a car and brought Li Evening Ching to Wang Hai restaurant. The internet taxi driver was a balding man in his 40s and was slightly surprised after seeing the location Xiao Dust was going to. Young man, you're going to Wang Hai restaurant? That place is a 5-star hotel in Longshan City. The average consumption per person is more than 10,000, so ordinary poor people cannot afford to consume it. Looking at Xiao Chuan dressed in ordinary clothes and with a wife in a wheelchair, the net taxi driver was very curious that this kind of person also dared to go to the Wang Hai restaurant. What? Am I not qualified to go? Xiao Chuan asked a rhetorical question. The car driver smiled sarcastically. You're joking. I'm just asking casually. You don't know that today, half of the hotel at the Wang Hai restaurant has been chartered out, and it is said that the city's first hand, Hu Xingtai, is going to host a banquet for real estate developers from Hong Kong Island there, and the specification is not small. Hu Xingtai, I've seen him before, Xiao Dust said. When the internet car driver heard this, he immediately laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, young man, you can really joke. Hu Xingtai is the city head of Longshan City. Big bosses worth billions of dollars want to see him or much more difficult to see him. And you actually said that you've seen him? It's really funny. Forget it if you don't believe me. Xiao Dust moved his eyes out of the window and no longer paid attention to the driver who was a frog at the bottom of the well. 20 minutes later, Xiao Dust arrived at the Wang Hai restaurant and pushed his wheelchair inside. At this moment, inside a private room on the second floor of the restaurant, Ma Jia, the net-faced beauty Mu Shanshan and a middle-aged man were drinking tea inside. The middle-aged man was none other than the second head of the Ma clan, Ma Jia's father, Ma Zetian. This time, Ma Ziteng brought Ma Jie to Wanghai restaurant to talk about cooperation with Liang Jinlong, the owner of the place. Dad, do you think we can really nibble down this piece of fat meat of Wanghai? Ma Jie asked. Ma Ziteng nodded his head and said, this is not a big problem. I have been paving relationships for the past few years. I smashed $5 million to the president of the Longshan City Chamber of Commerce to get him to make a match. And only then did Liang Jinlong ask me to meet him here. Dad, you smashed $5 million at once. In case the list of Wanghai can't be taken down, we won't lose a lot of money. Ma Jie exclaimed. Little Jie, doing business is all about guts and vigor. If you can't even spare $5 million to gamble, how can you make a lot of money? In case we take Wanghai's order and become the supplier of their restaurant's ingredients, we'll earn tens of millions of dollars a year at least. This is a pot of treasure. What's $5 million? Besides, the president of Longshan City Chamber of Commerce is a position with real power. I believe Liang Jinlong will definitely give the chamber some face. Especially this negotiation is very important to the family side. Once successful, our family will soar. The old man will definitely hand over the family industry to us to take care of after 100 years. Ma Ziteng kept playing his own small plan as he wished, full of confidence in this meeting with Liang Jinlong. Well, Dad, you're right. As the saying goes, rich and powerful. I also feel the need to take a stab at it. Ma Jie joyfully walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window and lit a cigar and smoked it. Only his brows suddenly wrinkled. Why is this kid here too? Ma Jie's face was full of surprise as he saw Xiao Duan, who appeared in the hall downstairs through the glass window. Xiao Jie, who did you say came? Ma Ziteng asked. Dad, it's Xiao Dust. It's that bastard who robbed my treasures on Antique Street and forced me to eat dog. Ma Jie gritted his teeth and said, outrageous. What a narrow escape. How dare you bully my Ma Ziteng's son? Simply looking for death. Jie, Shan, let's go down and take a look. Ma Ziteng aggressively led the two of them downstairs. Xiao Dust had just walked down the hall when he felt a sense of oppression coming from behind him, and the moment he turned his head back, he suddenly realized that the three of them were already standing behind him. Xiao Chuan, this is the Wanghai restaurant. What are you doing here as a bumpkin? Ma Jie questioned. If you can come, why can't I come? Xiao Dust returned indifferently. I came here with my father to talk about cooperation with Liang Jinlong, the owner here, and you? Did you come here to mingle? Ma Jie mocked. Mu Shanchan said in a conspiratorial manner. If I were to look at it, Xiao Chuan came over here to beg. Right, after all, this is a 5-star restaurant, and those who can dine here are all big shots who are either rich or noble, and it's easier to ask for food. The moment these words came out, the surrounding onlookers burst out laughing. Ma Ziteng said as if it were his own, you kid is Xiao Duan? How dare you bully my son in an antique street that day? Don't you know the power of our Ma family in Longshan City? The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Like father, like son. I don't want to mess with your Ma family, and I also hope that your Ma family won't mess with me either, or else your entire family will suffer. Xiao Chuan shook his head. If this was in the Wuji Immortal Island, Xiao Dust would have gone on a killing spree long ago, but this was after all the mundane world, and he also wanted to hold back and restrain himself. Xiao Dust, you have a big mouth. Just trashy goods like you dare to call the shots with my Ma family. Believe it or not, I will get you killed right now. Ma Ziteng shouted. Before Xiao Dust could reply, a man with a big belly and wearing a black suit hurried over. This person was none other than Yu Guangda, the manager of the Wanghai restaurant. Boss Ma, what's wrong with you? Yu Guangda obviously froze for a moment the moment he saw Ma Ziteng, not expecting that the second head of the Ma family would actually have a conflict with someone. Manager you've come at the right time. The Wanghai restaurant is a 5-star restaurant, and today, the city head honcho is also here to meet with Hong Kong businessmen. So how could you let this kind of trash in? This is simply discrediting the Wanghai restaurant. And this kid had an issue with my family Xiajie a few days ago, and just now threatened to annihilate our entire family. It's simply hateful, Ma Ziteng said indignantly. There's even such a thing? Boss Ma, don't be angry for now. Go back to the box first. I'll help you deal with it here. Yu Guangda knew that his boss Liang Jinlong was going to talk business with Ma Ziteng here today. Once something went wrong, he as a manager couldn't afford it. Alright, then I would like to thank manager Yu. Jie, Shan, let's go. After saying that, Ma Ziteng led the two of them to go upstairs. After the three left, Yu Guangda looked at Xiao Chun with a disdainful face and said, You brat, hurry up and get the hell out of here. This kind of place is not worthy of a poor man like you. You guys open a hotel is to make your guests feel at home. You have to accommodate diners from all directions so that your business can prosper. The same are over to spend money. Why are you so polite to Ma's family and speak out like this to me? Xiao Dust questioned. He is a member of the Ma family. Although the Ma family is not considered a first-class family in Longshan City, it is still a powerful family with a reputation. And you, A poor man is also worthy of being compared to the Ma family? Yu Guangda let out a shameful laugh. As a hotel manager, you are actually looking down on others with your dog's eyes like this. It is simply smearing the Wanghai restaurant's signboard. Xiao Dust said. Damn, how dare you kid lecture me. Hurry up and get lost or I'll let someone beat you out. Yu Guangda exploded and was about to get ready to call someone. Just at this moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the hotel with a squeak. Dare to tell Mr. Xiao to get lost? Do you want to die? Only Liang Jinlong aggressively walked into the hotel. Chapter 13, Noble Guest Xiao Chen. Seeing that his boss had arrived, Yu Guangda was just about to go forward to greet him when Liang Jinlong slapped him across the face. Slap! Yu Guangda was hit by Liang Jinlong to the point that his eyes were blinded and he almost fell to the ground. Covering his swollen cheek, Yu Guangda asked with a confused face. Liang, Mr. Liang, what are you hitting me for? Hitting you? I can't wait to kill you now. Liang Jinlong kicked at Yu Guangda with great force, directly knocking him to the ground. Yu Guangda covered his belly and bared his teeth in pain, not knowing why his boss would punish him like this. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. The people under my hand were blind and rushed you. Please forgive me. Liang Jinlong bowed and apologized to Xiao Chuan. Today his own great uncle was going to hold a signing ceremony for an investment project with Hong Kong businessmen here. He as the hotel's boss had to be there. And by the way, he had to talk about the cooperation in the supply of ingredients in the next few years with the Ma family. He did not expect Xiao Chuan to be here as well, which made him surprised. Seeing his boss apologizing toward Xiao Chuan, Yu Guangda was stunned. Liang Jinlong was the owner of Wanghai Restaurant, the brother-in-law of the city chief Hu Xingtai, and was considered a big shot in the entire Longshan city. Now he actually apologized to a youngster. What was his origin? Although he did not know the origin of Xiao Chen, but Yu Guangda knew that he was in a big trouble. Mr. Liang, Wanhai Restaurant is also considered a signature hotel in Longshan City. For you to use this kind of dog-eyed stupid thing as a manager is to discredit our entire Longshan City, Xiao Chuan said. Liang Jinlong immediately understood and hurriedly said, Mr. Xiao, don't worry, I will give you an explanation. Men, pull Yu Guangda, this stupid pig, out to break his legs and drive him to the hotel. With a wave of Liang Jinlong's big hand, dozens of security guards immediately pulled Yu Guangda out like dragging a dead dog. At this moment, the second-floor private room of the hotel was full of joy. Ma Zetian, Ma Jia's father and son, and the Ma clan members who had just arrived were pushing their cups and preparing for the signing of the contract with Liang Jinlong in a while. Dad, it's still your face that's so big. Even manager Yu of the Wanghai restaurant is respectful to you. Ma Jia laughed and said, no matter what, I'll be a partner of Wanghai restaurant from now on. Can a small manager like him not give me face? Ma Zitang looked very pleased with himself. Mu Shanshan sneered, Xiao Dust dares to mess with Ma Xiao. He really doesn't know the height of heaven. As far as I know, this manager Yu used to be on the road. I'm sure Xiao Dust will be beaten half to death by manager Yu. Giggle giggle giggle. Humph. Dare to bully me Ma Jia. He deserves it. Ma Jia smoked his cigar with a smug look on his face. The matriarch of the Ma family, Elder Master Ma, raised his wine glass and said, Ziting ah, if you sign the contract with Mr. Liang today, the status of our Ma family will rise in the future. You are too capable. When I am 100 years old, the Ma family's industry will still need to be handed over to you in order to take care of it in the future. Ah, come on, let's go, both of us. He. Thank you Dad for your appreciation. Ma Ziting was all excited. Just before the two wine glasses touched each other, the door of the box was knocked open from the outside, and 5 or 6 big men barged in. What are you guys doing? How dare you break into our Ma family's box? Have you lived long enough? Ma Ziting said angrily. You're Ma Ziting, aren't you? What I'm looking for is you. Without saying a word, the pugilistic man punched towards Ma Ziting, cracking his nasal bone between them and sending blood pouring out. You, how dare you hit me? I'm Mr. Liang's honored guest. Ma Ziting screamed. Noble your mom. Hurry up and get the hell out of here or I'll beat you to death. The brawny man screamed. Mrs. Ma hurriedly stood out and asked, this good man, is there some misunderstanding between us? We came here today to sign a contract with Mr. Liang. We didn't offend you at all. Cut the ing crap and get the hell out right now. The pugnacious man snapped his fingers, and the rest of the thugs directly all took control, and with extremely rude means, they drove the Ma's towards the downstairs. Zetian, did you offend someone? Elder Ma asked. Dad, I didn't. Ma Ziting didn't think of who he had offended even after thinking around. The Ma clan members were driven downstairs with a confused look on their faces just like that, and they had just arrived downstairs when they caught a glimpse of Xiao Dust. Xiao Chuan, why are you still here? Ma Jia was astonished. Could it be that Yu Guangda had not dealt with him? Before Xiao Dust could say anything, The pugilistic man immediately walked up to Xiao Dust like a lapdog and invited him. Mr. Xiao, I will immediately drive them out of the restaurant. Please be at ease. Everyone instantly felt baffled. Xiao Chuan was just a poor man. Why would these thugs be so respectful to him? Unbeknownst to them, these people were none other than Liang Jinlong's personal bodyguards. When he realized that Xiao Dust had been insulted by the Ma family, he sent people up to retrieve the situation. Blast these trash away quickly. I don't want to see them. Xiao Dust waved his hand. However, at this moment, the Ma family members suddenly noticed that behind Xiao Dust stood a man with an extraordinary demeanor. And it was none other than Liang Jinlong. Ma Ziteng hurriedly greeted him and arched his hand. Mr. Liang, you have finally come. Look at this group of people. They are simply too lawless. How dare they cause trouble in the Wanghai restaurant? This is simply slapping your face. After saying that, Ma Ziteng also purposely glanced at the pugilist and Xiao Duan, smugly said, I am Mr. Liang's guest of honor. I came here to talk about cooperation today. How dare you guys move me? You are simply looking for death. Humph. Mr. Liang, my humble self, Ma Yingtian, the matriarch of the Ma clan. When do you think we will sign the contract? Elder Ma rubbed his hands with an expectant face, only to see Liang Jinlong say expressionlessly, sign a contract with you? You Ma clan deserve it? Ha! This. Old Master Ma looked at Ma Ziteng. Ziteng, didn't you take care of everything? What's going on here? Ma Ziteng was also puzzled and directly said, Mr. Liang, I was introduced here by the president of the Longshan City Chamber of Commerce, and I said that I would sign the contract today. Why did you change your mind? Even if you don't give our Ma family face, you have to give the Chamber of Commerce president some face. Snap. Just as the words fell, Ma Ziteng was slapped by Liang Jinlong and angrily rebuked. Ma Ziteng, you bastard dared to provoke my Liang Jinlong's honored guest. Do you think I will give you face? What? Mr. Liang, I don't understand. When did I offend your honored guest? Ma Ziteng was dumbfounded. Slap. There were a few more consecutive slaps, hitting Ma Ziteng's eyes and almost fainting on the ground. Mr. Xiao, do you think you're satisfied with how I handled this? Liang Jinlong bowed and asked. This scene immediately made the Ma clan members drop their jaws and suck in a mouthful of cold air. Liang Jinlong actually knew Xiao Chuan and was still so polite to him. What had happened? Ma Jia was trembling and did not seem to recognize Xiao Chuan, while Mu Shanshan was similarly scared that her pretty face changed color. Liang, Mr. Liang, the distinguished guest in your mouth just now is Xiao Chuan? Ma Ziteng exclaimed in shock. Chapter 14, Banquet Storm. Nonsense. Hallowed Mr. Xiao, you guys also dare to rush. Simply have eyes without pearls. At the same time, I announce that the Ma family's order is cancelled. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Looking at Liang Jinlong, who was really angry, the Ma family members left in ashes. After dealing with the Ma family, Liang Jinlong nodded and said, Mr. Xiao, why did you come to Wanghai? Didn't inform me in advance so that I could greet you. It's fine. My wife's uncle is organizing a banquet here. I just came over to join in the fun and didn't want to disturb Mr. Liang too much. Xiao Chuan said. Mr. Xiao, you are too polite. What's there to disturb or not? It's my honor for you to come to my restaurant to dine. Liang Jinlong said with a smile. By the way, my great uncle is also here to accompany the Hong Kong businessman. In a moment I will inform him to go over and give you a toast. Yesterday he bumped into you. Now he is repenting his bowels. He is still waiting for you to cure him. Since you asked, I will try my best. Xiao Dust said indifferently. Then I will first thank Mr. Xiao for my great uncle. Liang Jinlong was overjoyed. Just after a few words, Xiao Dust received a call from his mother-in-law. Hey, Xiao Chuan, have you come yet? It's almost time for the banquet. Mother-in-law Su Guifang asked. Mom, I just arrived. I'm going up now. Xiao Chuan said back. Why don't you hurry up when you're here? You're delaying a table of people to eat. Really? Su Guifang complained a few times and hung up the phone. Xiao Chuan directly pushed Li Evening Qing towards the elevator entrance. Watching Xiao Dust go up the stairs, Liang Jinlong snapped his fingers and a woman with a competent temperament and in her 30s walked up. Boss, what are your orders? The woman asked. May, Yu Guangda has been fired by me. From now on, you will be the manager of this restaurant. Liang Jinlong said. Su Aimei shivered and almost cried out in excitement. She had been working in this restaurant for 10 years, from waitress to assistant manager. She had always been pressed by Yu Guangda. She had thought that she could only be an assistant manager in this life. She did not expect to become a general manager in a turn of the eye herself, which made her very surprised. Boss, you really let me be the general manager? Su Amei's eyes glowed. Of course, your work ability is obvious to all. Promoting you to be the general manager is just right. You can do a good job. Don't let me down. Right, In a moment, take out the Mutai Supreme wine that has been treasured in my wine cellar for many years, and send it to Mr. Zhao's private room. Liang Jinlong commanded. Mr. Liang, Supreme Mutai is the king of wines. Ah, a bottle of 6 million. Are you really planning to give it to Mr. Xiao? Sui Mei exclaimed, her heart filled with incredulity. Today Longshan City's hand, his great-uncle Hu Xingtai hosted a banquet for Hong Kong businessmen, and the provincial leaders also came. Hu Xingtai, in order to greet the guests well, he had been grinding with Liang Jinlong for a week to ask for this bottle of wine to entertain the guests, but Liang Jinlong had directly refused it, and now that he actually wanted to take this bottle of wine and give it to Xiao Chen, Sui Mei was very surprised. Mr. Xiao is not an ordinary person, not to mention a mere bottle of wine, even if it's this restaurant, as long as Mr. Xiao is willing, I will definitely give it to him with my hands. You go and prepare it. Liang Jinlong said. Yes, Mr. Liang, I will go now. Sui Mei held back her inner consternation and hurriedly left. Bronze private room. Xiao Chen had just walked to the door and realized that Su Guifang was already waiting at the door. Mom, why didn't you go in? Xiao Chuan asked. Su Guifang busily said. Xiao Chuan, the reason why I am waiting for you at the door is because I want to explain a few words to you. Today you have to perform well. Serve tea when it's time to serve tea, pour the wine when it's time to pour the wine, and do a good job of serving, so that your uncle can help you find a job. Do you understand what I mean? I know, Mom. Xiao Dust said back. Hey, inside are relatives, only our family is the worst, now have to beg others, must put the posture low. Your uncle and temper is more stinky. You can be good to endure, must not start a conflict with them. Su Guifang repeatedly urged. Okay, Xiao Chuan nodded. Hey, where did Guifang go? Probably went out to greet his wasteful son-in-law. Ha 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 ha. Today this banquet Su Guifang actually shouted his trash son-in-law here as well. It's really as disgusting as it gets. When that punk Xiao Chuan comes, let's see how I'll clean him up. The private room was abuzz with people, and the sounds of laughter and humiliation were transmitted to Xiao Duan's ears through the door of the room. Su Guifang also looked a little upset. When she pushed the door and entered the room, the jeering stopped and everyone looked at Xiao Duan. Su Guifang said with a smiling face, Brother, my daughter and son-in-law are here. Aha. Suja nodded. Xiao Chuan, this is your uncle Suja, your aunt Nya Hongxia, cousin Su Xiaoqiang, your cousin Nini Su, whom you've all met before. This is your cousin's husband Xiao Dongdong, and these are your aunt and uncle's two poker friends, Aunt Xiao and Aunt Wang. Su Guifang introduced them to Xiao Duan one by one. Looking at the disdainful gazes cast by the people at the table, Xiao Dust felt a wave of revulsion. These people were all snobs. He did not want to be associated with them, but he could not wipe his mother-in-law's face either. Good day, uncle, aunt, good day, elders. Xiao Chuan held back his inner displeasure and greeted. Xiao Chuan, you ran away from home for 5 years, and I just heard Su Guifang say that you worked as a security guard outside for 5 years? Suja asked. Yes, there is no great ability, so I can only work as a security guard to barely make ends meet. Xiao Chen said. The entire table burst into laughter. Suja shook his head and said, Xiao Chuan, a man should have a career of his own. Just how much money can you earn in a month as a security guard? Evening Ching can't even afford to pay for her usual medication, I guess. Immediately after that, Suja's words turned around and said with a smug face, Look at this dragon son-in-law that our family Nini found. He is the department manager of a political enterprise, with an annual salary of $1 million. Suja's words were undoubtedly using his son-in-law Xiao Dongdong's status identity to satirize Xiao Chen's lack of ability. Nini Su sneered while holding a makeup mirror and replenishing her makeup. You said that they are both surnamed Xiao. How come the difference in being a human being is so big? Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter again. Xiao Chuan, back then when you married Evening Ching, I felt that you were not worthy of my niece and slapped you hard on the wedding day. You won't hold a grudge against me, right? Suja asked. Wanting to retort a few sentences, Su Guifan secretly pinched Xiao Duan's arm, signaling him not to be impulsive. Uncle, you are an elder. How could I dare to hate you? This is all what I deserve. Xiao Chuan endured the pain and said. Cousin Su Xiaochang looked at Xiao Chuan with contempt. Inwardly he was very disdainful. The whole table was mocking him, yet he didn't even dare to lose half of his temper. He was simply a wimp. Well, I haven't seen you in 5 years. You have become a good talker. This kind of high-end party didn't want you to come. Since you are here, just sit down. It's not that bad for you to have this pair of chopsticks, Suja said as he stretched his waist. There were a total of 10 people in the private room, but there were only 9 stools, and there was a teddy dog sitting on one of the stools. Auntie, is this your dog? Can you put it on the floor for me to sit? Xiao Chuan asked. Auntie Nya Hongxia blankly glanced at Xiao Chuan and despised. You, a loser. are worthy of grabbing a seat with my dog? Chapter 15, A Dog's Eye View. This is a purebred teddy. I entrusted a friend to fly it over from abroad. It cost me $20,000 to buy it at the time. Are you worthy of grabbing a seat with it? Nya Hongxia added another sentence. Xiao Chuan's face instantly became ugly as he spoke. Auntie, although you love your dog, but it is after all a. How can it be on the dining table? Hey, whose dog are you calling? Can you speak? If you dare to scold my family's dog again, I will tear your mouth. Nya Hongxia huffed. Stupid women like you are simply unbelievable. Xiao Chuan said. Damn Xiao Chuan, who are you calling a stupid woman? I'm your aunt, your elder. I order you to apologize to my teddy right now immediately or you'll get out of the private room. Nya Hongxia rolled up her sleeves and posed like a shrew. If it wasn't for my mom's face, you think I would be willing to come to this Thai place? Xiao Chuan was just about to turn around and leave when Su Guifang pulled him back. Xiao Chuan, don't be impulsive. Su Guifang shook her head towards Xiao Duan, then compensated with a smile and looked towards Nya Hongxia. Hongxia, don't be general with Xiao Duan. We are all family. Don't hurt the peace. In order for Xiao Duan's work to be implemented, Su Guifang could only endure. Guifang, it's not that I'm bad-tempered. Look at Xiao Dust just had that high and mighty look. Came up and snapped at my dog. Simply didn't put me. The dog owner, in his eyes, it's too exasperating. Nya Hongxia said. Yes, it's all Xiao Chen's fault. Hongxia, calm down. Su Guifang continued to comfort her. Everyone else at the table was stifling their laughter. Nya Hongxia actually compared a dog to Xiao Duan. It was simply too ruthless. Waiter, please prepare another stool for us. Su Guifang said. Okay, please wait a moment. A moment's effort. The waiter walked into the box with a dirty red plastic stool, and the stool had a broken leg. Miss, doesn't your hotel have any other stools? Su Guifang asked. This lady is really sorry. Our hotel is full today. There are no other crazy stools available. The waiter said. Guifang, I think you should stop picking and choosing like this. It's good enough that Xiao Chen has a stool to sit on. What kind of bicycle do you need? Giggle. Nya Hongxia laughed. All of this was her plot. Before Xiao Chuan came, Nya Hongxia had already given the waitress a tip of $200 and told her to do this. The purpose was to humiliate Xiao Chuan. The stools in the entire bronze private room were all rhinoceros cowhide sofa seats, while Xiao Chuan could only sit on plastic stools with broken legs, not even comparable to a dog. This, Su Guifang looked toward Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan, you see? Mom, I'm fine. Xiao Chuan only wanted to quickly finish his meal and leave this hellish place. Then, I'll be aggrieved, Su Guifang said. After taking his seat, Su Zhe, who was smoking huazi, asked, Xiao Chuan, what are your plans for returning to Longshan City this time? I haven't thought about it for now, Xiao Chuan said back. Su Guifang saw a needle in the eye and said, Brother, this time I let Xiao Dust come over. I want you to help find a job. Evening Qing's monthly medical expenses are too big right now. I'm a bit overwhelmed, and if Xiao Dust doesn't go out to work, our family won't be able to unravel the pot. This is hard to do. Xiao Chuan has no education and no skills. It's still difficult to find a job in the talent-rich Longshan City. After saying that, Su Zhe looked at his son-in-law Xiao Dongdong. Dongdong, you are now working in a political enterprise. Do you have any suitable position there? Xiao Dongdong glanced at Xiao Duan and snorted coldly. Dad, our place is a political enterprise. It's not something that ordinary people can get into. I just casually asked. Su Zhe then said, Guifang, look, I can't help you. It's not that I don't want to find a job for Xiao Chuan. It's just that he's not capable. Brother, is there no other way? Su Guifang was slightly disappointed. Xiao Dongdong suddenly opened his mouth. In fact, it's not that there is no other way. I'm now the department manager. I have a very wide network. My dad is the boss inside. As long as I say something, it's not difficult to get Xiao Dust to work in it. Su Guifang was instantly delighted, and busily said, Dong, seeing as we are all relatives, then you should help out. Aunt Guifang, that is an iron rice bowl. Want to go and how easy it is? Although my dad is the boss, but all aspects have to be a little bit of it, otherwise others will gossip. Xiao Dongdong said. That, how much money is needed then? Su Guifang asked. $100,000, and I can help Xiao Duan arrange for a section officer position. Xiao Dongdong said. $100,000? Su Guifang's jaw dropped for a moment. Dong, I'm sure you know that our family is in this situation now. Not to mention $100,000, even $1,000 can't be taken out. Xiao Dongdong suddenly smiled. Aunt Guifang, I'm teasing you. No matter how to say we are also considered a family. How could I possibly want your money? This way, let Xiao Duan toast to me a glass of wine. I'll help make this matter properly. Okay Dong, thank you so much. Su Guifang immediately pushed Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and give Dong Dong a toast. Okay, Mom. Xiao Chuan poured a full glass of beer and was just about to toast to Xiao Dongdong, but Xiao Dongdong changed her mind and said, Xiao Chuan, I introduced you to a job in a governmental enterprise. You just toasted me with a glass of beer, which is too insincere. Then what do you want? Xiao Dust asked. He only saw Xiao Dondo ask the waiter to bring a ramen bowl, then poured beer, white wine, yellow wine, whiskey and other spirits all over it and laughed. Drink it and I'll introduce you to a job. Chapter 16, Burning with Anger. The people at the table froze, then covered their mouths and laughed. They knew that Xiao Dongdong was not sincere at all in helping Xiao Chen find a job. The purpose was to screw him. These wines were all strong wines. Mixing them together and drinking them together, even if they didn't die, they could still drink until their stomachs spit out blood and get alcohol poisoning. The seemingly harmless Xiao Dongdong. This is to screw Xiao Chuan ah. Looking at Xiao Chuan's hand reaching for the ramen bowl, Su Guifang hurriedly stopped it. Xiao Chuan, you can't drink. It will kill you. Mom, it's fine. I have my own measure. Only to see Xiao Chuan pick up the wine bowl and gulp it down. In less than a minute, more than 2 kilograms of mixed wine was consumed by Xiao Chuan in one go. A surprising thing happened, only to see Xiao Chuan wipe his mouth and burp without changing his face, saying, this wine is good. The flavor is punchy and strong enough. What? Xiao Chuan drank so much mixed wine, but he didn't have a problem? How was this possible? With this much wine, even a cow could be put down on the ground. And Xiao Chuan was not even drunk? Xiao Dongdong looked at Xiao Chuan incredulously and said, Xiao Chuan, it seems that I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to drink so well. It's all a small thing. As an immortal cultivator, Xiao Chuan's physique was different from normal people, so drinking this much wine was nothing. Su Guifang hurriedly said, Dong Dong ah, Xiao Chuan has already drunk the wine. Do you think the job matter is settled? Aunt Guifang ah. Xiao Dongdong smiled without smiling and said, I forgot to tell you, our company is now full of people. If Xiao Dust is really willing to mix with me, go to our company to clean the toilets. 2,000 a month. Food and shelter. Ah, cleaning toilets? Only 2,000 a month? What can you do with such a low salary? Su Guifang's face was full of disappointment. She had thought that Xiao Dongdong would introduce a decent job to Xiao Chuan, but she didn't expect that she would introduce him to clean toilets. The relatives on the table burst out laughing, while Xiao Chuan looked a bit unhappy and said, Xiao Dongdong, is it fun for you to play with me like this? Xiao Dust, what do you mean I can help you introduce a job is already good. You still pick and choose really don't know good or bad, Xiao Dongdong said. Su Xiaochang also followed. Xiao Duan my brother-in-law introduced you to a job for your own good. You can't be too high-minded. What's wrong with cleaning toilets? The crowd burst into laughter. Su Guifang was very angry and said, Dong Dong, we are all relatives. You're really overdoing it by taking Xiao Duan as a monkey like this. Aunt Guifang, you've misunderstood. Our company really doesn't have any more suitable positions. Xiao Chuan can only go and clean the toilets. Xiao Dongdang put on an expression of being wronged and said, Suja didn't want the two to continue to make a scene like this, and spoke, Guifang, Dong Dong, you guys stop arguing for now. We'll talk about work matters later. Sit down and eat first. Okay, Dad. Since she had already finished humiliating Xiao Chun, Xiao Dongdong also wanted to take it as it came. A few minutes later, the dishes filled the entire table. Nia Hongxiao blankly glanced at Su Guifang and said, Guifang this is the bronze private room of the Wanghai restaurant. The dishes on this table are all the world's top ingredients. You haven't seen such brand name dishes in a long time, right? Su Guifang's face flushed red, hearing the sarcasm in Nia Hongxiao's words. A few years ago she also had her own company, but due to Li Evening Qing's marriage to Xiao Chuan, she offended the Zhao family of Longdu. Zhao Tian used his connections to make her company go bankrupt, and Li Evening Qing jumped off a cliff and broke her legs. These years Su Guifang lived a very humble life, almost never even went to a vegetable restaurant. Every time she ran to the vegetable market to pick up the cheapest leftovers to buy. Aha! Su Guifang nodded with an embarrassed face. Su Xiaochang laughed. Auntie, like your family's current situation, it's estimated that you won't be able to eat this kind of meal in this lifetime, so eat to your heart's content today, and if you can't finish the dishes you can pack them up and take them home. We'll pack them up and take them back to feed the dogs anyway if you don't come. Xiaochang, I'm your aunt, how can you say something like that? Su Guifang was a bit angry. She got up and was about to leave, only to be pulled back by Xiao Chuan. Mom, don't be angry, eat before you leave. Anyway, Liang Jilong was going to come over for a toast in a while, and Xiao Chuan wanted to take the opportunity to kill the Su family's prestige. It was only Xiao Chuan's words that made everyone burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. A waste is really a waste. His mind only knows how to eat. wastes have no dignity. Give a mouthful of food and he will be able to call out to your father. It's really hateful. What a disgrace. If I had such a boyfriend, I would just run over him. The crowd all pointed and laughed and cursed at Xiao Chuan in unison, not treating him as a person at all. Nia Hongxia even directly opened her mouth. Look at Li Evening Qing. Not only is she demented, her leg is also lame. It's all because of Xiao Duan's disaster. Hey, how come Evening Qing didn't fall to her death at that time? If she fell to her death, she wouldn't be suffering like this now. The words just fell. Xiao Chuan's face was cold. A murderous aura immediately surged to his heart. His palm snapped the table. He got up and looked at Nia Hongxia, chillingly said, Nia Hongxia, you can scold me. I'll take it as a fart, but if you dare to insult my wife, be careful that I'll be impolite to you. Yo yo yo, see what you can do. Who are you scaring? If you're capable, try moving a finger of mine. Nia Hongxia stretched her neck and screamed. Xiao Qin picked up a large bowl of hot soup on the table and threw it towards Nia Hongxia. Nia Hongxia instinctively dodged, but as a result, she was still splashed all over. The hot soup poured on her body, painfully baring her teeth. The whole person was covered in filth, as wretched as it could be. Ah, Xiao Chuan, you brat dared to splash me. Do you still have me as your aunt in your eyes? Nia Hongxia shouted. This is just a small lesson for you. If you dare to disrespect my wife again, I don't mind killing you. Xiao Chuan had a murderous look on his face. Looking at Xiao Chuan who was about to get real, Nia Hongxia was so scared that she took a few steps back. She knew that an honest person like Xiao Chuan might really dare to kill himself if he really started his fire. Hubby, look at Xiao Chen. He's terrorizing me. Nia Hongxia pouted towards Su Jia. Su Xiaocheng huffed. Mom, Dad, I think this Xiao Dust kid didn't come to the banquet today, but came to smash the scene. I'll help you guys clean up this bastard. Relying on the fact that he had practiced sparring for 5 years in the provincial gymnasium, Su Xiaocheng wanted to practice with Xiao Duan. The two were just about to get ready to make a move when the door to the private room suddenly opened, only to see a bartender walk in holding a golden crystal box. May I ask who is Mr. Xiao? The bartender asked. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and finally looked at Xiao Dongdong. Xiao Dongdong busily said, I am Mr. Xiao. What's wrong? Hello Mr. Xiao. This is given to you by the owner of our hotel, Mr. Liang. Supreme Mutai wine worth 6 million. I hope you have a pleasant meal. The bartender said politely. Chapter 17, this wine is for Mr. Xiao. Supreme Mutai wine worth $6 million? Everyone present was stunned. Such an expensive wine. Liang Jilong was going to give it to Xiao Dongdong? This was too unbelievable. Is this really your Mr. Liang giving it to me? Xiao Dongdong asked with wide eyes. Yes, our general manager Liang clearly instructed that it should be given to Mr. Xiao in the bronze private room. Since I have delivered it, I won't bother you all with your meal. I will leave first. The bartender bowed and hurriedly left. Xiao Dongdong's entire body was confused. Liang Jilong was the owner of Wanghai Restaurant, the brother-in-law of the city's first hand, Hu Xingtai. A big shot of this level he didn't know at all. How could he send such an expensive wine? Could it be that he is now the department manager of political enterprises? Want to talk about cooperation in private? Xiao Dongdong's whole brain was in a chaotic state for a while, and he couldn't figure out why Liang Jilong was doing this. But since the other party is so interested in befriending himself, it is also a good thing, and there are only 2 surnames Xiao in the whole box. One is himself and the other is Xiao Dust. It is obvious that this Mr. Xiao is referring to himself, and this kind of goods like Xiao Dust doesn't deserve to have Liang Jilong deliver the wine at all. Wow, brother-in-law you're awesome, even Mr. Liang flatters you, it's too awesome. Su Xiaocheng was surprised. Hubby, I adore you too much. Wahahaha. Nini Su gave him a kiss on the cheek. The entire private room appreciated Xiao Dongdong, and Su Zhu was even more proud. Gui Fan Ah, look at my son-in-law, how capable. Even Mr. Liang came to deliver the wine, and the first shot was Supreme Mutai worth $6 million, and then look at your son-in-law Xiao Duncan. The gap of being a human being is clear at a glance. Nia Hongxia snickered. Gui Fan Ah, if Evening Cheng chose Zhao Tian, the son of the Zhao family in Longdu, as her husband 5 years ago, your family wouldn't be reduced to such a state now. Su Guifang's face turned white and green with a single remark, and she was left with no place to go. On the contrary, it was Xiao Dust who had a calm face. According to his speculation, this wine should have been given to him by Liang Jilong, only for Xiao Dongdong to intercept it. Come. Everyone who has followed me today has gotten the light. Let's taste this $6 million bottle of wine together. Xiao Dongdong was just about to prepare to open the wine, but as a result, Xiao Duan stopped it and said, Xiao Dongdong, do you think this wine is really for you? I think you'd better ask clearly before you open it, or else if Mr. Liang blames it, you can't eat it. Xiao Dongdong said with a disbelieving face. Xiao Duan. There are only 2 people surnamed Xiao in this private room. If this wine is not for me, could it still be for you? I think you are just jealous of me. Alright then, let's pretend that I didn't say anything, but as a reminder, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Xiao Dust said back. Humph, dog with a rat. Meddling. Xiao Dongdong took the wine out of the crystal box and just opened it. The entire private room was filled with the fragrance of wine. Oh my god, this wine is really good. It's too luxurious. Afterwards, Xiao Dongdong pushed cups and exchanged cups with the people on the table. Even women like Mia Hongxia and Su Nini, who usually don't dabble in alcohol, also followed and drank. After all, this was a $6 million bottle of wine. One could blow it for the rest of their lives after drinking it. Not a moment's effort. A bottle of wine was drunk. Xiao Dongdong put the wineglass down and smashed her mouth to look at Xiao Chuan and said, Xiao Chuan, I still have some wine left in this glass, so I'll reward you. Xiao Dongdong placed the wine cup on the turntable of the dining table and gently turned to Xiao Chuan, only to see Xiao Chuan slightly shaking his head. I am not going to snatch wine from a dog. I think it's better to forget about it. When these words came out, Xiao Dongdong instantly burned with anger. This Xiao Chuan even spoke out of turn. Xiao Chuan, who did you kid call a dog? Xiao Dongdong used the strength of the wine and stood up mischievously, rolled up his sleeves and walked to Xiao Chuan ready to make a move. I advise you to sit down honestly. I don't want to hurt you, Xiao Chuan said. Hee, you're a waste of space to be mouthing off. I really don't believe that you can hurt me. Xiao Dongdong slapped towards Xiao Chuan's face. Xiao Chuan kicked out, only to hear a loud bang sound. Xiao Dongdong body smashed on the wall, baring his teeth in pain. Dead Xiao Dust. You, how dare you hit me? Xiao Dongdong glared and screamed. The others at the table similarly revealed unbelievable expressions. They did not expect that Xiao Chuan would dare to make a move against Xiao Dongdong. This was simply a rhythm of looking for death. Hey, Xiao Chuan, you dead trash, dared to hit Dongdong. Does he not want to live? Dongdong is a political enterprise executive. To have connections, you a waste even dare to kick him. Simply arrogant to the extreme. Brother-in-law, Xiao Chen dared to kick you. I won't let him go. Su Xiaochang picked up his bottle and pointed it at Xiao Chen. In the face of the crowd scolding him, Xiao Dust frowned as an invisible murderous aura suddenly rose high, and the temperature of the entire private room suddenly dropped by a few points. I'll tell you once more, I'm no longer the same person I used to be. If any of you dare to speak disrespectfully to me again, don't blame me for being impolite to you, Xiao Chen said expressionlessly, looking at Xiao Dust's cold face with a murderous aura all over his body. Everyone shivered slightly and retreated a few steps back in fear, and Su Xiaoqiang's hand that was holding up his wine bottle also shrunk back. They did not know why Xiao Chun had become so terrifying. Ding ding ding. Right at this moment, Xiao Dongdong's cell phone rang, and at a glance, it was his dad who called and hurriedly picked it up. Hello, Dad? What? To let us go upstairs to toast? Is this for real? Great. Xiao Dongdong hung up the phone, cleared his throat, put on a villainous look and said, I have good news for all of you. My dad is upstairs having dinner with the city head honcho and Hong Kong businessmen, and just now he said he wants us to go up and toast. Geez, Dong, your dad is really too powerful. Aren't we following your dad's lead? Everyone present couldn't contain their inner excitement. Xiao Dongdong's father, Xiao Fu Hao, was the boss of a political enterprise, and this time, as the representative of Longshan City's business community, he was pulled by Hu Xingtai to accompany the Hong Kong businessmen to dinner. If he could go upstairs to toast and get involved with the city head honcho and the Hong Kong businessman, he might have a prosperous life in the future. Xiao Dongdong put on an unconcerned look and said, Hey, everyone, don't praise me so much. This is all trivial. Let's go up together. The crowd held their wineglasses and walked towards the outside of the private room. Only Xiao Duan sat silently at the dining table not knowing what he was thinking about. Xiao Dongdong turned back and said, Xiao Chuan, on the basis that I am in a good mood today, I'll pretend that the kick you gave me just now didn't happen, and you'll follow me up to see the world. Sorry, I am not interested. Xiao Chuan knew that the reason why Xiao Dongdong said this was to appear to be very generous, and the second was to show a sense of superiority and let everyone know the strength of his family. Xiao Chuan, our family Dongdong doesn't dare to be general with you, and will take you up to see the world. Don't be ignorant, you brat. Nini Su sneered. Xiao Chuan, you punk are really useless. Your brain has a bag. Such a good opportunity. How many people begged not to come? You actually took Dongdong's kindness as a donkey's liver and lungs. You really don't know what to do. Suja said. Xiao Dongdong snorted coldly. Xiao Dust, such a good opportunity you do not grasp. This life is destined to be a lifelong poor. At this time, mother-in-law Su Guifang hurriedly said, Xiao Dust, you don't be stubborn. I stay here to take care of Evening Chang. You follow up to see the world. Upstairs are all big shots, but where you can talk to them, maybe this life will be up. The opportunity is rare, you must not let go. Looking at his mother-in-law's eager eyes, in order to not let her be sad, Xiao Chuan finally nodded his head and said, alright then, you take care of evening harvest here, I'll follow up to have a look. Humph, just now he said he couldn't go, but now he's loosening up, really no talent. A trace of contempt flashed in Xiao Dongdong's eyes as she led the crowd upstairs. Xiao Dust poured a cup of juice and also slowly followed. Chapter 18, Toast. Wanghai Restaurant, Imperial Private Room. This was the place where City Chief Hu Xingtai hosted a banquet for Hong Kong businessmen, and it was also the highest specification private room in the entire Wanghai restaurant. At this time, a dozen security personnel in civilian clothes were already standing at the entrance of the private room and were on guard. Xiao Dongdong glanced at Xiao Chuan, who was following behind him, took a look at the wineglass in his hand, and said in a conspiratorial manner, Xiao Chuan, are you kid not sick? This is a toast to the city chief and the Hong Kong businessmen, and you actually poured a glass of juice? You're not giving face like this. Face is given to each other. Me being able to come up and give them a toast is already giving them face. Xiao Chuan had a calm face. Now the city head Hu Xingtai was begging him, even if Xiao Dust did not come up, in a moment Hu Xingtai would go down to give him a toast. As for the Hong Kong businessmen, in Xiao Dust's eyes they were just thugs with a few stinking dollars. As an immortal cultivator, such mundane people, he did not put them in his eyes at all. It was only Xiao Chen's words that caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Dust, how many kilograms of face do you have? If it wasn't for the fact that you have dipped into my husband's light, I'm afraid that you won't be able to meet the city head honcho in your lifetime because of it. Nini Su laughed out loud. Yes, Xiao Dust, haven't seen you for a few years, your bragging skills have grown quite a bit, it's really laughable. Garbage is garbage, except for being able to pretend and brag. Nothing, I should have known that I wouldn't have brought you up here. What a disgraceful fellow. The others kept mocking Xiao Dust, their eyes full of contempt. Only Xiao Dust remained indifferent. Xiao Dongdong waved his hand and said, alright, don't argue. In a moment when we go to meet the city head honcho and Hong Kong businessmen, we all keep a low profile, don't bump into the big shots. As for Xiao Chen, we don't need to care about him. If the city head honcho blames him, the one who will be in bad luck will be him. It's not us. After the crowd quieted down, Xiao Dongdong led everyone into the elevator and pressed the button for the 9th floor. Ding dong. After arriving at the 9th floor, Xiao Dongdong led the crowd out of the elevator and walked towards the Imperial Private Room. Only just after taking a few steps, the security personnel at the entrance of the private room rushed over in a hurry. Hey, what are you guys doing? This is a restricted area for the city chief's reception of his honored guests. The entire floor is sealed off. Don't you know that? Why do you still dare to come up here without authorization? Hurry up and go down, the security captain said aggressively. The other security personnel's hands were also slowly placed into their waistbands, ready to pull out their guns. Everyone hurriedly and slowly retreated a few steps back, looking blearily at Xiao Dongdong, too scared to utter a single breath. Dongdong, how? What to do? Su and I tugged at Xiao Dongdong's sleeve. Xiao Dongdong silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, accompanied with a smile and said, this big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm Xiao Fuhao's son Xiao Dongdong. My father is inside to accompany the city head honors and Hong Kong businessmen. It was he who called me and said to let us come up to toast. You are Xiao Fuhao's son. The security chief's tone eased up a lot. Yes, I am none other than Xiao Fuhao's son. Xiao Dongdong hurriedly took out a huazi from the cigarette box and handed it over. The security captain gently waved his hand and said, we can't smoke during the execution of official duties. Since you are coming up to toast the leader, can't you come up by yourself? Why did you bring so many people? The leader likes peace and quiet. Don't you know? Oops, big brother, these are all my family members. They also want to come up to toast and catch a glimpse of the city head honcho and the Hong Kong businessman. Xiao Dongdong smiled apologetically. The security chief swept a glance at the crowd behind Xiao Dongdong, and finally his gaze fell on the juice in Xiao Chen's hand, and his face suddenly became a little unhappy, since he came up to toast the leader. What's wrong with him, coming up with juice on his end? Is this a toast? Xiao Dongdong glared back at Xiao Duan and said hurriedly, big brother, this is the Li family's waste of son-in-law. He has not seen the world. He does not know table manners at all. You don't need to be general with this kind of garbage. When I go back I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Humph. Well, I'll go in now and inform. If the leader agrees, you guys can go in again. After saying that, the security guard turned around and walked towards the private room. Creak. At this time, the door of the private room suddenly pushed open, only to see a silver-haired, hale and hearty old man walk out, looking at the crowd and questioning, what's going on with you guys? The crowd looked at the old man. You look at me, I look at you. All don't know each other's identity, but all have a premonition. To be able to sit in the emperor's private room is definitely not ordinary people. The security guard looked at the old man and hurriedly bowed and apologized. Leader, these people are Xiao Fuhao's sons and relatives. They came up to toast. Tell them to hurry up and get lost. This kind of place is also something they can come to? The old man's face was extremely unhappy. Xiao Dongdong watched the old man speak out against himself, thinking that the other party was intentionally looking for a fight, and with the strength of his whine, he hurriedly said, "Hey, old man, who are you? Who are you to tell us to get lost? My dad is Xiao Fuhao, the boss of a political enterprise." The old man smiled coldly. What's wrong with a leader of a political enterprise? Do you know who I am? Tell them who I am. The old man shouted at the security captain. The security captain was so scared that he shivered. He couldn't wait to strangle Xiao Dongdong right now. He said busily, "Xiao Dongdong, you mustn't be rude. This is the leader above, Du Guozhang." Buzz. When they heard this name, everyone was instantly shocked, never expecting that this old man in front of them was actually Hu Xingtai's superior leader Du Guozhang. Why did he come today? Wasn't the highest guest in the imperial suite the city head Hu Xingtai and the Hong Kong businessman? Du Guozhang as an old leader, close to retirement, nothing to do, to Longshan City research, coincidentally encountered the Hong Kong businessman to invest. Was Hu Xingtai invited to come to the company? All of this did not disclose to the outside world half a bit of news. Just a table of people drinking is happy. Suddenly heard a noise outside. Du Guozhang went out to check. I did not expect to encounter this kind of thing. Xiao Dongdong due to just drink supreme mutai. Drunkenness hazy. Now heard the other party is a big leader. Scared immediately sober up half of the wine. Leader, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you came to Wanhai restaurant. Please forgive me. Xiao Dongdong was so scared that his legs were shivering. Seeing that his own precious son had bumped into the big leader, Xiao Fuhao was so scared that he rushed out of the private room to make amends. Leader, I'm sorry, my son has no eyes. I don't know you, please forgive me. Although Xiao Fuhao is a political enterprise leader, but the level with the official leadership compared to the butt, as long as Du Guozhang a word, Xiao Fuhao will be dismissed. Looking at the commotion outside, Hu Xingtai and Liang Jinlong also hurriedly ran out. Old leader, what's wrong with you? Getting so angry? Hu Xingtai asked hurriedly. Du Guozhang pointed at the crowd and said, I said before that this banquet today must be kept secret. Why are there so many people up here? It's as chaotic as a vegetable market. What's the decency? Hurry up and drive them away. Immediately. Now. Yes, leader. I'll drive them away now. Calm down. Du Guozhang is Hu Xingtai's superior leader, and also his honored person. If not for Du Guozhang's promotion, he would not be able to reach this position now. Hu Xingtai said with a displeased face. You guys immediately. When Hu Xingtai was about to drive away Xiao Dongdong and the others, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Xiao Chen in the crowd. Surprisingly, it was him? How could it be? With a plop sound, Hu Xingtai, the head of Longshan City, unexpectedly knelt down to Xiao Dust all of a sudden. Everyone was instantly shocked. Chapter 19, Mr. Xiao, save me. Hu Xingtai knelt on the ground and looked at Xiao Dust. His heart was incomparably excited. The last time he was at Liang Jinlong's home, Hu Xingtai had scoffed at Xiao Dust, thinking that he was a Jianghu liar. Only in the end, Xiao Dust a word, pointed out that he cannot pedestrian hidden disease, suddenly let him be surprised as a heavenly being. This thought to let Xiao Dust to help their own treatment, did not expect because he was rude and unreasonable, bumped Xiao Dust, and finally Xiao Dust left without saying goodbye. In recent days, Hu Xingtai sleep and eat difficult, cannot sleep at night, the person also lost a few points. Only think of quickly find Xiao Dust, including just accompanied the Hong Kong businessman dinner at the banquet. He has been hung up on this matter. Unexpectedly ran into Xiao Chuan here this miracle doctor. How can this not let him excited? Liang Jinlong had not disclosed to Hu Xingtai that Xiao Dust had come to Wanhai restaurant, and only thought that after sending the Hong Kong businessman away, he would bring his great uncle Hu Xingtai to toast to Xiao Dust. He did not expect Xiao Dust to come one step ahead. Xiao, Hu Xingtai's throat moved, just about to prepare to speak, only to see Xiao Dust shaking his head slightly at him. Hu Xingtai instantly understood. Knowing that Xiao Dust was a low-profile person and did not want others to know his identity, he could only swallow the words that came to his mouth. Looking at Hu Xingtai who suddenly fell to his knees, everyone looked surprised, not knowing what had happened. Du Guozhang was even more surprised and gently patted Hu Xingtai's shoulder, asking curiously, Xingtai, what's wrong with you? Hu Xingtai came back to his senses, wiped the weak sweat on his forehead, got up and said, Old leader, I'm really sorry, I've been busy with my work recently, my body is a bit weak, and I just got a cramp in my leg, so that's why I accidentally fell to my knees. I'm sorry to see you laugh, Xingtai, I know you work diligently, bowing and scraping for the 15 million Longshan citizens, but you also need to pay attention to your body. Du Guozhang comforted, yes leader, I will pay attention. After Hu Xingtai finished, He looked at the crowd again and continued, since everyone is here, let's have a drink before we leave. Without looking at the face of the monk, since Xiao Chen had come, Hu Xingtai also intended to have a drink with them. Old leader, you don't have an opinion, do you? Seemingly realizing something, Hu Xingtai asked again. Du Guozhang was slightly stunned, but eventually nodded his head. Since Hu Xingtai wanted to drink with the crowd, he couldn't say anything else. As soon as they heard that Hu Xingtai wanted to drink with them, everyone immediately became excited. Their faces were full of excitement. Being able to drink a glass of wine with the city chief was enough for them to brag for the rest of their lives. Next to him, Xiao Fuhao also had a look of gratitude on his face, inwardly muttering, could it be that city head who was drinking with them because of my face? I think that must be the case. City head who helped me out. It's too much face. Looking at Hu Xingtai walking with his wine cup, everyone compensated with smiles and raised their wine cups. City head who? I am Su Zhe, Xiao Dongdong's old husband, engaged in construction. I hope you will take care of me more in the future. City head who? I'm Xiao Dongdong's brother-in-law Su Xiaoqiang. I'm preparing to open a chain of automobile repair shops in our city. Please take care of me. Lord City head. I'm Nini Su, Xiao Dongdong's wife. I hope. Just as if these people's words fell on deaf ears, Hu Xingtai surprisingly did not even pay attention to them, walked straight to Xiao Chen's side, raised his wine glass and said, this young gentleman, seeing that you are so elegant, if you don't mind, can you have a drink with me? What? How could this happen? Everyone was immediately shocked. The head of Longshan City actually ignored them and went to clink glasses with this punk Xiao Chuan? This was too unbelievable. Lord City head, Xiao Chuan himself can drink white wine, but this time, he actually came up with fruit juice to toast. This is extremely disrespectful to you. I think it's better for you to ignore him. After all, you have a noble status. Xiao Dongdong said from the side. Hu Xingtai glared at Xiao Dongdong and snorted coldly. Humph, are you teaching me how to do things? I'm willing to drink with brother Xiao, and you dare to control it? No, don't dare. Xiao Dongdong was so scared that his face turned red. Brother Xiao, come, let's have a drink. I'll dry you, feel free. Hu Xingtai respectfully raised his wine glass with both hands and gently clinked his glass with the juice in Xiao Chuan's hand. Since the beginning, the wine glass in his hand was several centimeters lower than the juice glass in Xiao Chuan's hand. Everyone noticed this detail and was greatly surprised. Watching Hu Xingtai drink the white wine in his hand, Xiao Chen also took a sip of the juice. This scene made Du Guozhang, who was on the side, watch, but he did not make a sound. His intuition told him that there must be an unknown secret between this Xiao Dust and Hu Xingtai. Xiao Chuan, you're simply too much. Lord City head drained the white wine, but you brat even drank only a small sip of the juice. Simply rude. Lord City head, I suggest you punish Xiao Chuan immediately now. This behavior of not putting you in your eyes is simply shameless. Xiao Dongdong couldn't hold back any longer. This time he was the one who brought the crowd up to toast. He originally wanted to make a splash. After all, he was a senior executive of a political enterprise, and his dad, Xiao Fuhao, was also the boss of a political enterprise. He never thought that Hu Xingtai wouldn't give him a bit of face, but instead, he treated Xiao Dust with respect, which made him very furious. Hu Xingtai glanced at Xiao Dongdang, his face huffed, and finally said coldly, since we have finished the toast, you guys go down first, Lord City Chief. But, Xiao Dongdong seemed a bit unwilling. Do I have to say it a second time? Hu Xingtai's face instantly turned iron blue. Xiao Fuhao saw that Hu Xingtai was about to get angry and hurriedly advised, Dong, listen to the words of Lord City Chief and quickly bring them downstairs. Yes, father. Lord City head, calm your anger, we will leave now. Although Xiao Dongdong was reluctant, he ended up leading the crowd towards the elevator entrance, and Xiao Chuan followed. Only when Xiao Dust was just about to get ready to get on the elevator, Xiao Dongdong pushed him out with a displeased face. We don't welcome you, you take the stairs. Xiao Dust shook his head and did not comment. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Du Guozhang hurriedly returned to the imperial private room and greeted the Hong Kong businessman, and after a false alarm just now, at this moment, Xiao Fuhao also wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and ran towards the toilet in fear. Just now, his son, Xiao Dongdong, almost offended Hu Xingtai, which made him feel very apprehensive in his heart. Just as Xiao Dongdong was about to leave, Hu Xingtai immediately called out to him, Mr. Xiao, please stay. Hu Xingtai hurriedly trotted to Xiao Chuan and fell to his knees with a bang, kowtowing and blasting. Mr. Xiao, save me. And this scene, through the doorway, happened to be seen by Du Guozhang, shocking him to the core. The hand of Longshan City actually kneeled and kowtowed to a door-to-door son-in-law. This is too outrageous. Chapter 20, I am sick. Mr. Xiao, last time at my brother-in-law's house, it was me who was wrong and annoyed you, so please be kind and forgive me once. Hu Xingtai kept praying to Xiao Chuan,
hoping that he would disregard his former enmity and step in to help cure him. Du Boisjang also once again hurriedly ran out from the emperor's private room and said in surprise,
Xingtai, what's wrong with you? It's not another leg cramp, is it? Why would you kneel and kowtow to him?
Old leader, truth be told, I'm sick. Hu Xingtai no longer hid it, his face full of pain.
Ah, you have a disease? What kind of sickness? Is it serious? Do you need me to take you to the province for treatment?
Du Boisjang said with care.
This disease of mine, it's hard to treat because.
Hu Xingtai's face reddened, his heart filled with embarrassment.
Tell me instead, what kind of disease do you have? Du Boisjang continued to ask.
Old leader, I shriveled up there.
I can't pedestrianize.
Saying this, Hu Xingtai could not wait to find a crack in the ground.
This kind of disease is difficult for a man to talk about,
let alone facing his old leader.
Xingtai, where can't you?
Hearing Hu Xingtai's words, Du Guozhang was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground.
Well, it's been decades. No matter how I mess with it, it doesn't respond.
Hu Xingtai said.
No wonder.
A few years ago I wanted to introduce my granddaughter to you. As a result you refused. At that time I was still furious and slapped you.
Thinking that you have a high vision and can't see my granddaughter. I didn't realize that you actually can't work there. It seems that I have wronged you.
Du Guozhang said thoughtfully. Yes, old leader.
Your granddaughter is beautiful, good figure, or a university teacher,
but I am now in this situation.
How can I dare to talk about my girlfriend?
I don't want your granddaughter to be widowed for the rest of her life, so I put off this marriage, Hu Xingtai regretfully said.
Then this Xiao Chuan can cure you?
Du Guozhang glanced at Xiao Chuan and felt that Xiao Chuan was very young and did not look like a doctor at all, so how could he possibly cure Hu Xingtai's illness?
Old leader, don't look at Mr. Zhao's young age, he is very skilled in medicine,
Hu Xingtai said. Liang Jinlong on the side also jacked in.
Leader, Mr.
Zhao is not only highly skilled in medicine,
but he is also proficient in metaphysical immortality and can catch ghosts. Upon hearing this, Du Guozhang,
who had been educated in atheism for many years,
immediately chided.
Nonsense! Where are the ghosts and gods in this world? I see that both of you have been compelled by this Xiao dust.
Xiao dust, if you can't give me a perfect explanation today,
I'll send someone to arrest you at the police station to see if you still dare to solicit. In Du Guozhang's eyes,
Xiao Chuan was a charlatan who couldn't possibly know anything about medicine, much less capture ghosts. Facing the old leader's questioning,
Hu Xingtai didn't dare to reply and could only continue to beg Xiao Chuan.
Mr. Xiao, please treat me.
Why should I treat you?
How much can you pay for the treatment?
Xiao dust played with the flavor. Hu Xingtai was momentarily speechless. Although he was the head of the city, he had always been clean, and did not have much money in his hands at all. Liang Jinlong hurriedly opened his mouth.
Mr. Xiao,
my great-uncle is a bit short-tempered, and it was his fault that he rushed you at my house that day. But please treat him once for the sake of his many years of working for the common people of Longshan City day and night.
Xiao dust thought for a while and finally nodded his head and said, all right, for the sake of the people, I will go out and treat him once.
Really? Hu Xingtai's face was filled with incredulity.
Of course, but I have one request. Xiao Chuan said. Mr. Xiao, as long as you can help cure me, let alone one request, I will agree to 10 requests.
Hu Xingtai said.
Good then, listen, after I help you cure your illness, you have to help me deal with one person. Xiao Chuan said.
Who is it?
Hu Xingtai asked. The Feng family of Longshan City. Boom!
As soon as Xiao Dust's words left his mouth, everyone was shocked.
Mr. Xiao, why are you dealing with the Feng family? You have to know that the backer behind the Feng family is the Long Duzhao family, Hu Xingtai exclaimed in shock. 5 years ago, I was jointly engineered by the Zhao family and the Feng family to stone me to death, and also forced my wife to jump off a cliff and throw herself into a river, almost dying. Shouldn't I take revenge?
Mentioning the Zhao family and Feng family,
Xiao Chen's face became extremely gloomy. Outrageous. There is such a thing. Hu Xingtai was very angry. When this matter happened back then, the Zhao family and Feng family relied on their own power to block the news, so Hu Xingtai knew nothing about it. Just after the anger,
Hu Xingtai still shook his head in chagrin,
said, Mr. Xiao, although I am in the court, noble as the head of the city, but there are some people and some things I really can't do anything to deal with.
Dealing with the Feng family is more difficult, not to mention that there is still the Zhao family behind his back.
It is difficult.
Hey, as the saying goes, the strongest dragon does not suppress the head of the snake. Although Hu Xingtai is the head of the city, but only a local official who has taken office, and the Feng family is in Longshan City has been operating for hundreds of years of the old family.
The relationship between the network is intricate and complex,
involving one hair and affecting the whole body. Hu Xingtai does not have full certainty that he does not dare to move this kind of family easily. Du Guozhang on the side was also a little surprised. Did not expect this teenager in front of him to want to move the Feng family and Zhao family? Simply bold. It seems that there is no cure for my disease. Hu Xingtai was in great pain, and since he could not help Xiao Chuan also had a reason not to help him treat his condition. Only Xiao Dust suddenly smiled slightly and said, City head Hu, there is no need to be concerned. I am just asking casually. Since you cannot assist me in fighting against the Feng family, I will figure out a way to do it myself. I will still help you with the treatment of your illness. Hu Xingtai did not immediately promise Xiao Chuan that he would renege after he cured himself. Instead, he truthfully told Xiao Chuan that he could not do it on his own. From this point of view, this Hu Xingtai was an honest person, and Xiao Chuan did not want to make things difficult for anyone. Really? Hu Xingtai's face was full of incredulity. Of course, I will treat you now. After saying that, Xiao Chuan walked to Hu Xingtai's body and placed his finger on his 100 meetings point, and an invisible light immediately penetrated his body. At this moment, Hu Xingtai felt warmth all over his body, and an invisible power in his limbs and bones continuously nourished his organs and bowels. In less than a minute's time, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand, while Hu Xingtai suddenly felt a force almost erupt there. Oh my god, there's a reaction! There's a reaction! Hu Xingtai was so excited that he was about to cry. Chapter 21, Li Evening Qing calls for help. This scene caused everyone present to be greatly surprised. Xiao Chuan, this seemingly ordinary teenager, had not relied on any equipment or medicines, and had cured Hu Xingtai's many years of persistent illness in just a minute's time, which was simply a divine means. Thank you Mr. Xiao. Thank you Mr. Xiao for making me a man again. Hu Xingtai was thrilled with tears. Liang Jinlong was equally happy for his great-uncle. Du Guozhang was dumbfounded and muttered, This is cured? Of course, Hu Shishou's meridians were blocked, resulting in a lack of qi and blood flow, and just now I used my internal force to help him open his meridians and acupoints. That's why he was able to get well so quickly, Xiao Chuan said. Du Guozhang calmed his complicated feelings for a while, but eventually shook his head and said, I think this is just a coincidence. I also studied medicine at a medical university when I was young, and there is no such maneuver in the entire history of medicine that can quickly treat this kind of stubborn disease. If the scene I just watched is true, just based on your kind of ability, you would have won the Nobel Prize for Medicine. You would have already achieved fame and fortune, and you would still be hunkered down in Longshan City as a door-to-door son-in-law who was looked down upon by people? All this must be a coincidence. It must be your luck. Du Guozhang could never believe that this was all true. Xiao Chuan smiled faintly. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. What's important is that city head whose condition has now been cured by me. Xingtai, let's go. The Hong Kong businessman is still waiting in the private room. Du Guozhang walked towards the box without looking back. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. When I have time, I will definitely make a personal visit to thank you. After saying that, Hu Xingtai hurriedly followed back to the imperial box. After the two left, Liang Jinlong took out a contract from his pocket and said, Mr. Xiao, please sign it. What is this? Xiao Dust was slightly stunned. Mr. Xiao, you don't know. This is the transfer contract of the Wanhai restaurant. Liang Jinlong said. The transfer contract of the Wanhai restaurant? What does that mean? Xiao Dust was unsure. Liang Jinlong smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, you are highly skilled in medicine and proficient in metaphysics, and I am also interested in making friends, so I am prepared to transfer the entire restaurant to you. As early as when Xiao Chuan came to the Wanhai restaurant, Liang Jinlong had sent someone to draw up a contract, and he did so in order to befriend Xiao Chuan. After all, Xiao Chuan had saved his life, and to be able to make such a friend was the honor of his life, and the Wanhai restaurant was only a part of Liang Jinlong's industry. Sending a restaurant to Xiao Chuan in exchange for a favor from Xiao Chuan was simply a surefire deal for Liang Jinlong. Boss Liang, this is not appropriate. How can you say that this restaurant is also worth a few $1 billion? This is sent to me? Xiao Chuan asked. Mr. Xiao, you saved my life at Sun Lao's tea house. I am giving the Wanhai restaurant to you also to show my gratitude. Please accept it. Liang Jinlong said. But I don't know how to run it. Xiao Chuan said back. Liang Jinlong waved his hand boldly and said, Mr. Xiao, you don't need to care about this. After the restaurant is transferred to you, you don't need to manage it personally. My operation team will help take care of it. You can just wait to count your money. Then I'll be as respectful as I can be. Looking at Liang Jinlong's sincere face, Xiao Chuan did not excuse himself and directly signed the transfer contract. He was very short of money right now. He needed to buy medicinal herbs for treating Li Evening Qing's condition. He needed to buy soul tools, which all required money. To deal with the Feng family and Zhao family, he also needed money to recruit soldiers and horses to build up his strength. And the Wanhai restaurant was his money-making machine. In addition to this, Xiao Chen also wanted to wait for Li Evening Qing's condition to get better. to make up for a wedding in the splendor of Wanghai restaurant. After all, the wedding 5 years ago was too shabby. Xiao Chen also wanted to let Li Evening Qing in Longshan City scenery. Looking at Xiao Dust signing, Liang Jinlong was overjoyed and then asked, Mr. Xiao, then when will you help treat my wife's condition? I generally understand your wife's condition. When I finish collecting herbs, I will personally prepare a pair of medicines for her, and I guarantee that it will allow you to give birth to a child as soon as possible, so you can rest assured, Xiao Dust said. Then thank you Mr. Xiao. Liang Jinlong was in a very excited mood. Not only did Xiao Chuan save his life, he also allowed himself to leave his bloodline. This was simply a great favor. Alright, you get busy first. My mother-in-law and wife are still downstairs. I'll go down and take a look. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned around and left. Downstairs, the bronze private room. The Su family and Xiao family members were walking around the box with angry faces. Su Guifang asked curiously, Brother, where is my family's Xiao Duan? Didn't he follow you guys upstairs to toast the leaders? How come you guys are back and he hasn't returned yet? That precious son-in-law of yours died up there, Suja said with a huff. In Suja's opinion, his own son-in-law Xiao Dongdong is the dragon among men. He wanted to follow Xiao Dongdong to go upstairs to toast to the city leaders. He also dipped a little light, asked Hu Xingtai for a contact information, and in the future to do things in the business world, so that Hu Xingtai will take care of it. Never thought that Hu Xingtai didn't even have Xiao Dongdong in his eyes, but rather, he took Xiao Dust as a guest, which made him very unhappy. Brother, what do you mean by this? What's wrong with him, Xiao Dust? Su Guifang was afraid that Xiao Duan would do something wrong and mess with the bigwigs above him, and her face was full of uneasiness. Nini Su said in a conspiratorial manner, Auntie, Xiao Chuan was up there toasting the leader. This kid even fooled around with the juice. The leader was furious and put him under control. He even said he would send him to the prison. You should go up and take a look. Su Nini lied with added oil and vinegar. The purpose was to make Su Guifang mess up. As long as Su Guifang ventured towards the imperial private room and messed with Du Guozhang and the Hong Kong businessman, Xiao Duan was bound to be disciplined by the other party. What's wrong with this kid? Not causing trouble. No, I have to go up and take a look. After saying that, Su Guifang went outside, and as Nini Su watched Su Guifang walk out of the room, she burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, this Su Guifang is simply a pig brain. I told a lie and sidetracked her. When she bumps into the leader above, I'll make sure that he won't be able to eat it. Xiao Dongdong laughed. Ha ha ha, wife, your move is really damaging, but I like it. At this time, Li Evening Qing sitting on the wheelchair seemed to be thirsty, opened her mouth and said, Thirsty, thirsty, thirsty. Su Nini snorted coldly. Cousin, you are thirsty right? Come, I'll feed you water. Nini Su poured a cup of water and walked to Li Evening Qing's side, disdainfully saying, You want to drink water right? Drink your mom. Stinking cripple. Nini Su splashed the water in her hand on Li Evening Qing's face at once. Due to the hotter water, Li Evening Qing was scalded and convulsed. Oh, sorry, come on, cousin, I'll feed you some more water. Su Nini poured another large cup of water, pinched Li Evening Qing's neck and poured it into her mouth. While pouring it, she said viciously, Drink to death you stinking cripple. Who let the dead husband of yours steal my husband's limelight? If I don't pour it to death today, I won't be surnamed Su. And the people standing aside all coldly watched this. No one came forward to stop it at all. Xiao Dongdong and Su Xiaochang and the others actually laughed out loud. Help! Help! Li Evening Qing instinctively cried out. Chapter 22, Xiao Dust's anger. Corridor. Su Guifan walked out of the private room and was just about to get ready to get on the elevator when the elevator door opened and Xiao Dust walked out. Mom, what are you going for? Xiao Dust curiously said. Xiao Dust, are you alright? The big leaders above didn't make things difficult for you, right? Su Guifang was also stunned. Just now didn't Nini Su say that Xiao Chuan was detained by the big leaders up there? How could he come down again? Making things difficult for me? Why would the big leader make things difficult for me? Xiao Chuan was a bit speechless. It's like this Xiao Dust. Just now in the private room, Nini Su said that you were detained up there because you pissed off the big leader by toasting with fruit juice and said that you would be put in jail. I am not at ease and I am ready to go up and plead with you. Su Guifang said. Mom, I'm fine. Don't listen to the Su family's nonsense. I was cordially received by the big leaders up there. They treated me as a VIP. How could they possibly detain me? Xiao Chen smiled. Xiao Chuan, you're good at talking big words. Above are the city chief adults and Hong Kong businessmen. You're a door-to-door son-in-law. It's already good enough for you to be able to meet them. Don't say nonsense like this in the future. If you let the Su family and the Xiao family members hear it, they'll laugh at you to death. Su Guifang did not believe Xiao Chuan's words at all. Xiao Chuan did not explain too much and was just about to prepare to walk towards the private room when he suddenly heard a cry for help. Save me, help, woo woo. This was exactly Li Evening Ching's cry for help, and Xiao Chuan heard it at once. Oh no, something has happened to Evening Clear. Mom, quickly go. Xiao Chuan hurriedly ran towards the bronze private room. Su Guifang was surprised. Just now, she only thought of going upstairs to help Xiao Chuan plead for mercy, forgetting that Evening Qing was still left in the private room. Could someone have hurt her? Thinking of this, Su Guifang hurriedly followed Xiao Chen and ran over. At this moment, inside the bronze box, Ninisu kept pouring water into Li Evening Qing's mouth, tormenting her one after another. Li Evening Qing, just stop shouting. No one will come to save you. I will punish you properly today. Ha 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 ha. Su Nini laughed out loud. Right at this moment, only to hear a bang, the door of the private room was suddenly slammed open and a loud voice exploded. Stop it quickly. Seeing his wife being tormented, Xiao Chuan rushed up with an arrow step and flew up to punch towards Ninisu's face, only to hear a muffled thud. Ninisu was directly knocked to the ground by the punch. Her mouth was full of blood and she spat out several teeth from her mouth. Xiao Chuan, you, how dare you hit me? I'm not done with you. Su Nini got up and waved her arms to hit Xiao Chuan. Bullying my wife, simply looking for death. Xiao Chuan kicked out with great force, directly sending Ninisu flying. Ninisu's body smashed against the wall with a boom, only to hear a click sound. Several ribs were broken. Watching his wife being humiliated, Xiao Chuan was furious and clenched his teeth fiercely, walking to Su Nini's body. Bang bang bang, a burst of kicks, directly beating her to the point where she almost fainted. Xiao Chuan, don't be impulsive. Show mercy. Su Guifang saw that Ninisu was going to be beaten to death and hurriedly hugged Xiao Chuan. Although Su Guifang hated Ninisu for torturing Evening Chang, she was more afraid that Xiao Chuan would beat her to death, and in case someone died, Xiao Chuan's life would be over. Watching his wife being brutally beaten, Xiao Dongdong instantly quit, cursing and rushing towards Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan, you mother dare to hit my woman. Want to die? Su Xiao Chang, Su Jia and the others also rushed up, ready to teach Xiao Chuan a lesson. Xiao Chuan pushed Su Guifang away and used his fists and feet. In less than 5 seconds, all of them were all led down on the ground by him. Let me tell you all, Li Evening Qing is my woman, my married wife. If you guys dare to treat her like this again, I promise to kill all of you. After Xiao Chuan angrily said these harsh words, he picked up a napkin and walked over to Li Evening Qing, crouching down to help her wipe her face. While wiping, he blamed himself. Evening Qing, I'm sorry, I came back late and made you suffer. As Li Evening Qing looked at Xiao Chuan's self-condemnation, a hot tear suddenly seeped out of the corner of her eye. As for the Su family members and Xiao family members lying on the ground, none of them dared to take a big breath for fear that Xiao Chuan, the devil, would once again relocate his anger to them. Right at this moment, the door of the box was pushed open once again. Xiao Fuhao walked in. He had just finished going to the toilet to calm down. He didn't directly go back to the imperial box, but came to the bronze box to see the situation. He didn't expect that as soon as he entered the door, he saw his own precious son lying on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face. He was dumbfounded. Dong Dong, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Dad, it's Xiao Chuan. This asshole beat us. You must do something for me. Xiao Dong Dong cried out. Xiao Fuhao was shivering with anger. Xiao Dong Dong was his only son, and now he was actually beaten by a door-to-door son-in-law, which instantly made him furious. Xiao Dust, how dare you kid hit my Xiao Fuhao's son? Do you want to die? Xiao Fuhao huffed. Xiao Fuhao, don't you want to ask me why I hit your son first? Xiao Chuan coldly returned. Xiao Fuhao said disdainfully. Humph, I don't care. Anyway, it's your fault if you hit my son. You brat, don't think that you don't know the heights of heaven just because the city chief lord toasted you. The city chief lord toasted you because of his generosity, not because of how great you, Xiao Chuan, are, and you must give an account today for hitting my son. A son does not teach his father. No wonder Xiao Dongdong is flighty and domineering. You as a father can't be blamed for this. If you dare to speak out against me again, I will even beat you up as well to teach you how to be a human being. Xiao Dust said. Xiao Dust, you seek death. Don't think that I have no one. Now I'll call out for someone to clean you up. Xiao Fuhao was just about to get ready to call someone when Liang Jinlong and Hu Xingtai walked in with their wine glasses. When the two of them saw this tragic image of the scene, they suddenly froze and seemed to understand something again. Boss Liang, City Chief Hu, why are you two here? Xiao Fuhao put down the phone and asked. Just now you guys went upstairs to toast. We came over to toast back. What's going on here? Hu Xingtai asked in a cold voice. Upon hearing that the two were coming over to return the toast, Xiao Fuhao immediately sprouted countless thoughts. Boss Liang and the city chief lord condescended to come to the bronze private room to toast. Could it be on his own face? It must be so. He was the only one present with a high status. Otherwise who would have such a great face? Xiao Dongdong also had a smug look on his face. It seemed that the Xiao family still had some face. Lord City Head. Just now this Xiao Chuan kid beat up all of us. Please Lord City Head do it for us. Xiao Dongdong shouted. Xiao Dust said indifferently. It was them who tortured my wife first before I moved. Hu Xingtai was holding his wine glass. His face was extremely ugly. Xiao Dust was his benefactor. Now he was even bullied by the Xiao family and the Su family. The Liang Jinlong on the side was even more furious as he gritted his teeth. This was the Wang Hai restaurant. It was his turf. How dare the Xiao Su two family members move Xiao Duan? They were simply looking for death. Looking at the stern faces of the two men, Xiao Dongdong suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Dust, Boss Liang and City Chief Xiao are already angry. You are completely finished today. Xiao Chuan did not reply, but Su Guifan was terrified and hurriedly knelt down in front of Hu Xingtai's eyes and prayed. Lord City Head, my son-in-law Xiao Chuan was also eager to save his wife just now. That's why he struck someone. Please don't arrest him. Auntie, you get up first. I will not wrongly accuse a good person, much less spare a bad person. Hu Xingtai hurriedly reached out to assist Su Guifang. Xiao Fuhao held up his wine glass with a proud face and said, Boss Liang, Hu City Chief. I'm just a small boss of a political enterprise. You're really giving me face. You even came over to make a toast. Folding your life. Only to see Hu Xingtai knocking the wine glass out of Xiao Fuhao's hand and said in an icy tone, Who said I came to toast in your honor? I came specifically to toast Mr. Xiao. After saying that, the two of them, Hu Xingtai and Liang Jinlong, walked up to Xiao Duan's body and respectfully shouted, Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, we came late and gave you a fright. Bang bang. Immediately afterward, the two men knelt down in front of Xiao Chuan. This scene immediately stunned everyone. Oh my god, what happened? The owner of the hallowed Wang Hai restaurant, Liang Jinlong, and the hand of Longshan City, Hu Xingtai, had actually knelt down to Xiao Duan? Chapter 23, Despair. Everyone was stunned. This scene happened so suddenly that they were not mentally prepared. Su Guifang was even more stunned, as if she did not recognize Xiao Chen as her son-in-law. Xiao Chuan looked at the two and nodded. Get up. It's not your fault. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Liang Jinlong and Hu Xingtai then got up. Xiao Fuhao was incomparably shocked as he asked, Lord City Chief, as far as I know Xiao Chen is a door-to-door son-in-law, a complete waste of space. You, with your honorable status, how could you kneel down for him? Humph, Mr. Xiao is my nobleman, can't I kneel? Hu Xingtai did not say anything about Xiao Chen curing himself. After all, his condition was too embarrassing. Xiao Fuhao was momentarily stumped for words, unable to understand when this brat Xiao Chuan had become Hu Xingtai's nobleman. Liang Jinlong busily said, Mr. Xiao, are you still accustomed to drinking the bottle of supreme mutai worth 6 million that I just prepared for you? Oh, Jinlong, so you gave this bottle of mutai to Mr. Xiao. No wonder the Hong Kong businessman couldn't bring it out when he came. Hu Xingtai said. Boom. The conversation between the two immediately caused Xiao Dongdong and the others to be scared to death, suddenly having a feeling of a great disaster. Xiao Dust shook his head and deliberately said, What mutai? I haven't seen it. What? You have not seen it? I just sent someone to send it over. Liang Jinlong was instantly startled and hurriedly called out to the hotel manager. Su Mei. Mei. Just now I asked you to send that bottle of supreme mutai worth $6 million to Mr. Xiao. Why did Mr. Xiao say he didn't receive it? Liang Jinlong questioned. I did arrange for someone to send it. Mr. Liang, please wait a moment. After saying that, Su Mei used the walkie-talkie to call for the bartender who had just delivered the wine. Little Wang, who did you give that bottle of supreme mutai to just now? Su Mei questioned. The bartender called Xiao Wang pointed at Xiao Dongdong and said, Manager Su, you said you wanted to give it to Mr. Xiao in the bronze private room. That's the one who received the wine, and he said he's Mr. Xiao. What? Su Mei and Liang Jinlong both burst into a gasp. Xiao Dongdong, lousy, that bottle of wine was given to Mr. Xiao. What gives you kid the right to receive it? Liang Jinlong was furious. Liang, Mr. Liang, listen to my explanation. I thought that bottle of wine was for me. Xiao Dongdong said weakly. Damn. Lousy, that bottle of supreme mutai is worth 6 million. My great-uncle used to entertain Hong Kong businessmen. I can't even spare it. Do you think your kid's face is bigger than my great-uncle's and Hong Kong businessmen's? I'll go to hell. Liang Jinlong went up and directly kicked Xiao Dongdong, bared his teeth. Xiao Fuhao stood aside and didn't dare to squeak. Hu Xingtai was even more ferocious. Xiao Su's two families not only offended Xiao Duan, but also took his own brother-in-law's filial piety to Xiao Duan's million-grade Maotai wine. It was simply intolerable. Su Zhe, I heard that your mining company is preparing to go public, right? Hu Xingtai slowly spoke. Yes, Mr. City Chief.
my company is indeed going to be listed. I guess it will be almost in the middle of this month. At that time, I would like to invite you to ring the bell, Suja said hurriedly, only to see Hu Xingtai's face suddenly change as he said, Suja, your company has a bit of a problem with taxation. I think it's better to postpone the listing. What? Postpone the listing? Lord City Head, I've already sent out the news. If the listing is postponed, it will have a great impact on my company in terms of reputation. Suja blurted out. It's fine. I'll send an economic investigation team into your company. If you have no problems with taxation, you can go public. If you have half a problem, you can't go public. I have to be responsible for the millions of shareholders. Hu Xingtai words said lightly, but at the moment like a thunderbolt exploded in Suja's ears. He was thinking of waiting for the listing cut a wave of leaks of the shareholders. Never thought that the plan fizzled out. More difficult for him is to run a company who does not have a little black history. Wants the investigation team to find out his tax evasion problem. He is to eat the prison. City Chief Hu, please raise your hand. Suja could not cry and could only beg bitterly, but Hu Xingtai remained indifferent. In the end, Hu Xingtai placed his gaze on Xiao Fu Hao and said indifferently, Xiao Fu Hao, as far as I know, you utilized your position to bring your son, Xiao Dongdong, into a political enterprise, and also made him a department manager with $1 million a year salary. Am I right, Lord City Head? I. Xiao Fu Hao stammered, not knowing how to answer. Hu Xingtai said with a cold smile, you are knowing the law and breaking it. Using your position to gain benefits for your own relatives is a big no-no. Below I announce that you and your precious son are expelled. Boom! Xiao Dongdong and Xiao Fu Hao, father and son, immediately collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with despair. They knew that the person they should never have offended today was Xiao Chen. Chapter 24, Wan Yud has an invitation. Subsequently, Xiao family members and Su family members were all driven out of the private room under Liang Jinlong's authorization, and a farce came to an end. Ding ding ding. Immediately after, Hu Xingtai's cell phone rang, and at a glance, it was Du Guozhang calling, and he hurriedly picked up the phone. Oh, good leader, I understand. Good. Putting down the phone, Hu Xingtai said to Xiao Duan, Mr. Xiao, the old leader invited you to sit in the imperial box, saying that the Hong Kong businessman wants to see you. Alright, Xiao Dust had wanted to take Li Evening Chung home, but after all, it was Du Guozhang who had personally made the call, so if he didn't go, it would be more awkward for Hu Xingtai to be caught in the middle. At the same time, Xiao Dust was also very curious as to what this Hong Kong businessman, whom he had never met before, had to do to see him. Liang Jinlong directly said to Su Ame beside him, Ame, send someone to take care of Mr. Zhao's mother-in-law and wife. Yes, Mr. Liang, Su Ame answered. Afterward, Xiao Chen, Hu Xingtai and Liang Jinlong walked towards the Imperial King private room. Just as they walked into the private room, a tall and sturdy man wearing a flower shirt on top and white suit pants underneath, with a Rolex gold watch on his hand, walked over and cordially extended his hand towards Xiao Duan. This man was none other than the well-known Hong Kong businessman, Wan Yud. Hello Mr. Xiao, I am Wan Yud, the chairman of China Hong Kong Group. Nice to meet you. Just now when Mr. Xiao came up for a toast, I answered a call from a client, so I was not able to go out to greet you. I'm really sorry. Wan Yud shook Xiao Chuan's hand and exchanged pleasantries. Only when Xiao Chuan touched Wan Yud's hand, he suddenly felt a trace of icy coldness. Only the hand of a dead person had this icy coldness. And on Wan Yud's forehead there was also a wave of fury that could only be seen by Xiao Chuan's leaving fire pupil. I'm afraid that this person does not have long to live, Xiao Dust muttered inwardly. However, holding the attitude that it was better to do more than less, Xiao Dust did not point out that he was not related to Wan Yud, and Xiao Dust did not have to be responsible for his life and death matters. I don't know what Boss Wan is looking for me up here for. Xiao Dust opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Xiao, I'm a person who travels all over the world and loves to make friends from all over the world. That's why I invited you to come up and have a drink to get to know you, Wan Yud said cheerfully. At this moment, a young girl beside Wan Yud wearing a black mink coat with heavy makeup and a Chanel bag said disdainfully, Old one, you came to Longshan City to make an investment, and it's hard for many big bosses to see you. So how could you look at this young man? This kind of bottom-feeding hick is not really worthy of drinking with you. Manru, don't be rude, Wan Yud glared back. Humph, old one, I'm not afraid that this kid will cheat you out of your money. Look at how dirty he is dressed. He doesn't look like a rich kid at all. The girl called Manru said. Manru, full name Lu Manru. Xiao Duan has seen her on TV before. Is the entertainment circle famous social flower? To sing without singing, to act without acting, but very good at hype. Coupled with the packaging of the film and television company under the banner of the Wan Yud, but also in the circle of mixing with the wind and water. In addition to being a big star, Lu Manru has another identity, that is, Wan Yud's underground lover. In the face of Lu Manru's aggressiveness, Liang Jinlong and Hu Xingtai, who were standing at the side, were also full of embarrassment, if not for the fact that Lu Manru was Wan Yud's lover. According to Liang Jinlong's temper, he would have gone over and tore her mouth off. On the contrary, Xiao Dus looks calm and relaxed. This kind of small star, he really does not put in the eyes. Wan Yud waved his hand and said, Manru, don't be childish, I have my own measure. As an old fox walking in the business world for decades, Wan Yud's vision of people is very poisonous. Just now when Xiao Chuan came up to toast, he clearly saw Hu Xingtai kneeling to him from the doorway, and could let the head of Longshan City kneel. This person's identity is absolutely not ordinary. Seeing that both sides were a bit embarrassed, Du Guozhang hurriedly rounded off the scene. Lao Wan, quickly sit down to eat. This king crab will not smell good when it gets cold. Under Du Guozhang's greeting, the crowd took their seats one after another, and Xiao Chuan was unprecedentedly placed in the position of the main guest. Old one, I heard that you have found an antique in Longshan City this time. Can you take it out to open our eyes? Du Guozhang was afraid of a cold scene, so he opened his mouth and asked, since the Lord Leader wants to see it, then I won't hide it. Truth be told, I found a teapot in the antique street yesterday, Wan Yud said with a proud face. Du Guozhang immediately laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, Boss Wan is really good at joking. What kind of treasure is a teapot? Hey, old leader, you don't know. This is a good thing. Don't believe me to take it out and let you see. After saying that, Wan Yud took out the teapot from the password box he was carrying. Du Guozhang and the others stared at the teapot for half a day and did not see the way. So they were curious. Boss Wan, is this teapot really a treasure? Old leader, this teapot is called Jade Bik Liang Pot. It is made by old Mr. Jing Mo, the master pot maker of Song Dynasty. It is said that this is the only one handed down to the world, and it has been used by 13 emperors in all the dynasties. This is a rare treasure. I spent $200 million to buy it. Wan Yud was full of complacency. Xiao Dus took a look at the teapot, and laughed out loud. This teapot he saw yesterday at the gathering of Virtue's Tea Club, when Sun Zhengde was also used to pour tea for him. Only Sun Zhengde that is real, and Wan Yud hand this is indeed a fake. Looking at Xiao Chun smiling, Wan Yud frowned slightly and asked, Mr. Xiao, what are you smiling at? Boss Wan, this teapot in your hand is a fake. Xiao Dus smiled and laughed. Chapter 25, Black Jade Buddha Plaque. What? You? How dare you say that this teapot of mine is a fake? I spent $200 million on this. Wan Yud exclaimed in shock. Boss Wan, even if you spent $1 billion, this is still a fake because I have seen the real one before. Xiao Chuan said. You've seen the real one? Where have you seen it? Wan Yud pursued. Xiao Chuan took a sip of tea and was silent, because the authentic Jade Bik Liang pot was at Sun Zhengde's place. Sun Zhengde cherished that pot so much that he couldn't even give it away to Xiao Chuan, and wanted to leave it to his children and grandchildren as an heirloom. If he let Wan Yud know that the pot was at Sun Lao's place, he would definitely find all kinds of ways to get the pot, and Xiao Chuan didn't want to let Sun Zhengde get into trouble. Looking at Xiao Chuan's silence, Wan Yud disdainfully said, Humph, I guess you haven't seen the real thing either and are just bluffing me here. Lu Manru sneered. Old one, I told you, this kid has a belly full of bad water. He obviously doesn't know about antiques, but he is still spouting crazy words. Don't pay any attention to him. Liang Jinlong on the side glanced at Xiao Chuan. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The authenticity of this pot? Of course Liang Jinlong had also seen it. At this moment, Wan Yud was full of anger and put the teapot away. He had just spent $200 million to find a treasure. He wanted to take it out to pretend in front of Du Guozhang, but he didn't expect that Xiao Duan would say that it was fake, which made him very angry. Seeing Wan Yud's unhappy face, Du Guozhang rounded off the conversation and said, Boss Wan, don't be angry. Xiao Dust is young and unintelligent. Don't take it to heart. Come on and drink. Du Guozhang accompanied Wan Yud to drink while saying to Xiao Chuan, there are rules at the drinking table. Many big deals are negotiated at the drinking table. In the future you need to think before you speak. Don't offend people without realizing it. It seems to be some light instructions, but in fact, it is Du Guozhang's severe criticism of Xiao Chen. It was just that Xiao Dus took Du Guozhang's words as a whisper and did not pay attention to them. Humph, a child cannot be taught. Du Guozhang shook his head and continued to drink with Wan Yud, who also did not have the same enthusiasm he had just shown to Xiao Duan and directly skipped him when clinking glasses. Hu Xingtai, as the sidekick at the wine table, could only keep pouring the wine. On one side was his benefactor. On the other side was the Hong Kong businessman and the big leader. He couldn't afford to offend either side. After a long time of wine, Du Guozhang was a bit hazy with drunkenness, and looked at the Buddha medallion hanging on Wan Yud's neck and asked, Old one, the Buddha medallion on your neck is quite good. Is this also an antique? Wan Yud faced proud.
pointing to the Buddha plate said, "Old leader, this Buddha plate is a good thing. Is my fine high monk open light, specifically used to attract wealth? Since bring this piece of Buddha plate, my career boom, earn a lot of money. Is there really such a magical thing? Lao Wan, can you take it off and show me?" As an atheist Du Guozhang, hearing Wan Yud talk about such a miraculous thing, he couldn't help but be curious. This can't be done. The monk who enlightened the Buddha medallion said that this thing has a spiritual nature and can't be touched by just anyone. Wan Yud said. Xiao Chuan, who was beside him, was silent, staring at the Buddha plate and looking at it again and again, pondering. This Buddha plate was made of black jade, the whole body was black and dark. There was a Buddha head carved on it, only that this Buddha head had a bloody mouth open. It was very eerie and terrifying. No wonder when I just shook hands with Wan Yud I felt a trace of the cold breath of the dead on him. So this is where the problem lies. Xiao Dus thought thoughtfully in his heart. Looking at Xiao Chuan staring at the Buddha medallion without taking his eyes off, Lu Manru hurriedly said, "Hey, Xiao Chuan, what are you looking at? Are you trying to steal my husband's Buddha medallion?" Xiao Chuan shook his head and said, "I don't want to give me this thing for nothing because I still want to live for a few more years." What do you mean? Lu Manru pressed. Nothing means anything. Xiao Chen did not want to say anything more. Wan Yud instantly quit and said busily, "Xiao Chen, what exactly do you mean by what you just said? Are you cursing me to death?" "No, you must make it clear today." Chinese Hong Kong people were all very superstitious, and Wan Yud regarded the black jade Buddha tablet as the most precious treasure, and being spoken of in such a bad way by Xiao Chuan made him very unhappy in his heart. "Boss Wan, how many years have you been carrying this Buddha medallion?" Xiao Dust asked. "I've been carrying it for 3 years. What's wrong? What's wrong with it?" Wan Yud asked. "There's a big problem. If I'm not wrong, you used the menstrual blood of the hatchling girl to wipe this Buddha medallion at the beginning of every month at the time of the first month. Am I right?" Xiao Chen asked. How did you know this?" Wan Yud was very surprised that even such a secretive thing Xiao Chuan knew. Z-hour is the time of the day when yin qi is at its peak, and the menstrual blood of a fledgling woman is the most yin and cold thing. Using menstrual blood to wipe the Buddha medallion is because there is a yin spirit in it, and the yin spirit feeds on sucking up the menstrual blood, and at the same time, your yang lifespan is slowly consumed without you even realizing it, Xiao Chuan said. Hearing this, Wan Yud stood up miso and angrily rebuked. "Xiao Dust, you are talking nonsense." I'm talking nonsense? The yin spirit in your Buddha tablet is inviting wealth for you. You use your menstrual blood and your yang life to offer him. It's been 3 years. Your yang life is almost depleted. Within a week you're bound to die. Don't believe me and wait and see. Xiao Dust returned. Chapter 26, Demonic Words to Confuse the People. You. Wan Yud was trembling with anger, pointing at Xiao Chuan and froze without saying a word. "You dead Xiao Dust. You are simply demonizing the public. Let's see if I don't beat you to death." Lu Manru was even more furious and was about to prepare to hit Xiao Dust, only to be stopped by Liang Jinlong. Du Guozhang was also very angry. This time he was representing the province to entertain the Hong Kong businessmen and negotiate about the investment and development of Longshan City, but as a result, he was stirred up by Xiao Dust, which made him very unhappy. "Xingtai, see off the guests." Du Guozhang waved his hand. Hu Xingtai hurriedly said, "Mr. Xiao, let's go." Good. If Wan Yud had sincerely begged for help, maybe Xiao Dust would have even stepped in to save his life, but things had already come to a head, so Xiao Dust could only leave first. Hu Xingtai and Xiao Dust headed outside, and Liang Jinlong followed. In the stairwell, Hu Xingtai asked, "Mr. Xiao, will Boss Wan really die within a week?" "Of course, I won't look away." Xiao Dust returned indifferently. "Then what can we do about this?" Hu Xingtai believed in Xiao Dust's words, and at this moment, his heart was very complicated. "Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me. I'm too lazy to care. Let's go. My mother-in-law and wife are still waiting downstairs," Xiao Chuan said. Hu Xingtai instantly panicked and hurriedly stopped Xiao Dust, saying with a worried face, "Mr. Xiao, just save Boss Wan, please. I said it doesn't matter about me." Xiao Dust refused in a single breath. Seeing that he could not talk to Xiao Dust, Hu Xingtai looked at Liang Jinlong, who knew what was at stake here and proceeded to advise, "Mr. Xiao, this time, Wan Yud came to Longshan City to invest in the industry. It concerns the interests of the 10 million common people in Longshan City. Once Wan Yud dies, the project will be yellowed, and it will surely cause a significant loss to our city's economic development. Also, once Wan Yud dies in Longshan, my great-uncle, as a hand here, will surely not be able to get out of it, so please Mr. Xiao must take action to save his life." Liang Jinlong's words were true to his words, and Xiao Dust heard every word of it in his ears, and after thinking carefully, he finally nodded reluctantly and said, "In that case, then I'll give him a hand."
First, let Wanya throw away the Buddha medallion as soon as possible. The farther away the better. Second, don't let him go out for a week. Stay in the hotel and rest well. I'll think of a way to drive the yin spirit out of him. After Xiao Chuan finished speaking, Hu Xingtai immediately made a mistake. Oops, this is hard to do. Boss Wan treasures his Buddha medals very much. I guess he won't throw them away no matter how I persuade him. I have said what I should say. As for whether he listens or not depends on his destiny. I am tired. I will go downstairs first. You guys go back. After saying that, Xiao Chuan walked downstairs alone. Seeing Xiao Dust leave, Liang Jinlong and Hu Xingtai once again returned to the Imperial King's private room. Being fussed over by Xiao Dust, Wan Yid was not in the mood to continue eating and put on his jacket and said, "Hu City Chief, what you said about the old city center renovation is a big project. Let's go on a field trip together in a while to see how to start the construction." Hu Xingtai hurriedly said, "Boss Wan, I think it's better to go to the construction site next week. In these few days you will rest well in the hotel." "No, work is important. Next week I have to go abroad to see other projects. Let's hurry up," Wan Yud said. Hu Xingtai was anxious. Xiao Chen clearly told him that if he wanted to save Wan Yud's life, he must let him stay in the hotel for a week and not be allowed to go out. What can be done about this? Boss Wan, I don't think there's a need to be in such a hurry. The construction site is right there and can't run away. It's better to go back next week, Hu Xingtai said. Hu City Head, this is not like your style of acting. You in order to let me take over the project of the old city center renovation. You ran to Zhonggang to talk to me 8 times in a month. Today's signing ceremony is also you urged me to come. How come you're not in a hurry now? You're such a strange person. Wan Yud was filled with suspicion. This, Hu Xingtai did not know how to explain to Wan Yud for a moment. Looking at his subordinate stammering, Du Guozhang hurriedly said, "Xingtai, what's wrong with this? Is there something on your mind?" Under the pressure of his old leader, Hu Xingtai finally said, "Boss Wan, just now Xiao Chen said that you will have a bloodbath within a week, and that you will lose your life if it's not good enough. What he means is that he wants you to throw away your Buddha medals and stay in the hotel for a week and don't leave the house, and he'll think of a way to help you get rid of the yin spirit." City head Hu, you are the head of a city. How could you listen to Xiao Chen's rumors? Wan Yud said with displeasure. Du Guozhang kicked Hu Xingtai through the strength of his wine and said in a huff, "Xingtai, you are at least brought up by me. We are both atheists. Why do you still believe in ghosts and gods? You mustn't believe in Xiao Duan's bull ******, or else this project will definitely be ruined in your hands." Old leader, Boss Wan, both of you calm down. This Xiao Xian is really not an ordinary person. It's better to believe it than not. I think it's better to do what he said. Hu Xingtai said, "Alright, you stop talking. It's settled. Now let's accompany Boss Wan to inspect the construction site. I'd like to see if there's a yin spirit or not." Du Guozhang waved his hand without any further ado, and after glaring at Hu Xingtai, he brought Wan Yud downstairs in a hurry. After everyone had left, Liang Jinlong asked, "Brother-in-law, what can we do?" Hu Xingtai sighed, It looks like we have to ask Mr. Xiao to think of a solution." Chapter 27, Questioning. Xiao Chuan had just come downstairs when Su Aimei hurriedly greeted him. "Mr. Xiao, are you done with your work?" Where are my mother-in-law and wife?" Xiao Dust asked. "In my office. I'll take you there now." Afterwards, Xiao Dust followed Su Aimei's footsteps to the office and saw Su Guifang drinking tea. The coffee table was full of various kinds of fruits and pastries. Li Evening Qing was quietly sitting in the wheelchair. Next to her stood a few waitresses serving the two people non-stop. Xiao Dust nodded his head with satisfaction. This Su Aimei was also thoughtful in her service. Upon seeing Xiao Chuan walk in, Su Guifang hurriedly said, "Xiao Chuan, have you met with the Hong Kong businessman?" "Well, simply drank a glass of wine with him. Nothing big. Come on Mom, let's go home," Xiao Chuan said. "Oh, good. Su Guifang hurriedly got up. Seeing this, Su Aimei hurriedly went to help Xiao Chuan push Li Evening Qing's wheelchair. Only Xiao Chuan slightly waved his hand and said, "It's better for me to push her. After all, I owe her too much." Looking at the complex emotions in Xiao Chuan's eyes, Su Aimei was suddenly stunned and then respectfully said, "Then I will arrange for a car to send you." "Thank you." Xiao Dust nodded. Su Guifang and Li Evening Qing sat in the back seat. Xiao Dust sat in the passenger side. The atmosphere was a bit dull. Through the rearview mirror, Xiao Dust found Su Guifang wanting to speak. "Mom, just say whatever you have to say," Xiao Chuan said. Su Guifang cleared her throat and spoke. "Xiao Chuan, tell me now, why are Boss Liang and City Head Hu so respectful to you? Kneeling again and sending wine. I really can't figure it out." "Mom, actually, the reason why the two of them are so respectful to me is because I helped cure them." Xiao Chuan spoke bluntly. You helped cure them? When did you learn medicine? How come I don't know?" Su Guifang felt a hint of suspicion. It's like this, Mom. During these 5 years when I ran away from home, I worked as a security guard in a neighborhood. And the grandpa who was the watchman of that neighborhood used to be an old Chinese medicine practitioner. And when he saw that I had good qualifications, he took me in as an apprentice. And during that time, he taught me a lot of local recipes for curing illnesses. Xiao Chuan spread a goodwill lie. Heavens, Xiao Chuan, you actually used earth prescriptions to cure Boss Liang and City Chief Fu? You're simply fooling around. If anything happens, our family will all be finished. In Su Guifang's eyes, Xiao Chuan could not cure anything, and the fact that he used a local recipe to help cure 2 big shots this time was all due to good luck. Mom, you don't have to be too nervous. I won't cure anything indiscriminately, Xiao Chuan said. According to me, in the future, you must not treat people easily. In case you cure a good or bad, our whole family will get into trouble. Su Guifang said. Okay, Mom, I know. Xiao Chuan nodded and then looked out the window, only to see a few super large villas constructed in stars on an imposing mountain outside the car window. Whose home is that? So grand, Xiao Chuan asked casually. The driver who was driving the car took a look and said, Mr. Xiao, this is the Purple Dragon Villa, which is the property of the Feng family. Feng family. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Dust's face became abnormally cold, and he clenched his fists tightly, with cackling sounds coming from his joints. What a Feng family! Back then, after the Zhao family of Longdu kidnapped Xiao Duan and sank him into the sea, they went to rob Li Evening Qing, who preferred to die and jumped off the cliff with determination. And there was a figure of the Feng family in this. Feng family, Zhao family. This time when I come back, I will definitely let your 2 great families perish. Xiao Chuan secretly swore in his heart. Su Guifang in the back row obviously sensed the change in Xiao Duan's mood and hurriedly said, Xiao Duan, you must not cause any trouble. Our family can't fight the Feng family. Not to mention that the backer behind him is the Zhao family of Longdu, so you must be careful. I won't do anything stupid. Xiao Dansong slowly loosened his clenched fists and smiled, comforting Su Guifang. In less than half an hour, the car drove into the muddy goat path and drove towards Su Guifang's old mansion. Only when she was about to arrive at her home, Su Guifang was suddenly so shocked that she almost jumped up, because she saw several black BMWs parked in front of her house, and there were dozens of aggressive men standing around the car. All of them were characters that could not be messed with at a glance. Xiao Chuan, let's run. I guess Brother Crow is looking for us again, Su Guifang said in shock. Xiao Chuan also saw the situation outside the car, his brows slightly furrowed. Brother Crow had already died in the K of Spades clubhouse, so who are these people? Just as Xiao Dust was puzzled, he suddenly saw a familiar figure, and his frowning brows slowly stretched out. So it was him. Mom, it's okay, Xiao Chuanan comforted with a sentence. Su Guifang nervously said, what's okay? Brother Crow is a ruthless character. We can't afford to mess with him. Hurry up and run. The driver looked at the people in the distance and inquired, Mr. Xiao, are these your enemies? Do you need me to make a call to Mr. Liang now and ask him to send some people over to clean up the scene? No, you can just drive over, Xiao Dust said. Then, that's fine. The driver eventually drove the car over. Finished, completely finished. Su Guifang was breathing a little hard with nervousness. Just the moment Xiao Chuan got out of the car, all the black-clothed men fell to their knees in unison and shouted, Greetings, Mr. Xiao. Su Guifang was dumbfounded. Chapter 28, Kneeling to Xiao Duan. These people were all ruthless characters. Why would they suddenly kneel down to Xiao Chun? Su Guifang was filled with surprise. At this moment, a man with a scar on his forehead hurriedly walked up to Xiao Dust and bowed in obeisance. Greetings, Mr. Xiao. This man was no one else but Duan Jiutian, the underground emperor of Longshan City. Mr. 9, how have you been? Xiao Dust said with a smile. Dare not dare. Mr. Xiao will just call me Xiaojiu. Duan Jiutian did not dare to utter a single breath in front of Xiao Chuan, as if he was an elementary school student who had made a mistake and was being criticized by his teacher. Your master Duan? Su Guifang was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. Although she was an ordinary woman, she had heard of Duan Jiutian's name. You must be Ms. Su, nice to meet you, Duan Jiutian compensated with a smile. At this moment, Su Guifang was as if she was in a dream. She didn't know what had happened, and looked at Xiao Chuan and then Duan Jiutian with a surprised face. Ms. Su, you don't need to be nervous, this time I came over to take the blame, Duan Jiutian said. To take a bramble and ask for a pardon? Master Duan, I don't understand what you mean, Su Guifang said. Ms. Su, it's like this. A few days ago, my subordinate Brother Crow smashed your home. I'm really sorry. It's all because of my poor discipline that he made such a huge mistake. Today I came over to bring him to apologize to you, Duan Jiutian said.
So it was like this. Su Guifeng suddenly realized. No wonder Brother Crow was able to run amok in Longshan City. The original backer behind him was Duanzhou Tiana. Su Guifeng was puzzled by why the underground emperor of Longshan City would condescend to apologize to her as a woman. Could it be because of Xiao Chen? Su Guifeng cast her gaze toward Xiao Chuan, only to see that Xiao Chuan's face was as calm as water, as if he had already seen things in front of him. Ah, you're welcome, Master Duan. Su Guifeng replied vainly. Ms. Su, Brother Crow has already been taught a hard lesson by me, and he won't look for trouble from you again. Afterwards, Duan Zhoutian gently clapped his hands and said, present the items for Ms. Su and Mr. Xiao to see. Yes, boss. Two tiger-backed men in black walked to the BMW and lifted out a large box from the trunk and placed it in front of Su Guifeng. What is this? Su Guifeng said curiously. Ms. Su, this is a little gift from me to you. Please be sure to accept it. Open it and take a look. Duan Zhoutian said. Su Guifeng glanced at Xiao Duan, only to see Xiao Duan nodding at him. Mom, since this is a little bit of Xiao Zhou's intention, you should open it and take a look. Alright then. Su Guifeng walked to the box. When she opened the box, she was stunned. It was red, bundles and bundles of $100 bills. This is money, Su Guifeng exclaimed. Duan Zhoutian arched his hand and said, Ms. Su, here is 5 million in cash. The crow smashed your home and caused a bad impact on your life. You must accept this money as a bit of compensation for you. No. This is too much money. I can't afford it. Su Guifeng really didn't dare to accept Duan Zhoutian's money. Ms. Su, this amount of money is nothing. Just accept it. After Duan Zhoutian finished speaking, he turned to look at Xiao Chuan again. Mr. Xiao, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You go. Xiao Dust waved his hand. Yes. Duan Zhoutian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly drove away with his men. The reason why Duan Zhoutian went to the door to apologize to Su Guifeng this time was entirely because last time at the K of Spades clubhouse, Xiao Chuan had slapped Heavenly Eagle Sex Supply Elder Mo to death with a single slap. Can slap dead Elder Mo? Martial arts realm has long been out of the gods, reached the realm of the master. He is a small Longshan City underground emperor, simply cannot afford to mess with the master. This time one is to make amends, and the second is also interested in befriending Xiao Chuan, because his enemy threatened to come to Longshan to revenge. In addition to the Xiao Chuan, he can no longer find a second person can protect his safety. After Duan Zhoutian left, Su Guifeng's hanging heart was released and she opened her mouth and said, Xiao Chuan, why did Duan Zhoutian come to the door to apologize? Why is he so respectful to you? Xiao Chuan rubbed the tip of his nose and didn't tell Su Guifeng the truth. Instead he said, Mom, didn't I cure Hu's city chief and boss Liang? Today, Duan Zhoutian was able to come over to apologize. It's purely for the sake of Hu's city chief and boss Liang. After all, I'm now the personal doctor of these two big shots, and Duan Zhoutian wouldn't dare to offend me. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Guifeng nodded thoughtfully. It's fortunate that you found Hu Shishou and boss Liang to be your backers. Otherwise Brother Crow would still come over and find trouble with our family. Looking at the red $100 bills in the box, Su Guifeng's face was blossoming with joy. Now it's good. With this huge sum of money, the money for Li Wanqing's treatment and medication in the future is considered to be in order. Su Guifeng is afraid of this huge sum of money at home is not safe, followed by the driver to the bank to deposit money. Not long after the two had left, Xiao Chen received a call from the Bai family. Hello Mr. Xiao, I'm Bai Yi. I've prepared the medicinal materials you asked me to prepare. I encountered a little unexpected situation. Chapter 29, 1000-Year Snow Lotus. What's wrong? Xiao Dust was very puzzled. There was even a situation in Longshan City that the Bai family could not solve? Mr. Xiao, it's like this. The medicinal herbs that you want have basically been gathered. Only that there is still a flavor of Millennium Snow Lotus missing. Bai Yi on the other end of the phone said. The 1000-Year Snow Lotus was an extremely precious medicinal herb that grew in extremely cold places, and this medicinal herb was the raw material for refining the body tempering pill. Now that Li Evening Qing's legs had been crushed and fractured, if she wanted to heal her legs she had to use the body tempering pill, thinking that when he was on the Wuji Immortal Island, this kind of medicinal herb, the 1000-Year Snow Lotus, grew all over the fields. He didn't expect that it would become a rarity in this mundane world. Just as Xiao Chuan was thinking about what to do, Bai Yi on the other end of the phone suddenly spoke. Mr. Xiao, after our probing, there is a 1000-year-old snow lotus in the Medicine God Valley. It's just that people aren't selling it at all. Why aren't they selling? Is it because the money isn't there or the other party can't be bothered to sell it? Xiao Chuan asked. According to the rumors in the rivers and lakes, the god of medicine's daughter, Xuan Ninger, was suffering from a serious illness, and she searched all over the world for famous doctors but could not be cured. So the god of medicine released a doctor-seeking list, searching all over the world for famous doctors, and whoever could cure Shui Ninger's illness would be able to get the 1,000-year snow lotus. Bai Yi said. Xiao Chuan nodded and said, curing a disease and saving a person is not a difficult task. I will unveil this list. Just, Bai Yi followed up. It's just that the medicine god said that whoever can cure his daughter will also have to marry his daughter and join the Shui family. There is still such a thing? Xiao Chuan was speechless for a while. Yes, it is said that this Shui Ninger looks like a flower and is very beautiful and touching, and the god of medicine only has such a precious daughter at his knee. And with the fact that the god of medicine is already old, he wanted to recruit a son-in-law to his house a long time ago. Alright, I know, come pick me up now. Let's go to the medicine god valley together, Xiao Chuan said. Mr. Xiao, do you really want to marry Shui Ninger? Bai Yi asked. I already have a wife. Why would I want to marry her? Let's go and see the situation first. Xiao Chuan said back. Aha, okay, I'll go pick you up now. Xiao Chuan then sent his address to Bai Yi, and half an hour later, a Range Rover stopped in front of Xiao Chuan. Mr. Xiao, please get on the car. After the last time she had seen Xiao Chuan's ability to pick leaves and hurt people, Bai Yi also became respectful towards Xiao Chuan. Good. Xiao Chuan nodded his head. On the way, Xiao Dust also purposely sent a message to Su Guifang, saying that he would take Li Evening Qing to the Riverside Park for a walk. Su Guifang just explained that he should take care of Li Evening Qing and did not ask anything more. Just as Bai Yi's Land Rover had just driven out of the city, Xiao Chun unexpectedly received a call from Hu Xingtai. Mr. Xiao, something big has happened. Hu Xingtai on the other end of the phone looked very nervous. What's wrong? Xiao Dust asked. It's still the matter of Hong Kong businessman Wan Yud. I tried hard to persuade him to stay well in the hotel, but as a result, he didn't listen and insisted on going to the construction site, and I was scolded by the old leader. So what should I do? Hu Xingtai asked eagerly. The temper can be really stubborn. Xiao Chuan thought for a moment and said, since Wan Yud won't listen to you, then if he has to go out, remember to make sure to let him ride in the red sedan, so that he might still be able to save his life. Okay Mr. Xiao, I'll do as I'm told. Hu Xingtai after hanging up the phone was in a cold sweat. Imperial box. Wan Yud and Du Guozhang have already gone downstairs one after another. Hu Xingtai also hurriedly followed. Lu Monru knew that they were going to the construction site for fear of sunburned skin. A person directly back to the hotel room to rest. Downstairs parking lot. Wan Yud walked towards his $8 million black Bentley Mulsanne sedan, just about to open the door, but was stopped by Hu Xingtai. Boss Wan, if you really want to go to the construction site now, I won't stop you. It's better to get another car, Hu Xingtai said. Although Wan Yud's car was expensive, it was black after all, and according to Xiao Chuan's instructions on the phone, Wan Yud had to ride in a red sedan, or else his little life would be hard to protect. City Chief Hu, what do you mean by this? Wan Yud's face showed displeasure. This Hu Xingtai even cared about what kind of car he rode in. He was really looking for trouble over nothing. Boss Wan, please be sure to listen to my advice. This car cannot be sat in, Hu Xingtai advised. Why can't I sit? I've come to your Longshan city to invest and prosper. Do I even have to listen to you on what car to sit in? Is this your Hu City Chief's hospitality? Wan Yud questioned. Boss Wan, please calm your anger. I'm doing this for your own good. This car of yours doesn't have a high safety factor, Hu Xingtai said. Upon hearing this, Wan Yud burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. My car is customized, worth more than $8 million. It is the safest car in the world. Even the glass on it is bulletproof. How dare you say that my car does not have a high safety factor? Are you teasing me? Watching the two bickering, Du Guozhang walked over from in front of his own Audi and asked, Xingtai, what are you bickering with Boss Wan about? Hu Xingtai hurriedly replied, old leader, just now Mr. Xiao instructed me that if Boss Wan wants to go out he must take the red sedan or his life will be in danger. Nonsense. Is there an inevitable connection between whether there is a danger to life or not and what color of car to sit in? Simply nonsense. This Xiao Chuan is a liar. Do you still take him as a god? Du Guozhang criticized. Old leader. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. In case something really happens to Boss Wan and Longshan, both of us are responsible, Hu Xingtai said. Seeing Hu Xingtai so insistent, Du Guozhang looked at Wan Yud and asked, Boss Wan, what do you mean? Chinese Hong Kong people are much superstitious, and this year is also Wan Yud's current year. Seeing Hu Xingtai talking so fervently, Wan Yud said after 2 seconds of silence, alright then, we'll listen to City Chief Hu this time. Great. Thank you Boss Wan for your trust. Immediately after, Hu Xingtai arranged for Liang Jinlong to transfer a red Cadillac from the hotel. This Cadillac was just over $500,000. It was nothing compared to Wan Yud's $8 million black Bentley, but he eventually frowned and sat in it. Hu Xingtai and Du Guozhang rode in the Audi, and Wan Yud rode in the red Cadillac. and the group rushed towards the construction site. Just as soon as they left the underground garage of the hotel, Won Yud suddenly shivered, only to see that the sky, which was still sunny just now, suddenly blew up. The dark clouds in the sky pressed up, and the muffled thunder rolled in the sky. This weather has become so evil. Could something bad really happen? Won Yud couldn't help but get nervous. Chapter 30, Whoa! Won Yud shook his head vigorously. His hand involuntarily grasped the Buddha medallion around his neck, and kept comforting himself. I, Won Yud, am blessed with a great life, and I have a Buddha medallion that has been enlightened by a Taoist monk to protect my body. Nothing will happen. Looking at Won Yud's scared face, the driver who drove the car said, Boss Won, my name is Yukai. I'm the personal driver of Mr. Liang Jinlong Liang. This time Mr. Liang asked me to drive for you. It will be very safe. You don't have to worry too much. Okay, little you. Thank you, Won Yud said. Yukai's red Cadillac was the first to start, while Du Guozhang and Hu Xingtai's Audi followed closely behind. Rumble. At this moment, the sky suddenly dimmed. The winds blew furiously. A muffled thunderclap exploded after the lightning, followed by a pouring rain. Clatter, clatter. The sudden rain hit the body of the car, making a crackling sound. Yukai slightly frowned. As Liang Jinlong's personal driver, he watched the weather forecast almost every day. Today should be a sunny day. How could it suddenly start raining heavily? It was really strange. 10 minutes later, the two cars were on the highway. Sitting in the Audi, Hu Xingtai looked nervous and said to Du Guozhang beside him, Old leader, I think today's weather is quite evil. Why don't we go back now? I'm really afraid that something will happen. Du Guozhang said with a disbelieving face, Xingtai, our Longshan city has been known as the water city since ancient times, and now it's summer. It's very normal to have a lot of rainfall, so you don't have to worry too much. But leader, today's weather forecast clearly said that there is no rain. This will suddenly sky fall heavy rain. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Hu Xingtai said. The weather forecast only plays a role of prediction. A little error is very normal. What's so fishy about it? Du Guozhang said. Mr. Xiao had instructed me 1,000 times before that I shouldn't go out easily. I'm really afraid that something will happen to Boss Wanim. Hu Xingtai sighed. Du Guozhang was instantly displeased. Pulling a face, he said, Xingtai, up to now you still believe in Xiao Chuan's words. It's too much of a disappointment to me. He's clearly a charlatan. I've seen this kind of person too many times. If it continues like this, sooner or later, your future will be ruined in his hands. In the face of his old leader's criticism, Hu Xingtai no longer dared to talk too much, and could only silently pray in his heart that nothing would happen today. Won Yud in the Cadillac suddenly felt a hint of coldness in his hand that was touching the Buddha medallion. What's going on? When his eyes looked at his hand, he was instantly shocked and his face turned white, only to see that his hand was already covered in blood. Blood, how could there be blood? Won Yud exclaimed in shock, realizing that scarlet blood was continuously bubbling out of the mouth of the Buddha's head carved on the Buddha tablet. Oh my god, what's going on? This black jade Buddha tablet. Won Yud had been carrying it for several years. It had always been normal. And now that something so horrible was actually happening, he was also very shocked. Yukai swept a glance at Won Yud, whose hands were covered in blood, and hurriedly said, Boss Won, this Buddha tablet in your hand seems to be something evil? Hurry up and throw it away. No way. This Buddha tablet is my amulet. It can't possibly harm me. Won Yud said. After all, Yukai is just a small driver. Since Won Yud does not intend to throw away the Buddha plate, he does not dare to say anything else, but his heart has been restless and scared to death, only hoping that this time out of the car is uneventful. Do not meet with any misfortune. Just at this moment, only to hear the back of the car suddenly came bang, a loud bang. Yukai suddenly had an ominous premonition. Instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror, suddenly found a 12-meter long, weighing dozens of tons of semi-trailer trucks toward their own car sped. Yukai was instantly stunned. According to his experience, the lorry at the back had a flat tire, coupled with the slippery ground and excessive speed. At this moment the car could not brake at all. Boom! The huge lorry wheels grinded against the asphalt on the highway, emitting a burst of white smoke and sparks, like a huge iceberg crushing towards Yukai's car. Little you hurry up and dodge. Won Yud, who was sitting in the back row, also realized the urgency of the situation, his heart thumping, almost jumping out of his chest. Yukai instinctively let out a roar and jerked the steering wheel in an attempt to dodge the big truck. On the Audi at the very back, Du Guozhang and Hu Xingtai were instantly stunned as they looked at the crisis situation in front of them. Du Guozhang's driver saw that the situation was bad and immediately reduced his speed to try and dodge, but due to the ground being too slippery, coupled with the rain, his vision was blurred, and he simply couldn't control the car effectively. At this moment, Yukai's body hairs stand up. Cold sweat. Driving for so many years, he still encountered such a dangerous situation for the first time. The whole Cadillac has lost control, like a panicked rabbit like in the highway rampage. Bang bang bang, the Cadillac crashed into the guardrail. The whole body rotated 360 degrees. The tires grinding against the ground emitted a squeaking sound. Just in the nick of time, the big truck slammed into it, immediately overturning, and the Cadillac was directly collapsed in half. Swish swish swish, the steel bars pulled on the lorry were like sharp swords stabbing towards the Cadillac. Chapter 31, Life and Death. Plop plop. In front of the unbelievably hard steel bars, the Cadillac's body was pierced through like tofu. Whoosh! One of the steel bars directly pierced through the car body and pierced into Wanyud's legs. Wanyud only felt a burst of heartbreaking pain, and both of his legs instantly splattered with blood. Ah! It hurts! Wanyud cried out in pain as another steel bar swished towards his head again. Half an inch! Just half an inch! The steel bar skimmed over Wanyud's hair and pierced through the rear windshield. At this moment, Wanyud was scared out of his wits. What a life! If this steel bar was half an inch lower, his head would have been pierced into a bloody hole. So close! At this time, Wanyud has long been scared of urine, silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, thankful that he has recovered alive. As for Yukai, he was also not lightly injured. His head was covered in blood, and his entire left arm was directly smashed and fractured. Boss 1, are you alright? Yukai blurted out. Little you, hurry up and save me, quick! Wanyud shouted. Yukai moved his body vigorously, suddenly realizing that the entire car had been smashed and collapsed, and he couldn't move at all as he huddled in the driver's side. Zip zip zip. Suddenly, Yukai seemed to smell a smell of burning wires and was startled. No good, Boss 1, the car is going to catch fire. Although it was a rainy day, the vehicle's oil and electricity catching fire was extremely terrifying. The rain couldn't extinguish it at all. Once the fire started, both of them would be burned alive. What can we do? Wanyud wanted to escape, but with his legs stuck in steel bars and the car door collapsed, trying to escape was something that was simply impossible. Bang bang bang. At this time, Du Guozhang's Audi directly crashed into the big truck. The airbag immediately popped out. The driver hurriedly stopped the car and shouted, "Old leader, Hu city chief, get off the car quickly." Oh, well. Du Guozhang and Hu Xingtai immediately ran out of the car and hid in a safe area. Due to the Audi's timely braking, solely Du Guozhang and Hu Xingtai were not injured. Looking at the white smoke coming out of the Cadillac, Hu Xingtai, the head of a city, was so scared that he almost cried out, "Old leader, what can we do?" Du Guozhang hurriedly shouted to the driver, "Xiao Wang, you quickly notify the relevant departments to block the highway and immediately let the emergency rescue team come to rescue Boss 1. Yes, old leader." The driver called Xiao Wang immediately pulled out his cell phone to make a call. "Old leader, Mr. Xiao said long ago that he couldn't let Boss 1 go out. Look, something happened." Hu Xingtai's tone was full of complaints. After all, Du Guozhang was an old leader and a person who had gone through great storms, and at this moment, compared to Hu Xingtai, he appeared to be very calm. "Xingtai, today's heavy rainfall, the road condition is not good, plus the big truck has a flat tire, that's why it led to this accident. This is all an accident. It's not that Xiao Chuan has the ability of foreknowledge," Du Guozhang said with a gloomy face. Hey! Knowing that his old leader did not believe Xiao Dust at all, Hu Xingtai could only sigh. The Longshan city authorities received a call from Du Guozhang's driver, Xiao Wang, and knowing the urgency of the situation, they hurriedly blocked off the highway to avoid secondary occurrences of accidents, while sending an emergency rescue team to the scene of the accident to carry out the rescue. Whoa! Less than 20 minutes, the rescue team with sirens blaring, a line of 30 vehicles have come, in addition to ambulances. Report, Longshan City Emergency Rescue Team leader Ma Biao has met the old leader and city head Hu. A man with a tiger's back and a full beard saluted. Alright, don't engage in this formalism, save the people immediately, Du Guozhang ordered with a wave of his hand. Yes, old leader. Ma Biao hurriedly arranged for his men to carry out the rescue. Hundreds of people rushed towards the Cadillac sedan like ants, braving the torrential rain. As soon as Wanyud, who was staying in the car in a panic, heard the sirens, he immediately exclaimed, "You guys hurry up and save me right away. Save me out." Rescue team members looked at the smashed car, hastily took out the vice crowbar rescue. You guys are a little lighter. My legs are stuck with steel bars. Wanyud bared his teeth in pain. Looking at this tragic image of Wanyud, Ma Biao hurriedly shouted, "All give me a spirit. This is a Hong Kong businessman. We cannot afford the responsibility if something goes wrong. Quickly take a chainsaw to cut open the car body." Yes, Captain. The team members immediately took out the chainsaw to cut the car body. At this time, the big cranes are also in place, will be smashed in the car on the bundles of rebar lifted away. Yukai, who was lying in the main cab, shouted,
Captain, drag me out first, I'm easier to rescue. Ma Biao huffed. How did you drive as a small driver?
It almost killed the Hong Kong businessman. You stay inside and wait to rescue the Hong Kong businessman before I rescue you.
Hearing Ma Biao's words, Yu Kai was so angry that he kept cursing in his heart. Can I be blamed for what happened? Can I be blamed for what happened?
Although his heart was not convinced, Yu Kai did not dare to express his dissatisfaction and could only hold his breath.
After nearly an hour of rescue, Wan Yud was successfully rescued,
and was immediately carried on a stretcher to the ambulance to the central hospital.
Du Guozhang and Hu Xingtai also went with the car, and at this moment, Xiao Chen and Bai Yi's car was heading towards Medicine God Valley. Chapter 32, Unveiling the List. Looking at the wind, rain and thunder in the sky,
Xiao Chuan frowned slightly. This wind and rain seems to be very uncomplicated.
I don't know if Wan Yud can dodge this. Bai Yi's car was struggling to drive in the wind and rain and cursed.
Why is it suddenly raining on a good day?
Really? Luckily, when the two of them arrived at the Medicine God Valley,
the rain and wind had stopped.
At this moment, countless people stood in front of the main gate of the Medicine God Valley,
pointing at the medicine-seeking list on the wall,
but none of them dared to go up. Xiao Chuan pushed his wheelchair and Bai Yi out of the car and slowly went up and leaned in. Prick la. Before the crowd could react,
Xiao Chun uncovered the doctor-seeking list.
Wow!
The crowd clamored and all turned their surprised gazes towards Xiao Chuan. They had never thought that a small young man would dare to reveal the list.
Who is this person? How come he is so bold? Who knows? Being so bold, he is probably not far from death. There's a good show to watch now. The onlookers were like looking at monkeys in a zoo. Pointing at Xiao Chen, Gong Hong, the Pill God Valley's internal housekeeper,
walked up to Xiao Dust with a displeased look on his face and asked,
"How dare you reveal this list? Healing the sick and saving people. Why wouldn't I dare?" Xiao Dust said. Good breath. Gong Hong's face instantly became somber.
My Medicine God Valley has posted this doctor-seeking list for more than 3 months, and there are countless miraculous doctors who have come here to cure my young miss,
but without exception, they have all failed. So do you have the confidence that you can cure my young miss's illness?
Of course, if I didn't have full certainty, I wouldn't have driven and braved the rain to come,
Xiao Chuan said.
The rule of my Medicine God Valley is that if you cannot cure my young lady's disease,
you must leave a finger behind. How dare you do this? Gong Hong asked in a stern voice. What if I can cure it? Xiao Chen asked back. Ha 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 ha.
Gong Hong burst out laughing and pointed at Li Evening Chung who was sitting in a wheelchair and said,
This woman is one of yours, right? You can't even cure her crippled leg. How can you cure my lady? It's simply a mouthful. Stop talking nonsense and quickly let me go in to cure Miss Xue, Xiao Chuan said.
The noise at the doorway had obviously startled the people inside, and at this moment, an old man wearing a white practicing shirt with a serious face walked out. This person was none other than the Pill God Valley Master Shui Yuanbai. As soon as Shui Yuanbai stepped out,
everyone instantly quieted down. Valley Master,
this young man just unveiled the list and said that he was able to cure Miss. I see him like a charlatan,
so I was about to kick him out, Gong Hong said. Shui Yuanbai waved his hand and said,
I have heard your conversation just now.
Afterwards,
Shui Yuanbai glanced at Xiao Chuan and frowned.
Young man,
I advise you to post back the list you just uncovered for old man and quickly leave this place.
This is not a place where you can come and make trouble, Xiao Chuan said indifferently.
Master Xue Valley, I am Xiao Chuan.
Please make sure that you let me try. Under the heavens, Miss Xue's disease may only be cured by me. Wow. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst out laughing, thinking that this Xiao Chuan was simply bragging. Good. Since this is the case, I will allow you to give it a try. If you can't cure my daughter's disease, you will leave an arm behind. Do you dare?
Shui Yuanbai felt that it was impossible for Xiao Chuan to cure his daughter's disease, and he said this because he wanted Xiao Chuan to know what to do.
But unexpectedly,
Xiao Chuan directly said back,
Yes, but if I can cure your daughter's disease,
you have to give me the 1,000-year snow lotus as consultation money.
Shui Yuanbai was stunned.
He did not expect this Xiao Chuan to agree.
Then he spoke. Good boy, you really do have the guts.
If you can cure Ning's illness, not to mention the district's 1,000-year-old snow lotus,
it is my daughter,
including the entire Pill God Valley that I will send to you all together.
Then let's go. Xiao Chen asked Bai Yi to take care of Li Evening Qing outside. Then he directly followed Shui Yuanbai towards the inner hall. As soon as he walked into the inner hall,
Xiao Chuan suddenly shivered,
as if he was in an ice cellar,
and felt a chill all over his body, only to see that on the carved dragon and phoenix patterned bed in the inner hall, there was a beautiful girl wearing a white dress lying on it. The girl's features were exquisite, her body was shapely, and she was a first-class beauty.
Only at this moment, Xue Ninger's face was a bit pale, her eyes were closed tightly, seemingly lifeless, like an icy beauty.
Next to Xue Ninger, an old Chinese doctor was sticking silver needles into Xue Ninger's body.
When he heard someone coming, he hurriedly got up. Divine Doctor 1, How is my daughter's illness now? Shui Yuanbai asked.
Wen Jingfu arched his hand and said, Old Shui,
Ninger's condition is rather tricky. I was a bit at my wit's end for a while. I've been practicing medicine for dozens of years and it's the first time I've encountered this kind of strange condition.
But fortunately I've already stabilized her condition with the silver needles.
Wen Jingfu was Shui Yuanbai's old friend.
He had been practicing medicine overseas. This time, because Shui Ninger's condition was more serious. After searching all over the world for a famous doctor without any success, Shui Yuanbai called and asked Wen Jingfu to return to China to treat his daughter. He didn't expect that even he had no way to do so.
Hey, what can we do? Shui Yuanbai had a difficult face.
He only had Shui Ninger at the age of 50 and had always regarded her as the jewel in the palm of his hand,
not realizing that she would suffer from this disaster at the age of 20.
Wen Jingfu seemed to have noticed Xiao Chen and asked, Old Shui,
who is this young man? Shui Yuanbai hurriedly introduced. This person's name is Xiao Chuan.
He just unveiled the list and said that he was able to cure Ninger's illness.
What kind of joke is this? A disease that even old Shui can't cure. This kid can cure it? Simply nonsense.
Old Shui,
hurry up and drive this kid out. Don't disturb Ninger.
Wen Jingfu waved his hand.
Chapter 33, Quack Doctor. Shui Yuanbai nodded and said, I also feel that he is unreliable, but I can't help it if he has to come in. Xiao Chuan, you've seen my daughter's illness. Even Divine Dr. Wen can't cure her.
I think it's impossible for you to cure her as well.
It's not too late for you to leave now. Shui Yuanbai continued.
Wen Jingfu similarly waved his hand to drive away Xiao Chen.
You hurry up and leave. Don't get in my way.
Only Xiao Chuan said indifferently.
How dare you? A quack doctor, drive me away? What? Your brat actually called me a quack? Your kid was probably still wearing open pants when I was practicing medicine.
Wen Jingfu had an angry face. He had practiced medicine for dozens of years and had treated countless patients, and was known by the world as Hua Tuo in the world, and countless powerful tycoons had to make appointments in advance and attach $10 million in consultation fees when they asked him to treat them. And now Xiao Chuan had even said that he was a quack, which caused Wen Jingfu to be very furious.
Shui Yuanbai's face was also very unhappy and said, Xiao Chuan, you must not be rude. Divine Dr. Wen is my close friend and your senior.
You should treat him with respect.
Xiao Dust shook his head and said, he is not yet at a level that allows me to respect him. Immediately afterward,
Xiao Chuan pointed at Shui Ninger on the hospital bed and said,
Divine Dr. Wen,
you stabbed a total of 9,981 needles on Ms.
Shui's body, and if I'm not mistaken,
this is the Northern Darkness divine needle of yours.
Wen Jingfu was stunned.
Then he said with a smug face, well, your kid has two skills,
actually able to see the old man's North Underworld divine needle.
North Underworld divine needle originated from Li Tang.
Xing Yu Song Yuan, known as the world's #1 needle method, has the effect of raising the dead. Only in the end of the Qing dynasty, during the period of the literal prisons, the North Underworld divine needle's needle spectrum was destroyed. Nowadays, under the heavens only the old man is able to use this needle method.
A pity, a pity. Xiao Chuan shook his head and continued. The North Underworld divine needle certainly has miraculous effects, but it's a pity that 3 of your needles were stuck in the wrong place.
What? You actually said that I stabbed in the wrong position. This is impossible. I've been practicing the North Netherworld divine needle for decades. I simply can't make mistakes. Wen Jingfu blurted out. Wrong is wrong. You're still sophomoric. Listen carefully. Your 3 stitches were wrong in the 8th stitch,
the 27th stitch as well as the 59th stitch. These 3 stitches should have been stabbed in the 100 clubs,
Yongquan,
and Yutong acupoints, but you stabbed them in the Juk,
Diet Song, and Liangmen, am I right?
Faced with Xiao Chuan's questioning, Wen Jingfu was sweating.
Indeed,
the Manhwa divine needle had been lost after all, and the copy version that he had gotten was missing several pages. These 3 needles were indeed stabbed randomly by him based on his past experience of treating diseases.
Shui Yuanbai hurriedly asked, Divine Dr. Wen, is this true?
Wen Jingfu was also a person with strong self-esteem. How could he admit it after being poked and prodded by Xiao Chuan?
So he said stiffly, Old Shui, you and I have been close friends for many years. How could I possibly stab needles randomly on Ninger's body?
Don't listen to the nonsense of this Xiao Chuan brat.
He is clearly jealous of my medical skills. So that's how it is. Divine Dr. Wen, I believe you. Shui Yuanbai said. Ha 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 ha.
Xiao Chuan suddenly laughed out loud and spoke.
Divine Dr. Wen,
I advise you to quickly pull out the silver needles from Miss Shui's body,
or else she will vomit blood and die. Xiao Chuan, just don't talk nonsense. This is simply impossible. Wen Jingfu shouted.
Only when Wen Jingfu's words had just fallen, Shui Ninger on the hospital bed suddenly convulsed her body, followed by the corners of her mouth oozing out threads of blood.
Faced with this terrifying scene, Shui Yuanbai and Wen Jingfu were instantly stunned. Ninger, what's wrong with you? You mustn't be alright.
Shui Yuanbai hurriedly ran to the hospital bed and blurted, "Divine Doctor 1, what can we do?" When Jingfu was also shocked and confused, never expecting anything to really happen. Xiao Chen hurriedly drank. "What are you still waiting for? Quickly remove your silver needle from Miss Shue's body. Do you want her to die? Oh, good. When Jingfu had long since lost his overbearing demeanor and immediately rushed to Xue Ninger's body, removing the silver needles from her body with his hands and feet. Just after removing the silver needles, Xue Ninger immediately stopped convulsing and stopped spitting blood from her mouth. Shui Yuanbai painfully wiped the blood from the corner of Xue Ninger's mouth while looking at Wen Jingfu with great anger. "Divine Doctor 1, what did you do? It almost killed my daughter." When Jingfu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with an embarrassed face, "Old Shui, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect things to get so bad. It's all because of my momentary carelessness." Afterwards, when Jingfu looked at Xiao Chuan with a grateful face and arched his hand, "Mr. Xiao, just now, my old husband has been rash. Please bear with me. There is no harm. You did not intend to harm Ms. Shui, you just applied the wrong needle in your eagerness to save others. In my opinion, Ms. Shui's condition cannot be cured with the Northern Meditation Needle Technique," Xiao Chuan said. "I have been taught." When Jingfu said in obeisance, Shui Yuanbai got up and said with a respectful face, "Mr. Shui, please cure your daughter's illness, please." Xiao Chuan nodded and walked to Xue Ninger's hospital bed, preparing to take her pulse. Only when he touched Xue Ninger's wrist, Xiao Chuan's entire being was suddenly startled. This is the Cold Ice Body? Chapter 34, Cold Ice Body. Cold Ice Body, one of the 3 saint bodies in the immortal cultivation world. Xiao Chuan had never thought that he would come across this saint body amongst the red dust and mundane world. Just why was Xue Ninger a cold ice body? Could it be? Thinking of this, Xiao Chuan hurriedly said, "Valley Master Shui, in fact, Miss Shui Ben is not sick at all. The reason why she is presenting the current condition is because she is a cold ice body." Cold ice body? What is this? Shui Yuanbai was uncertain. The cold ice body is a special kind of physique. It's just a pity that Miss Shui's physical body is too fragile to withstand the negative effects of this kind of physique. The reason why she is unconscious right now is because the cold qi in her body has frozen her internal organs and brain. Xiao Chuan's words made Shui Yuanbai nervous. "Mr. Xiao, why is this happening? My daughter has always been lively and lovely. Why would this happen?" Xiao Chuan thought for a moment and said, "In my opinion, Miss Shui's cold ice body was not formed innately, but rather it was formed later in life. Master Shui Valley, please think carefully. Has Miss Shui swallowed anything in the last few years? Swallowed anything? Let me think about it." Shui Yuanbai immediately fell into deep thought, pacing back and forth throughout the inner hall, and after a few minutes he suddenly slapped his head and said, "Mr. Xiao, I remember. 2 years ago I took Ninger to Antarctica to go skiing, and at that time, she had accidentally swallowed a crystal clear ice crystal. That's right. The ice crystal that Miss Shui swallowed was not a normal ice crystal. The scientific name is Xuanwu Cold Ice. After this ice crystal was swallowed by Miss Shui, it continuously absorbed the yang qi in her body. After 2 years, the coldness of the ice crystal has penetrated into Miss Shui's limbs, bones and organs. That's why she's now being frozen," Xiao Chuan explained. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Shui Yuanbai hurriedly said, "Mr. Xiao, then can you help cure my daughter?" "Don't worry, Valley Master Shui, I will do my best," Xiao Chuan assured. At this moment, the butler Gong Hong suddenly barged in and whispered a few words in Shui Yuanbai's ear, and Shui Yuanbai instantly had a look of surprise on his face as he busied himself with saying, "Hurry up and please." "Yes, master." Gong Hong immediately walked out, and in a short while, Gong Hong walked in with a young man with a face like a crown and a straight figure. As soon as he saw the young man, Shui Yuanbai immediately greeted him and arched his hand. "You are here, Mr. Ning. Thank you for coming to treat your daughter in your busy schedule." The young man was the same size as Xiao Chuan, but just by looking at how respectful Shui Yuanbai was, Xiao Chuan knew that this person was of great importance. "After getting a call from Master Shui Valley, I hurriedly went down the mountain and I hope that I have not delayed Ninger's condition," the young man said. "It's alright, Mr. Ning. Let me introduce. This is Xiao Chuan, and this is Ning Wujiu from the Sky Eagle sect." "Mr. Ning," Shui Yuanbai introduced. "Heavenly Eagle sect?" This sect was so familiar. Xiao Chuan suddenly thought that a few days ago at the Spade K clubhouse, he slapped an elder Mo to death was the Heavenly Eagle sect's provision elder. This world is so small. I did not expect to meet someone from the Sky Eagle sect here again. Ning Wuyo glanced at Xiao Chen and asked with a frown, "Valley Master Shui, who is this person called Xiao Chen?" "It's, Mr. Ning. Truth be told, this Xiao Chuan has just uncovered the medical seeker list and has come in to treat Ninger." Shui Yuanbai seemed a little embarrassed. "Oh, does Valley Master Shui not trust me?"
Ning Wuyo? To find an average cat or dog to come in and treat Ninger, is he worthy? Ning Wuyo said condescendingly. For a while, Shui Yuanbai did not know how to reply. Ning Wuyo was a great disciple of the Heavenly Eagle sect, no matter the medical skills and kung fu amongst the younger generation. While Xiao Chuan had just broken through his daughter's illness of being a cold and ice body and seemed to have some tactics as well, and he did not want to offend both of them. It was just that when Xiao Dust heard Ning Wuyao's words, his heart was very unhappy, and he spoke. Mr. Ning, I have never known you, and it is by chance that we met today, so please keep your mouth clean. Ha 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 ha, I, Ning Wuyo, am a noble Heavenly Eagle sect grand disciple, and you, a tiny country bumpkin, are worthy of asking me to respect you? Simply ridiculous. Ning Wuyo did not put Xiao Chen in his eyes at all. Xiao Dust shook his head. He did not expect that the people of the Heavenly Eagle sect would be ruder than one another. I'll say it again. Keep your mouth clean or else you'll have to blame me for being impolite to you. Xiao Dust's face became cold. Xiao Chuan, are you trying to compete with me? Ning Wuyo slightly clenched his fists as his fighting aura suddenly skyrocketed. Shui Yuanbai saw that the situation was not right and immediately stopped between the two, saying, Mr. Ning, please give me some face and don't get angry. My family's Ninger is still waiting for you to cure her. Ning Wuyo loosened his hand and said with a smug expression, Lord Shui Valley, Miss Ninger is actually not sick because she is a cold ice body. Xiao Chuan was stunned. This Ning Wuyo came here without even looking at Shui Ninger squarely, but he could instantly tell that she was a cold ice body. This was too unbelievable. No, there must be a problem. Xiao Dust suddenly noticed a blood-colored jade pendant on Ning Wuyo's waist, and with a sweep of his divine sense, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Trickster, so that's how it is. Chapter 35, Blood Jade Pendant. Xiao Chen's divine sense swept over the blood-colored jade pendant at Ning Wuyo's waist and suddenly discovered that the soul of an evil cultivator was sealed inside. And this evil cultivator's soul had the great power to know the heavens and the earth. And with a single glance, it saw through Shui Ninger's condition and directly told Ning Wuyo. Ning Wuyo touched a handful of jade pendants, his face full of pride, and said, Lord Shui Valley, am I right? Mr. Ning, you are so right. Just now Xiao Chen also said that my family's Ninger is a cold ice body. Surprisingly, there were two people who both said that their daughters were cold ice body, so it was definitely true. Ning Wuyo froze and asked in great surprise, Shui, Valley Master Shui, this brat named Xiao Chuan also saw through that Ninger is a cold ice body? Yes, Shui Yuanbai nodded. It seems that this one called Xiao Chen has two tricks up his sleeve. Ning Wuyo muttered in his heart. The reason he had seen through that Shui Ninger was a cold ice body without touching her body as soon as he entered was entirely because of what the evil cultivator had just told him in the blood jade pendant. This blood jade pendant was also obtained by Ning Wuyo unintentionally, and in the past few years, he had mixed well in the Skyhawk sect, becoming a blazingly popular medical and martial arts expert, also thanks to the evil cultivator in the jade pendant. Master Evil Cultivator, how did this one called Xiao Chuan know about Shui Ninger's condition? Could he really be a divine doctor? Ning Wuyo used his divine sense to talk to the evil cultivator in the jade pendant. The evil cultivator sensed it for a moment and exclaimed, I don't know if this Xiao Chuan is a divine physician, but I sense that he's harboring a supreme treasure on his body. Master Evil Cultivator, what kind of exotic treasure is it? Ning Wuyo asked. It's the nine-eyed heavenly pearl. It's a good thing. It helps with cultivation. Wu Jiao, this time, you have to snatch the nine-eyed heavenly pearl from Xiao Chen no matter what. I'll use this magic treasure when I recast my physical body in the future. The evil cultivator said excitedly. Master, I understand. I will definitely not let you down. Ning Wuyo had been blessedly taken care of by the evil cultivator for the past few years, and this time it was time for him to properly repay the evil cultivator. A few days ago, Xiao Chuan had accidentally obtained the Nine Eyes heavenly bead in the antique street and had been wearing it on his body, wanting to take the time to make the heavenly bead into a protective artifact to give to Li Evening Qing. He did not expect that it would be seen by the evil cultivator at this moment. As for the divine sense conversation between the two, Xiao Chen heard it word for word in his ears. Want to snatch my Nine Eyes heavenly pearl? What a fool's dream. Xiao Dust smiled faintly and thought in his heart. Looking at Ning Wuyo who suddenly stopped speaking as if he was thinking about something, Shui Yuanbai softly called out, Mr. Ning? Ha? Oh, sorry, just got a little lost in thought. Ning Wuyo covered up. Shui Yuanbai continued, please, both of you take a hand in helping my daughter with her treatment. I really don't want to see her suffer any longer. Yi Wuyo said, Xiao Chen, do you want to bet with me? Xiao Chuan raised his eyebrows, not knowing what medicine Yi Wuyo was selling in his gourd. So he asked, what do you want to bet with me? It's very simple. If you can't cure Ninger, how about giving me the Nine Eyes heavenly pearl in your hand? Yi Wuyo said, what if I cure it? Xiao Chen asked. It's very simple. If you are able to cure Ninger,
I'll be at your disposal and do whatever you want. Yi Wuyo knew that although Xiao Chuan had seen through that Xue Ninger was a cold ice body, it was a very difficult thing to force the cold qi out of her body, and he was confident that Xiao Chuan would definitely lose. As long as Xiao Chuan lost, he could get the nine-eyed heavenly pearl and then help Xue Ninger cure her. In that case, the entire Pill God Valley including Xue Ninger herself would be his. 3 birds with 1 stone. Wonderful! Shui Yuanbai was listening to the clouds from the side, unable to understand what the 9 eyes heavenly pearl in Yi Wuyo's mouth was. At this moment, his heart only wanted to hurry up and save his daughter. Both of you, hurry up with the diagnosis and treatment, Shui Yuanbai said. Xiao Chuan nodded and said, Yi Wu Jiao, I hope you won't go back on your word when the time comes. After saying that, Xiao Chuan slowly walked to Xue Ninger's body. At this moment, Xue Ninger's eyes were slightly closed. Her entire body was covered with a thin layer of ice, and the coldness was very compelling. Yi Wujiao looked at Xiao Chen with a disdainful expression. Wanting to force the cold qi in Xue Ninger's body out of her body? No one could do it here except for him. Hey, Xiao Chuan, if you really can't do it then admit defeat. Give me your 9 eyes heavenly pearl and I will let you go. Ha 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 ha. Yi Wuyo laughed out loud. You shut up. Xiao Chuan glared at Yi Wuyo and then looked at Xue Ninger. I'm offended. Whoosh. Xiao Chuan slapped his palm on Xue Ninger's dantian, and then something magical happened, only to see that the thin layer of ice covering Xue Ninger's body began to slowly melt, and finally transformed into snowy water, wetting Xue Ninger's body's clothes. Immediately afterward, Xiao Chuan's hand was like a warm sun. The hot energy spread out in all directions, and Xue Ninger's clothes that were wetted by the snow water instantly became dry. At this moment, Xiao Chuan did not stop the action of his hand, and gently pressed again, and the miracle happened again, only to see Xue Ninger's dantian covered by Xiao Chuan's palm, suddenly scattered points of golden light, and immediately after, these golden rays of light turned into the shape of a vortex, which absorbed all of the cold energy from Xue Ninger's body, and transported it through the palm of his hand into Xiao Chuan's body. Xiao Chuan continued to absorb the cold qi from Xue Ninger's body, feeling as if he had become one with her. Chapter 36, Tit for Tat. Seeing this miraculous scene, everyone was instantly stunned. This kind of tactic was simply unbelievable. This brat, how could? Yi Wuyo was dumbstruck in disbelief, breathing and exhaling. In less than a minute, the cold qi in Xue Ninger's body had all been inhaled by Xiao Chen. Phew! Xiao Chuan let out a long breath and said, Valley Master Xue, the cold qi in Miss Xue's body has already been dispelled by me. There is no more serious problem. Many thanks to Mr. Xiao for his great kindness in saving my daughter's life. Xue Yuanbai apologized repeatedly. At this moment, Xue Ninger's face on the hospital bed gradually became rosy. Her breathing also slowly became smooth, and she opened her eyes in a short while. Dad! Xue Ninger shouted. Hearing this long-lost dad, Xue Yuanbai almost cried out in excitement, hurriedly stepping forward to hug Xue Ninger, excitedly saying, Ninger, you finally woke up. Dad is too happy. Dad, how long have I been unconscious? Xue Ninger asked. 3 months, 10 days and 5 hours. Daddy remembers it clearly. This period of time scared me to death. Daddy thought he would never see you again. The hallowed Pill God Valley's Valley Master was pouring with old tears at this moment. More than 3 months. What a long time. I feel like I've had a dream. Xue Ninger sighed with emotion. Xue Yuanbai pointed at Xiao Chuan and said, Ninger, this is your brother Xiao Chuan. He is the one who just woke you up. The moment Xue Ninger saw Xiao Chuan, her delicate body trembled and her face gradually became shy, because the cold qi in Xue Ninger's body had already entered Xiao Chuan's body at the moment, and the two of them had an energy communication to some extent. So even though they had met for the first time, Xue Ninger suddenly realized that this one in front of her called Xiao Chuan was the Prince Charming in her heart. As for Xue Yuanbai, who looked at his daughter's shy appearance, he also smiled slightly. 20 years ago when Xue Ninger had just turned 1 month old, there was a Taoist who had divined for Xue Ninger, and according to the trigrams, Xue Ninger would have a catastrophe at the age of 20 and the man who was able to save her from her illness would be destined to have a destiny with her. That was why Xue Yuanbai had promised that whoever was able to cure his daughter's illness, would let his daughter marry whoever was able to cure her illness. Brother Xiao Chen, thank you for saving Ninger. Xue Ninger smiled lightly. It's alright, it's all a matter of lifting a hand. Being looked at by Xue Ninger with such affection, Xiao Chuan was suddenly a little embarrassed. Then he looked at Xue Yuanbai and said, Cough cough, Xue Valley Master, Miss Xue just woke up. It is not advisable to do strenuous exercise. Let her recuperate properly during this period of time, and her diet should be light. Okay Mr. Xiao, I understand. Xue Yuanbai nodded. Then, Xiao Chuan looked at Yi Wuyo and said, Yi Wuyo, I have successfully saved Miss Xue. According to the previous bet, you should now dispose of me at will, right? Xiao Chen, what do you want? Yi Wuyo gritted his teeth. I don't want to do anything. It's just that I'm more interested in that blood jade pendant around your waist. Destroy the blood jade pendant in front of me and I'll let you go. Xiao Chuan knew that the blood jade pendant of Yi Wuyo had the soul of the evil cultivator in it. As long as he destroyed the jade pendant, the evil cultivator's soul would be dispersed, so as to prevent him from committing evil deeds in the future. Xiao Chuan, you actually know the secret in my jade pendant? Yi Wuyo looked a little surprised. Cut the crap and do as I say immediately, Xiao Chuan ordered. Ha 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 ha. Yi Wuyo suddenly laughed out loud. Xiao Chuan, Xiao Chuan, even though you have excellent medical skills, so what? I am the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Eagle sect, the newest in the martial arts world. Just with you dare to order me to destroy the jade pendant? Wu Kung, hurry up and kill this brat. The evil cultivator in the jade pendant shouted. Okay, Master Evil Cultivator, now I will kill Xiao Chen and seize the Nine Eyes Heavenly Pearl. After saying that, Yi Wuyo's entire face became hideous, and the fury in his body skyrocketed in vain, momentarily filling the entire inner hall with a murderous aura. As soon as she saw that Yi Wuyo was about to make a move, Xue Ninger blurted out, Dad, protect brother Xiao Chen. Ninger, I know. Now that Xiao Chuan had cured Xue Ninger's illness, he was a great benefactor to his Xue family, and in the future, Xiao Chuan would also marry Xue Ninger, join the Xue family, and take charge of the entire Pilgod Valley, so Xue Yuanbai could not ignore it. With a whoosh sound, Xue Yuanbai made an arrow step and leaped in front of Yi Wuqiu, advising, Mr. Yi, please calm down, this is the Pilgod Valley, and Xiao Chuan is also my Xue family's benefactor. You can't be this unreasonable. Humph, Xue Yuanbai, I am a member of the Heavenly Eagle sect, how dare you stop me? Aren't you afraid that the Heavenly Eagle sect will blame you? Yi Wuyo snorted coldly. Mr. Yi, if you really want to touch Xiaochen, I can't just sit back and watch. If the Heavenly Eagle sect blames it, I will find your family's sect leader to explain. Xue Yuanbai said. Good, since you are so persistent, I will take you first. After saying that, Yi Wuyo struck a palm towards Xue Yuanbai. Chapter 37, Heated Battle. Xue Yuanbai didn't expect Yi Wuyo to dare to make a move against him in the Pilgod Valley. Before he could react, a palm had already struck his chest. Boom! Under Yi Wuyo's palm force, Xue Yuanbai was violently knocked out 5 or 6 meters by the palm, followed by a mouthful of blood spraying out. Dad, Valley Master. Xue Ninger and Gong Hong were both incomparably shocked. Yi Wuyo had actually made a move. Was this the Sky Eagle sect declaring war with the Pilgod Valley? Seek death. As the Pilgod Valley's steward, Gong Hong would not allow an outsider to make a fool of himself here. With a swish sound, he pulled out a steel whip from his waist and struck towards Yi Wuyo. Buzz! The steel whip cut through the air and attacked Yi Wuyo like a silver snake. What a powerful whip technique! Yi Wuyo waved his hand violently. Dozens of steel needles in his sleeve shot out and collided with the steel whip. Bang! 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 There was an explosive sound in the air. Gong Hong, who was holding the steel whip, instantly felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth. Just as he froze, Yi Wuyo kicked out with a flying kick. Thud! Gong Hong was sent flying by a kick. His body smashed heavily on the wall, breaking several ribs. Valley Master, I'm sorry, my men are incompetent and can't protect Valley Master. Gong Hong had an apologetic face. Uncle Gong. Xue Ninger wanted to cry. Gong Hong was the Pilgod Valley steward. She had been raised by Gong Hong since she was a child. So when she saw that Gong Hong was seriously injured, it was extremely difficult for her to bear inside. Yi Wu Jiao, you are simply bold. Do you think that my medicine god valley has no one? 18 iron guards of Pilgod Valley. Gather. Whoosh. With Xue Yuanbai's order, 18 black shadows like ghosts all flew into the inner hall, each wearing iron armor and holding a curved sword, with an extraordinary aura. Oh, this is looking for helpers to come? I've always heard that the Pilgod Valley's 18 iron guards are invincible. Today I'd like to learn whether they're invincible or just a bunch of drunkards. Facing the 18 iron guards that suddenly barged into the inner hall, Yi Wuyo was not the least bit flustered. Yi Wuyo, you will die today. Kill for me. Xue Yuanbai's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted. Yes, Valley Master. The 18 iron guards waved their curved swords towards Yi Wuyo. A bunch of mole crickets dare to make a move against me. Yi Wuyo, they simply don't care about themselves. Let's let you all taste my Heavenly Eagle sect's Heavenly Eagle Divine Claw. Yi Wuyo directly charged up. Swish swish swish. Yi Wuyo's hands formed a claw shape and grabbed towards the iron armor on the 18 iron guards. This kind of iron armor was specially made by Pilgod Valley, which was invulnerable to swords and spears, and water and fire. But at this moment, under Yi Wuyo's Heavenly Eagle Divine Claw's fierce attack, it was just like a piece of paper and all of them were torn to pieces by Yi Wuyo's iron claw. Xue Yuanbai, who was standing on the sidelines watching the battle, was shocked, not realizing that Yi Wuqiu had already practiced the Heavenly Eagle sect's Kung Fu mastery.
Heavenly Eagle Divine Claw.
This kind of kung fu had been seen by Xiao Chuan a few days ago at the Spade K clubhouse, when Elder Mo tried to execute Xiao Chuan and was killed by Xiao Chuan with a slap of his hand. In Xiao Chuan's opinion,
Yi Wuyo's Iron Claw Kung Fu was a few points more powerful than Elder Mo's. Die!
Yi Wuyo grabbed out with a claw and directly broke the neck of one of the iron guards,
followed by the second, the third. In less than 2 minutes, all 18 iron guards were decapitated by Yi Wuyo. Shui Yuanbai was instantly terrified. He knew that Yi Wuyo's kung fu was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be powerful to such an extent. It was simply the god of killing possessing him. No wonder he was so arrogant in the Pill God Valley's territory. Yi Wujiu licked the blood on his hand and smiled evilly. Shui Yuanbai, your Pill God Valley 18 iron guards are nothing more than that. Ha 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 ha. Yi Wuyo, you. Shui Yuanbai was shocked and scared, unable to speak for a moment. Shui Yuanbai, your Pill God Valley, along with your precious daughter Xuaninger, from now on will be my Yi Wuyo's private property. Ha 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 ha. Yi Wuyo laughed out loud once again. You don't want to. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Shui Yuanbai endured the severe pain and said, it's not up to you. I'll finish off Xiao Chen first, then I'll play with you slowly until I play you to death. Yi Wuyo finished speaking and looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you have just seen my methods. The 18 iron guards of the Pill God Valley are not my opponent. Now hurry up and hand over your 9 Eyes Heavenly Pearl and kneel down and kowtow 10 times. I can spare your dog's life. Today, you won't get my 9 Eyes Heavenly Pearl, and you won't get the Medicine God Valley or Xuaninger. You only have a way to die today. Xiao Chen indifferently said, how dare you speak out of turn even at the end of your life. Today I will kill you to sacrifice to the heavens. Yi Wudo's figure turned and a pair of iron claws grabbed towards Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao Chen, be careful, Xuaninger exclaimed. Her own father and Uncle Gong were both injured, and the 18 iron guards were also dead. Xuaninger really did not want her great benefactor Xiao Chuan to follow suit again. Buzz! Yi Wudo's iron claw sliced through the air with a ZZ sound and was about to attack Xiao Chen. At this moment, Xiao Chuan's figure did not move. He fiercely inhaled a breath, then held it in his small abdomen and exhaled it out. A layer of faint true qi enveloped Xiao Chuan's surroundings. Thud! Yi Wudo's iron claw struck the true qi, only to feel a numbness in his arm, and he was immediately stunned. Power qi is released outwardly, gathering qi to form a wall. This is the cultivation of a grandmaster. Chapter 38, The Might of a Patriarch. Yi Wuyo never expected Xiao Chen to be a zone master. No wonder Xiao Chuan was so calm when he had just faced his killing of the 18 iron guards. Although Yi Wuqiu was a great disciple of the Sky Eagle sect and his martial arts kung fu was very powerful, but facing a great person of the level of a patriarch, continuing to fight would only lead to death. The 36th plan is to run. What 9 Eyes Heavenly Pearl? What Xuaninger Pill God Valley? At this moment Yi Wujiu only wanted to run for his life. Yi Wuyo leaped and ran towards the door. He, want to run away? With my permission? Xiao Chuan violently stretched out his right hand towards Yi Wuyo and grabbed him. At this moment, Xiao Chuan's palm emitted dots of cold aura, forming a vortex like a black hole. Yi Wuyo, who wanted to escape, suddenly felt a powerful force behind him tearing his body. Is this the legendary Thousand Chance lead? Yi Wujiu's face turned white for a moment, suddenly realizing a serious problem. Trying to escape in front of a sect master? That could be harder than climbing a mountain. Come! Xiao Chuan's 5 fingers violently grabbed, and Yi Wuyo's body was immediately grabbed by Xiao Chuan like a kite, followed by pinching his neck with one hand. If you have the ability, you can escape one more for me. Xiao Chuan smiled coldly. Xiao Chuan, you can't kill me. I'm a member of the Heavenly Eagle sect. If you kill me, the Heavenly Eagle sect won't spare you. Yi Wuyo knew that he couldn't beat Xiao Chuan, so he could only bring out his own backstage. If the Heavenly Eagle sect dares to find me in trouble, I don't mind directly destroying this sect. Oh, I forgot to tell you, your Heavenly Eagle sect's provider elder has already let me slap him to death. Xiao Chuan said. Mo, Elder Mo was killed by you? Yi Wuyo was shocked for a moment. Hit the road. Xiao Chuan pinched Yi Wuyo's hand with a slight force, only to hear a click sound. The pupils of the unstoppable Yi Wuyo dilated, and his body immediately paralyzed on the ground like mud. Dead. Yi Wuyo was killed by Xiao Chen just like that. This scene caused everyone present to feel incomparably shocked. Xiao Chuan, not only was his medical skills superior, but he actually had the cultivation of a grandmaster. This was simply terrifying as hell. Xuaninger looked at Xiao Chuan. Her heart was excited. Since ancient times, beautiful women loved heroes. At this moment, Xuaninger had already secretly promised that she would not marry Xiao Chuan in this life. Xiao Chuan walked over to Yi Wujiu's corpse, picked up the blood jade pendant from his waist and said with his divine sense, Evil cultivator, your precious disciple is dead. Now it's your turn for your soul to be dispersed. Xiao Chen, you you can't do this to me. The evil cultivator in the jade pendant was horrified. Go to hell. Xiao Dust held the blood jade pendant in his hand and pinched it with force. Ka-ching ka-ching ka-ching, the blood jade pendant immediately shattered, and a mass of black mist inside rushed out of the jade pendant, and as soon as it encountered the sunlight, it instantly dissipated. After dealing with the evil cultivator, Xiao Chuan's mood was much lighter. At this moment, Shui Yuanbai walked up to Xiao Chuan and arched his hand in obeisance. Mr. Xiao, thank you for being able to save my daughter and save my Pill God Valley. If not for you coming to the rescue today, I'm afraid that my Pill God Valley calamity would have come to an end. It's alright, it's just a matter of lifting my hand. Since the matter has been resolved, the 1,000-year snow lotus should be given to me, right? Xiao Chuan asked. Of course, please wait for a moment. Mr. Xiao, I will arrange for someone to fetch it for you now, Shui Yuanbai said. A few minutes later, Shui Yuanbai handed a brocade box to Xiao Chuan and said, Mr. Xiao, this 1,000-year snow lotus is in this box, please take a look. Thanks. Xiao Chuan opened the brocade box and suddenly realized that there was a crystal clear and very rare plant inside, which was the 1,000-year snow lotus. Not bad. Xiao Chuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Shui Yuanbai then said, Mr. Xiao, I have already given you the 1,000-year snow lotus, so, then when will you be able to marry Ninger? Xiao Chuan was speechless for a while. He was most afraid of Shui Yuanbai bringing up this topic. Valley Master Shui, I am really sorry. I came over to treat Miss Shui this time only for this 1,000-year snow lotus, Xiao Chuan said. Does Mr. Xiao not see my family's Ninger? Shui Yuanbai was very puzzled. Her daughter was in her 20s. She had a handsome look, a graceful figure, and behind her there was the tens of billions of dollars worth of family business in the Pill God Valley. This was a proper rich white beauty, but Xiao Dust even gave a rejection? Shui Ninger raised her head to look at Xiao Chuan. Her heart was anxious. Could it be that brother Xiao Chuan could not see Ninger? Valley Master Shui, Ninger is very outstanding. It's just that I'm already married. Do you still remember the woman in the wheelchair outside the main gate? Her name is Li Evening Qing. She is my married wife. Xiao Chen truthfully returned. Mr. Xiao, you're actually married? Shui Yuanbai burst into a gasp. Shui Ninger's heart thumped and she instantly froze. Such an outstanding man had actually gotten married. Shui Ninger had countless suitors since she became an adult, but she had not moved her heart to anyone. At this moment, facing Xiao Chuan in front of her, she was truly moved. If she missed Xiao Chuan, I'm afraid that she would not fall in love with any other man in her life. No, I can't admit defeat. I want to grab the happiness in front of me. Shui Ninger secretly cheered for herself in her heart. Then with a blushing face, she delicately said to Xiao Chuan, Brother Xiao Chuan, if you don't mind, I can be a concubine for you, and serve you together with Sister Evening Qing in the future. Chapter 39, Pill Refining. Hearing this, Xiao Chuan almost fainted. This Shui Ninger looked obedient and coquettish, but her scale of speech was surprisingly so large, and Shui Yuanbai similarly almost spat blood. His daughter to have a figure, to have a figure, to have a look, to have a look, to have a family lineage, to have a family lineage. The suitors of the luxurious nobles were like crucians carp in the river, and now even want to give Xiao Chuan as a concubine? However, on second thought, Xiao Chuan was, after all, the benefactor who had saved Ninger, and the most important point was that he was a patriarch. If Xiao Chuan really married his own daughter, with a patriarch in the Pill God Valley, even if the Heavenly Eagle sect came over to look for trouble in the future, he would not be afraid. Throughout history, which big person did not have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Shui Yuanbai wasn't a stubborn old man and immediately figured it out. As long as his daughter liked it, he as a father was willing to facilitate this marriage. Xiao Chuan, as long as you are willing to take Ninger as your concubine, I will now transfer all 10 billion family properties of this Medicine God Valley to you as dowry. What do you think? Shui Yuanbai asked. At this moment, Xiao Chuan only felt a little dizzy. This father and daughter duo, so speechless. Master Shui Valley, I appreciate the good intentions. My wife Li Evening Qing is physically ill right now. How can I be in the mood to take a concubine? Let's wait until after curing my wife's illness. Xiao Chuan did not want to reject Shui Yuanbai directly so that he would not lose face, so he could only say this. Alright, Xiao Chuan, I understand your feelings, so let's wait until your wife is cured before we talk about this matter. Shui Yuanbai said. Shui Ninger, who was on the side, sighed helplessly and inwardly thought, a melon that is twisted by force is not sweet. It can only be like this for now. Afterward, Xiao Chen asked, Valley Master Shui, do you have a quieter place here? I want to refine medicine. Yes, there is a quiet room at the back of the inner hall that I usually use for meditation. It is very quiet. You can go there to refine medicine, Shui Yuanbai said. Okay, in addition, prepare me a few allotment of medicines, 3 taels and 6 taels of Shisandra, 7 tails of fish grass, 8 tails and 3 tails of bone leaf, 100-year-old tortoise shell, 2 pounds of dried centipede powder, 3 tiger bones, and a copper furnace for refining medicine.
Xiao Chuan said dozens of herbs in one breath.
Shui Yuanbai's notes in his hand were non-stop. Alright Mr. Xiao,
my medicine god valley has all kinds of herbs.
I will go and find them for you now. Well, the faster the better, Xiao Chuan said. In less than 10 minutes,
Shui Yuanbai had already handed over the dispensed medicinal herbs to Xiao Chuan and then led him towards the quiet room.
No one is allowed to disturb me while I am refining the medicine. Remember to remember, Xiao Chuan instructed. Understood. Don't worry, I won't let anyone come near here, Shui Yuanbai assured. Xiao Chuan walked into the quiet room, found a comfortable seat and sat down, pouring the medicinal ingredients into the copper furnace in turn. This time, Xiao Chuan was going to refine the body tempering pill, which was comparable to an immortal pill and could not be refined by ordinary mortals. When he was on the Wuji Immortal Island, Xiao Chuan often followed his master to refine pills in the pill pavilion. So for Xiao Chuan, refining the body tempering pill was not a difficult task as long as the raw materials were complete. Xiao Chuan sat cross-legged, and the Wuji Dan scripture in his divine consciousness opened slowly. Xiao Chuan followed the instructions of the Dan scripture and injected a few channels of spiritual qi into the copper furnace. Zzz. As the spiritual qi was injected into the copper furnace, dozens of medicinal herbs ignited a silky blue flame, followed by a medicinal fragrance that filled the air. Shui Yuanbai, who was waiting outside the quiet room, vigorously nuzzled his nose, smelling the medicinal fragrance, suddenly felt a hint of relaxation, and marveled, heavens, what kind of immortal elixir is Xiao Chen refining in there? It actually has such a medicinal fragrance. So amazing. Half an hour later, the alchemy was completed and Xiao Chuan let out a long breath as he poured out the medicinal pills inside the copper furnace for a closer look. This time, Xiao Chen had refined a total of 6 body tempering pills, each of which was the size of a quail's egg, with a snow-white body that was very beautiful. Looking at this body tempering pill, Xiao Chuan revealed an excited smile. With this body tempering pill, Li Evening Chang would not need to sit in a wheelchair in the future. Without delay, Xiao Chuan hurriedly pushed the door and found that Shui Yuanbai was waiting outside. Once he saw that Xiao Chuan had come out, he hurriedly asked, Xiao Chuan, have you finished refining the pills? Well, it went quite well. The herbs from your medicine god valley are more pure, so the refined pills are tens of times better than the ordinary ones, Xiao Chuan said. Then what kind of pill did you refine? Just now, I smelled a strange medicinal fragrance. This is the first time I have smelled this kind of aroma, Shui Yuanbai asked. The name of the pill I refined is called body tempering pill, Xiao Chen replied. Only when Shui Yuanbai heard the words body tempering pill he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground and exclaimed, Mr. Xiao, you really refined the body tempering pill? Shui Yuanbai was the pill god valley master and had made countless medicines in his life, so of course he knew what the body tempering pill meant. And the fact that someone under the heavens was actually able to refine the ancient mythological immortal elixir did astonish him immensely. Chapter 40, Li Evening Ching stands up. You don't have to be surprised. Just now I refined a total of 6, so I'll give you 2. After saying that, Xiao Chen handed over 2 body tempering Dan to Shui Yuanbai. Looking at the body tempering pills in his hand, Shui Yuanbai's hands trembled with excitement. Mr. Xiao, are you really planning to give me this pill? Of course, after all, it is your medicine god valley's raw materials and copper cauldrons that were used in the refining of the medicine, so I will give you 2 of them as a token of appreciation, Xiao Dust said. Heavens, in my lifetime old me was able to see the body tempering pill with my own eyes. I really have no regrets in death. Shui Yuanbai was incredibly excited. This body tempering pill alone could buy his entire pill god valley, not to mention that Xiao Chuan had given away 2 of them in one shot. Try the medicinal effect. You have just been slapped by Yi Wujiu. Your body needs healing now, Xiao Dust said. Okay Mr. Xiao. Shui Yuanbai put a body tempering Dan into his mouth. Surprisingly, the body tempering Dan that was hard as iron in his hand immediately turned into a medicinal liquid as soon as it entered his mouth, as mellow as white wine and as sweet as milk, leaving a faint fragrance between his lips and teeth. Gudong. Shui Yuanbai drank the medicinal liquid of the body tempering pill in one go, and immediately afterward, he felt a majestic power in his body emanating to his limbs, bones and internal organs. The entire body became abnormally warm, and the pain in the location where he had just been injured immediately disappeared, and the entire body felt as if it was instantly several dozens of years younger. It really is a divine medicine. It's really powerful. Shui Yuanbai could not contain this excitement within his heart. The 2 of them returned to the inner hall once again, and Xiao Chen asked Shui Yuanbai to fetch Li Evening Cheng and Bai Yi in. After a few moments of effort, Bai Yi pushed Li Evening Cheng, who was in a wheelchair, into the inner hall. Bai Yi was very happy when she realized that Xiao Chen had cured Shui Ninger's illness. while Schwenninger looked at Li Eveningchang. Her heart was very complicated. On one hand, she marveled at Li Eveningchang's beautiful appearance, and on the other hand, she was a bit jealous. Xiao Chen walked to Li Eveningchang and bent down and said, "Eveningchang, this is the body tempering pill I just refined. Come, I'll feed it to you." "Aha." Li Eveningchang gently nodded her head. Xiao Chuan carefully placed the body tempering pill into Li Eveningchang's mouth. Li Eveningchang was likewise very cooperative. After Li Eveningchang ate the body tempering pill, Xiao Chuan said, "Eveningchang, try standing up." Li Eveningchang froze and looked at Xiao Chuan with a questioning gaze, as if saying, "I've been paralyzed for 5 years. How could I possibly stand up?" "Eveningchang, please, you must believe me. Stand up. You can definitely do it," Xiao Chuan called out softly. Li Eveningchang seemed to understand Xiao Chuan's words, and finally slowly stood up under Xiao Chuan's support. The moment Li Eveningchang stood up, she herself was stunned, and by Schwenninger and the others were even more surprised. For a woman who had been paralyzed for 5 years to immediately stand up just by eating a single elixir was nothing short of a miracle. Li Eveningchang stared blankly at Xiao Chuan, her eyes filled with a look of surprise. "Evening clear. You can take 2 steps now. It's fine. I'll assist you," Xiao Chuan said. Li Eveningchang slowly walked under Xiao Chuan's support, looking at his wife who could finally walk. Xiao Chuan was very happy inside. After walking a few steps, Li Eveningchang's eyes reddened and she suddenly burst into tears, hugging Xiao Chuan as her tears flowed unceasingly. Xiao Chuan gently patted Li Eveningchang's back and said, "Eveningchang, don't cry. There is me. Everything will be fine in the future." At this moment, Schwenninger had long been infected by the deep affection between Li Eveningchang and Xiao Chuan. No wonder Xiao Chuan wanted to come to the Pill God Valley to unveil the list to cure himself. It turned out that it was in order to get the 1,000-year snow lotus to refine pills to cure his wife. At the same time, Schwenninger looked at Li Eveningchang and realized that something was not right, and after Xiao Chuan pacified Li Eveningchang, Schwenninger opened her mouth and asked, "Brother Xiao Chuan, I found that sister Eveningchang. She, Xiao Chuan nodded and said, "Yes, you guessed correctly. Not only is my wife crippled in her legs, she is also a bit demented now, and her intelligence is equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child." What's going on here? Why is it like this? Schwenninger exclaimed. "It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later when I have the chance." Xiao Chuan did not want to bring up the Zhao and Feng families. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not want to answer this question, Schwenninger also knew better and stopped asking. Looking at Xiao Chuan, who seemed to be a bit sad, Shui Yuanbai hurriedly consoled, "Mr. Xiao, your medical skills are excellent and unparalleled in the world. I believe that your wife's illness will get better sooner or later. By your good advice, I will try my best to treat her and will definitely cure her," Xiao Chuan said back. Then, Shui Yuanbai added, "Mr. Xiao, you are highly skilled in medicine. While my medicine God Valley has millions of rare medicinal materials, if you and I join hands, we will definitely do something great. I wonder if Mr. Xiao is willing to open a pharmaceutical company with me?" Xiao Chuan thought about it and felt that Shui Yuanbai's idea was not a bad one. Opening a pharmaceutical company. On the one hand, he could save lives and benefit the people. On the other hand, he could make some money and prepare for him to deal with the Zhao and Feng families in the future. "I think it can be done. Let's find a time to talk about it in detail," Xiao Chuan said. "Good, then it's a deal," Shui Yuanbai said happily. Bai Yi saw that things were almost done, so she spoke. "Mr. Xiao, what about my grandfather's illness? Now that I have the body tempering pill, your grandfather's illness is covered by me. Let's go now, to your house," Xiao Dust said. "Well, thank you Mr. Xiao." Afterward, Xiao Chuan bid farewell to Shui Yuanbai and left Pilgod Valley with Bai Yi in a car. Watching her lifesaver leave, Schwenninger's heart was a little hard to bear, as if something very precious to her had suddenly been taken away from her. Knowing a daughter is like a husband. Looking at his daughter's soulful appearance, Shui Yuanbai comforted. "Ninger, you need not be sad. Your marriage with Xiao Chen is wrapped up in me. I will definitely let him marry you." "Dad, really?" Schwenninger seemed to be in a bit of disbelief. Shui Yuanbai laughed. "In the future, the matter of opening a joint company with Xiao Chuan will be left to you. Go and talk to him. I hope that you can talk about your feelings for each other." Ha 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 ha. Schwenninger suddenly came to a sudden realization. No wonder her dad wanted to open a company with Xiao Chuan. So the original drunkard's intention was not wine. "Thank you Dad for creating an opportunity for me." Schwenninger smiled shyly. Chapter 41, A Chance. An hour later, the Bai family, Bai Yi brought the Land Rover to a stop. Xiao Chuan walked down holding Li Eveningchang's hand, and Bai Longting, the head of the Bai family, hurriedly greeted him. "Mr. Xiao, you are finally here. I've missed you. It's a pleasure to meet you." Bai Longting arched his hand and said, "I will definitely come.
I made an appointment before that you would help me find medicinal herbs and I would help you cure your illness. I have come to honor my promise this time as well.
Xiao Chen said. Mr. Xiao is indeed a man of integrity. I really did not look at the wrong person.
Afterwards, Bai Longting looked at Li Evening Ching and said in surprise,
Mr. Xiao, your wife, Miss Li, she stood up?
A few days ago, Xiao Chuan had pushed Li Evening Ching in a wheelchair and met with Bai Longting at the Riverside Park. And after Xiao Chuan had pointed out Bai Longting's hidden disease and demonstrated the leaf-picking injury stance, Bai Longting had also secretly sent someone to investigate Xiao Chuan, so now he was more familiar with Xiao Chuan's life.
Yes, Xiao Dust nodded.
Bai Longting was shocked beyond belief. Being able to make the paralyzed Li Evening Ching stand up again for 5 years was nothing short of a miracle.
Returning to his senses, Bai Longting hurriedly greeted, Mr. Xiao, come, hurry up and please come inside. I have already prepared a good tea for you. Good. Xiao Chuan nodded and followed Bai Longting towards the Bai family mansion. As soon as he entered the parlor, Xiao Dust found that there was another girl inside. This girl was tall and thin, wearing a Chanel designer outfit, with delicate features and a hint of a strong woman's aura between her eyebrows. This girl did look a bit similar to Bai Yi. Bai Longting introduced, Mr. Xiao, this is my eldest granddaughter Bai Nana, Yi's cousin. Miss Nana, hello, Xiao Chuan greeted. Bai Nana looked Xiao Chuan up and down and seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with him as she said to Bai Yi, is this the Mr. Xiao you were talking about? Well, sister, let me tell you, Mr. Xiao is not only good at kung fu, his medical skills are also superb. He is simply a godlike figure. Bai Yi said. I think it's just a charlatan. It's not as powerful as you say. After finishing her speech, Bai Nana said to Xiao Chuan again, Xiao Chuan, right, I advise you to leave my Bai family right away. And you don't inquire about what kind of family my Bai family is in Longshan City. How dare you run here to lie to my grandpa? You are really bold and daring. Bai Longting hurriedly said. Nana, don't be rude to Mr. Xiao. Grandpa, I think you're really old and dim-eyed, to be fooled by a youngster. He's definitely not as powerful as you guys say. He must be a water boy. Bai Nana said disdainfully. Bai Yi stomped her feet anxiously. Sister, Mr. Xiao is really powerful. Look at her wife, Li Evening Chang, who has been paralyzed for 5 years, just now in the Pill God Valley. After taking one of Mr. Zhao's refined pills, she immediately stood up. Do you think it's miraculous? Impossible. I graduated with a medical doctorate and now I also run a pharmaceutical company. In this world there is simply no miraculous medicine that makes a paralyzed patient stand up directly just by virtue of a single pill. Bai Nana never believed Bai Yi's words. Sister, me talking to you is simply talking to a cow. Bai Yi sighed. She knew that this cousin of hers was very stubborn. It was very hard for ordinary people to convince her, unless she was allowed to see the whole thing with her own eyes. Alright, you two stop arguing. Bai Longting glared at Bai Nana, then said to Xiao Chuan, Mr. Xiao, please don't be offended. This eldest granddaughter of mine stayed abroad for her education since she was a child and received a westernized education. Her speech is rather direct. It's fine, I usually don't bother with women, Xiao Chuan said. Come, sit down and drink tea. Try my top-quality pu'er tea. Bai Longting greeted Xiao Duan and sat down, pouring tea for him. Xiao Dust picked up the teacup and took a sip. He immediately felt refreshed inside. Good tea. Nana Bai glared at Xiao Chuan and said unhappily. This is the world's finest pu'er, $20 million for a pot. Just now that little sip of yours, you directly drank away an Audi A6. I gave your grandfather a chance. And you're still heartbroken that I drank your family's tea? Xiao Chuan smiled faintly and did not get angry with Bai Nana. In his opinion, Bai Nana was not a bad person. She was just a little bit of a young lady's temper. Ooh, Xiao Chuan, you have a big mouth. Sending my grandfather a chance? Ha 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 ha. What a laugh. My Bai family has countless assets. I have everything I need. Why do you need to send our family a chance? Really funny. Bai Nana's tone was filled with contempt. Xiao Chuan no longer paid attention to Bai Nana and pulled out a body-tempering pill from his pocket and said, Elder Bai, this pill will not only clear up your old illnesses, but it will also allow your cultivation to break through directly to a zongsher. Chapter 42, This medicine is poisonous. Looking at the body-tempering pill that Xiao Chuan took out, Bai Longting seemed to be a bit unconvinced and spoke. Mr. Xiao, does this tiny pill really have such a miraculous effect? Of course, I am not going to lie, Xiao Chen said. Bai Yi pointed at the pill and exclaimed, Grandpa, hurry up and eat this pill. This pill is magical. Ms. Li Evening Ching stood up after eating this pill. Well then, just allow old me to give it a try. Although Bai Longting did not believe in the efficacy of this pill, he was still determined to give it a try. Just as Bai Long Ting was planning to swallow off the body-tempering pill, Bai Nana hurriedly stopped it. Grandpa, you can't eat this medicinal pill of unknown origin. What if it's poisoned? Nana, how could Mr. Xiao poison me? You're overthinking it, Bai Long Ting said. No, Grandpa, as the saying goes, you don't know the person. How do you know that Xiao Chen doesn't have the intention to poison you? I think it's better to throw away this pill as soon as possible, Bai Nana advised. Nana, you can't say that about Mr. Xiao. Bai Long Ting knew that Xiao Chuan had the ability of a zongsher, and a single leaf could kill a person invisibly. If Xiao Chuan really wanted to kill him, would he still be so troublesome? Furthermore, he had no grudge against Xiao Dust. It was simply impossible for him to poison himself. Bai Yi similarly said, Sister, why don't you go back to the house first? Mr. Xiao will get angry if you keep making a scene like this. I'm not going back to the house. Bai Yi, you're the one who led Xiao Chen here. If Grandpa has a long or short life, you'll be mainly responsible. Bai Nana huffed. Bai Long Ting shook his head helplessly, no longer paying attention to Bai Nana, and held the body-tempering Dan in his mouth. As it melted in his mouth, the body-tempering Dan turned into a medicinal liquid and entered Bai Long Ting's body. Bai Long Ting's body trembled. He only felt a surge of power surging at his dantian, and cackling sounds came from the joints of his limbs and bones, and immediately after, he felt that the acupoints and veins of his entire body were suddenly opened up, and every single one of his pores emitted infinite power. Elder Bai, throw a punch to try the power, Xiao Chuan said. Alright Mr. Xiao. Bai Long Ting violently swung out a fist and struck towards the wall of the living room. Only a loud rumbling sound was heard. The wall, which was as hard as iron, was unexpectedly punched out a huge hole by Bai Long Ting's punch. Shocked. Other than Xiao Chun, who was relatively calm, everyone present was all stunned. This 1,000 pounds of force is the might of a grandmaster. I've broken through. I, Bai Long Ting, have broken through. I become a grandmaster. Ha 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 ha. Bai Long Ting looked up to the sky and roared. His inner excitement was incomparable. He had practiced martial arts for decades. He never thought that he would break through the cultivation of a zone master in his late twilight years. Boom! Bai Long Ting fell to his knees and said to Xiao Chuan with a pious face, Mr. Xiao, not only did you cure my hidden disease, but you also helped me break through to the zone master realm. You are the benefactor of my Bai family. Xiao Chuan sipped his tea while saying, Elder Bai, you don't need to be polite. Before, when I was in school, my family was poorer and I even received a poverty bursary from you. This is also considered to be a repayment of that year's favor. No matter what, thanks to Mr. Xiao, my Bai family has produced a patriarch. It's also considered adding glory to the face of my ancestors. Bai Long Ting was thrilled beyond measure. Don't kneel, get up and drink the tea. A mouthful of hundreds of thousands of dollars of tea. It won't be good when it gets cold. Xiao Chuan greeted. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Bai Long Ting then got up. Bai Yi excitedly said, Congratulations on Grandpa's physical recovery. And congratulations on Grandpa becoming a grandmaster. It's all thanks to Mr. Zhao's blessings. Ha 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 ha. Bai Long Ting looked very happy. White Nana on the side had long been scared silly at this time. At least she was a doctor of medicine. Her grandfather's disease she was very familiar with. In order to cure her grandfather, these years she spent huge sums of money, inviting the world's top doctors to form a treatment team for Bai Long Ting's treatment. The result of the treatment for half a year froze and there was no effect at all. Never thought that this ordinary-looking Xiao Chuan in front of her would cure her grandfather's illness with just one pill, and also let him break through the realm of the Grandmaster in one fell swoop. It was the first time she had encountered such a miraculous thing in her life. Bai Nana glanced at Xiao Chuan, bit her lip, and said with a thick skin, Mr. Xiao, do you still have that medicinal pill? Can you give me one? I want to study it. In Nana Bai's opinion, this kind of magical pill was very marketable, and once the ingredients of the herbs inside were researched for mass production, her pharmaceutical company would become the largest pharmaceutical company in the world, and even she herself would become the richest woman in the world. I'm very sorry, this medicine is very difficult to refine. It's useless even if you study it. Xiao Chuan did not lie. After all, refining the body-tempering Dan required 1,000 years of snow lotus. Just this one herb alone was hard to find. Plus refining the body-tempering Dan would also require the use of spiritual qi, and following the more than 1,000 steps on the Wuji Dan Jing. But if there was a single mistake, the refining would fail. Humph, just looking for excuses. I think you just don't want to give me the research. Cheap bastard, Bai Nana muttered. Xiao Chen no longer bothered with Bai Nana and continued to drink tea with Bai Long Ting. Bai Long Ting took a sip of tea and said, Mr. Xiao, from now on, you are our Bai family's nobleman. If there are things that require my help in the future, just let me know. I, Bai Long Ting, will definitely offer my life for Mr. Xiao, thanks to Bai Lao's favor. I really have one thing I want to ask for your help now. Xiao Chuan said. There is no harm in Mr. Xiao saying it, I am all ears. Bai Longting said back.
The Longshan Feng family has an undying hatred with me. I want to use your hand to execute the entire Feng family.
Xiao Chen's tone was cold and his face was murderous. Snap.
Upon hearing these words, Bai Longting's hand shook and his teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Chapter 43, If this revenge is not avenged,
I will not be a human being. Xiao Chen unexpectedly wanted to move the Feng family. He also wanted to exterminate the other party's entire family. Although Xiao Chuan had the cultivation of a martial grandmaster, but after all, the Feng family was a prestigious family that had operated in Longshan City for hundreds of years, and had a very complicated network of relationships and connections throughout Longshan. Xiao Chuan fighting against a large family alone was simply like eggs touching stones. Mr. Xiao, do you really want to move the Feng family?
Bai Longting had previously checked Xiao Chen's details and knew what the Feng family had done to Xiao Chen 5 years ago.
Of course, if I do not report this revenge, I will not swear to be a human being, Xiao Dust said in a cold voice. Bai Nana on the side disdainfully said, Xiao Dust, you have a beef with the Feng family, go deal with it on your own, but don't ever drag us, the Bai family. Although our Bai family has a bit of strength in Longshan City, if we really fight with the Feng family, we can only hurt the enemy 1,000 times and harm ourselves 800 times. Nana, there is no place for you to speak here. Shut up, Bai Longting chided. Bai Nana beeped and knowingly stopped talking. Bai Longting then said, Mr. Xiao, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. I advise Mr. Xiao to act cautiously, don't be impulsive, so as not to cause a big problem. Humph. Xiao Dust snorted coldly. You still need to wait for 10 years to exterminate a Feng family? Elder Bai, you also think too highly of the Feng family, Bai Longting busily said. Mr. Xiao, listen to me. According to the news I just got, the Feng family has been involved with the Sky Eagle sect for some time now. The Sky Eagle sect is the #1 sect in Jiangbei, with many experts, not something that an ordinary person can afford to offend. Sky Eagle sect? Xiao Dust only felt funny. A few days ago in the Spade K clubhouse, he slapped Heavenly Eagle sect's elder Mo to death, and twisted Heavenly Eagle sect's big disciple Yi Wuchio's throat in the Pill God Valley, and did not expect to encounter Heavenly Eagle sect this time again. Mr. Xiao knows about the Heavenly Eagle sect? Bai Longting asked. More than knowing, the Heavenly Eagle sect's provider elder and great disciple were all killed by me. Xiao Chen was as calm as if he had killed 2 chickens. His face did not have a single ripple. What? Is this all true that you said, Mr. Xiao? Bai Longting was horrified. Of course, why would I lie to you? One died in the Spade K clubhouse, one died in the Pill God Valley, one was a supply elder surnamed Mo, and one was a great disciple named Yi Wuyo. Xiao Dust returned. Bai Longting Miso stood up and looked at Xiao Dust with incomparably complicated eyes. On one hand surprised by Xiao Dust's strength, and on the other hand, he was also vaguely worried for him. Mr. Xiao, you killed 2 heavyweights of the Heavenly Eagle sect at once. The Heavenly Eagle sect will definitely not let you go, Bai Longting said. If they dare to find trouble with me, the big deal is that I will slaughter the Heavenly Eagle sect, Xiao Chuan said. Mad. Incomparably mad. Bai Longting felt that Xiao Dust was too arrogant. It was not true that he was a grandmaster, but the Heavenly Eagle sect, as the #1 sect in Jiangbei, had 10,000 disciples, and there were dozens of grandmasters alone, so how could he, Xiao Dust, be able to fight them, especially Lei Hong, the head of Sky Eagle sect, was known as the #1 sect master in Jiangbei. His strength was extraordinary. Xiao Dust was not a match for him at all. Mr. Xiao, there are also strong and weak sect masters. If the Heavenly Eagle sect master Lei Hong strikes, it would be difficult for you to fight. In my old man's opinion, Mr. Xiao should still take his family out of the country to avoid taking refuge. I will arrange for a private jet to send you out of the country, and arrange everything abroad, Bai Longting advised. Nana Bai also followed. Yes Xiao Chen, you should hurry up and run abroad. I also have companies abroad and will take care of you. You don't want to implicate our Bai family. Joke. I, Xiao Chuan, have never been afraid of anyone when I acted in my life. In a word, this revenge will be avenged. God blocking to kill God. Buddha blocking to kill Buddha. Boom. Xiao Dust crushed the teacup in his hand into crumbs, and his entire aura suddenly became terrifying. His eyes scarlet red like a giant beast from the distant past. The air within the entire living room seemed to freeze, pressing one to gasp for air. 5 years of revenge. It's time to avenge it. Thinking of how he had been stoned by the Feng family 5 years ago and how Li Evening Qing had been forced to jump off a cliff, Xiao Dust's murderous spirit splashed out and he could not help but slash out with a palm. Boom! A true chi with a biting aura slashed at the ground like a sharp sword. Ka-ching! The marble ground that was as hard as iron was instantly cleaved out into a 10-meter long deep gully. Ti-an! Heavens! Bai Longting! Bai Yi!
and by Nana looked at this shocking scene and were so shocked that they were petrified on the spot. This was too unbelievable. Transforming Qi into a sword. Qi breaks the Qianquan. Mr. Xiao, what exactly is your cultivation level? Bai Longting exclaimed in shock. It doesn't matter what cultivation I am. What's important is that I have to take revenge. Xiao Dust returned. Bai Longting was stunned. He had thought that Xiao Dust was now in the realm of a Zongshi, but even Lei Hong, who was regarded as the #1 Zongshi in Jianbei, would find it difficult to transform Qi into a sword? Could it be that Xiao Chuan had already broken through the realm of the sovereign master and reached the real person realm? Bai Longting did not dare to think any further. Chapter 44, Heavy Gifts. After calming down a bit, Bai Longting paid his respects and said, Mr. Xiao has such a cultivation. Bai, will definitely assist you. I will notify all the companies under my name to cut off business cooperation with the Feng family, and I will also unite with the other businesses in the Chamber of Commerce to put pressure on the Feng family. Good, Xiao Dust replied back indifferently. After finishing the tea, Xiao Dust wanted to part ways with it, but Bai Longting took out 2 more contracts and handed them over to Xiao Dust, saying, Mr. Xiao, please be sure to accept these 2 items. What is this? Xiao Dust asked. Mr. Xiao, one is for the villa at Blue Moon Lake, and the other is for the equity transfer of Bai Clan Pharmaceutical. Bai Longting returned. Blue Moon Lake Villa? Xiao Chuan froze. He knew that the Blue Moon Lake Villa was the luxury villa area in Longshan City. Those who lived there were all non-rich or noble big shots, and an average set was worth more than $100 million. Mr. Xiao, please make sure you accept it, as a way to repay your kindness today, Bai Longting said. Alright, I'll take this villa. Just what does this share transfer mean? Xiao Chuan asked. Mr. Xiao, truth be told, this Bai Clan Pharmaceutical is a company under the name of my Bai Clan, and it has always been my eldest granddaughter, Nana Bai, taking care of it, and you are able to refine such a divine medicine as the body-quenching pill, so it is evident that your attainments in this aspect of pharmaceuticals are very deep, and if you are able to join Bai Clan Pharmaceutical, I believe that the future of Bai Clan Pharmaceutical will be even more brilliant, Bai Longting said. Xiao Dust took the equity transfer letter and glanced at it. Nana Bai accounted for 49% of the shares, while he accounted for 51% of the shares. In other words, as long as Xiao Chuan signed on it, he would be the chairman of this company. Nana Bai said at the side, Xiao Chuan, just sign it. This 51% of the shares is not considered to be given to you for nothing. It is considered to be a technology share. As a shrewd businessman, Nana Bai was not stupid. Although she gave Xiao Chuan 51% of the shares, she was able to make more money if she acquired the technology of Xiao Chuan's pharmaceuticals. Alright then. Xiao Dust nodded and swished and signed the contract. Xiao Dust also had his own considerations. Shuiyuan Bai of the Pill God Valley wanted to start a pharmaceutical company with him. If he added his own technology, the Bai family's capital and the Pill God Valley's supply of medicinal herbs, it would be a perfect business chain with a great deal of promise. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiao Chuan was just about to go back when he unexpectedly received a call from Mu Xingtai. As soon as Xiao Dust connected, Hu Xingtai's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Xiao, something big is wrong. Hong Kong businessman Wan Yud is dying. Don't be anxious, tell me the address. I will be there immediately. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Xiao Chuan rushed towards the hospital in Bai Yi's Land Rover based on the address provided by Hu Xingtai. When Xiao Chuan arrived at the hospital, he found Hu Xingtai very disheveled walking around in the corridor outside the ward with a soulful look. Long gone was the might of the previous city chief. Seeing Xiao Chen's arrival, Hu Xingtai's eyes immediately released a light and hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Xiao, you're finally here, but I'm in a hurry. What exactly happened? How is Wan Yud now? Xiao Dust asked. Hu Xingtai hurriedly said, Mr. Xiao, Wan Yud didn't listen to your instructions and insisted on going to the construction site. As a result, after the car got on the highway, it encountered a violent storm. A large truck pulling rebar and overloaded with heavy loads directly flattened Boss Wan's red Cadillac. The doctor said, Wan Boss' legs were rebar pierced. On the way to the hospital kept coughing up blood. After checking, Wan Boss' body, heart, liver, spleen and lungs were damaged to varying degrees, and now coma life-threatening. What should come is still coming, Xiao Dust said. If Wan Yud was not sitting in a red sedan, it is estimated that he would have been crushed into mush by now. Mr. Xiao, what can we do? Please think of a way. If Boss Wan dies, I can't get out of it as the head of the city, Hu Xingtai anxiously said. You don't have to worry too much. I will do my best to help you heal him. Xiao Dust was very clear that if Wan Yud died, the old city center renovation plan worth hundreds of billions of dollars would be put on hold, and 15 million Longshan citizens would suffer losses. Therefore, from the perspective of the economic development of the entire Longshan city, Xiao Chuan must also save Wan Yud's life.
Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Thank you, thank you.
Hu Xingtai was filled with gratitude.
Alright, now you take me to the emergency room right away, Xiao Chuan said. Alright, Mr. Xiao, please follow me.
Xiao Dust entrusted by Yi to take care of Li Evening Ching and followed Hu Xingtai towards the emergency room with a grave expression.
At this time, the entrance of the emergency room was already full of people.
Besides the doctors,
there were also Wan Yud's bodyguards,
and at this moment,
Wan Yud's young lover, Lu Manru,
was crying her eyes out. Only Xiao Chen saw through her trick at a glance.
This is obviously fake crying. This is obviously a fake cry.
Saw Hu Xingtai walked over. Lu Manru eyes flashed a trace of cunning. Then like a shrewd general ran over to tear Hu Xingtai's hair questioned, Hu Xingtai, I come with my husband to your city of Longshan to invest in the industry,
to benefit the people. How do you head of the city when? Why did you go to the construction site together? My husband got into a car accident and his life is in danger, while you are alive and well. MS. Lu, please don't get excited. I've already asked Mr. Xiao to come over. Boss Wan will definitely be fine. Hu Xingtai pacified.
Lu Manru glanced at Xiao Chuan. Her heart trembled and there was a slight panic in her eyes. She remembered that when she was in the emperor's private room, Xiao Chuan had clearly pointed out that there was a problem with the Buddha medallion on Wan Yud's body, and that there would be a blood disaster. It seemed that this kid was a little bit of a man of ability, and might really be able to save Wan Yud.
No, we must not let Xiao Chuan have his way. Lu Manru directly cursed towards Xiao Dust. Xiao Dust, it's all your fault. If you didn't curse my husband wouldn't be in trouble. You're a bad person. Are you coming over to watch the fun now? Come on people, get me to drive Xiao Dust out of the hospital to break both legs. Lu Manru's words had just fallen,
and dozens of aggressive bodyguards immediately surrounded Xiao Chen.
Chapter 45, Tit for Tat. Unbridled. All of you, back off.
Hu Xingtai shouted explosively. Xiao Chuan was the person he had invited, and now these bodyguards dared to touch Xiao Chuan,
which was tantamount to slapping his face. Do I need to say it a second time? Back off quickly. This is Longshan City, not Zhonggung City.
Believe it or not, I will bring you all to justice now.
Hu Xingtai reprimanded. Bodyguards, you look at me. I look at you.
All of a sudden froze. Hu Xingtai is the city chief adult.
Once angered him. In Longshan can only eat and walk. Lu Manru was furious and said, Hu Xingtai, what do you mean?
Xiao Chuan this cursed my husband,
causing him to be in a life-threatening situation now. Shouldn't I let my bodyguard teach him a lesson? Lu Manru, you can't fool around like this,
Hu Xingtai said with a stern face.
Xiao Chuan looked at Lu Manru disdainfully and said, Lu Manru, your acting skills are good. Is the rabbit dying and the fox grieving? Oh, you can't wait for Wan Yud to die now.
As long as Wan Yud dies, you can inherit his billions of dollars of family assets and pack young fresh meat.
Your little mind thinks I can't see through it? Indeed, Lu Manru is Wan Yud's lover.
The two of them have long made a contractual contract. Once Wan Yud meets with an accidental death,
she will be the first heir to inherit all of Wan Yud's property.
And Wan Yud aged than Lu Manru 30 years old,
greasy bald, full of fat.
That aspect has long been no longer.
If not for the sake of monetary interests, Lu Manru has long been with him bye-bye.
Being punctured by Xiao Chuan, Lu Manru was trembling with anger.
Xiao Chuan, you bastard is talking nonsense. Looking at the indifferent bodyguards, Lu Manru cursed in anger. Are you all wood? Hurry up and give me a hand and waste Xiao Chuan. What are you all doing? Shut up. What's with all the noise and clamor? At this moment, a loud voice rang out, only to see Du Guozhang walk over with an old man in his 60s, wearing a tang suit. Once she saw Du Guozhang coming, Lu Manru hurriedly pretended to cry. Old leader, you have to be the judge for me. This dead Xiao Duan saw that my husband had an accident, so he ran over to watch the fun, and also insulted me verbally. Du Guozhang coldly glanced at Xiao Chuan and said unhappily, Xiao Chuan, what are you doing in the hospital? Seeing Xiao Chuan, Du Guozhang was very angry inwardly. As an old leader, he was about to retire, and he just took this opportunity to facilitate the matter of Hong Kong businessmen investing in Longshan City, which was also considered to be a perfect ending for his career. But today Wan Yud unexpectedly accident. As the person who accompanied him, he naturally can't get out of it, and this incident will become a stain on his career. Although Du Guozhang felt that Wan Yud's accident was due to the bad weather, but after all, Xiao Chen had said such unlucky words that Wan Yud would have an accident in the imperial private room that day. In particular, his most complacent subordinate Hu Xingtai, as the head of a city, had been tricked by Xiao Duan. Therefore, when he saw Xiao Dust again, he was very angry. Old leader, Mr. Xiao is the one I invited to treat Boss Wan. Hu Xingtai saw that the old leader was about to get angry and hurriedly rounded up the situation. Nonsense. Boss Wan's condition is serious now. What can Xiao Chuan, a charlatan, do? Drive him away immediately. Du Guozhang waved his big hand.
his tone extremely stern.
Lu Manru stood on the side, looking on with joy in her heart. Humph, Xiao Chuan, if you want to help Wan Yid heal his injuries, there's no door,
Hu Xingtai hurriedly said.
Old leader, Xiao Chuan has excellent medical skills, you should let him try, he can really cure Boss Wan. No, Boss Wan's status is honored, how can I allow Xiao Chuan to get his hands on him? If anything goes wrong, can you afford the responsibility? Drive him away immediately.
Du Guozhang did not budge in the slightest.
Hu Xingtai could only continue to persuade.
Old leader, have you forgotten about Mr.
Xiao helping me cure my illness at the Wanhai restaurant?
The fact that he was able to cure my persistent illness shows that Mr.
Xiao is capable, in Du Guozhang's opinion.
At that time, Xiao Chuan had placed his finger on Hu Xingtai's 100 meetings point and cured his heavenly atrophy condition in less than a minute, which was simply impossible.
Xingtai,
that was just a psychological effect on you, coupled with the fact that Xiao Chuan was lucky. That's why he was able to make your illness get better in a short period of time.
This doesn't show that Xiao Chuan's medical skills are superior at all,
Du Guozhang said. At this time, the door of the emergency room opened and a middle-aged man wearing a white coat with a mask ran out with a panicked face. This person was no other than the hospital director Xia Gang.
Dean Xia, how is Boss Wan's injury now? Du Guozhang inquired.
Old leader,
I'm sorry, Boss Wan lost too much blood.
The broken ribs in his body poked his internal organs. His injuries are very serious.
It is recommended that he be immediately transferred to the provincial hospital for treatment. Xia Gang can sit on the position of hospital director naturally is not stupid. If Wan Yid died in his own hospital, he as the director will also be discredited. That's why he wants Wan Yid to transfer to the hospital. Even if he dies, he doesn't want to die in his territory. Upon hearing this, Du Guozhang immediately became angry. Good you Xia Gang, what time is it now? How dare you still think of shirking your responsibility? The little bit in your stomach think I can't see it? Old leader, please don't be angry. Our hospital's blood bank is short of blood, and the medical equipment is not working, so we can't save Mr. Wan at all. Xia Gang put on an aggrieved look. Boss Wan is injured like this now. You still let him be transferred to the hospital. Do you think he's dying slowly? Du Guozhang said angrily. Lu Manru, who was on the side, looked at this scene. Her heart was happy, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. Just at this time, the old man in tang suit beside Du Guozhang spoke up. Old leader, Boss Wan is seriously injured, so it seems that I'm the only one who can step in. Then I would like to thank old Mr. Chi. Du Guozhang appeared to have great respect for the old man in the tang suit. Saving the dead and helping the injured, this is all part of what I should do. The old man in tang suit returned. Xia Gang looked at the old man in tang suit and curiously said, May I ask, who are you? My humble self Chi Ding. The tang suited old man said back. Tian, gosh. You are the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, the world's top surgeon, Elder Qi? Xia Gang was surprised. Qi Ding nodded and said, It is exactly me. Let's cut the small talk short. Saving lives is important. Afterwards, Qi Ding walked towards the emergency room. Lu Manru looked at Qi Ding's figure and was furious, although she didn't know Qi Ding, but after all, this old man was invited by Du Guozhang, and Xia Gang was so respectful to him. Lu Manru knew that this Qi Ding was definitely an expert in medical skills. In case Qi Ding really saved Wan Yid, that would be troublesome. I just stopped Xiao Chen and here comes another old undead. What bad luck! Lu Manru cursed in her heart. Chapter 46, Body Death. Hu Xingtai watched old Mr. Qi Ding enter the emergency room and looked at Xiao Chuan and asked, Mr. Xiao, should you go in and take a look as well? Xiao Dus nodded his head because he had just probed with his divine sense that there was a yin qi permeating the emergency room at this moment, and if he didn't go in at this moment, he was afraid that Wan Yid would really have his soul return to the west. Just as Xiao Chuan was about to step into the emergency room, he was suddenly stopped by Du Guozhang. Xiao Chuan, you stay here honestly, with old Mr. Qi Ding's hand. Boss Wan will surely come back to life, so don't go in and add to the chaos. Do you really think that Qi Ding can cure Wan Yid? Xiao Dus asked. Of course. If old Mr. Qi Ding can't cure him, could you? After saying that, Du Guozhang changed his words and continued, to tell you the truth, old Mr. Qi Ding is not only the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, he is also the disciple of the famous medical sage old Mr. Wen Jingfu, who can be known as the living Hua Tua in the entire medical world. Hearing this name, Xiao Chuan felt amused. In the Medicine God Valley when Wen Jingfu used the North Underworld Divine Needle to treat Xuaninger's illness, and he pointed out that the 3 needles were used incorrectly. Wen Jingfu was shocked at that time, and he had a lot of respect for Xiao Chuan, and he didn't expect that this Qi Ding was actually the disciple of this old guy. District Wen Jingfu has to respectfully call me Mr. Xiao when he sees me. What does Qi Ding count as? Xiao Dus disdainfully said. Humph, Xiao Chuan, How dare you kid insult a famous doctor? After this matter is over, I will teach you how to behave, Du Guozhang said angrily. Old leader, Mr. Xiao, the two of you should stop arguing for now. Hu Xingtai rounded off the scene. The corner of Lu Manru's mouth rose slightly as she watched Xiao Duan being tit for tat by Du Guozhang. Just less than 5 minutes after Qi Ding walked into the emergency room, the door of the emergency room was suddenly slammed open and several doctors ran out with terrified faces. Qi Ding was covered in cold sweat, his eyes netted with panic. Elder Qi, how is Boss Wan doing? Du Guozhang asked cautiously, afraid of hearing bad news. Only fear of what would come. Qi Ding's next words made Du Guozhang and Hu Xingtai's hearts half cold. Old leader, city head who? Boss Wan, he swallowed his breath. Qi Ding squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. What? The person is dead? Du Guozhang exclaimed in shock. As an old leader, Du Guozhang accompanied Wan Yi to inspect the construction site, and as a result, Wan Yi had an accident and died, and he knew that this would definitely become a stain on his career. He was close to retirement, but he actually ran into this kind of thing. It was really unlucky. Hu Xingtai is also ashen. As the head of a city, Hong Kong businessman Wan Yi died on his turf. He also cannot be blamed, and may also face the accountability of the above. Upon hearing the news of Wan Yi's death, Lu Manru was so excited that she almost sang and danced with joy. As soon as Wan Yi died, the assets of the entire China Harbor Group would be hers. Theater to do enough. Even if the inner excitement is incomparable, Lu Manru still suppressed the inner joy, suddenly cried out, Aya, husband how can you just like this gone how can I live if you go and leave me behind? Oh, hubby you've gone, there's no point for me to live. I'll follow you to the netherworld now and take good care of you. Lu Manru made a gesture to hit the wall. The bodyguard on the side hurriedly stopped her. Du Guozhang was startled by Lu Manru's action, immediately stepped forward to comfort her. Ms. Lu, people can't be resurrected after death. Please express your sorrow. Lu Manru wiped her tears while crying. The cat cried for the rats and pretended to be compassionate. Xiao Chuan coldly watched Lu Manru's performance from the sidelines with a look of scorn. It's over. It looks like I'm at the end of my days as the city chief. AI. Hu Xingtai lamented. Filled with helplessness, Xiao Chen spoke. City head who? I can bring Boss Wan back from the dead. Hearing this, Hu Xingtai trembled and looked at Xiao Chuan with an unbelievable look. Mr. Xiao, Boss Wan has already been declared dead. Are you really sure that you can bring him back from the dead? Even the king of hell wouldn't dare to accept the person I want to save. Although Boss Wan has been declared dead medically, his soul is still in the emergency room. As long as I make a move I will definitely bring him back to life again, Xiao Chuan assured. Hu Xingtai was astonished, while Du Guozhang on the side gnashed his teeth in anger and reprimanded. Xiao Dust, what nonsense are you talking? It's the truth that people can't come back from the dead. Get out of here right now. I don't want to see you as a liar again. Qi Ding snorted coldly. Xiao Chuan right. I'm the president of the Chinese Medicine Association. I'm clearly telling you now that Boss Wan has already breathed his last and no one can save him. Xiao Chuan did not pay any attention to Qi Ding and looked at Hu Xingtai. City Chief Hu, if you believe me let me go into the emergency room to invoke the spirit of Wan Yud. Mr. Xiao, are you really sure? Hu Xingtai's face was full of skepticism. I am 10% sure. Xiao Dust returned. Then I will believe you once, Hu Xingtai said. Upon hearing that Xiao Chuan was going to go inside the emergency room to save Wan Yud, Lu Manru directly screamed. No, human death is the most important thing. I can't watch Xiao Chuan desecrate my husband's remains. Now that Wan Yud had just died not long ago, his body had not yet cooled down. Lu Manru was also afraid that Xiao Chuan would really be able to save Wan Yud. Chapter 47, Terrifying as Hell. Xiao Chen, if you dare to touch my husband's remains, I'll fight you. Lu Manru blocked the doorway of the emergency room. Lu Manru, why are you so agitated? Are you really afraid that I will bring Boss Wan back to life? Xiao Chuan said in a cold voice. Xiao Chuan, I'm telling you, with me around you can't think of doing whatever you want. Right now my husband just breathed his last. He must be sent for cremation right away so that I can bring his ashes back to central Hong Kong to ask a high priest to do his bidding for him. Lu Manru said. The person just died. You actually think of destroying the body. Lu Manru, you are really a snake with a scorpion's heart. Hurry up and get out of the way. If we delay any longer, even if the great Luo Golden Immortals come down to earth, they won't be able to save Boss Wan. Xiao Chuan didn't want to entangle with Lu Manru any longer, and pushed her out of the way as he walked towards the emergency room. Lu Manru, who fell to the ground, immediately yelled at the bodyguards next to her. He's hitting someone. He's hitting someone. Xiao Chuan is hitting someone. What are you guys still waiting for? Hurry up and stop him. Can't let him insult my husband's remains. The surrounding bodyguards immediately rushed towards Xiao Chuan. If they didn't make a move now, when they returned to Zhonggang City,
they would surely suffer. Facing the bodyguards rushing up, Xiao Dust said in a cold voice, "A bunch of mole crickets dare to block my way. Simply looking for death." Xiao Dust swung out a palm and an invisible chi spread out like a lotus flower. Bang bang bang! Immediately after, a burst of sound came from the air, and before the dozen or so bodyguards could react, their bodies flew out violently as if they had been hit by a dozen-ton truck. Thud thud thud. The well-trained bodyguards were currently knocked over by the chi energy like paper people, their bones breaking in full. Hiss! The surrounding people silently sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Xiao Chuan's methods were simply as terrifying as this. Heavens, what just happened? Hu Xingtai rubbed his eyes vigorously, shocked beyond measure. Just now, Xiao Chuan had only lightly waved his hand and a dozen bodyguards all collapsed to the ground. This was too terrifying. Xiao Chuan was not only a highly skilled healer, but he was also a martial arts expert, which caused Hu Xingtai to be astonished. At the corner of the wall, a country-faced man wearing black clothes with bursting muscles was looking at Xiao Dust with horror. As the saying goes, outsiders look at the scene and insiders look at the doorway. The man with the Chinese character face could tell at a glance that Xiao Duan was not ordinary. This was a cultivation that only a grandmaster had, as the number one bodyguard beside Wan Yud. At this moment, the man with the Chinese character face suddenly had an unsettling premonition. He knew very well that if he fought with Xiao Dust, he would surely die. Lu Manru seemed to have noticed the country-faced man and cursed in anger. "Liang Dongshan, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it." Liang Dongshan glared at Lu Manru. His face instantly became very ugly. The murderous aura on his entire body surged in vain. His scarlet eyes filled with rage. This damned Lu Manru. What was the point of shouting at him? At this moment, Liang Dongshan only wanted to escape, but on second thought, Xiao Chuan, this god of killing was a grandmaster. If he escaped now, with Xiao Chuan's means he would not be able to escape at all. Helplessly, Liang Dongshan could only harden his head and slowly walk towards the direction of Xiao Chuan and Lu Manru. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Chuan, you're dead. You can't beat Liang Dongshan even if you're able to fight. He's the number one bodyguard in China and Hong Kong. He once killed 2 black bears with his bare hands overseas. Lu Manru shouted. Xiao Dust glanced at Liang Dongshan who was walking towards him and said coldly, "You want to seek death?" Faced with Xiao Chen's icy tone, Liang Dongshan trembled in fear and his heart thumped as if it had stopped beating. Strong. Too strong. Liang Dongshan felt the pressure and aura of death on Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, it was as if he was in an infernal hell, and Xiao Chen was the only god of death in this hell. He wanted to escape, but it was not easy. The other party was a grandmaster. A finger of his hand and a powerful chi could punch a bloody hole in his body. Hu Xingtai hurriedly chided. "You stop quickly, or I'll call the police." It was just that Liang Dongshan didn't seem to hear Hu Xingtai's words as he continued to walk forward. Lu Manru laughed wildly. Liang Dongshan was Wan Yud's number one beloved bodyguard. Now that Wan Yud had already died, her words were the holy decree. The district Hu Xingtai could not really do anything about Liang Dongshan. As long as Liang Dongshan made a move, Xiao Chen would definitely die today. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Dust, you cursed my husband to death. Today you must give him a burial. Lu Manru looked at Xiao Duan with malicious eyes. After packing up this surname Liang, I will pack up and pack up you properly. 1 step, 2 steps. Looking at the slowly approaching Liang Dongshan, Xiao Chuan was ready to fight. Just surprising things happened. Liang Dongshan walked to Lu Manru's side but stopped and did not continue forward. Liang Dongshan, what are you doing standing stupidly in front of me? Hurry up and go kill Xiao Chen for me. Lu Manru exasperatedly said. He, you woman still dares to give me orders. Who do you think you are, asshole? See if I don't beat you to death. Liang Dongshan grabbed Lu Manru's hair, and his rough hand as big as a bushel full of calluses whipped on Lu Manru's delicate face. Slap, slapping sound one after another. Lu Manru was blinded. Everyone present was also blinded. Good guy, the first bodyguard in Hong Kong and China. Wan Yud's beloved even beat up his boss's woman? After beating Lu Manru black and blue, Liang Dongshan walked to Xiao Chuan and directly knelt down in front of him, submissively saying, "May I ask Mr. Xiao, are you still satisfied with how I handled this?" Chapter 48, Renewal of Life. Seeing Liang Dongshan kneeling in front of Xiao Dust in a heartfelt manner, everyone was astonished. Liang Dongshan was no matter what the number one bodyguard in China and Hong Kong, the personal beloved of Tycoon Wan Yud. How could he be so respectful to Xiao Dust, especially Lu Manru? At this moment, covering her swollen and painful cheeks, she stared at Liang Dongshan with wide eyes and an unbelievable face. Liang Dongshan, have you taken the wrong medicine? Why did you hit me and kneel down to this punk Xiao Chen? Lu Manru gritted her teeth. Liang Dongshan looked at Lu Manru with a gaze like a blade. Lu Manru, shut up. If you talk anymore, be careful that I will waste you right now. Lu Manru was so scared that she immediately shrank her neck and retreated a few steps. No longer daring to speak,
looks like you still have some eyesight. Xiao Chen smiled. Liang Dongshan worshipped and said, Mr. Xiao, Lu Manru, this stinking woman is not a good thing. She has always coveted Boss Wan's family business and often hangs out with fresh meat in the entertainment circle. I have long looked at her in a bad light, and this time, she also wants to stop you from saving Boss Wan. This kind of snake-blooded hearted woman deserves to be beaten. Good, seeing that you are so sensible, I won't take it out on you, Xiao Dust said. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Liang Dongshan was overjoyed and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. His hanging heart was instantly released. Xiao Chuan was a martial arts master. It was fortunate that he reacted in time. Otherwise, if he had offended a master, he would be crippled if not dead today. Hu Xingtai on the side looked at Xiao Chuan, inwardly seemed to have expected something. It seems that this Xiao Chuan not only knows the art of medicine, martial arts cultivation is also above Liang Dongshan. City head Hu, please arrange for someone to guard the area. No one is allowed to enter without my order. After saying that, Xiao Chen walked briskly into the emergency room and closed the door with a bang. At this moment, Wan Yud was covered with a white cloth. Xiao Chuan walked to his side, lifted the white cloth, and found that Wan Yud's face was already green. His whole face was lifeless, a dead man's face. Xiao Chuan placed his hand on Wan Yud's body and touched it. The entire body was abnormally cold and the muscles all over his body were hard. Obviously the person was already dead. It's a pity. This is what happens when you don't listen to my advice. Xiao Chen shook his head. At this moment, Wan Yud's soul hovering over the emergency room saw Xiao Dust and blurted out, Mr. Xiao, I'm here. Please save me. I really don't want to die. Xiao Dust seemed to have heard Wan Yud cry out, raised his head, looked at the sky above the emergency room and said, Boss Wan, you regret it now? What? Mr. Xiao, you can really hear me? Wan Yud was pleasantly surprised. Of course, I am an immortal cultivator. How could I not hear the words of a marine spirit? You are underestimating me, Xiao Dust said. Mr. Xiao, I really deserve to die. When I was at the Wanghai restaurant, you told me to throw away the Black Jade Buddha brand and stay well in the hotel, but I treated you as a liar and didn't listen to you. How could I be so stupid? I really deserve to die. Whoa. Wan Yud kept blaming himself. Alright, don't cry. If you still want to live, do what I say, Xiao Dust said. Mr. Xiao, I can really live again? Wan Yud exclaimed. Of course, this time I came here to save you. Don't be too emotional and do as I say, Xiao Chen instructed. Yes, Mr. Xiao, I will definitely listen to you this time, Wan Yud said hurriedly. In order to save Wan Yud's life, the first step was to repair his physical body first. After all, in the car accident just now, Wan Yud's body had suffered heavy damage. Xiao Chuan glanced at Wan Yud's body and realized that it had been cut with countless slits. The most important thing was that several ribs in his body had been broken, and the stubbles of the bones had already poked through his internal organs. Xiao Chuan placed his palm on the 100 happiness point of Wan Yud's body and slowly pushed a true chi into his body. Wan Yud's soul, which was floating in the air above the emergency room, was incomparably shocked as it watched Xiao Chuan's operation, only to see Xiao Chuan's hand permeated with countless channels of golden light. And when the golden light was injected into his flesh, the wounds on his flesh slowly healed, and his greenish-colored face gradually regained its blood color. Mr. Xiao, you really are a god, Wan Yud's soul exclaimed. Alright, your physical body has been repaired by me. Now try lying on it, Xiao Chuan said. I lay on it, but I can't control myself right now. Over the emergency room, Wan Yud's soul resembled a wireless kite, swaying and unable to return to his physical body. Then I'll give you a hand. Xiao Chuan pointed in the air towards Wan Yud's soul. Wan Yud suddenly felt a huge force binding him, followed by Xiao Chuan gently hooking his finger. Wan Yud's soul slowly fell to the bedside. Alright, you can lie down now, Xiao Chuan said. I'll try. Wan Yud's soul slowly lay down towards his physical body. Right at this moment, Wan Yud's head suddenly felt a buzzing sound and his body twitched. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly realized that his soul and his physical body had merged into one, and that he had really come alive. Drip drip drip. At this moment, the monitor and ECG at the bedside worked instantly. Oh my god, I'm alive. Ha 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 ha. Wan Yud laughed loudly and maniacally. At the entrance of the emergency room, hearing this familiar sound, the crowd froze for half a second and suddenly exploded. All of them hurriedly ran towards the emergency room. Chapter 49, The Scourge of the Red Face. How is this possible? In order to find out, Lu Manru also ran towards the emergency room. When all the people entered the emergency room, they were stunned, only to see Wan Yud sitting on the bed, laughing wildly, without a single injury on his body. There was no difference with a normal person. Ha 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 ha, my old son's life should not be over. He really came alive. Mr. Xiao, thank you for your great kindness for saving my life. I, Wan Yud,
Swear that I will be at your head in the future to repay you for saving my life. With an excited face, Won Yud knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards Xiao Chun. Although you are saved now, your body is still weak. Control your emotions and don't get too excited. Xiao Chuan pacified. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Won Yud rose to pay his respects. Hu Xingtai's heart was equally incomparably excited. Xiao Chuan had actually saved Won Yud's life, and his position as the head of the city was considered to be saved. Even Du Guozhang, who had always had a great mountain crumble in front of his eyes without changing his color and had seen countless great worlds, was incomparably surging inwardly at the moment. Xingtai, just now I was the one who misunderstood you and Xiao Chun. It seems that Mr. Xiao really has two skills. Du Guozhang patted Hu Xingtai's shoulder while lamenting. With Won Yud alive, the project in Longshan City would continue to move forward, and he, the old leader, would have a light on his face and could retire without worry. The old divine Dr. Qi Ding looked at Xiao Chuan with excitement and apologized with his hands. Mr. Xiao, just now, the old man has been rash. Please forgive me. You are the real great divine doctor. Mr. Qi is ashamed to be inferior to him. A healer is kind. I also just took a shot to save. Nothing to worry about. Xiao Dust returned indifferently. Qi Ding's face was filled with sweat. As the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, he had used up his entire life's knowledge and could not save Won Yud. But Xiao Chen even said it so lightly, making him feel ashamed of himself. Especially Lu Manru. Looking at the Won Yud who came back to life again, she was so scared that she directly fell to the ground. Just now she was still calculating how to annex Won Yud's family property, but now the plan has all gone down the drain. After all, is the entertainment industry has mixed in the human essence? Lu Manru hastily put on a look of joy, ran to Won Yud's body, a hand to hold him, sobbing, husband, you finally woke up. You don't know, just scared me to death. If you die I also don't want to live. Hoo. Afterwards, Lu Manru stared viciously at Liang Dongshan and complained, hubby, look at the injuries on my face. All of them are from this bastard Liang Dongshan. Just now when he thought you were dead, he became lawless and hit me with his hands. You have to be my master. Boss 1, please listen to my explanation. It's not what she said. Liang Dongshan was just about to explain, only to see Won Yud push Lu Manru away with an unhappy face. Dongshan, you don't need to explain. I know exactly what just happened. Won Yud had just died once. His soul left his body and hovered in mid-air, and he had long probed what happened outside the emergency room door. Boss, Liang Dongshan was unsure. Won Yud continued, Dongshan, I know all about your loyalty to me. If you hadn't made a move to teach Manru a lesson just now, Mr. Xiao wouldn't have been able to enter the emergency room so smoothly to save me. After saying that, Won Yud looked at Lu Manru and said with a smirk, Lu Manru, why did you stop Mr. Xiao from saving me just now? Old hubby, listen to my explanation. I wasn't stopping Xiao Chun from saving you. I was afraid that Xiao Chen would desecrate your remains. Lu Manru panicked. I don't think it's that simple, right? You stinking woman can't wait for old man to die. As long as old man dies, all of my property will become yours. That little fancy in your heart think I can't see it. Snap. Won Yud threw out several slaps towards Lu Manru, directly hitting her face full of blood. After a life and death battle just now, Won Yud had long since seen this woman through. Lu Manru as a showbiz social flower, very gold worship. This point Won Yud's heart is very clear. For his kind of super tycoon, women gold worship nothing. Anyway, he has money, as long as the woman to him don't have second thoughts on the line. But Lu Manru, this stinking woman, even want to put him to death. This obviously breaks through the bottom line of Won Yud. This kind of vicious woman absolutely cannot stay around. Hubby, this is all a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. Lu Manru blurted out. Dongshan, get this woman away from me. I don't want to see her again. Won Yud waved his hand with a face full of disgust. Yes, boss. Liang Dongshan walked over to Lu Manru and said, go away. I'm not leaving. I'm Boss Wan's woman. No one has the right to kick me out. I'm going to stay and take care of Boss Wan. Lu Manru knew that if she left this time, she wouldn't be able to get close to Won Yud in this lifetime. Even the entertainment industry would block her. Give your face no face, huh? Liang Dongshan gripped Lu Manru's hair and dragged her outside the hospital like a dead pig. Chapter 50, Surprise. Liang Dongshan threw Lu Manru to the entrance of the hospital and chided. Remember, from now on, you will no longer be Boss Wan's woman, and the real estate cash that Boss Wan gave you before will be frozen. Dongshan, please, for the sake of me being a woman, just help me once. Persuade my husband so that he doesn't kick me out. I will remember your great kindness in my heart. Lu Manru changed her previous domineering attitude and begged. This is all your own fault. I can't help you. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Liang Dongshan waved his hand in disgust. Lu Manru didn't die. As she hugged Liang Dongshan's waist, rubbing herself hard against him,
she continued to plead. Dongshan, you're the person my husband trusts the most. Right now you're the only one who can help me. As long as you're willing to help me, I can agree to any of your requests. He, Lu Manru, are you using a beauty trick with me? No matter what, you were once Boss Wan's woman, do you think I would touch you? Get lost. Liang Dongshan pushed Lu Manru away with a heavy shove, spat and turned to leave. Looking at the departing Liang Dongshan, Lu Manru's face was ashen. After arranging things in the hospital, Xiao Chuan politely declined Wan Yud and Hu Xingtai's gracious invitation and hurriedly headed out of the hospital. Returning to the car again, Bai Yi asked, Mr. Xiao, how's it going? Are things done? Well, just a little something. Xiao Chuan nodded his head. Bai Yi was about to speak, but finally spoke. Mr. Xiao, I think you are getting more and more mysterious. Even the Hu city capital of our Longshan city is respectful to you. Truly a hero out of a young man. I just helped him save someone. It's nothing. Go, send me an evening cheng home. Xiao Chuan said. Okay. Bai Yi started the Land Rover and drove Xiao Chuan in the direction of his home. After sending the two to their destination, Bai Yi left. At this time, Su Guifang had just come back from the bank to deposit money. Her heart was happy. The 5 million sent by Duan Zhoutian was simply sending charcoal in the snow, making her in an incredibly comfortable mood. At this time, she was humming a little song in the kitchen to make hairy crabs. Since she had the money, she of course had to be lavish and celebrate. Mom, we're back. Xiao Chuan walked into the living room and shouted. Su Guifang was busy picking up hairy crabs in the kitchen. When she heard Xiao Chuan's shout, she coldly raised her head and looked at it. This look directly scared Su Guifang so much that the hairy crabs in her hand fell to the ground. Tian, my gosh, am I blind? How did you stand up? Evening Chang? Su Guifang rubbed her eyes vigorously. Her heart was incomparably shocked. Li Evening Ching had been paralyzed for 5 years, and now she was actually standing in front of her like a normal person, which made her both shocked and happy. Mom, you didn't look at your eyes. Evening Ching really stood up. Xiao Chen smiled and laughed. What the hell is going on here? Su Guifang ran to Li Evening Chang's side, looking left and right, almost crying out in excitement, while Li Evening Chang looked at Su Guifang and said in slurred words, Mom, my legs. Well, it's okay. Evening Chang, you finally stood up. Mom is so happy. Woo woo. Su Guifang hugged Li Evening Chang and cried loudly. After crying, Su Guifang asked with red eyes, Xiao Chen, what's going on? How did Evening Ching suddenly stand up? Mom, it's all because I cured her. Xiao Chuan laughed. Just you? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Su Guifang shook her head, her eyes full of skepticism. Previously, Xiao Chuan had lied and told Su Guifang that he knew medical skills, a skill he had learned when he was a security guard from a janitorial grandfather who had worked as an old Chinese doctor, and could prescribe some local remedies. So in Su Guifang's eyes, Xiao Chuan's medical skills were just a half bucket of water, and it was simply not possible for him to make Li Evening Ching stand up all of a sudden. Mom, why don't you believe it? I really cured Evening Ching's leg, Xiao Chuan said. Pull yourself together. Evening Clear's leg has a comminuted fracture and nerve necrosis. I've brought her to see many famous orthopedic surgeons in these 5 years. None of them have been able to cure it. And you cured her leg in one morning? You are going to the grave to burn newspapers. Fooling ghosts. Cut. Su Guifang was dead set on not believing Xiao Chen's words. Well, there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Xiao Chuan sighed and did not want to bother with Su Guifang anymore. Su Guifang seemed to slap her head as if she suddenly had a flash of insight and exclaimed, I know. It must be that last week when I went to the temple in Nanawashan to burn incense and worship the Buddha to pray for my daughter's early recovery. The Bodhisattva's heart was so compassionate that he let Evening Ching's leg get better. Well, it must be like this. Mom, what you said makes sense. Maybe it really was the Bodhisattva who cast a spell to heal Evening Ching's leg. Xiao Chen followed Su Guifang's words. Thank you for the Bodhisattva's manifestation. When I have time I will definitely prepare some incense money to go to the temple to return the wish. Su Guifang said. Today accidentally got a huge amount of $5 million. His daughter's leg is okay. Su Guifang is very happy. Made a table full of food to celebrate. At the dinner table, Su Guifang urged, Xiao Chen our family is now rich, thanks to your good luck, with a local recipe to cure Hu Shishou and Wan Boss's disease. But good luck does not come often. I see your local recipe is not reliable. Remember to stay away from this kind of power and wealth in the future, just in case they look for you to cure you. And if something goes wrong, our family will be finished. Okay Mom, I know, Xiao Chuan said. Also, although now our family has some savings, but we can't just sit around and eat nothing. You also need to look for a job. Men still need to be career-oriented. In the future, our mother and daughter still need to count on you. Su Guifang said meaningfully. Well, Mom, I will go to the human resource market tomorrow to see if there are any jobs. Xiao Chuan said back. No need. I've already contacted it for you. I have a male classmate who is doing well and is now an old boss. Find a time for me to take you to meet him and ask him to arrange a job for you. Su Guifeng said. Xiao Dust also did not comment and could only nod his head. After finishing his meal, Xiao Dust had just finished cleaning up the table when he unexpectedly received a call from Sun Jingde. Mr. Xiao, the soul recruitment spell that can keep me on my toes already has a place. Sun Jingde on the other end of the phone said. Chapter 51, Lake Center Manor. The soul recruitment magic artifact was actually in possession. This made Xiao Chuan very excited. In the Pill God Valley, Xiao Chuan developed the body tempering pill and healed Li Evening Qing's leg. If he got the soul recruitment magic artifact now, then he could hold a soul recruitment ceremony for Li Evening Qing to bring back her discarded life soul. Only in this way could she be cured of her dementia. Elder son, have you really found the soul recruitment spell? Xiao Chuan asked eagerly. Sun Jingde on the other end of the phone said. Mr. Xiao, there will be a small auction held secretly tomorrow morning at the Lake Heart Manor. There are expected to be a lot of good things there. I can bring you there to try your luck, and perhaps you will be able to find the magical artifact that you want. I thought that you had already found it for me, but it turns out to be like this, letting me have empty joy for nothing. Xiao Chuan's heart instantly went half cold. Sun Jingde continued. Mr. Xiao, you don't know. This auction tomorrow is extraordinary. Several big names who have a reputation in the antique world will be there, and there will definitely be some gains. Alright, then we will go and try our luck tomorrow, Xiao Dust said. The next day, Xiao Dust walked out of his home alone, got into Sun Jingde's car, and rushed towards the Lake Center Manor. On the way, Sun Jingde was a bit eager to speak, but finally opened his mouth and said, Mr. Xiao, when we arrive at the Lake Heart Manor, I would also like to pick up some leeks and auction a few treasures, so I would like to ask you to help me to take a look at them at that time. Good to know, Xiao Dust returned indifferently. Sun Jingde helped him to find the soul recruitment technique. Xiao Dust helped him to palm his eyes. It was also considered as an exchange of benefits, helping each other. This was the rules of the game in the adult world. No one would help you for no reason. Xiao Dust was very clear about this point. Hearing Xiao Dust so quickly agreed, Sun Jingde was very happy. That day in the antique street, Xiao Dust with a pair of eyes to obtain the nine-eyed heavenly pearl. Alone this power of vision let Sun Jingde admiration to the ground. Today if he can get the help of Xiao Dust, he will not return empty-handed. Half an hour later, the two arrived at their destination. Yangui Lake covers an area of nearly 10,000 acres. The lake water is crystal clear, surrounded by mountains, birds and flowers, just like a fairyland on earth. While the so-called Lake Manor is located on a small island in the center of Yangui Lake, Xiao Chuan stepped out of the car and boarded the yacht under the leadership of Sun Jingde, sailing towards the center of the lake. After boarding the island, Sun Jingde showed his credentials and smoothly walked into the manor. This manor is so grand. Xiao Chuan looked at the exotic flowers and plants around him and sighed. Mr. Xiao, this manor is the property of the Song family and the residence of Miss Song Xin, the daughter of Song Rulin, the head of the Song family. Miss Song is quite interested in antiques and has been immersed in this business in recent years, and this manor is the place where she exchanges her experience with her peers and auctions off antiques. Sun Jingde said, this Miss Song is really good at finding a place. Although this place has beautiful scenery and fresh air, it is also a little bit remote, Xiao Chen said. Sun Jingde lowered his voice and said, a little remote is good. Truth be told, the people who can come to this kind of place are dignified characters, especially some of the antiques that are not allowed to see the light of day are auctioned here. This is a small island in the center of the lake. The general public can't come up. Even if someone comes to investigate, there are helicopters on the island, and they will be transferred immediately after getting the wind of the situation. It's true that the Taoist is 1 foot taller than the devil, Xiao Dust said. It's all about making money. Making money, not too shabby. Go Mr. Xiao. Sun Jingde smiled and led Xiao Dust through the goat's intestinal pathway toward the inside. Along the green stone pathway after 9 turns through the dense forest, an ancient mansion appeared in front of the two. Sun Jingde pushed the door and walked towards the hall in a like manner. It seemed that he had already been here more than once. When the two walked into the hall, they found several people already sitting inside. Seeing Sun Jingde arrive, a few people who knew him got up to greet him, and there were a few others who didn't seem to take Sun Jingde seriously at all, and just nodded lightly as a greeting. In particular, an old man in a tang suit looked at Xiao Chen behind Sun Jingde and asked, Old son, who is this young man behind you? How can you just bring strangers into a place as confidential as the Lake Heart Manor? Grandmaster Jean, this is Mr. Xiao. He came here to search for a soul-invoking spell, and by the way, to help me palm my eyes. Why are you also here? Looking at Grandmaster Jean, Sun Jingde was full of embarrassment.
Grandmaster Jean has been known as the Iron Eye Judge in the antique world. None of the antiques that have gone through his discernment have looked away so far.
A few days ago, in knowing the Lake Manor to hold an auction,
Sun Zhengde would like to spend a lot of money to invite him to come to help Palm Eye.
Just at that time, Master Jean was on vacation abroad to recuperate, politely declined his invitation.
Did not expect that today will be coldly appeared here.
You, Sun Lao, invited me, how could I not come?
I just rushed back from abroad in the early hours of this morning and arrived here first without having the time to inform you.
Grandmaster Jean said.
Ah, this. Sun Zhengde looked at Xiao Chuan and then at Grandmaster Jean. His heart was incomparably embarrassed. He had invited Xiao Chuan to help with the eye, but as a result, Grandmaster Jean had also come.
Chapter 52, Tit for Tat.
Grandmaster Jean glanced at Xiao Chen with a displeased expression and opened his mouth to question.
Elder son, do you not trust me, old Jean?
To find a milquetoast jerk to help you palm your eyes.
How ridiculous. A disciple with an 8-beard next to Master Jean was even more disdainful. Elder son, you asked my master to come and palm your eyes for you, but you ended up finding a youngster. Are you slapping my master's face?
The crowd sitting next to him also laughed. Only Xiao Chen appeared somewhat indifferent and did not know what was in his heart.
It's not what you guys think,
Sun Zhengde hurriedly explained.
Master Jean, this Mr. Xiao is not an ordinary person. Do you still remember the 9 Eyes Heavenly Pearl that I told you about a few days ago?
That treasure was discovered by Mr.
Xiao. Oh, that's him? Grandmaster Jean was slightly stunned, then spoke.
Humph, I think this kid just got lucky at that time.
You really think of him as a high-ranking person? Elder son, you are getting more and more confused with age. Master Jean, you can't say that about Mr. Xiao.
He is truly a high person with great ability. On one side was the highly respected Iron Eyes Judge Master Jean in the antique world. On the other side was Xiao Chen, who had discovered the 9 Eyes Heavenly Pearls and had killed the exotic evil spirits for Liang Jilong with the lift of his hand. He didn't want to offend either of the two sides, so he could only keep on explaining. Looking at this side of the noisy scene, a middle-aged man with a stout figure and beady eyes, quite a bit of the superior's aura, violently slammed the table and loudly scolded.
Surname Jean, surname Sun, the two of you just don't squabble. I came here to buy a treasure today, not over to listen to your quarrels. Hurry up and shut your mouths. Where's MS? Song, why don't you come out and maintain the scene? This is a high-end private auction,
making it as chaotic as a vegetable market.
What a shame. After the middle-aged man finished shouting, a cool voice came from the screen. The visitor is a guest. All of you should calm down. Harmony makes wealth.
A girl wearing a red evening dress with a pearl and gemstone necklace around her neck walked out. The girl's features are as delicate as carved jade, although she looks only in her 20s, but her hands and feet reveal a shrewd and capable look, and she seems to be a strong woman.
Alright, don't talk about the scene, now that the people are all together. Hurry up and take out the treasure for auction.
The middle-aged man shouted.
Xiao Chen quietly asked, Elder son, who is this man? Who else? The richest man in Jiangchuan City, Lan Bin.
Relying on the fact that he has a few stinking dollars,
he acts like a bully all day long.
I've long looked at him with displeasure.
Sun Zhengde huffed. Xiao Dust nodded.
No wonder this one called Lan Bin could recklessly lose his temper toward Sun Zhengde.
After all, he was the richest man in his city, while Sun Zhengde was only a professor in the archaeology department of Longshan University. In Lan Bin's eyes, Sun Zhengde was a stinking pedagogue,
and did not take him seriously at all.
Song Xin smiled and said, well, Boss Lan, our auction will begin now. In this auction, Song Xin acted as a matchmaker.
A few big bosses in Lin province had just collected some exotic treasures from the black market, and came to the Lake Heart Manor to auction them off. Lan Bin was rushing to the exotic treasures this time,
and after the auction was over, Song Xin would get a commission of about 10% of the auction price.
There was a long mahogany table in the hall, which needed to be sorted according to the status of the guests.
Lan Bin, as the gold master, sat on the first chair without a second thought, while Master Deer Taoist, the Palm Eye master he brought with him, sat on the second place. Sun Zhengde,
although he was not convinced that Master Deer Taoist was higher than him in the ordering, still sat on the third place with the mentality that it would be better to do more than less.
After that,
there was Master Jean and his 8-bearded disciple.
Song Xin glanced at Xiao Chuan,
a slight complex look passing through her eyes before she said,
You'll sit in the last place. Obviously, in Song Xin's eyes,
Xiao Chuan was not qualified to sit at the long table at all, but just because he was someone brought by Sun Zhengde,
Song Xin could only sell Sun Lao a face.
The 8-bearded disciple looked at Xiao Chuan and said with a bad smile,
Xiao Chuan, you should be content. Miss Song is homely and kind. It's good if she doesn't drive you away. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Dust ignored the 8-bearded disciple.
This kind of mole-like existence he really did not put in his eyes.
At this time, he desperately wanted to hurry up and carry out the auction. to see if there was any soul recruitment artifact that he needed. When the 8-bearded disciple saw that Xiao Dust was indifferent, he thought that he was recognizing his weakness and laughed even louder. Sun Zhengde looked at Xiao Dust and said, Mr. Xiao, why don't you sit here with me? Xiao Dust shook his head and said, no need, it's the same wherever you sit. Since Xiao Dust did not mind sitting in the last place, Sun Zhengde did not say anything else. After arranging the seating, the auction officially began. Chapter 53, Bronze Treasure Sword. Song Xian looked at the several black market bosses and spoke. Now that the auction has officially begun, all of you bosses can show off any treasures you have. I'll go first then. A big-bellied boss gently clapped his palms, and a few tiger-backed attendants around him carried a large wooden box over 2 meters long onto the mahogany table. What is this? Lan Bin asked, and everyone present was confused as to what was contained within. The pot-bellied boss said with a smug look on his face, this thing is a treasure. I'm sure you all will love it. Come on, open it. With the big-bellied boss's order, the attendants carefully sawed open the wooden box and pulled away the red cloth tied to it, only to see a bright bronze giant knife appear in front of everyone. The head of this knife is broad and long, shaped like a half-stringed moon, with a manifold blade on the back, a perforated body with a hanging tail. A dragon spit at the connection between the head and the handle, with a golden dragon pattern carved on it, and the whole shape of the huge knife looks like a tiger. My goodness, is this the green dragon crescent blade? Lan Bin exclaimed in shock. Sun Zhengde looked at the giant knife. His eyes were equally filled with astonishment. He had been engaged in antiques for more than 10 years, but it was the first time he had seen a blade with such a large size. The other spectators also scared and marveled. The pot-bellied boss said proudly, everyone guessed correctly. This blade is the green dragon crescent blade. The blade is 1 meter 9 in length, weighing 150 pounds. The whole body is forged of fine copper, exactly the one used by Guan Yu, the first fierce general in the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Phew! Everyone present was in an uproar, not expecting such a treasure to see the light of day again and appear in front of them. The big-bellied boss continued his introduction. There's another legend about this sword. Do you all want to hear it? Hurry up and say it. Don't be so long-winded. Lan Bin was most annoyed with people selling out and directly frowned. The pot-bellied boss smiled awkwardly, cleared his throat and said, that's good. I'll tell you all about it. In the legend, the world's first blacksmith only chose to build the green dragon crescent knife on the night of the full moon. And when it was almost finished, suddenly the winds picked up and the clouds rose, and 360 drops of blood dripped down from the sky, and the local fortune teller said that it was the blood of the green dragon in the sky, which is how the knife was named Green Dragon Crescent Blade. So that's how the name of the sword came about. Long time learning. The crowd stared in wonder. Lan Bin was obviously interested in this knife. As a businessman, his home also enshrined the statue of Master Guan. If he could invite this precious knife back and place it in front of the statue of Master Guan, it would be the best. How much is this knife priced at? Lan Bin asked tentatively. Not much, $10 million. The pot-bellied boss said with a smile. $10 million? Oh, you really dare to open your mouth wide. You dare to ask for $10 million for a pile of broken brass? Although Lan Bin loved this knife, but after all, $10 million is not a small amount. As a shrewd businessman, he used psychological tactics, constantly suppressing the knife, saying this is not good, that does not work. Boss Lan, this knife is really a treasure. It's not as bad as you say. The big-bellied boss hurriedly explained. I have to inspect this thing first. Lan Bin walked to the knife and scrutinized it, then picked up a small hammer and gently struck it on the blade, and with a buzzing sound, a thick bronze sound rang out, and the solemn sound made Lan Bin tremble. Looks like it's really something good. Lan Bin muttered in his heart, then rolled up his sleeves and spat a few mouthfuls of saliva into his palms in an attempt to lift the huge blade. Lan Bin roared angrily, and could only lift the knife a little bit even though his entire face was suffocated in red. This knife is really heavy. Kai Shan, try your hand at it. Lan Bin said towards the bodyguard he brought over. Yes boss. The bodyguard called Kai Shan's large hand like a vice grabbed the handle of the knife. His horse stance stabilized, his chi sunk into his dantian. He let out a low roar, swish and raised the knife, casually waving his hand. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire space seemed to have been ripped apart, causing everyone to feel a shiver of fear. After dancing a few times, Kai Shan put the knife down, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said with a ragged breath, Boss, this knife has a good weight, like the real thing. Got it. Lan Bin nodded and said to the master palm eyes beside him, Master dear Taoist, I'll also have to ask you to help keep an eye on it. Understood Mr. Lan. After inspecting it, Taoist Master Deer quietly said to Lan Bin, Mr. Lan, there is no problem with this knife. It's a treasure. With your words, I have a bottom in my heart. Lan Bin nodded. Since Taoist Deer said that the knife was fine, then it was definitely fine. Then the next step was for him to consider how to take the knife. After Lan Bin's people finished inspecting it, Sun Jungda then walked up and put on his presbyopic glasses to look at it meticulously. Master Jean was busy saying, "Elder son, there is no need to look." Just now the old man knew that this knife was genuine with a single sweep of his eyes. Sun Jungda nodded and looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Mr. Xiao, what do you mean? Let me take a look." Xiao Chuan got up and walked over to the blade and was just about to get his hands on it to touch it when Grandmaster Jean hurriedly stopped him. "Hey, Mr. Xiao, this blade was used by Master Guan Er. What qualifications do you kid have to touch it?" Lan Bin also looked at Xiao Chuan with great displeasure and sneered. "You're a hairy kid who sincerely wants to delay us, right? Get lost. You're not qualified to touch such a treasure." Chapter 54, Crossfire. Sun Jungda, hurry up and keep your men away from my precious sword. Lan Bin already had a strong hold on this blade and did not want Xiao Chen to get his hands on it at all. Song Xian similarly said, "Elder son, I think Mr. Lan has a point. Today after all, the master of the IU brought his Master Jean, and just now, Master Jean has already said that this blade is genuine, so there is no need for anyone else to touch it." Obviously, although Song Xian's words were very tactful, her tone was somewhat disdainful, as if she did not place Xiao Chen in her eyes at all. Sun Jungda was momentarily in a dilemma. Just now, when Lan Bin had spoken out against Xiao Duan, he wanted to have a theory with him, but Song Xian, as the main person in charge of this auction, she had spoken, so it was not good for Sun Jungda to refute. Seeing Sun Jungda's difficult look, Grandmaster Jean continued, "Sun Lao, this green dragon crescent blade on the table is indeed authentic. If you don't believe in what I said, you can let your Mr. Xiao go up to take a look. I'm leaving now, as if I hadn't been here." Humph. Grandmaster Jin's words were said in a very tough way. He was forcing Sun Jungda to make a choice between him and Xiao Chen. Once Sun Jungda chose Xiao Chen, Grandmaster Jin would leave the Lake Heart Manor immediately. Once the Golden Master left here, Sun Jungda is equal to the Golden Master and the enemy. After all, the Golden Master in the Antique Circle status is extraordinary. If really offended him, Sun Jungda in the future in this circle will be difficult to mix. After weighing the pros and cons, Sun Jungda hastened to pacify Master Jin. "You're overstating it. You're the Iron Eyes judge in the Antique Circle. How could I not believe what you said?" Afterwards, Sun Jungda said to Xiao Chuan, "Mr. Xiao, Master Jin's temper is just straightforward. Don't be angry. Let's do it this way. You sit down first, follow the seniors to learn a little bit, and wait a while. There will be other antiques for sale. At that time, then I will trouble you to help palm your eyes." "Alright, you grasp the rest on your own." Xiao Dust sat down and continued to drink tea. This so-called green dragon crescent blade was indeed an old object, but it was by no means the one that Guan Yu had used, and it was even less worth $10 million. Xiao Dust had wanted to tell Sun Jungda about this, but after a small storm just now, he was too lazy to say anything about it. Seeing Xiao Chuan sitting down and drinking tea, the eight-bearded disciple laughed shamefully. "Ha ha 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 ha, surnamed Xiao, you're still a bit self-aware. Know that you're incapable of sitting down and drinking tea. Don't come out to humiliate and disgust others." The dear Taoist master brought by Lan Bin condescendingly said, "Humph, what a bull ***** Iron Eyes judge. Nothing more than a person who sells his name. Pretending to be a master in front of me is simply laughable." Master Jin's face became extremely ugly. The eight-bearded disciple was so angry that he was just about to counterattack, only to be stopped by Song Xian. "Everyone, calm down. You all came here for the treasure, not to quarrel. Time is running out. If everyone is interested in this green dragon crescent blade, bid right away. Since the reserve price for this blade is $10 million, I'll bid $12 million. Lan Bin shouted, "I bid 14 million. Sun Jungda immediately added to the price. "Humph, dare to call out to me, Lan Bin? You're also worthy? $17 million. Lan Bin continued to bid. In less than a minute, the price of the knife had soared to 17 million, and Sun Jungda was clearly a bit overwhelmed. Master Jin on the side was busy saying, "Elder son, this knife is indeed a good thing. You won't be at a disadvantage if you raise the price to 20 million. Hearing Grandmaster Jin's words, Sun Jungda's heart was more in control, coupled with Lan Bin's outburst at him just now. He also wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lan Bin's might, so he hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, "I bid $20 million. Grandmaster Jin nodded slightly, very satisfied with Sun Jungda's price increase, which showed that he still had some prestige, while the eight-bearded disciple even glanced at Xiao Chuan with a smug expression, his eyes full of disdain. One should know that Xiao Chuan had just wanted to go over and touch the precious sword, but as a result, he was not even qualified to do so. But now, his master had only said one word to Sun Jungda, and Sun Jungda had raised the price to 20 million. The status of the two was clear at a glance. Sun Zhengda's shouting price made Lan Bin extremely dissatisfied. He didn't expect Sun Zhengda, this old man, to even get into a fight with him. I bid $30 million. Blue Bin, a voice people let everyone present stunned. Good guy. All of a sudden increased the price of 10 million. This courage and financial strength is worthy of the richest man in Jiangchuan City. In the face of 30 million shouting price, Sun Zhengda can only shake his head and sigh. It seems that he has no chance with this knife. As a professor of Longshan University, more than a decade, Sun Zhengda mixed with antique circle, relying on the antique business to engage in more than 100 million, but with the value of tens of billions of dollars of Blue Bin compared to him, he is still ashamed of being inferior. That's just it. This knife, since Boss Lan likes it, I, Sun, will bear the pain. Sun Zhengda said, ha 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 ha, fighting with old me, do you have that strength? Lan Bin was full of springtime complacency. Then congratulations to Boss Lan, happy to obtain a green dragon crescent moon sword worth $30 million. Song Xian was also very happy inwardly. According to the rules, this single she could get a commission of 3 million. Lan Bin smiled broadly and said, MS. Song, are there any other treasures? Song Xian hurriedly said, yes, this following treasure is dozens of times more precious than the green dragon crescent blade. I believe everyone will definitely like it. After saying that, Song Xian looked at a boss next to her in a Zhongshan suit and said, Boss G, bring out your treasure. Okay, MS. Song. Boss G had his attendant place a large wooden box on the table. The wooden box was opened, and inside was a Buddha crown. This Buddha crown was first made of cloth satin in the shape of a lotus petal, 5 pieces in one style. Then pure gold was used as the skeleton to beat it into a Buddha crown. The gold pattern was coated with turquoise ink, and the 5 leaves were linked together. In the middle of each leaf of the crown there was a lotus petal-shaped Buddha niche, and in the middle of each niche there was a Sanskrit letter representing the 5 Buddhas, and on both sides there was a red lace-up rope. The materials used were elaborate, the colors were colorful, and the craftsmanship was superb, and the beauty of the piece was magnificent. Tian, gosh, this is the Buddhist magic weapon 5 square Buddha crown. Sun Zhengda exclaimed in shock. Chapter 55, Dharma Weapon. 5 square Buddha crown? A magic weapon? What the hell is this? Lan Bin asked towards Taoist Deer. Although he was the richest man in the world, he still didn't know much about these arcane and mysterious magic weapons. Dear Taoist chief hurriedly explained. Mr. Lan, the so-called magic weapon is a divine object that possesses the power of nature. The topmost magic weapon can manipulate the power of heaven and earth to move mountains and seas and call the wind and rain. The next level of magic weapon can be able to kill people in the air and take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away, while the third level of magic weapon possesses the efficacy to tranquilize the house and nourish the heart, to attract wealth and treasures, and to warm up the body. Oh, there are still such magical things? Then which category of magic weapon does this 5 square Buddha crown belong to? Lan Bin continued to ask. It's hard to say, it still needs to be observed. But this kind of thing is wickedly vicious, and if it's not handled properly it can be life-threatening. Taoist Deer said. Next to him, Master Jean let out a laugh of shame. Oh, really funny. The 5 square Buddha crown is the most precious treasure of the Buddhist sect. Whoever is fortunate enough to take a belt with them will be blessed by the 5 Buddhas, and will enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. How dare you say that this thing is evil? Simply ignorant, Dear Taoist said angrily. Stupid thing, even said that wearing this Buddha crown can enjoy glory and wealth? Oh, if you have the ability, then you personally wear it and let me open my eyes. Do you dare? What dare not? You watch me. Master Jean walked briskly to the Buddha crown, just about to reach out his hand, but suddenly his mood became apprehensive and he hesitantly shrunk his hand back. Seeing this scene, Dear Taoist grew to laugh. Ha 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 ha, wimped out? Afraid? Put it on if you're capable. Outrageous. Do you really think I don't dare to bring it? Master Jean was inexplicably taunted by Taoist Deer, and not wanting to lose face in front of the crowd, he immediately put the 5 square Buddha crown on his head. At first when he put on the Buddha crown, Master Jean did not feel any discomfort, and was just about to taunt back, when he suddenly felt a burst of pressure coming from his head, as if the entire head was put on a tight band spell, which got tighter and tighter, followed by a burning sensation that made Master Jin's pain unbearable. Ah, not good. Grandmaster Jean hurriedly took off the 5 square Buddha crown, only to see that the hair in the position where he had just worn the Buddha crown had been completely burnt, leaving a pot head. Facing this sudden scene, Grandmaster Jean let out a long breath. If he had taken off the Buddha crown a little later, it was estimated that his entire scalp would have been burnt. Grandmaster Jean, grow a long memory this time, right? Ha 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 ha. Taoist Deer laughed out loud. You, oomph. Master Jean, who had lost face, felt both angry and annoyed, and blushing, he walked to one side and sat down, no longer speaking. Since Song Xian had been in the antique business,
It was the first time she had come across something so incredible, and she busily asked for advice. Master dear, may I ask what is the origin of this 5-square Buddha crown? Why is there such a miraculous thing happening? Taoist dear nodded his head and said, this 5-square Buddha crown is worn by monks and living Buddhas when practicing Tantric Buddhism. It symbolizes the crown of the 5 wisdom Rudra, and possesses the wisdom of the 5 wisdom Rudra. As for why such a miraculous thing happened, I can't say it, and even if I did with your cognition you wouldn't be able to experience the mysteries within. Okay, I know. Since Taoist dear was unwilling to say more, Song Xian also stopped asking. As a businesswoman, she only wanted to quickly sell this Buddha crown at a high price so that she could get more commission. Afterward, Song Xian glanced at Boss G and asked, Boss G, how much do you intend to start the auction for this Buddha crown? This thing is a magic weapon after all. Just now the starting price of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade was $10 million, so I'll offer $20 million. Boss G said, that's fine. Song Xian continued to say to the crowd, everyone, Boss G has already quoted. What do you all mean? Taoist dear said, Mr. Lun, this Buddha crown is not yours today. You can rest assured that you can auction it off, and when I go back to do the practice, I will definitely make this Buddha crown work for you. Subsequently, the dear Taoist said, Son old, this is the auction of the Lake Manor. High-end specifications. In the future you must not find some cats and dogs to be the master of the palm eye disgrace. This was something that a discerning person could tell that it was Taoist dear specifically mocking Grandmaster Jean. Master Jean was sitting on pins and needles, very uncomfortable, although he has been immersed in the antique circle for many years, but after all, he has not had much contact with magic weapons. How could he see through the secret of this 5-square Buddha crown at once? Lan Bin also disdained, Son old man, this 5-sided Buddha crown is a treasure. You really do not want? Then I'll have to make an offer, or ask you, Mr. Xiao, to come over and take a look in person? Ha 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 ha. This was said in a very subtle way. It was nothing more than Lan Bin mocking Sun Zhengde for being blind and inviting this incompetent young man, Xiao Chen, to come. Grandmaster Jean was furious and said, Humph, even I can't see the way out of this 5-square Buddha crown, and this little brat surnamed Xiao won't understand it even more. Xiao Dust, who was drinking tea, heard this and raised his eyebrows as he glanced at the 5-square Buddha crown and said indifferently, Are you sure you want me to take a look? Chapter 56, Statue of God. Ooh, surname Xiao, you have a big mouth. Grandmaster Jean never expected that Xiao Chuan, who had been silent all this time, would dare to talk back. Taoist dear immediately said to Xiao Dust, Wild-mouthed little child, you know about magic weapons? Oh, if you have the ability, take a look. Where exactly is the secret of this 5-square Buddha crown? Xiao Dust took a sip of tea and said indifferently, This Buddha crown is not a magical artifact at all, nor is it worth $20 million at all. Wow, the people present were in an uproar, not expecting Xiao Chen to say these words. This is not a magic weapon? Does this young man know what he is talking about? It's simply a case of not pretending to understand. What the hell? Just now, Master Jean put on the Buddha crown and almost burned his entire head. This is still not a magic weapon? Everyone scoffed at Xiao Dust and the mocking sounds were endless. Boss G, who was the shipping party, was very angry and questioned. Sun Zhengde, since you don't like my stuff you can choose not to buy it, but why are you letting your Mr. Xiao denigrate my magic weapon? Could it be that you are trying to break the rules of this business? Boss G, please calm down. I apologize on behalf of Xiao Chen. Sorry. Sun Zhengde repeatedly apologized to Boss G. Glancing at Xiao Dust who was leisurely drinking tea, Sun Zhengde was filled with disappointment. Although Xiao Dust had discovered the Nine Eyes Heavenly Pearl a few days ago, and although he had used Xin magic to help Liang Jinlong put down the exotic evil spirits, this Palm Eye's ability was indeed also too poor, not even recognizing the magic weapon. Song Xian glared at Xiao Chuan, as if telling him with her eyes, You kid is here to smash the scene for this young lady, right? Until finally, under Song Xian's mediation, this 5-square Buddha crown was taken by Lan Bin at a price of $40 million. Song Xian in her very happy. Just the Blue Dragon Crescent Blade sold 30 million. 5 Buddha crowns sold 40 million, a total of 70 million. In accordance with the previous agreement, this short half an hour, she into the 7 million commission. This auction was thought to end successfully, but Lan Bin suddenly took out a piece of idol, and said to Song Xian, Ms. Song, do you still have an impression of the idol you sold to me last week? Song Xian glanced at the idol, which was about 20 inside long, black and dark all over, with the statue of the god Fuxi carved on it. Of course, this idol was collected from a friend of mine. What's wrong? What's wrong with this idol? Song Xian asked. Xiao Chen, who was on the side, glanced at the idol in Lan Bin's hand and frowned slightly as he could sense that this idol was extraordinary. Miss Song, it's good that you admit it. That day when you said that this idol was a treasure. I took your word for it and took it back to study it for 4 or 5 days, but to my surprise, I found out that it's just an ordinary piece of stone. It's not worth any money at all. I paid you $10 million that day. Now you must return the money to me. Not a penny less. Lan Bin snapped. Song Xin looked helpless, spread her hands and said, Mr. Lan, you're making it very difficult for me. This idol was placed on consignment in my store by my friend at that time, after the deal was finalized. Your $10 million had already been remitted to my friend. After all, the other party is my friend. I didn't earn a single penny in this deal. Now you're asking me to ask for $10 million. Isn't it inappropriate? Besides, at that time when the deal was made, we all signed a contract. Once the deal is done, we can't return the goods. You are breaking the rules. Bang! Lan Bin smashed the idol in his hand hard on the mahogany table. Furious, Miss Song. In vain I trust you so much. I didn't expect you to sell me fake goods. Now you must give the old man a refund. At this time, Lan Bin's bodyguard Kai Shan slowly approached Song Xian, his eyes full of murderous aura. Song Xian hurriedly explained, Mr. Lan, I dare to guarantee with my life that this idol is absolutely real. It's just that you haven't found a way to unlock the secret about this idol, so I can't give you a refund, because there are rules of the trade. If I give you a precedent, how can I still do business in the future? Song Xian, you're simply too shrewd to set up a scheme to cheat me out of $10 million. The dear Taoist beside me is a real person. Even he can't see the secret of this idol, and you're still arguing that this idol is real? Simply shameless. Lan Bin was furious. Xiao Chen, who was drinking tea, took it all in and lowered his voice to Sun Jingde. Elder son, this idol is a treasure. You can buy it. Chapter 57, The Secret in the Statue of God. These words were heard by Master Jin's ears, so he opened his mouth and mocked. Xiao Chen, what are you talking nonsense about? Just now, you said that the 5-square Buddha crown was not a magic weapon, and now you're actually asking Sun Lao to buy this broken idol. What are your intentions, daring to lie to Elder Sun in front of me? Are you determined to seek death? Sun Zhengde waved his hand to let Master Jin calm down, then said to Xiao Chen, Mr. Xiao, this is a feud between Miss Song and Boss Lan. It's better for us as outsiders to stay out of it. Sun Zhengde wasn't stupid. The moment the idol was just taken out, he realized that it was a mundane object that couldn't even enter his eyes, so how could he possibly make a bid to buy this idol? Seeing Sun Zhengde's indifference, Xiao Chen got up and said to MS. Song, Boss Lan, you don't have to argue anymore. I am willing to offer $10 million to buy this idol. Boom! The moment these words came out, everyone present was in an uproar, looking at Xiao Chuan with a face full of surprise and incredulity. Grandmaster Jin angrily rebuked. Xiao Dust, what qualifications do you have to say this on such an occasion? Elder Sun has said that he doesn't want this idol, so what qualifications do you have to make an offer for him? Lan Bin glanced at Sun Zhengde and said with a smile, Elder Sun, are you really planning to buy this idol? Sun Zhengde was so frightened that he waved his hands and said, Mr. Lan, you've got it wrong. I'm not interested in this idol at all and will not buy it. After saying that, Sun Zhengde pulled Xiao Chuan and advised, Mr. Xiao, you must not talk nonsense here. Xiao Dust said indifferently, I'm not talking nonsense. Surprisingly, Elder Sun, you don't like this idol. Then I'll offer $10 million to buy it. I'll pay for it, and the idol will also belong to me. The crowd froze for a moment and suddenly laughed out loud. They simply did not believe that Xiao Chuan could come up with $10 million. Lan Bin pushed the idol in front of Xiao Chuan and said with a smile on his face, Good boy, since you want to buy this idol, I'll sell it to you. It's just that I want to let you know in advance. If you can't take out $10 million, I'll cut off one of your legs. You should think about it. It's only $10 million. I can afford it. Xiao Chuan asked for Lan Bin's bank account number and directly made a call to buy Clan Pharmaceuticals Finance. In less than a minute's time, the bank's arrival information appeared in Lan Bin's cell phone. $10 million had been remitted to his account. Previously in the Bai family, Bai Longting and Bai Nana had already transferred most of the equity of Bai's Pharmaceuticals to Xiao Chen. Transferring $10 million from the company was a trivial matter for him. Seeing the arrival information, Lan Bin froze, never expecting that Xiao Chen could really afford to pay $10 million. Song Xian was filled with joy when she saw the scene. Just now she was still thinking about how to get rid of Lan Bin's entanglement. She didn't think that Xiao Chuan, who she had always looked down on, had actually relieved himself. Thank you Mr. Xiao for leveling this matter for me. This idol is extraordinary. I hope that the day Mr. Xiao unlocks the secrets of the idol will definitely tell me. Song Xian said. Definitely. Xiao Chen said back. Master Jin on the side scoffed. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Chuan, you are really stupid. This idol is just a piece of broken stone. There is no secret at all. The water in the antique circle is very deep. You need to learn more.
8 bearded disciples similarly mocked. Xiao Chuan, your tuition fee of $10 million is really a bit expensive. Ha 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 ha. A master and an apprentice continued to mock Xiao Dust, and the surrounding spectators continued to point at him. Taoist deer beside Lan Bin scoffed. Xiao Dust, since you said that this idol is genuine and has secrets inside, why don't you unlock it now so that we can open our eyes? Ha 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 ha. If this idol really hides a secret, I'll eat live. Xiao Dust is a leak. Still too tender. Caught by Mr. Blue. Really stupid. People are stupid and have too much money. Spending $10 million to buy a piece of broken stone. Really stupid. The surrounding people all cast questioning gazes at Xiao Chuan, laughing and cursing endlessly. Xiao Dust looked at the ugly faces around him and said aloud, alright, since you guys want to see it, then I'll let you bunch of frogs in the bottom of the well see what I can do today. After saying this, Xiao Chen placed the idol in the center of the mahogany table. His hand pinched the spell and his mouth recited the spell. Taoist deer continued to taunt. Xiao Chuan, don't pretend to be a god in front of me. Didn't you say that there is a secret in this idol? Hurry up and make it manifest. Xiao Chuan did not pay any attention to Taoist deer's words. He violently stomped his foot. An extremely strong wind came from all around, while Xiao Chuan's body surrounded by golden light flashed. Then he violently pointed towards the idol and shouted, God crack, ka 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 ka. Boom! The god statue suddenly emitted a crackling sound. Cracks appeared, and a golden light shot out from the cracks. With a loud bang, the entire idol suddenly exploded, and the golden light suddenly transformed into several large golden fonts that flew into midair, and the entire hall was immediately shrouded in a golden yellow light. Golden fonts suspended in midair, radiant, glittering, like the sun, moon and stars. All the people as if they were seeing a miracle, gazing with bated breath, only to see the 5 words in midair were, heaven, earth, wind, fire and thunder. Chapter 58, Heaven and Earth, Wind, Fire and Thunder. Looking at the 5 large golden mangled characters in the air and listening to the buzzing sound coming from the font, everyone was stunned and scared silly, never expecting that there was such a secret within the idol. Xiao Chuan was bathed in golden light. The entire person was like a heavenly god descending to earth, which was incomparably moving. My goodness, so this is where the mystery of the divine statue lies. It's too shocking. Song Xin covered her mouth, her eyes wide with incredulity. Song Xin had been in the antique business for a very long time, and had seen countless strange and exotic treasures in the world, but this was the first time she had seen a scene like today's, which directly refreshed her 3 viewpoints, and it turned out that there were really unbelievable miracles in this world. This is too incredible. There's actually a font hidden in the idol? The font even flew into mid-air. This is too amazing. Sun Zhengde rubbed his eyes vigorously, similarly stunned inwardly, especially Grandmaster Jin. At this moment, his old face was twitching. From the moment Xiao Chuan entered the door, Grandmaster Jin had been sneering at him and constantly suppressing him, but he did not expect that Xiao Chuan would actually unlock the secrets of the idol with such an incredible means, which directly overturned all of his perceptions. The 8-bearded disciple was even trembling in fear, exclaiming, is this Xiao Chuan a human being or a ghost? How could he have such a world-shattering means? Heaven, earth, wind, fire, and thunder. Aren't these the 5 elements that make up the world as stated in the ancient books? How could these words grow in the idol? The surrounding spectators murmured. The ever-knowledgeable dear Taoist master is even more excitedly incoherent. Heaven's great creation. Did not expect the old man will now see the miracle of the world. Bluebin looked at the air of the 5 big words of gold mango. The whole leg is trembling. Now he is incomparable regret. Last week he spent 10 million to buy this statue, and dear Taoist long research for several days also failed to study the secrets of this statue. Also thought it was Song Xin and his friends to do the game. With a piece of broken stone cheated them 10 million. Did not think that this statue is really. Xiao Chuan inhaled violently, and the word heaven in the air flew directly towards Xiao Chuan's mouth. Gulp! Xiao Dust violently swallowed. The heaven word with a golden glow was directly swallowed by Xiao Dust into his stomach, and the glow on his entire body became even more intense. Everyone suddenly understood something when they saw this scene, so it turned out that these big golden mangled words in the air could be swallowed. Seeing this scene, Lan Bin directly stopped it. Xiao Dust, you immediately spit out the word heaven. We won't sell this stone statue. The money can be refunded to you. The rules of the antique circle. Buy it and leave it. Are you trying to break the rules? Xiao Dust said disdainfully. Lan Bin angrily rebuked. Xiao Chuan, this idol possesses such a miracle. It is a priceless treasure. At least it can be sold for a few $billion. You just want to buy away my treasure after spending a mere $10 million. It's just a fool's dream. Kai Shan, since this brat is refusing to do anything until he is forced to do so, give him a little bit of a lesson to taste. Yes, boss. Kai Shan twisted his wrist a bit and aggressively walked towards Xiao Chen, as Lan Bin's beloved bodyguard.
Kaishan was also a ruthless character who had participated in mercenaries overseas in his early years, and had once killed more than 50 heavily armed enemy squads with the power of one man with a short knife, and was also considered a character who had come out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. So when he saw Xiao Chuan, he did not have a trace of fear. In his eyes, this Xiao Chuan was just a small person who knew a little bit of Zuanjutsu, and was simply not enough for him to punch. Looking at Kaishan, whose body was covered with wounds and whose eyes were fierce, Xiao Chuan did not have a trace of fear and sneered, "A small Huanjing stage martial artist also dares to make a fool of himself in front of me. It is simply a waste of time to send him to his death. You kid even insulted me. Let you see my iron fist." Boom! Kaishan's huge fist struck towards Xiao Chuan. At this moment, Xiao Chuan similarly swung out a fist towards Kaishan. Yikes! Die! Kaishan violently burst out, his entire aura rising in vain, and the power in his fist seemed to have become even stronger. Boom! The two fists touched together, and only a click sound was heard, followed by Kaishan violently letting out a heartbreaking scream, only to see that the bones at his wrist had already pierced through the skin and exposed under the strong force, along with the bones on his entire arm were all broken, and scarlet blood had already drenched the entire arm. Kaishan looked at Xiao Chuan, his eyes full of fear. Back then in the overseas, he could kill an adult black bear with one punch, but this time he unexpectedly lost. His whole arm was ruined. Xiao Chuan did not give Kaishan a chance to catch his breath. His second punch struck towards his chest. With a dong sound, Kaishan's body immediately flew out and heavily smashed against the hard wall and fainted. "Xiao Chuan, how dare you harpies hurt my people? I will take your dog's life today." Daoist Deer's scarlet eyes looked at Xiao Chuan. An invisible fury chi appeared around his body, and his black Daoist robe hunted. Swish! Daoist Deer directly took out a black ink-like triangular flag from his wide cuffs, with a dark red soul character tattooed in the center of the flag. Xiao Chuan's face frowned and Master Jean on the side exclaimed, "Not good. Could this be the legendary soul-devouring flag?" Chapter 59, Thunderous Measures. Ha 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 ha, count on you having some insight. This is precisely the soul-devouring streamer. Today Xiao Chuan took away the idol and injured my Kaishan. I have to give him some color to show him what it means to know the rules. Daoist Deer laughed maniacally. This soul-devouring streamer was a very powerful magic weapon. As long as one was struck by this streamer, the souls in the body would be smashed to smithereens, and the one who was struck would die on the spot. After saying that, Daoist Deer swung the soul-devouring streamer violently and struck towards Xiao Chun. With a bang sound, Xiao Dust was unable to dodge in time and was directly hit by the soul-devouring streamer on his shoulder. The entire body immediately filled with a black smoke, and Xiao Dust was knocked back a few steps by this strong force. Seeing Xiao Dust being hit, Deer Taoist Master laughed. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Dust, now you know how powerful I am. Whoever is hit by my soul-devouring streamer will be dispersed. It seems that your destiny is over today. After saying that, Deer Taoist Master's small abdomen deflated and he inhaled violently. The word thunder with a golden aura in mid-air was inhaled into his body. Everyone was stunned and retreated. Today they all came to participate in the auction. They didn't expect to meet Deer Taoist Master casting spells to kill people. Everyone was a bit wary, afraid of being hit by the soul-devouring streamer accidentally. After inhaling the word thunder, Daoist Deer was about to inhale the word wind again, when he suddenly heard a faint voice ringing behind him. My life Yama wouldn't dare to take it. And you, a tiny evil cultivator, dare to speak out of turn? As soon as Daoist Deer turned around, he realized that the one who had spoken was none other than Xiao Chuan. At this time, the black mist on his body had long since dispersed, and the entire person seemed to have not suffered half a bit of damage. Ah, you, how are you still alive? Daoist Deer was greatly surprised. Xiao Chen said indifferently, your soul-devouring streamer is certainly powerful, but it has no effect on me at all. What? Could it be that you are an immortal cultivator? Daoist Deer exclaimed in shock. It doesn't matter what I am. What matters is that you will die today. After saying this, Xiao Chen violently opened his mouth and the remaining 3 large golden mangled characters in mid-air were directly sucked into his mouth. How dare you swallow my thunder character? Now spit it out immediately. Deer Taoist Master was just about to escape when Xiao Chuan grabbed him violently, and Deer Taoist Master felt an extremely strong suction force at his back, directly yanking him to Xiao Chuan's body. Immediately afterward, Xiao Chuan ripped the soul-devouring streamer and violently struck out 3 punches towards Daoist Deer's chest. Bang bang bang. Daoist Deer suddenly felt a majestic force within his body that seemed about to tear his body apart. Spit! Xiao Chuan punched out once again and Deer Taoist Master let out an cry as the thunder character that had just been sucked away immediately flew out of his body. Xiao Chuan kicked at Daoist Deer's belly and shouted, kneel down. With a bang, Daoist Deer immediately fell to his knees. At this moment, Daoist Deer had long since lost his previous high-ranking demeanor and was shivering as he looked at Xiao Chuan, terrified inside. Xiaodust casually grabbed the thunder character in midair in his hand and swallowed it in one gulp.
As the 5 large golden mangled characters of heaven, earth, wind, fire, and thunder were drawn into Xiaodust's body, his entire body emitted a crackling sound as a ball of golden light enveloped him. Immediately afterward, the weather outside the hall, which had just been clear, suddenly became wildly windy, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Boom, rumble, a burst of thunder exploded in the sky, startling the hearts of the crowd to thump. Everyone looked at Xiao Chuan as if they were looking at a heavenly god descending to earth, their eyes filled with shock and respect. Heavens, this Mr. Xiao would have such a cultivation. It's simply too terrifying. The golden character enters the body and forges a precious body. After this time, I'm afraid that Mr. Xiao's fleshly body will live the same life as heaven and earth. Master Jin exclaimed. Dear Taoist Master was the Palm Eye Master that Lan Bin had invited. His spell cultivation had long since reached the supreme realm, but now that he had been beaten by Xiao Chuan to the point that he was shivering underneath him like a bereaved dog, everyone knew that this Xiao Chuan was by no means an ordinary person. The youngest age would have such a cultivation. If it was a few years later, it would still be great. Grandmaster Jin looked at Xiao Chuan. His heart was full of respect. If he had known that Xiao Chuan had such a cultivation, he wouldn't have spoken out of turn like he did just now. Master Dear Taoist looked at the murderous aura in Xiaodust's eyes and knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Mr. Xiao, please let me pass me. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to be reckless in front of you anymore. Xiao Chuan said in a cold voice. I destroyed your magic treasure and broke your dependence. Do you serve? I serve. I serve. Taoist Deer thumped his head. I destroy your meridians, break your Tao, and reduce you to an invalid. Do you serve? Xiao Chuan's eyes showed a cold light as he asked again. Convince, Mr. Xiao. I serve. Please spare my life. Taoist Deer cried out. I'll ruin your reputation, smash your business, and make you lose your name. Do you serve? Xiaodust condescended and his voice was like a bell. I serve. I'm convinced. I am convinced. I only beg Mr. Xiao to spare me from death. Dear Taoist leader only wanted to save a small life at this time. There was nothing else he could ask for. Good. Since this is the case, I will spare your life. But in the future, wherever I go, within a 100-mile radius, you have to retreat. Understand? Xiaodust chided. Mr. Xiao, I understand. I understand. Thank you Mr. Xiao for sparing my life. After saying that, Dear Taoist Master kowed out a few more times towards Xiao Chuan and fled from the Lake Heart Manor in a hurry like a lost dog. After the Dear Taoist Master fled, the weather outside the hall gradually cleared up, and the imposing momentum inside the entire hall slowly dispersed. Everyone froze for a few seconds before suddenly kneeling down in unison to worship Xiao Chuan. Greetings, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Chen was like an emperor who was at the top of the world, placing himself in the middle of the hall and accepting the kowtow of the crowd with a cold face. Knowing that everyone would not dare to get up before he let out his words, Xiaodust tilted his head slightly to the side and looked towards Lan Bin. As the 4 eyes met, Lan Bin suddenly felt a chill and was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a plop in front of Xiaodust. Chapter 60, Punishment. Xiao Chen looked at Lan Bin with cold eyes and asked, Mr. Lan, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling down for me? Mr. Xiao, just now I spoke ill of you and rushed you. Please be sure to forgive me and let me live. Lan Bin begged bitterly. Just now the 2 great generals under him, Kai Shan and Dear Taoist, were all defeated by Xiao Chuan. The thunderous methods made Lan Bin still have palpitations in his heart. If he couldn't extinguish Xiao Chuan's anger, he would definitely die today. Mr. Lan, just now I spent $10 million to buy your idol. After knowing the secret of the idol, you even went back on your words and let your men make things difficult for me. Isn't this practice of yours too bottomless? Xiaodust questioned. Mr. Xiao, I know I'm wrong. I really deserve to die. I won't dare to do this again. Please spare my life. Although Lan Bin was the richest man in Jiangchuan, but when he was young, he also relied on black properties to start his business. In his life creed, there was no such thing as bottom line and principles, only benefits, and he would do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. But he just never thought that he would run into this hardened stalwart. Xiao Chuan, today, just now you said that this idol is worth a few $1 billion at least. If you can leave $1 billion, maybe I will spare your life today. Xiaodust said. If Mr. Xiao can spare my life, I am willing to pay $1 billion to buy my life. It's just that I don't have so much cash with me today. Is it okay if I sign a check? Lan Bin inquired. It's fine, Xiao Chen said back. Lan Bin hurriedly took out a check and swished and signed it respectfully, handing it to Xiaodust saying, Mr. Xiao, this is a check for $1 billion. When you are done, you can go to the Longshan Commercial Bank to exchange it. You get up. This time, I will spare your life first. The next time will not be a repeat, Xiao Chen said as he collected the check. I understand. Mr. Xiao, you are busy first, There is nothing else. I will withdraw first. Hurry up and get lost. Xiao Dust waved his hand in disgust. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Lan Bin's hanging heart was instantly released. No matter what, the little life was saved. It seems that in the future, he will have to pin his tail between his legs. After saying that, Lan Bin quickly fled from the Lake Heart Manor. After Lan Bin left, the entire hall returned to quiet. Everyone present quietly looked at Xiao Chun, not knowing what Xiao Chen was going to do next, especially Grandmaster Jean. At this time, his heart had already been in turmoil. Kai Shan, Daoist Deer and Lan Bin who had offended Xiao Duan had already been punished, and he had just similarly offended Xiao Duan, and did not know how Xiao Duan was going to punish him next. Swish! Xiao Dust's gaze coldly looked at Grandmaster Jean. Grandmaster Jean looked at Xiao Chen's gaze that was like a sharp sword and shivered in fear. Snap! Grandmaster Jean raised his palm towards his cheek and begged for forgiveness as he did so. Mr. Xiao, I really deserved to die. I was so blind that I didn't realize it. Please forgive me. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Dust said indifferently. Master Jean, I heard that you have the title of Iron Eyes Judge in the Antique Circle. Your eyesight is very poisonous, but this kung fu of recognizing people is very average. Mr. Zhao's lesson is right. I really have eyes without a pearl. My old eyes are dim. I deserve to die for my sins. Grandmaster Jean wanted to cry without tears. Grandmaster Jin's 8-bearded disciple looked at his master begging for forgiveness from Xiao Chuan, and was similarly frightened to the point that his legs were trembling, and he fell to his knees with a plop, kowtowing and admitting his mistake without stopping. Xiao Dust glanced at Sun Junda who was standing next to him and spoke. Since you are people invited by Elder Sun, then I will sell Elder Sun's face today, and this matter will be dismissed and not be pursued. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your great kindness. I will never forget it. Master Jean was relieved and kept thanking him. Seeing that things had been pretty much dealt with, Song Xin hurriedly said, Mr. Xiao, distinguished guests, it's also time to dine, so please follow me to the back hall to have a meal. How about trying my Lake Heart Manor's top-notch ingredients? Alright, since Ms. Song has graciously offered her hospitality, then we will respectfully follow your orders. Xiao Chuan said. My little lady thanks Mr. Xiao for his hospitality. At this time, Song Xian's attitude towards Xiao Chuan had become very respectful. For one thing, Xiao Chuan had relieved her of the siege. Song Xian was very grateful. For another, just now, Xiao Chuan's thunderous tactics had shocked the crowd, and Song Xian knew that Xiao Chuan was a martial arts expert who was proficient in Zuanjutsu, so if she was able to tie up with him, it would also be a thing that was very favorable to her. The other guests said yes repeatedly and followed Song Xian towards the back hall. Everyone had a small plan in their hearts. To be able to sit at a table and have a meal with a powerhouse of Xiao Chen's caliber would be a great blessing for them. The group walked into the back hall. Everyone respectfully waited for Xiao Chen to sit on the main seat before they dared to take their seats. Master Jean could only be busy serving tea and pouring water for Xiao Chen, while his 8-bearded disciple had no qualifications to take a seat at all, and could only stand awkwardly on the side. Chapter 61, Work. Mr. Xiao, before, my old man leaned on his old man a bit and said something to you that I shouldn't have said. I'll punish myself with 3 cups, please do forgive me. Gudong. Grandmaster Jean drank 3 cups of Maotai in a row. After that, Sun Jingda similarly raised his glass and said, Mr. Xiao, thank you for being able to come and help me palm my eyes today in your busy schedule. I'll drink this glass. Feel free. Sun Jingda drank the wine in his hand and Xiao Chuan followed suit. Xiao Dust knew that he did not help a bit by coming to help Sun Jingda palm his eyes today, and the reason why Sun Jingda toasted himself was still shocked by the means he had just used. Alright, everyone doesn't need to be formal. We should eat and drink. Xiao Chen said. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Only after receiving Xiao Dust's approval did the crowd dare to move their chopsticks. After having enough food and wine, Xiao Dust left the Lake Heart Manor first. This time he had wanted to come and try his luck to see if he could get the soul recruitment artifact that he needed, but it turned out that he did not come across it. But it was not a wasted visit. After all, after devouring the 5 golden mangled big characters, his body had been quenched, and his journey of immortal cultivation had been refined by a few more points. After returning home, mother-in-law Su Guifan was picking vegetables, and when she saw that Xiao Chuan had returned, she hurriedly shouted, Xiao Chuan, where have you been? Why are you back now? Hurry over and help me pick vegetables and make dumplings for dinner tonight. Okay, Mom. Xiao Chuan immediately reached out to help. While picking vegetables, Su Guifang said, Xiao Chuan, I've already made an appointment with my classmate to meet tomorrow and arrange a job for you. Mom, can't I not go to work? Xiao Chuan said. Xiao Chuan, is your brain broken? Su Guifang bristled and said, you're a big man, idling around at home all day, not even having a formal job, and you're not afraid of the neighbors laughing at you if you're idle. Mom, I can find a job on my own.
I don't need you to worry about it. Xiao Chuan does not want to find any job. Just in the heart of the Lake Manor also earned Lan Bin 10 billion. He needs to work? Simply a joke. Snap. Su Guifang slammed the leek in her hand into the plate and said angrily, Xiao Chuan, can you get ahead? How can you find a good job if you have no education and no ability like this? That classmate of mine is also a company boss now. It was not easy for me to have the cheek to let someone arrange a job for you. If you don't grasp this kind of opportunity, your life will be finished. You must go and meet my classmate tomorrow, or I will disown you as my son-in-law. Seeing that Su Guifang was really angry, Xiao Chuan hurriedly comforted. Mom, don't be angry. I will definitely go with you tomorrow. Humph, that's more or less the same. Remember to dress handsomely tomorrow. Don't be unkempt to make people look down on you. Su Guifang said. Okay mom, I know, Xiao Chuan said back. After having dinner, Xiao Dust returned to his bedroom alone for cultivation. Just after swallowing the golden mangled big characters symbolizing the 5 elements of heaven, earth, wind, fire, and thunder in the Lake Heart Manor, Xiao Dust clearly felt a majestic power surging within his body, and he needed to absorb this strong power into his bones and blood. The following day, Xiao Chuan sat on his knees and let out a long breath. After a night of cultivation, the majestic power in his body had been absorbed into all of his limbs and bones. At this time, he felt that his entire body was very light and comfortable. Xiao Chen, have you gotten up yet? Hurry up and come over for breakfast. I'll take you to meet my classmates in a while. Su Guifang shouted. Okay mom. Xiao Chuan hurriedly walked out of the room. On the dining table, looking at Li Evening Qing's silent eating, Xiao Chuan's heart felt bad. Although she could walk now, her mind was still only at the level of a 3-year-old. During the time he came back, Xiao Chuan also wanted to sleep with Li Evening Qing and take good care of her, but Li Evening Qing seemed to be very resistant to him, which made Xiao Chuan's heart very uncomfortable. After breakfast, Su Guifang sent Li Evening Qing to her next-door neighbor Auntie Zhang's house, asking her to help take care of her. Auntie Zhang's family are retired professors from prestigious universities, and are very kind-hearted, and have always been very concerned about Li Evening Qing's condition, so Su Guifang was very relieved to send her daughter to her house. After settling Li Wanqing down, Su Guifang took Xiao Duan to take a taxi to her destination. Chapter 62, Begging. After a few tens of minutes, Su Guifang and Xiao Chen arrived at a villa area that was surrounded by mountains and water. This villa area is all high-grade villas. Those who can live here are all non-rich or noble big shots. The security gates are very strict. Su Guifang and Xiao Chuan can't get in at all. They can only stand at the entrance of the villa area and wait. Mom, when will your classmate come out to pick us up? Xiao Chuan asked. Said 8 o'clock, let us wait here. He will come out on time. Now it's 8:15. Why haven't we seen anyone yet? Su Guifang looked at the time and said with a frown. Mom, why don't we make a phone call to inform him? Xiao Chuan said. This is not good. My classmate is now a company boss. Work is busy. I'm afraid of disturbing him. Besides, we are begging people to help introduce jobs. It's better to wait patiently. Su Guifang said. Xiao Chuan shook his head helplessly, seemingly a little heartbroken for his mother-in-law. In this world, begging is so humble. After waiting for about half an hour again, Su Guifang could no longer hold back. While pulling out her cell phone, she said, it's almost 9 o'clock. The appointment was to come out and meet at 8 o'clock. Why isn't he out yet? Really? After dialing the cell phone, Su Guifang accompanied with a smiling face and asked, Hello old classmate. I am Guifang I am now in front of your district. You see when you have time to come out to pick us up A rude voice came from the other end of the phone. Guifang too sorry. Last night I accompanied a client for dinner. I drank too much. I just woke up now, and forgot about it. You wait for me now. I will go out right away. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. Su Guifang smiled compensatorily and waited for the other party to hang up before Su Guifang put down her cell phone. Xiao Chuan, that classmate of mine is named Pang, called Pang Jianye. When you meet remember to call Uncle Pang. Be sweet-mouthed. Say what you should say. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Whether or not you can get a decent and well-paid job today depends on your performance. Su Guifang instructed. Well, I know mom. Xiao Chuan nodded his head. 10 minutes later, Pang Jianye, who had a straight figure and a good meter, walked out with a pretty girl. Aya Guifang we haven't seen each other for more than a year, right? You are getting prettier and prettier now. Pang Jianye laughed. Jianye, don't make fun of me. This is my son-in-law Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, hurry up and meet your Uncle Pang. Su Guifang introduced. Uncle Pang is good, Xiao Chuan said. Pang Jianye glanced at Xiao Dust. A slight hint of amusement passed through his eyes. Then he said, You are Xiao Dust 5 years ago I went to your and Evening Qing's wedding, and I saw you from afar at that time. Where have you been for the past few years? How come you're only coming back now? Oh, Uncle Pang, I went out to work.
Xiao Dust returned indifferently. Went out to work? I heard Guifeng say that you were gone for 5 years, and during that time you couldn't be contacted. And that evening Ching broke her leg and is stupid. You're very incompetent as a husband. Pang Jianya's words were full of complaints. Now that I'm back, I'll take good care of my mother-in-law and wife. Thank you Uncle Pang for your concern, Xiao Chuan said back. I hope so. As a company boss, Pang Jianya had seen a lot and read countless people, and the first time he saw Xiao Chuan, he felt that he was not someone who would achieve great things and was a bit disappointed. Afterward, Pang Jianya pointed to a girl next to him and introduced, Xiao Chuan, this is my daughter Pang Meiting. Pang Meiting was in her 20s, with fair skin and delicate features. Her entire body was dressed in a designer label, and she was wearing a string of pearl necklaces of great value around her neck, so she was a super rich white beauty at first glance. Hello, MS. Pang. Xiao Chuan stretched out his hand and wanted to shake it with her. Pang Meiting swept Xiao Chuan a glance and looked at the ground floor goods he was wearing, frowned, and finally said nonchalantly, hello. Xiao Chuan awkwardly drew back his hand, not realizing that this Pang Meiting would be such a snob as to look down on himself. Su Guifeng was also not stupid, and saw Pang Meiting's condescension at a glance, but after all, she had a request to make, so Su Guifeng could not say anything, and only smiled compensatorily. Meiting I haven't seen you for a few years and have become beautiful again. Your temperament is also better. You're really a big beauty Thank you Auntie Su for the compliment. Pang Meiting smiled politely. Pang Jianya then said, Guifeng, don't stand here. Go, come sit with me at home. What about Xiao Chen's work? Su Guifeng just opened her mouth. Pang Jianya hurriedly said, wait until my house. Shulan is also at home. Hearing this name, Su Guifeng's face was obviously a little embarrassed. Afterwards, Su Guifeng and Xiao Chun followed Pang Jianya inside the villa. It was Su Guifeng's first time to come to such a high-end villa area. Just like Lu Laowai entering the Grand View Garden, she took a look here and there, looking very surprised. The whole villa area is built along the mountains and the water. The scenery is very beautiful. Not only there are waterfalls, there are also horse racing, golf course, the green field on the countless rare plants compete. There are also many rare birds playing in the lakeside. Jianya, this villa area where your family lives is so nice. It's simply a fairyland for others. I'm afraid I can't live in such a high-end villa area for the rest of my life. AI. Su Guifeng lamented. This is the Blue Moon Lake Villa area, a nationally recognized high-end residential area. I have struggled for more than 20 years to live here. Pang Jianya had a proud face. Blue Moon Lake Villa? This name was so familiar. Xiao Chuan suddenly recalled the day before yesterday at the Bai family. Bai Longting personally gave himself a villa, which was the Blue Moon Lake Villa. Chapter 63, Love Enemies Meeting. Mom, I actually have a villa here as well, so I'll pick you an evening star up when I find an opportunity, Xiao Chuan said. But, ha. Just after Xiao Dust's words fell, father and daughter Pang Jianya and Pang Meiting burst out laughing. Xiao Dust, you said that you have a villa in Blue Moon Lake? No kidding? Pang Meiting said with a slight mockery. No kidding, it's all true, Xiao Dust said back. Pang Jianya looked at Xiao Dust and helplessly shook his head. Xiao Dust, young people must be consistent with their words and speak honestly. Your performance just now disappointed me. Uncle Pang, truth be told, I really do have a villa here, Xiao Dust returned. Before Pang Jianya could open his mouth, Su Guifeng secretly pinched Xiao Dust and frowned and whispered, Xiao Dust, you shut up. Mom, I really, what really? You shut up immediately. Su Guifeng was very angry. Today she brought Xiao Chuan here to ask Pang Jianya to introduce him to a job. She didn't expect Xiao Chuan to brag about it, making him very embarrassed. Jianya, I'm sorry, this son-in-law of mine was just joking with you. Don't take it to heart, Su Guifeng explained. Well, I'll pretend that I didn't hear Xiao Chen's words just now. Let's go. Follow me home first. After Pang Jianya finished speaking, he led Su Guifeng and Xiao Chen towards his villa. Pang Meiting followed closely behind, looking at Xiao Duan with a look of contempt, her heart filled with disdain. After walking into the villa, Pang Jianya arranged for the two to sit down, then greeted, Shulan, Guifeng and his son-in-law are here. You go downstairs and entertain them. What are you shouting about? I know. Pang Jianya's wife Ma Shulan slowly walked downstairs. Once she saw that Ma Shulan had gone downstairs, Su Guifeng's face was full of embarrassment. This scene was coincidentally captured in Xiao Duan's eyes. It seems that his own mother-in-law has a bit of a story with this Ma Shulan. As expected, Ma Shulan went downstairs, took a look at Su Guifeng. A face of displeasure said, Agu, this is not the former class flower Guifeng well. Today is what the wind blew you to our home? Su Guifeng knows that this is Ma Shulan and the horse to give her a challenge. The two of them, including Pang Jianya former college classmates, when Pang Jianya pursued of Su Guifeng, Ma Shulan like Pang Jianye, the three staged a pile of bloody love affair. Eventually Ma Shulan's skill is superior. After graduation in a class reunion set up drunk Pang Jianye, the two people cooked rice. At first Pang Jianye do not want to marry Ma Shulan, but Ma Shulan and his love affair when secretly photographed, but also threatened that if Pang Jianye does not marry her, she took the photos to the unit up to make a scene. Is the career of Pang Jianye afraid of affecting their own work? And ultimately still married Ma Shulan. So when Ma Shulan saw Su Guifeng, her eyes were full of hostility. Shulan, it's been a long time, you're beautiful again. This time I came to beg Jianye to do me a favor and help my son-in-law arrange a job. Su Guifeng said, oh, arranging a job? Guifeng, even though we are all classmates, but you begged my husband for a favor. Why did you come here with empty hands? Are you good enough? Ma Shulan snorted coldly. I'm really sorry. I came in a bit of a hurry and didn't have time to prepare. Su Guifeng's face was red. This Ma Shulan targeted her as soon as she entered, making her feel very uncomfortable. Pang Jianye said from the side, Shulan, how are you talking? I'm the one who told Guifeng to come empty-handed, so cut the crap. Humph. Pang Jianye, not only did you lead your little lover from college to your home, but you also helped her out. You're simply a scum. After saying that, Ma Shulan huffed and puffed her way upstairs. Ma Shulan, what are you babbling about? If it wasn't for you sticking your nose in back then, could I have married you? Pang Jianye was very angry. When Su Guifeng was coming to the house, Pang Jianye instructed Ma Shulan to treat Su Guifeng in a peaceful manner. At that time, Ma Shulan also promised. He didn't expect that it would come to this now. It's just like hitting him in the face. Good then divorce you and your little lover piece of the past. Ma Shulan put down a harsh sentence and closed the door of the room with a bang. Divorce is divorce. I'm afraid of you. Pang Jianye gambled. At the sight of the two of them getting into a mess, Su Guifeng hurriedly persuaded. Jianye, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have come to your house today, affecting your husband and wife's relationship. Guifeng, don't say that. This time it's Shulan who is wrong. She shouldn't have said those words just now. Pang Jianye said, Jianye, I think I'd better leave first. The matter of my son-in-law's job will be discussed later. Su Guifeng got up to leave, only to be stopped by Pang Jianye. Guifeng, don't go. Let's settle the matter of Xiao Chen's job first. Pang Jianye said. Chapter 64, New Job. So, that's fine. Su Guifeng nodded and sat down again. Pang Jianye rubbed his hands together, looking a little eager to speak, and finally opened his mouth. Guifeng, I'm really sorry. I had wanted to arrange for Xiao Duan to work as an internal worker in our company, with a salary of 5,000, which had already been set, but as a result, the personnel department called me this morning, saying that job had been taken over by our chairman's brother-in-law's classmate. That's so. Su Guifeng was a little disappointed, but finally said, Jianye, you don't have to blame yourself. I know you did your best. I still have to thank you. Although Pang Jianye was also considered a veteran level in the company, but after all, he was only the second in command, and he didn't dare to move the person arranged by the chairman of the board. Then, Pang Jianye added, Guifeng, don't be disappointed. My daughter Mei Ting and their company are now recruiting, so they can let Xiao Chen go to her. Mei Ting, why don't you say something? Pang Jianye turned his head to look at Pang Mei Ting. Dad, our company is recruiting, but Xiao Chuan must go through the procedures to attend the interview. As to whether he can apply for the job or not, it still depends on his skills. Pang Mei Ting beamed, clearly not wanting Xiao Chen to enter her company. That's fine. I believe that Xiao Chuan will definitely be able to get the interview. Pang Jianye said, Dad, you don't have to be too optimistic. Our company is the Bai family's property. Bai's Pharmaceuticals is not something that anyone can enter just because they want to. Pang Mei Ting said. Hearing this name, Xiao Chen's heart thumped. Bai Clan Pharmaceutical? Isn't that the company of Bai Longting's eldest granddaughter? Bai Nana. A few days ago, Bai Nana had already transferred 51% of the company's shares to her name. Now she is the owner of Bai's Pharmaceuticals. This can be interesting. Anyway, do your best. How do you know it won't work if you don't go to the interview? Pang Jianye said. That's fine. Tomorrow our company will hold a job fair. Xiao Chuan can go and try if he's willing. Pang Mei Ting said. Then thank you Mei Ting. Xiao Chuan, tomorrow you will follow Mei Ting to her company to try. Maybe you will be lucky and get an interview at once. If you are lucky enough to get into Bai's Pharmaceuticals, then your future is unlimited. Su Guifeng said. Okay Mom, I know. Xiao Chuan nodded his head. Humph. If Xiao Dust like this is able to enter Bai Clan Pharmaceutical, the sun has come out of the west. Pang Mei Ting muttered in her heart. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At this moment, Pang Mei Ting's cell phone rang and opened it to see that it was a message from her suitor. Yao Jingjie. Mei Ting, what are you doing at home? why don't you come out and go bouncing with us? Pang Mei-ting replied, don't mention it, it's annoying, my dad's classmate's son-in-law wants to work in Bai's Pharmaceuticals, and my dad is going to let me take him to the company tomorrow for an interview. It's just speechless. Yao Junjie back, alright, my uncle is responsible for tomorrow's interview. If you hate him, I will let my uncle give this kid a little color. Well then, it's settled. Tomorrow we'll watch Xiao Chen's jokes together. Giggle giggle giggle. Pang Mei-ting returned the message in a happy mood. She originally looked down on Xiao Dust. This time Su Guifang brought Xiao Dust to her home, but also caused her mom to be very unhappy. So Pang Mei-ting wanted to tease Xiao Dust. You kid is not trying to get into the White's Pharmaceuticals work? This lady will not let you in. Yao Junjie is not only her suitor, but also the manager of the sales department of Bai's Pharmaceuticals, and his uncle is the boss of the human resources department of Bai's Pharmaceuticals. As long as Yao Junjie said hello to his uncle, Xiao Dust tomorrow's interview will not pass. Seeing that things had been pretty much dealt with, Su Guifang got up and said, Jianye, it's getting late, we should go back. Pang Jianye hurriedly said, Guifang, what's your hurry? Eat before you go. No, 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 it's already very disturbing for you guys. I won't eat the meal. When you have time some other day, I'll treat you. Su Guifang said, well then, you wait a bit first. Pang Jianye knew that his wife Ma Shulan was still angry upstairs. If he insisted on leaving Su Guifang to eat here, Ma Shulan would definitely look for trouble, and it wouldn't end well then. Not long after, Pang Jianye walked out from the study, holding a white envelope in his hand, handing it over to Su Guifang's hand and said, Guifang, here's $20,000. It's a little bit of my heart, take it and grab the medicine for evening Ching. No, 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 Jianye, you've already done me a lot of favors, I can't accept any more money from you. Su Guifang hurriedly excused herself. Hey, don't say it again. I know you're having a hard time. Xiao Chen doesn't have a job now and you're divorced. A little help is a little help if I can. Pang Jianye said. Su Guifang's eyes were a little red. 5 years ago she couldn't stand the persecution of the Zhao family in Longdu and the Feng family in Longshan City. Su Guifang's husband resolutely divorced her and went far away from home. So far there is no news of her. She suffered countless trials and tribulations over the years. If it wasn't for Pang Jianye who helped her every now and then, she wouldn't be able to hold out anymore. Jianye, I appreciate your kindness. I'm not short of money right now. I can afford to pay for Evening Ching's medical expenses. The $5 million that Duan Zhoutian had sent a few days ago. Su Guifang hadn't touched a single penny now. She didn't need Pang Jianye's financial assistance at all. Guifang, don't be polite to me. The money isn't much. Quickly accept it. Pang Jianye said. Pang Mei-ting on the side could no longer look on and said in a bad tone, Dad, since Auntie Su doesn't want our family's money, don't stick your hot face on your cold ass, just keep it for yourself. Chapter 65, Interview. Mei-ting, there's no place for you to talk here, so shut up. Pang Jianye glared at her. Pang Mei-ting shrank her neck in fear and no longer dared to say more. Guifang, quickly take the money, don't push back, Pang Jianye said. Su Guifang knew Pang Jianye's temper. If she didn't accept the money, she wouldn't be able to leave today, and in the end, she could only say, alright, Jianye, consider this money as me borrowing it from you, and I will return it to you in the future. It doesn't matter if you return it or not, I don't want to see you live too hard, Pang Jianye said. Pang Mei-ting said quietly from the side, oh, just now you said don't. Now why did you accept it painfully? Pretentious. Mei-ting, shut up. Pang Jianye chided and said, remember to pick up Xiao Chun for the interview at your company tomorrow. Got it, Dad. Pang Mei-ting said with a displeased face. Jianye, you go upstairs in a while to coach Shulan so that she doesn't get angry. It's not worth it to get angry. We'll leave first. Su Guifang and Xiao Chen got up and left. Although Su Guifang hated Ma Shulan a little bit, but after all, she was now a couple with Pang Jianye, and today because of her arrival, it caused a conflict between the couple. Su Guifang's heart was a little bit overjoyed. The next day, Xiao Dust had just woken up from his nap and before he could eat breakfast, he heard a car honking at the door. Xiao Chuan, hurry up and go out to take a look. It should be Mei-ting coming. Su Guifang said. Okay Mom. Xiao Chuan slowly walked out of the house and found a white BMW 5 Series parked at the door. As soon as he saw Xiao Chuan come out, Pang Mei-ting poked her head out and said, Xiao Chuan, hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you to our company now. So early? Xiao Chuan looked at his watch. It was not even 6:30 a.m. Humph. Xiao Chuan, what do you mean? This young lady came to pick you up for an interview and you're still blaming me for coming early? If it wasn't for my father's face, do you think I would come here to pick you up? Pang Mei-ting said irritably. Fine. Xiao Chuan knew that Pang Mei-ting had a bad temper, so he didn't bother with her and slowly dawdled into the car. Pang Meiting took a look at Xiao Duan and instructed, I just bought this car, don't touch it, you can't afford to pay for the dirty interior. Got it. Xiao Dust felt ridiculous. A $500,000 BMW car, he couldn't afford to pay for it? What a joke. In the car, Pang Meiting secretly sent a message to Junjiao. Junjie, I've already picked up this stupid bastard Xiao Chuan. Are you ready on your side? Tic-tac. Junjiao's message came back immediately, Meiting, just watch. I've already greeted my uncle. Xiao Chen definitely won't pass this interview. Seeing Yao Junjie's message, Pang Meiting was very happy and almost laughed out loud. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Chuan, who was sitting in the back row, had just seen the message sent between the two through the front car glass. Humph, this Pang Meiting and Jun Yao, a bit interesting. Xiao Dust smiled slightly in his heart. 20 minutes later, Pang Meiting's car stopped at the entrance of Baiklan Pharmaceutical, and after getting out of the car, Xiao Dust looked at the imposing office building of Baiklan Group and sked. This building is so grand, Xiao Chuan muttered. Pang Meiting proudly said, this is the headquarters of Baiklan Pharmaceuticals. The entire building is the property of the Baiklan. So today you will come here to have a good eye-opener. Open your eyes? It was really ridiculous, not realizing that half of this building, along with the entire Baiklan Pharmaceuticals, was his, Xiao Chen, and Xiao Chen was the owner of this building. Let's go. I'll take you in now. After saying that, Pang Meiting led Xiao Chen towards the building. Just as he walked into the office area, a conspiratorial voice rang out. Meiting, you're here? Ouch. This is the Xiao Dust you were talking about, right? Xiao Dust turned back to look, only to see a man dressed in a designer label with a flat head and a gold watch chewing gum and looking at him. You are? Xiao Dust asked. My humble self, Bai's Pharmaceutical Sales Department Manager, Yao Junjie. Yao Junjie pretended to be polite and extended his hand with a condescending face. So you are Yao Junjie? Xiao Dust glanced at him contemptuously. Seeing that Xiao Dust did not intend to shake his hand, Yao Junjie awkwardly retracted his hand and said, Oh, do you recognize me? Don't know. Xiao Chuan felt a pang of disgust when he remembered the message he had just sent to Pang Meiting. Pang Meiting joked on the side. Xiao Chuan, Junjie's uncle, Yao Zhenhua, is today's interviewer, so you have to perform well. Whether or not you can get into Bai's Pharmaceuticals depends on his uncle's words, Yao Junjie said with a high sense of humor. Meiting, I know that Xiao Chen is the son-in-law of your dad's classmate's family. Don't worry, I've already greeted my uncle. I will definitely take good care of Xiao Chen. Yao Junjie bit the word take care of very heavily from the beginning to the end, his words hiding a sharp edge. That would be the best. Xiao Chuan, why don't you hurry up and thank Junjie? Giggle giggle. Pang Meiting laughed. I will thank him properly after the interview. Xiao Dust felt funny inside as he looked at the two singing in unison. You guys think I'm a little cutie, being kept in the dark, unbeknownst to me. I've already seen through your little bit of caution. Alright, Xiao Chuan, you now go to the front desk to write a resume, and go to the interview room for an interview in a while, Pang Meiting said. Got it. Xiao Chuan went to the front desk alone and asked for a pen and paper to write his resume. Pang Meiting looked at Xiao Dust in the distance and whispered, Junjie, don't let this Xiao Dust kid pass the interview today. Well done. The two of them, Pang Meiting and Jun Yao, looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 66, Ridicule. After Xiao Chen finished writing his resume at the front desk, he found a seat and sat down, waiting for the interviewer to call his name. At this time, many more young people walked in one after another. The men were wearing suits, the women were wearing dresses, everyone was beautifully dressed, and it looked like they had just graduated from college and came over for an interview. In addition to this, there was also a fat man who was covered in fat meat. After writing his resume, he saw Xiao Chuan sitting alone on the side, smiled and walked over and greeted him. Brother, how are you? Are you also coming over for an interview? Aha. Xiao Dust glanced at the fatty and nodded. He. Looks like you also came over to find a date, right? You're really looking for the right place. Bai's Pharmaceuticals is a notorious gathering place for beautiful women in our entire Dragon Mountain. If you can work here, within 3 months, you can definitely get a girlfriend, Fatty said with a smile. Xiao Dust saw that Fatty didn't have any bad intentions, so he had a chat with him. Big brother, why are there so many beautiful women in Bai's Pharmaceuticals? Hey, after all, Bai's Pharmaceutical is the Bai family's industry. High wages, good treatment, easy work. Many girls once graduated are crowded here. 1 or 2 to go has become a gathering place for beautiful women, Fatty said. It seems that big brother you are also over here to specifically look for objects. Xiao Dust said. That's not true. Every year I come to apply for a job, but to be honest, this company is very difficult to get into. It's good to be able to admit 1 out of 100 people, Fatty said. Xiao Dust smiled and stopped speaking as Pang Meiting and Jun Yao walked over. Xiao Dust, it seems that you have a lot of competition today. Other than this fatty in front of you, all the other applicants are fresh graduates from prestigious universities, as well as graduate students in PhDs. Pang Meiting said. I'm not afraid of competition. I'm sure I'll be able to interview today, Xiao Chuan said. When these words came out, the group of interviewers around them all laughed unanimously, thinking that the young man in front of them was too self-righteous, and none of them dared to say that they were fully confident that they would be able to interview. Jun Yao smiled and laughed. Hee hee, Xiao Chuan ah. I don't know if you've heard of a saying. It's called how big the hope is, how big the disappointment is. If you don't make it to the interview, you mustn't cry your nose. Ha 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 ha, you just wait and see. Xiao Chuan felt very funny. If he let Yao Junjie and Pang Meiting know that he was the boss of this company, would he scare them crazy? At 8 o'clock, the interview officially started. The front desk lady held a list and shouted, everyone be quiet. The BICE Pharmaceutical Job Fair will now officially begin. Zhang Mingjie, please enter the interview room. Wang Xiaomei, prepare. The young man called Zhang Mingjie tidied up his clothes, let out a long breath, and walked towards the interview room with trepidation, and after 10 minutes, walked out with a gloomy face, obviously not interviewed. Followed by the girl called Wang Xiaomei walked in. Less than an hour has gone in before, and after a dozen applicants, only one is smiling out. Visible interview, how cruel. Wang Dajiang, it's your turn. I hope you have good luck this time. The receptionist lady seemed to have recognized this fat man who came to the interview every year. Okay, I will definitely cheer. Wang Dajiang walked into the interview room with trepidation, and in less than 5 minutes he walked out with a gray face. What's wrong? Failed the interview? Xiao Dust asked. Hey, don't say it. Saying too much is tears. As soon as I went in, the interviewer took a look at me and directly scolded me for 5 minutes, telling me to hurry up and get lost. Don't come in the future. Wang Dazhuang said. It's okay, this time you met me. You will definitely enter BICE Pharmaceutical, Xiao Chuan said. Ha, brother, what do you mean? Wang Dazhuang was a bit puzzled. Xiao Chuan's words caused all the people around him to laugh. Pang Meiting was even laughing. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Chuan, did I hear you right? You yourself are not good enough to get interviewed, and now you're even saying such big words. It's really funny. Wait and see, Xiao Dust said indifferently. Jun Yao snickered. Xiao Dust, if you are able to interview today, I will eat live. That's what you said. Xiao Dust smiled. Immediately afterward, the front desk lady held up the list and shouted, please ask the next Xiao Dust to enter the interview room for an interview. Xiao Dust got up and walked towards the interview room. Chapter 67, Targeted. Xiao Chuan walked into the interview room and found that there were a total of 3 interviewers. The one sitting in the center was a man around 50 years old, who seemed to look a bit similar to Jun Jiayao. Xiao Chuan concluded that this was Jin Jiayao's uncle. Yao Zhenhua. Name. Yao Zhenhua asked as he glanced at Xiao Duan. It's all on my resume. Xiao Dust pointed to the resume on Yao Zhenhua's desk and said, why are you so full of crap? Answer whatever I ask you. Name. Yao Zhenhua asked again. Xiao Dust. Xiao Dust replied. Gender. Yao Zhenhua asked again. Xiao Dust was speechless for a while, but still opened his mouth and said, male. Well, you can get lost. Yao Zhenhua threw Xiao Dust's resume on the ground and said disdainfully. Xiao Dust raised his eyebrows and questioned, why are you telling me to get lost? Just now, you only asked me my name and gender. The interview hasn't even started properly yet, and you're telling me to get lost? On what grounds? On what grounds? Just on the basis that I am the interviewer here. Whoever I want to pass can pass, and whoever I want to leave he must leave. Yao Zhenhua shouted, not looking like an interviewer in the slightest. This is at least a listed company, BICE Pharmaceutical. Aren't you afraid that I'll file a complaint against you if you do this? Xiao Dust was very unhappy that such a flighty executive would appear in his company. Simply an asshole. An interviewer next to him whispered, Manager Yao, what you did is not in line with the procedure. If it becomes a big deal and the top knows about it, our HR department will definitely be notified. After Yao Zhenhua heard this, he also felt that it made sense and was thinking about how to drive away Xiao Chen. At this moment, a sound of high-heeled shoes suddenly sounded outside the door of the interview room. Yao Zhenhua had a plan in mind and asked, Xiao Chuan, let me ask you, what color of clothes did the person who just walked through the door wear? How tall? How old is he? What kind of questions are you asking? Sincerely embarrassing me? Xiao Dust frowned. This is today's interview test question. It examines your observation ability. If you can't answer it, you have failed the test and must leave today. Yao Zhenhua was filled with arrogance. If I can answer it, I'll pass the interview? Xiao Chuan asked. Of course, if you can answer up the questions I just asked, it will be considered that you passed the interview today, and you can work at our Bai Clan Pharmaceutical, Yao Zhenhua said. The 2 interviewers beside him were also secretly laughing. Just now the girl passed by the door of the interview room in just a second. Xiao Chuan had been facing them all the time, and it was simply going to be impossible to know the other party's clothes, height and age. Xiao Dust nodded his head and said with confidence, the girl who just passed by is 26 years old, 1 meter 7 in height, wearing the latest Chanel red dress. Her circumference is 83, 59, 88, and her breasts have been rumbled. The words just fell. The other two interviewers were all nonplussed. Yao Zhenhua hurriedly said, Xiao Chuan, you're talking nonsense. I think you're just making wild guesses out of thin air. He, you don't believe it? The one who just walked past is Banana, the president of Bai's Pharmaceuticals. If you don't believe me, go call her over and ask her, Xiao Chen said. Yao Zhenhua froze. The one who just walked past the doorway was indeed a girl, but after all, it was only for a second, and Yao Zhenhua was not sure if it was Banana. Furthermore, at yesterday's high-level meeting, Banana said that she was going abroad to discuss projects today, so how could she possibly come to the company? Right, all of this was all guessed by Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan, I think you are not seeing the coffin. I'll let someone invite the girl who just passed by the door back now. If the other party is not our president, see how I'll clean you up. After Yao Zhenhua finished speaking, he let one of his men go and invite the girl from earlier. Okay, Manager Yao, I'll go now. The henchman immediately ran outside. In less than a minute, the tada sound of high-heeled shoes resounded once again, and when Yao Zhenhua raised his head, he suddenly realized that Banana, the president of Bai's Pharmaceuticals, had actually appeared in front of him. Bai, President Bai, really, it's really you. Aren't you out of the country today? Yao Zhenhua exclaimed. There's a typhoon today. The flight was cancelled. Manager Yao, why are you calling me here? Anything to report? Nana Bai asked. No, just. Yao Zhenhua didn't know whether he was subdued by Nana's aura or his brain had a momentary jerk. He suddenly opened his mouth and asked a question that thundered the crowd. General Manager Bai, what's your circumference? Have you had a breast augmentation? Yao Zhenhua, what are you babbling about? Nana's face swelled red as she gritted her teeth and glared at Yao Zhenhua. Chapter 68, Interview Passed. Bai, Mr. Bai, Yao Zhenhua suddenly felt cold sweat on his back, and he couldn't figure out why he dared to ask such a large-scale question. I think you want to die. Right. Boom. Banana flew up and kicked a broken foot towards Yao Zhenhua's vital parts. Yao Zhenhua almost fainted after being hit by Banana's kick, covering his belly in pain. Banana had practiced taekwondo before and her kicks were very good. With this kick, Yao Zhenhua was estimated to stay in the hospital for several days. Yao Zhenhua, I'll take it that you're drunk today. If you dare to ask such nasty questions in the future, I won't be able to spare you. Humph. After saying that, Banana was about to leave, only that she had just moved her footsteps when she suddenly realized Xiao Chen, who at this moment was turning his back to him, and she also just felt that this back was somewhat familiar. You are? Banana couldn't help but ask. Xiao Chuan slowly turned around. The moment Banana saw that it was Xiao Chuan, she was obviously taken aback, and was just about to greet Xiao Chuan, only to see Xiao Chuan slightly shaking his head towards her, and the words that came out of Banana's mouth directly swallowed back. Xiao, cough. Little brother, you're here for an interview, right? Banana reacted in time and did not poke Xiao Chuan. Could it be that Mr. Xiao is here for a private visit to Bai Clan Pharmaceutical? Well, that must be it. Mr. Xiao has just taken charge of Bai Clan Pharmaceutical, so this time, he must be here to poke around the internal situation of the company. Fortunately, I reacted in time and did not reveal his identity. Banana pondered in her heart. Yes, I came over for an interview, Xiao Chuan said. Yao Zhenhua endured the excruciating pain and said, General Manager Bai, those stupid questions just now weren't what I wanted to ask you. They were all from Xiao Chuan. He said that your three circumferences are 83, 59, 88, and your breasts have been augmented. Hearing this, Banana was so shocked that she almost fainted. This Xiao Chuan had actually said her three circumferences to the penny, and even knew that she had had a breast augmentation. This was too amazing. Impossible. How could Xiao Chuan know so clearly? Could it be that he could do the math? No, it must be Bai Yi, that girl who told him. How can this dead girl say everything? Even such a heavy secret as me is said outwardly. It's really detestable. Banana glared at Xiao Chuan. Her heart was very depressed. This kind of difficult thing. Xiao Chuan, this how will tell his subordinates. Previously, when Xiao Chuan was in the Bai family, Banana had held him up as a high-ranking person. After this incident, Banana felt that Xiao Chuan was a shameless, nasty big rascal. I still have to have a meeting. I don't want to listen to this. I'll leave first. Although Banana was honored as the president, but after all, she was also a girl, talking about such a sensitive matter in front of so many men. She also felt embarrassed and directly found an excuse to leave hurriedly. Seeing that Banana had left, Xiao Chen asked. Manager Yao, I should have passed my interview, right? Yao Genhua did not want to let Xiao Chuan pass the interview, but after all, just now Xiao Chuan had already answered all the questions he wanted to ask, so it did not seem too appropriate if he was not allowed to pass. What to do? Just as Yao Genhua was thinking of a countermeasure, Xiao Chuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, What? Manager Yao doesn't want to let me pass? How about I invite General Manager Bai back now and let her comment on it? As soon as he remembered Bai Nana's broken foot just now, Yao Genhua was so scared that his body convulsed and hurriedly said, Okay, Xiao Chuan, congratulations, you've passed the interview. Just enter the sales department. Since the wood has been turned into a boat, let's use the slope to get off the donkey and let Xiao Dust pass the interview to enter the sales department. Anyway, his nephew is also the manager of the sales department, so he can screw him as much as he wants at that time. Thank you Manager Yao then. After saying that, Xiao Dust walked towards the door. As soon as he walked out of the interview room, Pang Meiting and Jun Yao bloated and came up. Xiao Chuan, you came out how was the interview? Did you fail? Yao Junjie asked with a smile. Hey, Xiao Chuan, I told you, how could a company of Bai's Pharmaceuticals level want you? But you don't have to be discouraged. I have a classmate who works at the city hall. I can ask him to arrange for you to be a street cleaner. Pang Meiting said in a hypocritical manner. Xiao Dust said indifferently, I'm really sorry to disappoint you. I've already interviewed for the job. Wow. The interviewers at the scene were all in an uproar, and the smiles on the faces of Pang Meiting and Yao Junjie gradually froze. What? Xiao Chuan, you said that you interviewed on? Yao Junjie's face was unbelievable. Really? If you don't believe me, you can go ask your uncle. Xiao Chuan walked towards the restroom after saying that. At this time, Yao Genhua also slowly walked out, and upon seeing his uncle come out, Yao Junjie hurriedly ran up and asked, Uncle, what's going on? Didn't I ask you to humiliate Xiao Chen? Why is he still interviewing? Snap! Yao Genhua slapped Yao Junjie's face and said angrily, Damn, you brat almost got me killed. Uncle, what's all this? Why are you hitting me? Yao Junjie was dumbfounded. Chapter 69, Good news. What else? Laozi was almost fired by General Manager Bai. Yao Genhua said angrily, Uncle, you are doing a good job in the company. Why did General Manager Bai fire you? Yao Junjie was a bit puzzled. It's not because of you kid, asking me to target Xiao Chen, and as a result, it hurts like hell. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to the hospital now. Yao Genhua covered his belly and left hastily with the help of his men. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Yao Junjie shouted behind him. What happened today is so strange. Yao Junjie mumbled to himself as he covered his face that had just been swollen by Yao Genhua. Pang Meiting also felt that things were a bit strange and curiously said, Junjie, your uncle is at least the personnel manager of our company. Haven't you already greeted him and not let Xiao Chen pass the interview? How could something go wrong? Who knows? It's really strange. Could it be that CEO Bai knows Xiao Chen? Did she just enter the interview room to relieve Xiao Chen? Jun Yao said. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Pang Meiting waved her hand repeatedly and said, Xiao Chuan is the Li family's son-in-law at home. How could he possibly know a bigwig of Bai Nana's caliber? What you said also makes sense. Jun Yao nodded deeply. At this time, Xiao Chuan had already walked into the restroom, looked around to see no one, lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, then sent an email to the Human Resources Department in his capacity as the chairman of Bai's Pharmaceuticals, stating clearly in the email that he must hire Wang Dajiang, and as for the department he was hired into, he would let them make their own decision. The supervisor of the Human Resources Department was shocked to receive this email, but it was the new chairman of the board of directors who sent the email, which is a big deal. For a time, the entire Human Resources Department was in a panic, and hurriedly held an emergency meeting to discuss the matter of hiring Wang Dajiang, and informed the front desk of the results of the discussion in a timely manner. Xiao Duan walked out of the restroom, looking at Wang Dajiang's drooping head, a dead look, slowly walked to his side, gently patted his shoulder and said, Brother Wang, don't be discouraged, you will definitely be hired. Wang Dizhuang looked up at Xiao Chen and sighed, Brother, don't comfort me, you don't know. Just now in the interview room Yao Zhenhua kept scolding me for 5 minutes, saying that I look like a pig. All day long Toad wants to eat swan meat, wanting to run to Bai's Pharmaceuticals to hook up with a girl. AI, it's so hard to get a hold of. Oh, it's okay, don't be discouraged, you listen to me, cheer up, there will be good news coming in a while, Xiao Dust said. Wang Dezhuang obviously felt that Xiao Dust was trying to enlighten him, and finally said, Brother, thank you for your concern. The other applicants around him all cast strange gazes towards Xiao Dust. Pang Meiting said in a conspiratorial manner, Xiao Chuan, you were accepted by Bai's Pharmaceuticals today. It's all because you were lucky, and you're still concerned about a fat man. Do you think he can be accepted as well? It's impossible. Jun Yao similarly said. Xiao Chen, our company won't want someone like Wang Dizhuang. He doesn't even have the qualifications to clean the toilets here. Humph. Wang Dizhuang lowered his head with an embarrassed face when he heard the two men's ridicule. Just at this moment, the receptionist lady suddenly exclaimed with a fax. Oh my god, did I read it right? Wang Dizhuang, you've been given an acceptance by our Clan Pharmaceutical, with the position of logistics minister. Boom! Hearing this news, everyone present was stunned. This Wang Dizhuang was even accepted, and also became the minister of logistics? This was too unbelievable. Hearing this news, Wang Dajian was obviously stunned, and vigorously pulled out his ears and looked at the receptionist with a bewildered face. You, what did you say? Wang Dajiang stupidly asked. Wang Dajiang, I said that you have been admitted to the position of Minister of Logistics. Congratulations, the receptionist lady said. I've been accepted? Did you make a mistake? Wang Dajiang was a bit flattered. The receptionist said busily. Wang Dizhuang, I wouldn't dare to make a mistake even if I borrowed 10 guts for this kind of thing. It's all true. Yao Junjie hurriedly ran to the front desk and asked, Wang Dajiang has been accepted? This can't be. Today's interviewer is my uncle. He brushed him off. How could he be accepted? You must be mistaken. The receptionist lady said. Manager Yao, I am also following instructions. Look, this is the fax just sent by the HR department. Yao Junjie snatched the fax over and frowned as he read it. This fax was indeed sent from the HR department. Do these guys in the Human Resources department not want to do their job anymore? My uncle is the boss of the Human Resource department. The person that my uncle doesn't want, they even hired. Are these guys trying to revolt? As soon as Yao Junjie took out his cell phone, he directly called the head of the manpower department, and cursed as soon as the phone was connected. I am Yao Junjie, head of Liang. What's going on? Why did you hire Wang Dizhuang? Did you have my uncle's consent? Supervisor Liang on the other end of the phone spoke. Manager Yao, admitting Wang Dizhuang is an order from the chairman himself. Do you think you still need your uncle's consent? What? This is an order from the chairman? Yao Junjie held up his cell phone and was instantly stunned. Chapter 70, Congratulations. Manager Yao Junjie calmed down a bit and continued to ask. Supervisor Liang, is it really the chairman's intention to admit Wang Dazhang? Yes, Manager Yao. I'm just a small supervisor. It's impossible for me to fake it. A few minutes ago, the chairman sent an email asking us to have to admit Wang Dizhuang. Supervisor Liang said. But the head of the logistics department is a very high position. Wang Dazhang's ability is not good and his seniority is not enough. Isn't it a bit too much to let him be this head? Jun Yao asked. Supervisor Liang on the other end of the phone continued. Manager Yao, the person that the chairman wants to hire, do you think our human resources department would dare to give him a lowly position? Alright. Yao Junjie hung up the phone indignantly. This is really strange. Jun Yao frowned at Wang Dazhang. Thinking through his head he couldn't figure out what kind of deep background this Wang Dazhang had to be able to fall into the big tree of the chairman. Pang Meiting pursued. Junjie, is it really the chairman who wants to admit Wang Dazhang? Yes, 1,000 times true. It's really evil. Junjie Yao's face was very ugly. The logistics department was one of the most core departments of the entire Bai's Pharmaceutical, managing the clothing, food, housing and transportation of tens of thousands of employees, higher than the oil and water of their sales department. And he didn't expect that Wang Dazhuang had become the boss of this department. Humph. This Wang Dazhang really got lucky and was really blinded by this foul mouth of Xiaochun. Pang Meiting was a bit indignant. She had long coveted this position for a long time, and had been making all sorts of connections within the company during this recent period of time, and had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on gifts before and after, hoping to become the boss of the logistics department, but she did not think that she would actually be cut off by Wang Dazhuang. Xiaochuan patted Wang Dazhuang's shoulder and said, Brother Wang, congratulations, when you become the minister, you can take good care of your little brother in the future. Brother you're polite, lend you a hand. Just I'm really wondering why did the chairman appoint me as the minister of the logistics department? I don't know him at all. Wang Dizhuang said suspiciously. Xiao Dus smiled and said, Big brother Wang, you haven't been attending Bai's Pharmaceuticals job fair continuously for years before and after. Perhaps after the chairman knew about your deeds, he was suddenly touched and hired you. As the saying goes, what is sincere is golden. Brother, what you said is still a bit reasonable. Wang Dizhuang lamented. Next to those unsuccessful applicants heard these words, have as if playing chicken blood general, are swept away before the discouragement. Even Wang Dizhuang, this kind of people rely on never give up perseverance, can enter the White's Pharmaceuticals as a minister. What can't they? These doctors and masters have made up their minds to come back to the job fair next year, and if they can't apply for the job next year, they will come back the year after next. In short,
They want to move the chairman and enter Bai's pharmaceutical. As for Xiao Dust, looking at these applicants, feel a little funny, but also some heartache. Born to be a person. Which person is not in the future and money running around? In Xiao Dust's heart, Wang Dajiang is a simple and honest person. He came to Bai's pharmaceuticals just to get a wife, and he doesn't have any bad intentions, so he is relieved to let him be the head of the logistics department. Wang Dajuan walked to the side of Yao Junjie and smiled naively. Manager Yao, in the future, we are all colleagues. I hope to take care of more. Wang De. Ahem. Minister Wang, congratulations. Remember to drink tea in our sales department when you are free in the future. He. Yao Junjie changed the previous disdain for Wang Dezhuang, turned to become polite. He is not stupid. Although Wang Dezhuang looks naive and honest, but honest people also have a temper. Yao Junjie also do not want to offend Wang Dezhuang. Once offended Wang Dezhuang, their department in the future of food, drink, housing and transportation, including welfare benefits and so on, will be affected by the impact of the not small. Small man's ambition. You Wang Dezhuang don't need to be too dejected. I will squeeze you out one day. Yao Junjie smiled on his lips, but in his heart, he had already started cursing Wang Dajiang. Pang Meiting glanced at Xiao Chuan as if she remembered something and inquired, by the way Xiao Chuan, which department have you been accepted into by the company? The sales department. Xiao Dust replied, you were actually accepted into the sales department? Pang Meiting was a little surprised. This was too much of a coincidence. Xiao Chuan had actually gotten into Yao Junjie's department. Pang Meiting and Junyao glanced at each other and smiled at each other, as if they already had a plan in their hearts. Xiao Chuan, I'm the manager of the sales department. Let's see how I'll play you to death. Junyao thought in his heart. Chapter 71, Plotting and Scheming. Junyao pretended to walk in front of Xiao Chuan and said, Xiao Chuan, congratulations on entering our sales department. I am the manager of the sales department and also your superior. In the future, you have to follow my orders. Got it. Xiao Dust nodded his head. People in the world, they can't help it. Xiao Dust also didn't want to come to Bai's pharmaceuticals to condescend under Zhan Yao and be a 996 laborer, but after all, this was his mother-in-law Su Guifang's wish. She hoped that he could have a stable job, and Xiao Dust could only join the job first, and take one step and see what happens. Xiao Chuan, you go to the sales department to report first. I won't accompany you first. Junjie and I have some things to discuss above work. Pang Meiting said. Xiao Chuan nodded and walked towards the sales department. After supporting Xiao Chen, Pang Meiting pulled Junjie Yao to a place where no one was around and said, Junjie, what about this? Xiao Chuan is the son-in-law of my mom's love rival's family. I don't want to make things easy for him. Don't worry Meiting. Now that this brat Xiao Chuan has entered the sales department, it's the same as being in the palm of my hand. I will definitely find a way to give him some color. Jun Yao said. Then have you thought of how to deal with Xiao Chuan yet? Pang Meiting asked. You wait, I'll think about it first. Jun Yao lit a cigarette and smoked while thinking of countermeasures to deal with Xiao Dust. After a few minutes, Jun Yao slapped his head and said excitedly, I've got it. What have you got? Junjie, you came up with an idea? Pang Meiting said happily. Well, I just thought of a particularly good ploy. If this ploy can be implemented smoothly, I am confident that I will definitely make Xiao Dust lose his reputation overnight and immediately get out of Bai Clan Pharmaceutical. Junjie Yao said. Junjie, quickly tell me, what is your ploy? Pang Meiting asked curiously. Junjie Yao looked around to see that no one was around and said in a low voice, Meiting, I have a friend who has opened a bar in the city center, and it just so happens that the bar officially opens tonight, so I want to call Xiao Chuan over. And then? You don't want to buy this kid a drink, do you? Pang Meiting asked. It's not that simple. When we call Xiao Chuan over, I'll put a little bit of ecstasy in the wine to knock him out. Then, Jun Yao smiled mysteriously. And then how? You say it quickly, don't sell me short. Pang Meiting pursued. Jun Yao continued. It's very simple. After mesmerizing Xiao Chen, I'll have my friend arrange for a few ladies to strip naked and lie beside him. Then take a few fragrant photos and send them to the internet to falsely accuse him of rape. TSK, isn't it very exciting when you think about it? Once Pang Meiting heard this tawdry idea of Jun Yao's, the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of an evil smile. Jun Jie, it's still you who has a lot of ghostly ideas. In this way, Xiao Duan will definitely be finished. At this moment, Pang Meiting's phone rang, and at a glance, it was Pang Jianya calling. Meiting how is Xiao Duan's interview going? Did it still go well? Pang Jianya asked as he opened the door. Dad, Xiao Dust's interview went very well. He's already interviewed. This is thanks to Junjie. If it wasn't for Junjie taking care of Xiao Dust by greeting his uncle, he wouldn't have been able to interview so smoothly. Pang Meiting said in a hypocritical manner. Oh, that's good.
That's good. You thank Junjie for me In addition you also need to take good care of Xiao Chen. Bring him along more, after all, we are all our own people. Pang Jianye instructed. Okay dad. Just don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Xiao Chen. Pang Meiting hung up the phone and smiled grimly, muttering to herself, "Humph, Dad, wait until tomorrow and you'll watch the show and see how bad your lover's son-in-law is." Afterwards, Pang Meiting headed towards the sales department, while Yao Junjie secretly called his fox friends to arrange things for tonight. Pang Meiting returned to the sales department and saw that Xiao Chen was on the phone. "Yes Mom, I've interviewed and am now working in the sales department," Xiao Dust said. Su Guofeng on the other end of the phone looked very happy and urged, "Xiao Dust Bai's Pharmaceutical is the leading company in our city. It's very difficult for ordinary people to get in. You applied for the job so smoothly and succeeded. It must be Meiting's effort behind the scenes. You have to thank her." "Got it Mom, I will." Xiao Chen felt a wave of nausea. "Thank Pang Meiting? Oh, I'll thank her 8 generations of ancestors." At this moment, Xiao Dust suddenly felt a sense of oppression coming from behind him, turning around to see that it was Pang Meiting standing motionless behind him. So Xiao Dust said into the phone, "Mom, I need to work now, wait until I get home." Xiao Dust had just hung up the phone when Pang Meiting said with a displeased face, "Xiao Dust, who let you make a private call at work? You'll be fined 200. Xiao Dust was speechless and explained, "Pang Meiting, is it appropriate for you to fine me on my first day at work? Besides, this is my mom's phone. I talked to her for less than a minute before hanging up." Alright, you're the one with more reasons. Seeing as it's Auntie Sue's sake, I'll let it go this time, and it won't happen again." After saying that, Pang Meiting continued, "Xiao Chen, in order to congratulate you for successfully joining Bai Clan Pharmaceutical, tonight, Junjie and I want to treat you to a drink at the bar to celebrate." "Treat me to a drink?" Xiao Chuan froze. When did Pang Meiting and Junjie Yao become so nice? But on second thought Xiao Chuan realized that this was clearly a hongmen banquet. "Of course, you have to go tonight. Oh, this is in order," Pang Meiting said. "Good, I will definitely go." Soldier to soldier, Xiao Chuan smiled faintly. "I would like to see what tricks you pair of dogs are going to play tonight." Chapter 72, Don't Dirty My Car. After getting off work in the evening, Pang Meiting walked to Xiao Duan's workstation and said, "Xiao Duan, let's go. Junjie is already waiting for you at the company entrance with his friend." "Got it." Xiao Dust nodded and followed Pang Meiting outside the company. Just after walking out of the company's entrance, Xiao Dust suddenly found a yellow-colored Lamborghini Big Bull parked there. The butterfly door opened, booming with sound waves very imposing. There were a man and a woman sitting in the car. The man was wearing designer clothes, dyed red hair, ear studs, and an untamed face, while sitting on the passenger side was a net-faced girl with revealing clothes. At this moment, many people around were taking pictures with their cell phones. TSK, this is a Lamborghini of more than $8 million. It's so racy. If I can drive a car like this in my life, it would be worth dying. Come on, if you make $200,000 a year, you'd have to save up for 40 years to afford it. Those who drive luxury cars all have such beautiful guns. Girlfriend? Sour. The surrounding people's voices of discussion rose and fell, and the man and woman sitting in the sports car looked very pleased with themselves. Seeing Pang Meiting come out, the man in the sports car smiled and said, "Meiting, why are you just coming out? Where's Junjie?" "Oh, Junjie went to the underground garage to drive. He'll be there soon," Pang Meiting said. Afterward, the sports car man placed his gaze on Xiao Chuan and asked disdainfully, "If I'm not mistaken, this is the Xiao Chuan that Junjie mentioned to me, right?" Obviously, Junjie Yao had already told him about tonight's plot. Pang Meiting nodded and said, "He is Xiao Chuan. He just joined our Bai Clan Pharmaceutical today." "Xiao Chuan, this is young Master Park Yuan Long Park, and this is his girlfriend, Ms. Xia Meiwan." Xiao Chuan nodded slightly as a greeting. This dress, it's really rustic." Xia Meiwan glanced at Xiao Duan and muttered in a low voice. Bo Yuanlong smiled without smiling and said, "Xiao Chuan, I guess you haven't been in a bar even when you were growing up, right? It doesn't matter. I will properly open your eyes tonight. Ha 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 ha. Then, I'll thank young Master Park first," Xiao Chen said indifferently. At this moment, with a buzzing sound, a silver-gray Ferrari convertible drove over, and the one driving was no other than Jun Yao. After greeting Park Yuanlong, Yao Junjie said to Pang Meiting, "Meiting, get on the car." "Oh right Xiao Chuan, this Ferrari of mine is a two-seater. There is no way I can pull you. You take Yuanlong's car." Yuanlong's Lamborghini is a four-seater. Xiao Chuan nodded and walked to Park Yuanlong's car, just about to get into the car. As a result, Park Yuanlong waved his hand disgustedly and said, "Xiao Chuan, I'm really sorry. The inside of my car is white interior. It's easy to get dirty. I think you'd better take a taxi to go there." the newly opened Night Colors bar. The cab drivers all know about it. After saying that, Park Yuanlong pretended to be generous and took out $100 bill, stuffed it to Xiao Chuan and said, "Nah, this is taxi money. I know you just went to work and don't have much money. Take it. Ha 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 ha. Yuanlong, you are so funny." Xia Meiwan laughed and smiled. "Let's go." Bo Yuanlong slammed his foot on the gas and sped away. Yao Junjie and Pang Meiting laughed at this scene, not realizing that Park Yuanlong would insult Xiao Chun in this way, and Xiao Chun couldn't even find a single fault with it. "Xiao Chuan, hurry up, don't be late." Yao Junjie and Pang Meiting's Ferrari chased after them. After a few people left, Xiao Dust sneered and was just about to get ready to take a taxi, but it turned out that Wang Dazhuan walked out from the company, and seeing Xiao Dust standing there, he immediately ran to his side and asked, "Older brother Xiao, where are you planning to go? Going home?" "Not going home first, going to the Night Color bar," Xiao Dust said. "Going to the Night Color bar? I happen to be on the way. I'll be slightly behind you," Wang Dazhuang said. "You have a car?" Xiao Dust asked. "Oh, brother, what are you talking about? You don't see me as someone who has a car?" Wang Dazhuang said. No, brother Wang, I don't mean that," Xiao Dust hurriedly explained. "It's fine, you wait here first, I'll go and drive." After saying that, Wang Dazhuang turned around and left. Not much time later, a red Mustang coupe scurried in front of Xiao Dust with a buzz. "Brother Wang, you are driving a Mustang coupe, rich man Xiao Dust joked. Wang Dazhuang grinned. "This car is $400,000. After it came to me, I found a friend to spend $200,000 to modify it. The performance is very strong." "Brother Wang, I didn't realize that you are still a hidden rich second generation Xiao Dust smiled and laughed. "Why, what rich second generation This is not the demolition of the old city. My family divided a suite. There are a few million. I like the car, so I took out a part of the demolition money to buy this car. Let's hurry up and go," Wang Dazhuang said. "Good." Xiao Dust got on the car and followed Wang Dazhuang to the night bar. Chapter 73, Speed and Passion. Leading from Bai's Pharmaceuticals to the night bar was a highway running north-south. Because it was in the refurbishment stage, the traffic lights had all been removed, and there were hardly any vehicles on the road. Wang Dazhuang held the steering wheel in his hands and gently pressed the gas every now and then, and the Mustang let out a roar. Having just set off for less than 5 minutes, Xiao Chuan suddenly discovered that 2 sports cars were traveling in parallel not far ahead, and it was none other than Bo Yuanlong's Lamborghini and Yao Junjie's Ferrari. "Brother Wang, the 2 cars in front are going slower than a turtle. Can you overtake them?" Xiao Chuan asked. Wang Dazhuang disdainfully said, "Humph, it's not just a broken Ferrari and a big bull. Don't look at my car is not as expensive as theirs. It's easy to overtake them." "Oh, big brother Wang is so confident." Xiao Dust smiled and laughed. Wang Dazhuang explained, "Xiao old brother, I am not hiding from you. We play the car as the most annoying of these pretend to be the rich second generation. Driving a luxury car feels superior," yells 5, shouts the unbeatable. "If on the subject of racing, they are a group of rookies in my eyes. Racing the most important or technology, and they are kindergarten level at best." "Then let me see," Xiao Dust said. "Then you just sit tight." Wang Dazhuang looked very excited. His car had just been modified not long ago. He had long wanted to abuse these rich second-generation people who didn't know the sky was high, so he just wanted to try it out today. Wang Dazhuang stepped on the gas. The Mustang car a catapult sped away, like a meteor speeding up. Lamborghini car Bo Yuanlong heard a sound behind him. A look in the rearview mirror. Found a red Mustang car speeding toward their own. Froze for a few seconds. Just in the time he froze these few seconds, the Mustang car swish sound overtook him. "Nima, a broken Mustang also dares to overtake my car. Looking for death." Bo Yuanlong was very angry. At least his car was a Lamborghini of more than $8 million. To be overtaken by a $400,000 Mustang, he couldn't bear it, especially since his little girlfriend was still watching from the side, which made it even more intolerable for him. "Yuanlong, just now that car is so crazy, even dared to overtake our car? It's simply bold. Give him some color." Xia Meiwan fanned the flames from the side. "Honey, just watch the show." Bo Yuanlong kicked the gas down and chased towards Wang Dazhuang's Mustang. At the same time, Yao Junjie and Pang Meiting could also see that the Mustang that had just sped past was intentionally overtaking their car, and were very unconvinced in their hearts, so they similarly stepped down heavily on the gas and chased towards the car in front. "Old brother Xiao, their car is catching up," Wang Dazhuang said. Xiao Dust glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "Brother Wang, are you afraid?" Wang Dazhuang laughed nervously and said, "I'm afraid of nothing. The tighter they chase, the more exciting I feel, but just now when I overtook the car, I realized that the one sitting on the Ferrari seemed to be Yao Junjie and Pang Meiting, and the 2 of them. Well, you're not wrong, it's exactly the 2 of them," Xiao Dust said back. "Humph,
This pair of dogs didn't laugh at me a lot when I was in the company. Today it's just right to abuse them and let them know what it means to know that there is a sky beyond the sky and there is a man beyond the man.
Wang Dazhuang continued to slam on the gas. The whole Mustang ran wildly like a roaring beast. What kind of person is on top of this Mustang? It's driving too fiercely, Bo Yuanlong exclaimed in shock. Yuanlong, hurry up and overtake him. This is the time to show your strength. You mustn't wimp out. Xia Meiwan exclaimed. Meiwan, just don't worry, I won't wimp out. Park Yuanlong gritted his teeth and continued to step on the gas hard, because this road is under renovation. Some potholes in the road surface. Wang Dazhuang immediately raised the chassis of his Mustang, but the back of Bo Yuanlong's Lamborghini can be miserable, because the chassis is too low. Coupled with speeding, the entire car's chassis were all messed up. Just for this kind of rich second generation. Sometimes, face can be much more expensive than the car. Know that this will cause great damage to the car. But the young and vigorous he's still hard-headed to continue to catch up with Wang Dazhuang's car. Yao Junjie is also unconvinced. The co-pilot is sitting on the Pang Meiting. Is his pursuit of the girl? If now he conceded, slowed down. It is estimated that Pang Meiting will become despised. In order to embrace the beauty of the Ferrari of Yao Junjie also in the bumpy road speeding, Wang Dazhuang was an expert in playing with cars. Taking a look at the situation of the two cars behind him, he smiled and said to Xiao Chuan, "Old brother Xiao, look at how lousy those two cars behind them are. It's a real atrocity. This is all their own fault. Blame no one else," Xiao Dust said. Due to Wang Dazhuang's car skills being too good, Park Yuanlong and Yao Junjie could not catch up with his car even though they tried their best. 20 minutes later, already approaching the destination, Wang Dazhuang released the gas pedal, lightly tapped the brake, violently hit the steering wheel, a beautiful drift to stabilize the car, parked on all fours at the entrance of the night bar. As for Bo Yuanlong's Lamborghini, due to the speed of the car is too fast, coupled with his own technology is not good. When he wants to step on the brakes has been too late, only to hear thud a loud bang. Worth 8 million Lamborghini hard crash in the bar door of the Stonelands. Yao Junjie's Ferrari was no better, directly tailing the Lamborghini. The entire front end was smashed to pieces. Park Yuanlong, Yao Junjie and other 4 people from the car fled out in a hurry, a face of shock. Looking at the smashed sports car, heart is dripping blood. This collision, millions are gone. And Xia Meiwan and Pang Meiting face also has obvious abrasions. Thanks to the millions of supercar, safety performance is more cattle. If it is replaced by other private cars, encountered this violent collision, the car has long been sent to the hospital. Bo Yuanlong and Yao Junjie rushed to the front of the Mustang with a huff and a puff, clamoring, "The people in the car give me a roll down. Today if you do not intentionally overtake the car, Lousy's car could not have been crashed like this. Roll down and pay for the money." Xiaodus sat in the car and smiled. "Brother Wang, people let us get off and pay for the money. Go, get off the car and take a look. I'm not afraid of this group of them." The car door opened and when Xiao Chuan and Wang Dazhuang stepped out of the car, Bo Yuanlong and Yao Junjie and the others were stunned. "So it's you guys." Chapter 74, Paying Out. "What? Feeling surprised?" Xiao Chuan smiled and laughed. How could Yao Junjie and Bo Yuanlong not believe their eyes that this brat Xiao Chuan was standing in front of them? Yao Junjie, in particular, had never thought that Wang Dazhuang would be here as well. "Wang, Minister Wang, this Mustang is your car?" Yao Junjie was surprised. "Of course it's mine. It's been a few months since I bought it. I'm okay with this car, right?" Wang Dazhuang said. Bo Yuanlong curiously said, "Junjie, who is this fat guy? Do you guys know each other?" "Well, he's the head of the logistics department that just joined our company." How could Yao Junjie not believe that the naive and thick-looking Wang Dazhuang was still an expert in playing with cars? Really a high-level person who doesn't show his face. "I don't care who he is. He must compensate for my old man's car. If it wasn't for his malicious racing, my car wouldn't have crashed like this," Bo Yuanlong said angrily. Xia Meiwan was equally furious. "Yuanlong, let him pay for my nose. I just went abroad to do a nose job last month. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. Look, now my nose is collapsed." "Well, car money, nose money must accompany," Bo Yuanlong shouted. Yao Junjie glanced at his smashed front end, and said irritably, "Minister Wang, even though we are colleagues now, you have to pay for my Ferrari." Wang Dazhuang said with a smirk, "Let me pay for your car? On what basis?" "On the basis of your malicious overtaking," Bo Yuanlong huffed. Wang Dazhuang said, "That road is now in the renovation stage. There is no speed limit. I want to drive as fast as I can. What qualifications do you have to say that I maliciously overtake? If you are not convinced, I will call the police now. Let the public people come to comment." As soon as he heard that Wang Dazhuang wanted to call the police, Bo Yuanlong immediately wimped out, because this Lamborghini of his was smuggled. Once he reported to the police, he would be finished. There was also Yao Junjie's Ferrari.
which was also smuggled in from overseas by Bo Yuanlong. So Yao Junjie was also very scared at this moment. Wang Dizhuang ate them. He played the car for so long. Longshan City. Which rich second generation drive what sports car? How much money spent? From what channels? He is clear. He knows that Yao Junjie and Park Yuanlong do not dare to make a big thing. Seeing Wang Dazhang took out his cell phone, Bo Yuanlong hurriedly pacified, forget it. This matter is so. Today count me unlucky. You go. Xia Meiwan busily said. Yuanlong, you're letting him go? What am I going to do with this nose? You shut up first. Bo Yuanlong chided, scaring Xia Meiwan so much that she no longer dared to say anything. Wang Dazhang grinned at Xiao Chen. Old brother Xiao. There's nothing to do then, I'll leave first. Alright, brother Wang, you go ahead and get busy. Thanks, Xiao Chuan said. You don't have to be polite with me. If there is something you need, just squeak. After saying that, Wang Dizhuang drove into the Mustang and left in style. Junjie Yao and Yuanlong Bai glared at Xiao Duan angrily. Their intuition told them that it must have been Xiao Duan's idea for Wang Dizhuang to race with them. Junjie, I don't think this Xiao Dust kid is a good bird. If he didn't come up with the idea, there's no way Fatty Wang would have raced us. Bo Yuanlong crouched down and whispered in Junjie Yao's ear. Yao Junjie nodded and said back, it's fine, as long as our plan is successfully implemented. Xiao Duan will be ruined. Just wait and watch the show. I understand. The two looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with treachery. Although the two whispered very quietly, Xiao Chuan, as an immortal cultivator, heard it clearly. Want to make me lose my reputation? That depends on whether you guys have the ability to do so. Afterwards, Yao Junjie and the others led Xiao Chuan towards the inside of the bar. Today was the opening of the night bar. The entire bar was filled with people. Handsome men and women were twisting their waist on the dance floor, bouncing to their heart's content. As soon as he saw that Yao Junjie and the others had come, a short and fat man with a big gold chain walked up. This person was none other than Yao Junjie's friend, Zhou Kai, the owner of Night Color Bar. Wow, Junjie, Yuanlong, you guys are here. Welcome. Zhou Kai greeted warmly. Brother Zhou, your bar opened in Yuanlong and I will definitely come over to support the event. Yao Junjie laughed. Zhou Kai shook hands with the two of them and suddenly saw Xia Meiwan. He always felt that there was something strange about her. So he asked, Meiwan, what happened to your nose? AI, don't mention it. Just had a car accident in front of your bar, and my nose was broken. Xia Meiwan said in pain. Zhou Kai froze and asked, Yuanlong, what happened? Racing with a madman. I ended up missing. My Dinyo and Junjie's Ferrari both crashed to pieces. Luckily people are fine. Park Yuanlong said in a depressed manner. There's still such a thing? Where is that crazy person who raced with you? Do you need me to show him some color? Zhou Kai said. Bo Yuanlong waved his hand and said, people have already let him go. You also know that Junji and I's car does not come from the right place. I do not want to make a big deal out of it. Let's not talk about these sad things. Let's drink. Okay. After Zhou Kai finished speaking, his eyes fell on Xiao Chen's body, looked up and down and asked, Junjie, this is what you told me on the phone. Xiao Chen who just joined your sales department, right? Brother Zhou, this is the Xiao Chuan I mentioned to you. He came to the bar for the first time in his life. You must treat him well. Jun Yao said in a conspiratorial manner. Zhou Kai said with a leathery smile, good to say. I will definitely treat Brother Xiao well tonight. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Their evil plan was officially implemented at this time. Chapter 75, Accompanying Gifts. Let's go everyone. I've already prepared the elegant seats. Come up with me and have a seat. Zhou Kai greeted and led Jun Yao and the others towards the stage. This seat is very good. In the position of half a floor, a glance can see the handsome men and women on the dance floor. The table is full of Remy Martin, Axo, Chivas and other foreign wines. Zhou Kai opened a pack of Huazi. In turn, handed to Yao Junjie and Park Yuanlong. Even Xia Meiwan also asked for a. Like her, such a netizen women have done the nightclub. Smoking and drinking is also considered a good hand. When Zhou Kai handed the cigarette to Xiao Chen, he saw Xiao Chen waving his hand and said, sorry, I don't smoke. Seeing that Xiao Chuan refused his own cigarettes, Zhou Kai's face became a bit ugly and said in a conspiratorial manner, brother, you even refuse my cigarettes. Your path will become narrower and narrower. Narrow is narrow. It doesn't matter. Xiao Chuan usually smoked, but very little, especially people like Zhou Kai who he loathed just by looking at them. How could he possibly pick up his cigarettes? Seeing Zhou Kai's face unable to hang on, Yao Junjie busily said, brother Zhou, don't be general with Xiao Chuan. He is just this kind of person. He doesn't quite know the rules. It's fine. I won't take this small matter to heart. Zhou Kai pretended to be atmospheric and waved his hand. Immediately after, Yao Junjie took out a bunch of money from his pocket and threw it to Zhou Kai and said, brother Zhou, this is $66,000.
It's a little bit of me and Mei Ting's intention. Today your bar opens up, this is my share of money. I hope that your night bar will be red hot and prosperous. Brother, you come over to drink your brother Joe, I'm already very happy. What are you doing? Too polite. Joe Kai excused himself. Big brother Joe, just accept it, don't be so motherly, Ju Niao said. Then thank you brother. Joe Kai cheerfully accepted the money. Bo Yuanlong also pulled out $66,000 and handed it to Joe Kai, saying, Brother Joe, this is for me and Mei Wan. Take it. Good, thank you Xiaolong. Joe Kai smiled. In less than a minute, more than $100,000 arrived. He also felt very honorable in face. After sending the money, Xia Meiwan glanced at Xiao Duan and asked, Xiao Duan, today brother Zhou's bar opened. We all sent our share of money. What about you? Don't you show any favor? I didn't bring any cash. Xiao Chuan was not stupid. He knew that Xia Meiwan was looking at him for a joke. Bo Yuanlong busily said, Meiwan, don't mention which pot is which. Xiao Dust just went to work with a fart of money. Didn't you see how happy he was when I rewarded him with $100 in front of the company? That's right. Some people are so used to being poor that they can only follow us to such an upscale bar to eat and drink. Xia Meiwan mocked a sentence, causing the others to laugh. Xiao Chen's face was as calm as water in the face of the mockery, and he did not know what he was thinking. Right at this moment, Yao Junjie passed a wink towards Zhou Kai and spoke. Brother Zhou, didn't you tell me that you have a bottle of Wulianye worth millions here? Where is it? Why haven't I seen it? Elder brother Yao, how could I just place such an expensive wine on the table? Come on, you go with brother to the wine cellar. Let's both invite this famous bottle of wine out. Zhou Kai got up and said, Mei Ting, you sit here for a while. I'll go with brother Zhou to the wine cellar. After saying that, Yao Junji followed Zhou Kai and left. After leaving the card table, Jun Yao mysteriously asked, Brother Zhou, you've prepared everything I arranged on the phone, right? Zhou Kai took out a bottle of Wulianye from the bar and said, Hey, see, this wine has imported ecstasy in it. It can mesmerize a cow. In a moment let's play a good match and encourage Xiao Chen to drink it. After we mesmerize him, we'll carry him to the room upstairs, and I've already arranged for the woman as well. Brother Zhou, you're simply fantastic. I can't wait. Dead Xiao Dust. If it wasn't for you, Laozi's multi-million-dollar Ferrari wouldn't have been able to crash. I'll treat you well tonight. Yao Junjie rubbed his hands looking very excited. Come on, let's go back. After saying that, Zhou Kai took the wine and led Junjie Yao back. Chapter 76, Trap. Returning to the card seat again, Zhou Kai smiled and placed the wine on the table and said, Xiao Chuan, you are blessed today. This is a good bottle of wine. Supreme Wulianye. I spent $1,300,000 to get it back from Christie's auction. Come, taste it. After saying that, Zhou Kai opened the wine and personally poured a cup for Xiao Chuan and pushed it in front of him. Xiao Chuan looked at the wine in front of him and smiled. Boss Zhou is really atmospheric. Such an expensive wine is willing to let me drink it first. Old brother Xiao, today is the big day of my bar's opening. You can come to support the occasion is to give me face. I'm a person who likes to make friends from all over the world. You have to dry this wine. Otherwise you're not giving face to me. Zhou Kai said, Boss Zhou, I'm really sorry. I don't know how to drink. I think it's better to forget it. Xiao Chuan rejected it. He knew that this wine was not clean. There was ecstasy in it. Are you seriously not giving me face? Zhou Kai looked a bit angry. Yao Junjie fanned the flames on the side and said, Xiao Chuan, just now brother Zhou gave you huazi and you didn't ask for it. And now that he has taken out such an expensive wine to entertain you and you don't drink it, it's really a slap in brother Zhou's face. Yeah Xiao Chuan, just drink it. One glass of wine is fine. Pang Mei Ting egged on from the side. Seeing that the crowd was persuading him, Xiao Chuan nodded and said, In that case, it's fine for me to drink. It's just that with such an expensive wine, how meaningless is it for me to drink it alone? How about together? When these words came out, Yao Junjie and the others waved their hands to excuse themselves. The ecstasy in this wine is imported from abroad. It can mesmerize a cow. Who the hell dares to drink it? Xiao Chuan, you drink one first. We will drink it after you finish. Never go back on our word. Ju Niao said, Drink it quickly. Old brother Xiao, this wine is good stuff. I wouldn't let an ordinary person drink it. Zhou Kai said, Alright, seeing as you guys are so enthusiastic, I will reluctantly drink one. After saying that, Xiao Chen raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. Yao Junjie and the others were watching Xiao Dust with their eyes, waiting for the moment he passed out, only to find that after a few minutes had passed, Xiao Dust's face did not change and his heart did not skip a beat, as if he was fine. Xiao Chuan, don't you feel dizzy? Ju Niao asked tentatively. How can such a good wine be lightheaded? The flavor is soft and sweet. It's very comfortable to drink. I've already dried up. It's your turn, Xiao Chuan said. This.
Jun Yao turned his head and ambushed Zhou Kai's ear and asked in a whisper, "Brother Zhou, what's going on? Did you put ecstasy in your wine or not? How come Xiao Chen didn't do anything at all?" "I put down personally put down. How can it not work It's really strange." Zhou Kai was equally baffled. Pang Meiting and Xia Meiwan and the others also looked at each other, not knowing which part of the process had gone wrong. Looking at Yao Junjie and the others who were puzzled, Xiao Chuan smiled slightly. As an immortal cultivator, his physique was different from normal people, especially after devouring the 5 golden mangled big words of heaven and earth, wind, fire, and thunder a few days ago in the Lake Center Manor. His precious body was cast in stone, and a little bit of ecstasy from the area could not help him at all. Jun Yao lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Zhou, could the ecstasy you bought be fake?" "Impossible. This kind of ecstasy I've used on other women before and nothing has gone wrong. Today is really evil," Zhou Kai said. "Why don't you try the wine, Brother Zhou?" Jun Yao asked. No, I wouldn't dare to try something so dangerous." Zhou Kai waved his hand. Jun Yao looked a bit frantic, then said, "Brother Zhou, our plan has failed just like that? This is your venue. Can't you think of another way to deal with Xiao Chen?" Zhou Kai thought for a while, lowered his voice and said, "Since the soft one won't work, let's go for the hard one. Wait for a while after the drinks. Once Xiao Chuan leaves the bar door, I will secretly arrange for someone to waste one of his hands. Do you think this is okay?" "Well, I think this is feasible. It must be done unknowingly. Don't let Xiao Chuan catch the handle." Jun Yao smiled sinisterly. "Understood." Zhou Kai nodded. The sound of the two people talking was very small, coupled with the powerful music in the bar. Zhou Kai and Junjie Yao thought that Xiao Duan did not hear anything, but unbeknownst to them, their every word was heard by Xiao Duan in his ears and memorized in his heart. Just as Yao Junji and Zhou Kai finished discussing how to deal with Xiao Chen, suddenly a burst of noisy sound came from the bar, only to see a group of people aggressively walking towards their side. Chapter 77, Finding Fault. The leader was a young man wearing a flowery shirt with no studs and a somewhat untamed face. As soon as the no-stud man walked over to Xiao Chuan's side, he shouted with a mouth full of alcohol, "All get the hell out of here. I'll take this card seat." The card seat that Xiao Chuan and the others were sitting on was the most honorable position and the best view in the entire bar, so it was no wonder that the nose-studded man had set his eyes on this seat as soon as he arrived. At this time, the bartender hurriedly rushed over and said with a lowered head, "This side is already occupied. Let me take you to another card seat." "Who the hell are you talking to? Are you qualified to talk to me like that?" The nose-stud man punched towards the bartender, only to hear a loud thud. The bartender was knocked to the ground with a punch, his face covered in blood. Seeing this scene, the two girls, Pang Meiting and Xia Meiwan, were directly stunned. "Junjie, what should we do? Why don't we leave quickly? It's too scary," Pang Meiting said with palpitations. "It's fine. We'll be fine with Brother Zhou here." At this time, Yao Junjie's heart was also very panicked, but Zhou Kai, Bo Yuan Long, including Xiao Chen, whom he despised, did not get up to leave. If he left at this time, he would definitely be despised. Pang Meiting saw that Yao Junjie had no intention of leaving. She alone didn't dare to get up and could only shrink to the side and shiver. "Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Get lost quickly," the nose-stud man growled again. Zhou Kai's face was a bit ugly. Then he got up and said, "This brother is drunk, right? I'm the boss of this bar. Please don't make trouble here, or else it won't end well for everyone." "You are the boss here? That's even better. Quickly get your friends out of here and give us this card seat," the nose-studded man shouted. At this moment, the other guests in the bar also gathered around to find out what was going on. Zhou Kai was very angry as he smelled the smell of alcohol emanating from the nose-studded man. Today was the first day of his bar's opening and he never thought that he would come across one looking for trouble. "Please get out of here. My bar is opening today. I don't want to cause some unpleasantness," Zhou Kai said. "Lousy is not going to leave. What can you do to me?" The words just fell. The nose-studded man slapped towards Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai dodged not in time, directly hit by the nose-studded man on the face. Feeling the hot pain on his cheeks, Zhou Kai was furious. Surrounded by so many customers, he as a bar owner was even slapped by a drunkard. If he did not fight back, how to mix in the future? "How dare you hit me? Looking for death?" Zhou Kai swung his fists and tangled with the nose-studded man. Thump, 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 thump. The two of them fought. "Little brat, how dare you touch my brother Zhou? Simply bold." Yao Junjie rolled up his sleeves and rushed up. This time he had to help Zhou Kai. Once he made his move, win or lose, Zhou Kai would owe him a favor. Bo Yuan Long similarly rushed up. The few companions behind the nose-studded man saw the people on Zhou Kai's side make a move. They also immediately shot out to support the nose-studded man. The two gangs fought fiercely. Pang Meiting suddenly saw Xiao Chuan still sitting alone in his seat, and reprimanded in anger. Xiao Chuan, you're really a wimp. Jun Jia and Yuan Long both went up. Why don't you as a man go up and help? It's none of my business. Why would I go up to help? Xiao Dust returned indifferently. In the past when he encountered this kind of situation, Xiao Dust would definitely make a move. But Yao Jinjie and Zhou Kai had just plotted to waste one of his hands. Xiao Dust would go to help them? Simply a joke. Xiao Chuan, you really are as timid as a mouse. You are simply a waste, Pang Meiting said angrily. At this moment, a wine bottle flew over and was about to hit Pang Meiting. Xiao Chuan was quick and held Pang Meiting's arm and dragged her into his arms, saying, "Don't worry, I'll protect you well." Although Pang Meiting wasn't a good bird, but she was after all the daughter of her mother-in-law's classmate, and for the sake of Pang Jianye, Xiao Chuan didn't want Pang Meiting to get hurt. "Ah, Xiao Chuan, you stinking rascal, hurry up and let go of me. I don't need your protection." Pang Meiting struggled vigorously in Xiao Chuan's arms. Her heart was filled with countless resentments. In her eyes, this punk Xiao Chuan was taking the opportunity to mooch off her oil and eat her tofu. But no matter how much Pang Meiting struggled, Xiao Chen's arms were like a vice, holding her to death. Zhou Kai's side was still continuing to fight with the nose-studded man and the others. Although Bo Yuanlong was a pampered rich second generation, he had also practiced sparring for a few years, and although his punching and kicking skills weren't great, they were still more than enough to deal with a few drunks. In a short while, the nose-stud man's companions were all knocked down by Bo Yuanlong. Yao Junjie even kicked the nose-stud man over to the ground, and then sat on him across the body and kept slapping him. "Nimas, serve or not? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Dare to make trouble in Brother Joe's venue. See if I don't beat you to death." Suddenly, Xiaodust coldly glimpsed a dragon head tattoo on the nose nail man's neck. This dragon head is so familiar. Xiaodust remembered a few days ago to go to the Spade K Bath Center. In the body of Abao also saw the same tattoo. Is it the nose nail man as the person of Duanjiu Tian? This can be interesting. In less than a few minutes, the nose stud man was beaten by Jun Yao. His nose was bruised and swollen, and he had half sobered up, and finally got up and gritted his teeth. "How dare you hit me? Dare to give your name? Listen carefully, my name is Yao Junjie. If you have the ability, you can call someone to kill me," Yao Junjie said disdainfully. "Good boy, if you have the ability, don't leave, wait here for me." After saying that, the nose stud man left angrily. Chapter 78, The Evil One. Seeing the nose stud man leave, Yao Jinjie had a smug look on his face. "Brother Zhou, are you alright?" "Elder brother Yao, I'm fine, thanks to you and Yuan Long for your timely intervention. I'll remember the friendship between the two of you. From now on, we're brothers in life and death. We'll enjoy the same blessings and suffer the same hardships. You guys can come to my bar anytime, and all of them will be free of charge," Zhou Kai said. "Then thank you first, Brother Zhou." Yao Junjie smiled and said, "Mei Ting, wasn't what I just did manly?" When Jun Yao turned his head to look at Pang Meiting, he instantly exploded with anger, only to see that Pang Meiting was lying in Xiao Chen's arms while Xiao Chen's arms were holding her in a deadly embrace. "Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go of Meiting." Yao Junjie glared at Xiao Chen with a face full of anger. "I'm protecting your girlfriend, shouldn't you thank me?" Xiao Chuan said as he let go of his hand. "You are simply a hooligan. How dare you hug my girlfriend while I'm not paying attention? And you want me to thank you? Believe it or not, I will beat you up right now." Yao Junjie made a gesture to go and hit Xiao Duan. Bo Yuanlong stopped a hand and said, "Junjie, forget it. What are you bothering with a punk for? It would be a loss of your status." After Pang Meiting broke free from Xiao Chuan's arms, she snapped and slapped him on the face and huffed, "Xiao Chuan, I didn't expect you to be a villain who takes advantage of people's danger. If I had known that, I wouldn't have introduced you to Bai's Pharmaceuticals. I was really blind." "Pang Meiting, don't go too far." Having inexplicably received a slap, Xiao Chen was very upset in his heart. "I'm excessive? Oh, you really have the face to say that. We all came over here to drink together and ran into trouble. Junjie and Yuanlong risked their lives to help Brother Zhou. And you? What are you doing? Not only did you hide on the sidelines like a shrunken head turtle, you also took the opportunity to hug me and touch me. Really shameless," Pang Meiting said. "I didn't touch you. Don't talk nonsense," Xiao Chen said. Pang Meiting continued, "Just now I slapped you. This matter is cleared. If there is a next time, I will definitely not spare you." Xiao Chuan did not expect that Pang Meiting would be this unreasonable. He was very depressed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. "Alright Meiting, don't care about him. This kind of person's life is just like this, destined to be a man with no future," Xia Meiwan said. Xiao Chen then spoke, "Pang Meiting, I advise you and Yao Junjie to leave here quickly. Just now that nose stud man's identity is not ordinary." Yao Junjie beat him up.
Waiting for him to bring someone in a while will be troublesome.
Pang Meiting exasperatedly said.
Xiao Chuan, if you want to leave, just leave. I have never seen a man as wimpy as you. Xiao Chuan, you goon, if you're scared you can get lost now. No one is stopping you. A little ground hooligan, you think I'm afraid of him? Really funny. Jun Yao disdainfully said. Zhou Kai next to him waved his hand and said, Jun Jie, you don't need to be afraid. This is my field. Just now I have ordered down. In a moment my bodyguards will be in place one after another. I would like to see who dares to touch a hair on your head today. Thank you, brother Zhou. As soon as Jun Yao heard that Zhou Kai's bodyguards were coming, he immediately became excited. Right at this moment, a dozen or so burly men with rubber rollers and tiger backs hurriedly rushed over and surrounded the card table, protecting Zhou Kai and the others in a very imposing manner. Xiao Chuan, look, these are all brother Zhou's bodyguards. What am I afraid of with them? In a moment, even if the nose stud man really brings someone, I will make them kneel down and sing conquest. Jun Yao said arrogantly. Xiao Dus looked at Yao Junjie like a little cutie. He looked at Junjie Yao and shook his head. Junjie Yao, don't be too cocky. The person you just messed with has a lot of power. I'm really afraid that you won't be able to close the deal. He. Xiao Chen, don't scare me here. I'm really not afraid. Jun Yao said. That's good. I'll wait and watch the show in a while. After saying that, Xiao Chen found a corner to sit down. Afterward, Zhou Kai and the others stopped paying attention to Xiao Dust, sat down and continued to drink and smoke. Half an hour later, the entire bar suddenly broke into dozens of men in black clothes and pants, holding machetes, directly running towards Zhou Kai's card seat. In the face of this sudden change, Zhou Kai and the others were so frightened that they hurriedly stood up. After dozens of black-clothed men surrounded Zhou Kai, the man with no studs who had just been brutally beaten up by Yao Junjie similarly appeared. Immediately after, a voice like a flood bell rang out behind the nose-studded man. Who just beat up my brother? Stand out for me. At this moment, a man who was nearly 2 meters tall, with a big waist, exploding muscles, and eyes filled with a murderous aura appeared in front of the crowd, and the man's neck was similarly tattooed with a dragon head. As if Zhou Kai recognized the man, he exclaimed, Master Tiger, why are you here? Chapter 79, South City Tiger Master. You are Boss Zhou, right? You dare to touch my brother. Very much not giving me face. Tiger's calloused hand gently patted Zhou Kai's face. Brother Tiger, he's your brother? Zhou Kai seemed to be in disbelief that the no-stud man's backer was actually Ahu. Longshan City Underground Emperor Duan Zhoutian has 2 generals under his command, Ah Bao and Ah Tiger. Ah Bao is responsible for the North City known as the North Badian. Ah Tiger is responsible for the South City known as the South Badian. And the night bar was opened in the South City, which is the turf of Ah Tiger. No one in the entire South City knows about mentioning Tiger's name, and no one dares to mess with it. Of course he is my brother. Master 9 asked me to take over South City. You, a small bar owner, dared to touch my people. Really live out of patience, who said in a murderous manner. Zhou Kai's bodyguards beside him had long been trembling in fear once they heard that this was the South City Tiger Master. Master Tiger, listen to my explanation. Zhou Kai's words had just been uttered when he was directly interrupted coldly by Tiger. People have been beaten by you. What are you still explaining to me? Do you think there is still a need to explain? Boom! Who kicked on Zhou Kai's belly? Zhou Kai wailed and fell on his knees. Cold sweat swished on his face. Shrimp, who else is the person who beat you? Who asked the nose-studded man. Nose-stud man pointed at Yao Junjie and said, Master Tiger, this kid hit me the hardest. You have to do it for me. Oh, just him? Tiger's sharp gaze at Yao Junjie. In the face of this ferocious gaze, Yao Junjie inwardly a burst of fear. A long time ago there is no overbearing appearance. Silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva said, Tiger, Master Tiger, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't even know that he is your brother otherwise how would I dare to move him Please Master Tiger, calm your anger. Kid, South City is my territory. Hitting my Nan Baishan's brother on my territory is hitting my face. Do you think I will let you off easily? Who asked with a cold smile. Master Tiger, please be magnanimous. My father's name is Yao Tian Rue. He also hung out in South City when he was young. I think you should have heard of his name. Please let me go for the sake of my father. Yao Junjie said. Oh, Yao Tian Rue is your father? Tiger was stunned. Master Tiger knows my father. That would be great. I think this matter should be settled today. Tomorrow I will personally visit the door with my father to make amends. Yao Junjie smiled apologetically. Who knows who slap on Yao Junjie's face? Disdain, grass. Yao Tianrui in my eyes counts for nothing Are some lowly punks? Even if he is here today also have to respect a cup of tea to me. Call me a tiger master. Receiving a slap from Ahu, Yao Junjie wanted to cry and didn't know what to do. Shrimp, what do you think about this today? I'll listen to your opinion. Who asked? The nose-studded man called a shrimp suddenly glanced at Pang Mei Ting and Xia Mei Wan,
stroked his chin and smiled wickedly, saying, Master Tiger, I think these two chicks are good. If these two girls can serve me tonight, this matter will be settled today. When Pang Meiting and Xia Meiwan heard this, they were scared out of their wits, and their legs kept shivering. Ah Hu glanced at the two, nodded and said, these two chicks are really good. Tonight we have one to open the meat. Got it. All listened to the arrangements of Master Tiger. Nose Stud Man said with a smile, Yuan Long, you quickly think of a way out? I don't want to be spoiled by them. Xia Meiwan tightly hugged Park Yuanlong's arm. Meiwan, it's okay, I'm here. Park Yuanlong stepped forward warily and said, Master Tiger, this is my girlfriend. You must not hurt her. I can give you money. I'll give you as much as you want. Tiger punched on the bridge of Bo Yuanlong's nose and said disdainfully, do you think I, Nan Batian, look like someone who lacks money? Get lost. There's no room for you to talk here. Park Yuanlong covered his face that was covered in blood and backed away in fear. Tie up these two women for me and send them to the hotel. With a wave of Ah Hu's hand, several men in black directly rushed towards Pang Meiting and Xia Meiwan. At this moment, only Xiao Chen in the corner could be heard shouting, all stop. Ah Hu was stunned. Just now, he only focused on dealing with Zhou Kai and Jun Yao. He didn't even notice that there was someone else in the corner of the card table. Who are you? Ah Hu only felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. You're Duan Zhoutian's man, right? I don't have a problem with you moving other people, but you can't move this woman. Xiao Chen pointed at Pang Meiting and said, you are? Looking at Xiao Chuan's cold face, Ah Hu suddenly froze and fell to his knees with a bang, exclaiming, Patriarch Xiao, why are you here? Chapter 80, Requesting Patriarch's Forgiveness. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Xiao Dust waved his hand in disgust. Yes, my subordinate will immediately leave. Please forgive Patriarch Xiao. Ah Hu got up and led the others to leave in a hurry. The scene that had just happened was too dramatic. Everyone was stunned. The titular South City Tiger Master had actually knelt down to Xiao Dust, and even called him a Grandmaster? This was too unbelievable. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2 whole minutes passed before Zhou Kai, Jun Yao, and the others came to their senses from the shock. Brother Zhou, what's going on? How did Xiao Chuan become a Zongsher? Jun Yao asked. How would I know? He is someone you brought in. Zhou Kai also felt a bit puzzled. Xia Meiwan said quietly from the side, I think it should be that Master Tiger recognized the wrong person. Right. Meiwan, you have a point. Xiao Chuan is just a sales runner from Bai's company. How could he be a Zong master? It must be that Master Tiger recognized the wrong person. Bo Yuanlong said, because Xiao Chuan was standing in the corner of the card table talking to Tiger, and the lighting in that location was rather dim. So Bo Yuanlong and the others felt that it must be that Master Tiger had mistaken the wrong person in a moment of carelessness. Pang Meiting looked at Xiao Chuan with an exasperated look and said, Xiao Chuan, don't think that I am grateful to you because you stood up to protect me. You just lied to Master Tiger and got into a big mess. If Master Tiger knows about this, he will not be able to forgive you. Even Master Tiger dared to lie. You really ate the heart of a bear and leopard's guts. Xiao Chuan coldly said, Pang Meiting, today I have already stepped in to save you twice. It is also considered to be the end of love. In the future, whether you are dead or alive has nothing to do with me, Xiao Chuan. After saying that, Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Kai and Jun Yao and continued, Zhou Kai, Jun Yao, you guys don't think that I don't know that you drugged me in the wine, and you want to waste one of my hands when you go out? You guys can try. After saying that, Xiao Chen took big steps towards the outside of the bar. Looking at Xiao Chen's departing back, Zhou Kai and the others' faces turned green for a while and white for a while. Jun Jie, how did Xiao Chen know about our scheme? Zhou Kai asked. How would I know? How does this kid know everything? Jun Jie Yao was also at a loss. Pang Meiting looked in the direction Xiao Chen left and suddenly fell into deep thought, as if she didn't recognize him anymore. There was a silver-gray Rolls-Royce parked in front of the night bar, with black-clothed men standing around it. Especially when the passers-by saw the 68 license plate, they were all scared and hid far away. In the car, Nanba Tiana, who was smoking a cigar, his face was a bit gloomy. The nose-studded man wanted to say something 3 times. He knew that this boss of his was most annoyed with other people disturbing him when he was smoking and thinking about things. Shrimp, if you have anything you want to ask, just ask. Ah Hu said as he exhaled a smoke ring. The nose-studded man curiously said, Master Tiger, why did you just kneel down in the bar? Who was that young man? He is Patriarch Xiao Chen. Tiger said, Patriarch Xiao Chen? What's his origin? The nose-studded man continued to ask. Ah Hu said, Shrimp, do you know what happened at the K of Spades clubhouse some time ago? No. The nose-studded man suddenly looked a bit gloomy. According to the rumors, at the Spade K clubhouse, a young man punched Master Panther into a vegetable with one punch, and also slapped Heavenly Eagle Sex Elder Mo to death with one palm.
Then do you know who that young man is? Ah, Hu asked a follow-up question. After something like this happened, Master 9 just blocked the news. I don't really know who that young man is. Could it be that young man just now?
The nose stud man broke out in a cold sweat.
It's him. This face is too familiar to me. Ah, Bao is my brother. After he was injured, he died in the hospital the same night. I've secretly scouted. It's this Xiao Chuan who did it, and now the 9 masters have also subjugated to him. Ah, Hu said. Never thought of it anymore.
This Xiao Chuan is so powerful that he was able to kill Master Leopard.
It's simply terrifying.
The nose stud man sucked in a mouthful of cold air and felt a wave of fear when he remembered the death-defying behavior he had just committed in the bar.
Master Tiger.
Although Xiao Dust has the ability of a Grandmaster and Master 9 is submissive to him, but Master Leopard is your own brother after all.
Can you swallow this breath?
The nose stud man asked. Can't swallow it but also have to swallow it hard. With my current strength I simply can't fight Xiao Dust.
Even if I really fight him to the death, the 9th master won't agree to it.
But the good thing is that he killed Elder Mo of the Heavenly Eagle sect,
and also beheaded the Heavenly Eagle sect's eldest disciple, Yi Wuqiu, in the Pill God Valley. I think that Lei Hong will definitely not let him go. I will utilize the Heavenly Eagle sect's hand to let Xiao Dust die without a burial place. Ah, Hu said while rubbing the cigar in his hand into a ball. Chapter 81, Invited. After Xiao Chuan returned home, he found his mother-in-law, Su Guifeng, holding a book and reading it with great interest. Mom, is late Qing asleep? Xiao Chuan asked. Oh, Xiao Chuan is back. Ah, evening Qing just went to sleep. How was work today? The working environment is quite good, right? Su Guifeng asked. Not bad, pretty good,
Xiao Chuan said back. Then you have to thank Mei Ting properly. If it wasn't for her help, I guess you wouldn't have been able to get into Bai's pharmaceuticals to work.
Su Guifeng said.
I should thank her properly,
Xiao Chen said expressionlessly. Mom, I'll go to bed first. You should rest early as well, Xiao Dust said. You go to sleep first. I'll read and study some more. Su Guifeng made notes while reading.
Xiao Duan felt strange.
How did Su Guifeng suddenly love studying so much? Mom, what kind of book are you reading? Xiao Chuan walked over and asked. You don't understand even if you say it. Hurry up and go to bed. Don't bother me, Su Guifeng said. General education on financial knowledge? Mom, how do you read such a book? Can you read it?
Xiao Chuan glanced at the title of the book and asked.
Can't read it but also have to read it. Ah, you don't manage your money. You don't care about you. That day Duan Jiutian sent $5 million. I deposited it in the bank, and came back to count it carefully. The interest rate is too low, and I feel that it is not cost effective, so I thought of learning financial knowledge, so that the money will generate money. Su Guifeng said. Mom, it seems that you are quite economically minded. Xiao Chen smiled. Su Guifeng continued. I always feel that this $5 million stored in the bank can't run away from inflation. The money depreciates year after year. I don't want to sit on my ass, so I must learn more about financial management, so that I can be rich. In addition to reading and learning, I also added a lot of financial groups. Follow the group to learn financial knowledge, and know a lot of like-minded friends. Mom, the water of financial management is very deep, especially those groups you added. There are all kinds of people. Don't be cheated, Xiao Chuan advised. I understand. I won't be fooled. Just don't worry, Su Guifeng said. Alright then, I'll go to bed first. After saying that, Xiao Chen walked back to his room. After closing the door to his room, Xiao Chuan opened his cell phone and searched the internet for recent antique auctions, hoping to try his luck and see if he could buy the soul tool he needed. Right now, he only had 2 goals. The first one was to find a suitable soul artifact as soon as possible to invoke the soul of Li Evening Qing, so that she could get well quickly. The second one was to take revenge. The Zhao family of Longdu and the Feng family of Longshan. These 2 evil families had caused his family to almost break up and die, so if he didn't take this revenge, he wouldn't be a human being. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered over the past 5 years, Xiao Chen's heart was aching and he almost pinched his cell phone. At this moment, Sun Zhengda's phone unexpectedly called in. What is this old man doing calling my cell phone at night when he is not sleeping? Xiao Chuan was stunned, but still picked it up. Elder son, something is wrong? Xiao Chuan asked. Mr. Xiao, I am really sorry for disturbing your rest at this late hour. Sun Zhengda slightly apologized. There is no need for elder son to be polite. If you have something to say, just say it, Xiao Chuan said. Mr. Xiao, it's like this. Do you know about the recent old city renovation project in our city? Sun Zhengda asked. Of course I know. You are talking about the project that Hong Kong businessman Wan Yut is in charge of, right? Xiao Dust said. Yes, it's that project. Boss Wan subcontracted a piece of land in the Western District to a friend of mine. My friend is more of a believer in feng shui,
so he asked me to help look for a feng shui master to go ahead and look at this property and give him some pointers.
And I thought of you right away,
so I took the liberty of making this call to you,
Sun Zhengde said. Elder Sun means to let me go and help with the feng shui? How would I know about this? Xiao Chen smiled.
Sun Zhengde busily said.
Mr. Xiao, don't be modest.
You helped Liang Jinlong to kill the evil spirits of foreign lands, swallowed the 5 golden mango characters of heaven and earth,
wind, fire, and thunder at the Lake Heart Manor,
and reportedly helped Boss Wan invoke his soul at the hospital to bring him back to life.
So how is it possible that you won't be able to look at feng shui with your heavenly mighty means? Fearing that Xiao Chuan would refuse, Sun Zhengde said again.
Mr. Xiao, my friend would like to pay $1 million. I won't take a single penny of this money. It's all yours. I'll just earn a favor from my friend.
You mustn't refuse. Alright then, since Elder Sun has opened his mouth, I will go and take a look. Xiao Chen did not want to make things difficult for Sun Zhengde, so he opened his mouth and agreed. Good, the time is set for tomorrow morning. I will pick you up at that time.
Sun Zhengde said.
Yes, the car that picks me up is far away from my house. I don't want my mother-in-law to see it, Xiao Chuan said. Old me understands. Mr. Xiao, you rest first. I won't bother you. After saying that,
Sun Zhengde hung up the phone respectfully.
The next day,
Sun Zhengde arrived as promised, and then Xiao Chuan drove towards the western district.
After arriving at his destination,
Xiao Dust suddenly saw a familiar figure as soon as he got out of the car and was startled violently.
Why is he here as well? Chapter 82, The Visitor is Not Good.
Only to see that on the construction site, a middle-aged man was talking about something with an old man wearing a brown robe with a fairy-like appearance. The middle-aged man was none other than Pang Mating's father,
Pang Jianye.
Sun Zhengde did not notice Xiao Duan's astonished appearance and walked directly towards Pang Jianye,
and Xiao Duan slowly followed. Mr. Pang, I'm here. Sun Zhengde smiled and said.
Oh, Elder Sun, you're here? I thought you couldn't come today.
Pang Jianye smiled and said. Mr. Pang is joking.
How can I dare to play around with such a big thing as reading feng shui?
This is not overnight to help you find a real master,
Sun Zhengde said.
Oh, that's really great. Where is the master? Pang Jianye asked. This is not being behind me. Mr. Xiao,
please show yourself,
Sun Zhengde said as he took a step sideways and stood aside. Xiao Dust, how could it be you? Pang Jianye exclaimed. It's me, Uncle Pang. Hello again. Xiao Dust gave a polite greeting. Didn't you already go to work in the sales department of Bai's Pharmaceutical? How did you run here? Pang Jianye was puzzled. You'll have to ask Elder Sun about that. He's the one who told me to come. Xiao Chen smiled and said. Listening to the conversation between the two,
Sun Zhengde was dumbfounded.
The two of them actually knew each other? The hallowed patriarch Xiao had actually gone to work as a salesman? This was simply heavenly. Mr. Pang, you and Xiao Chen know each other?
Sun Zhengde asked.
Pang Jianye nodded and said. Yes, we know each other and just met yesterday. His mother-in-law is my classmate, so that's how it is. Sun Zhengde only felt that the world was surprisingly so small. Just Pang Jianye was slightly disappointed. Sun Zhengde was his friend, also a professor of Longshan University, mixing in the antique circle for dozens of years,
knowing quite a few feng shui metaphysics masters.
This time,
his company had just contracted this piece of land and was preparing to develop a new building, so he asked Sun Zhengde to help find a feng shui master, and didn't think that he would have found Xiao Chuan.
Uncle Pang, you're responsible for this property? Xiao Chuan asked. Yes, our company is responsible for real estate development. Thanks to the love of Hong Kong businessman Boss Wan,
he subcontracted this piece of land in the western city area to our company. The whole company attaches great importance to this project,
and I don't want to make any mistakes, so I asked someone to come over to take a look at the feng shui before starting the construction. Pang Jianye said. I know Wan Yud, so if Uncle Pang needs anything,
I can help greet him,
Xiao Chuan said. Xiao Chuan,
it's best if you don't talk nonsense with words like that.
Pang Jianye felt a wave of speechlessness.
He always felt that Xiao Dust was too capable of bragging. Yesterday he had said with conviction that he had a villa in Blue Moon Lake,
and now he even said that he knew Hong Kong businessman Wan Yud? There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me, Xiao Chen said.
Sun Zhengde on the side wanted to explain, but in the end did not dare to say more, and in his heart, he was only anxious for Pang Jianye. Old Pang, old Pang. It seems that you haven't gotten to the bottom of Patriarch Xiao yet. The immortal old man looked a little angry when he saw that Pang Jianye was only focusing on chatting with Xiao Chuan,
neglecting him, and said in a bad tone, Boss Pang, it seems that you're quite busy. Why don't you ask me to leave now and come back another day? Please don't be angry. Master. Pang Jianye pacified Master He and introduced. Master He, this is my dear friend, Professor Sun Zhengde of Longshan University, Elder Sun. This is the famous feng shui master at home and abroad. Master He Kuei Long He, and this young man is my classmate's son-in-law named Xiao Chun. My humble servant, Sun Zhengde, has met Master He,
Sun Zhengde said respectfully. It was only Xiao Chuan's gaze that lingered on He Kuei Long for a moment, slightly nodding his head as having met him. He Kuei Long was incomparably furious. As a feng shui master, wherever he went, he was not surrounded by people. Now that he was being ignored by a young man, it was simply a slap in his face. Humph, how outrageous. He Kuei Long waved his sleeve towards Xiao Chuan, and Xiao Chuan's divine sense suddenly felt a burst of black mist swooping towards him, and the black mist was like a spirit snake, drilling into between his eyebrows in an instant. Xiao Chen twisted his fingers and choked his knuckles, reciting a spell silently, and swallowed the black mist without moving. The overtures between the two were not known to the onlookers. Looking at Xiao Chuan, who did not seem to notice his own tactics just now, He Kuei Long smiled coldly and thought in his heart, Xiao Chuan, after being hit by my poisonous mist, you will definitely die tonight. Xiao Dust glanced at He Kuei Long's sinister smile, and shuddered inwardly. This person had moved to kill just because he had not saluted and greeted him, so it seemed that he was not a good person. Pang Jianye did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse for him to invite such a person to come to look at the feng shui. Chapter 83, A Sign of Great Evil. Boss Pang, it's an auspicious time. If you want me to read feng shui, then hurry up and start now, He Kuei Long said. Then I'll be grateful to Master He. Pang Jianye immediately led He Kuei Long around the construction site. Seeing He Kuei Long holding a bagua compass, walking here and there, stopping and nodding from time to time, he had the appearance of a worldly superior. The guy who plays with metaphysics, Xiao Dust disdain, next to Sun Zhengde quietly asked, Mr. Xiao, this site you see what doorway? I can see a little. This construction site is a place of great evil. There are 18 corpses and bones buried right under our feet. Xiao Chen gently stomped the ground. When these words came out, Sun Zhengde was so scared that he almost jumped up and said nervously, Mr. Xiao, there are corpses and bones buried under this ground? This is too terrifying. What's even more terrifying is over there. Xiao Chuan reached out and pointed to not far away, a row of offices that were temporarily built up with wooden boards, only to see a sinister and evil aura permeating the air above. What's going on over there? Sun Zhengde asked fearfully. Xiao Chen was just about to open his mouth when the two of them, Pang Jianye and He Kuei Long, had already walked back. Boss Pang, just now, I have already carefully surveyed. This place is located by the mountains and the water. There is a trend of tigers and dragons. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth are all converging here. It is really a precious land, so we can start the construction, He Kuei Long said. Really? That would be great. Pang Jianye was very excited. Being able to get Master He's approval, it seemed that this place was by no means ordinary. Suddenly, Sun Zhengde immediately stopped it. Mr. Pang can't. This place is a place of great evil. You can't start construction. Ah, elder son, why do you say that? Pang Jianye was perplexed. Sun Zhengde pointed at Xiao Chen and said, This is all what Mr. Xiao said. Please think twice. General Manager Pang, are you saying that this is all from Xiao Dust? Pang Jianye frowned slightly and said, Elder son, Xiao Dust is just a door-to-door son-in-law of my classmate's family. He doesn't know anything about feng shui at all. How can you believe what he said? Xiao Chuan stepped forward and said, Uncle Pang, this place really can't be easily started. Please, you must believe me. Before Pang Jianye could state his position, He Kuei Long stared sharply at Xiao Chuan and said in a ferocious tone, Xiao Chuan, how dare you, a milquetoast brat, question the old man's words. On what basis do you say that this place can't be started? It's simple, because this is a cemetery, Xiao Dust said. Boom! These words scared Pang Jianye so much that he almost fell to the ground. They engaged in real estate development. Their greatest fear was to develop a place that was a cemetery. For one thing, it was unlucky, and for another, once the news leaked out, no one would dare to buy it even if a high building was built in this place. Since Xiao Chuan pierced through this layer of window paper, He Kuei Long didn't hide anything and opened his mouth. Xiao Chuan, do you think I can't see that this place is a cemetery? Since ancient times, all cemeteries would be chosen in a feng shui treasure land. Since the graves have already been moved, what's wrong with building another property on this feng shui treasure land? Xiao Chuan smiled indifferently and said, At your level, you are also worthy of being a feng shui master? Although this used to be a feng shui treasure land, but over the centuries the feng shui here has long been destroyed by the graves. On top of that, there are 18 corpses and bones buried underneath the ground. Could this be the treasure land that you are talking about? And the greater evil omen is here. Xiao Chuan walked slowly towards the temporary office and stopped and said, Uncle Pang, there is something buried underneath this ground. Ah, there's something buried underneath this? What things? Pang Jianye shivered in fear and asked fearfully. He Kuei Long's face visibly changed as he hurriedly scolded. Xiao Chuan, what are you babbling about?
Could it be that you have perspective eyes? How could you know that there is something buried under this ground? Simply ridiculous. Boss Pang, you don't have to listen to this kid, he's just messing around here. Xiao Chuan's flame pupil technique had already been practiced to perfection, and he clearly saw a red lacquered coffin buried under the ground, which contained a guillotine knife engraved with curses, and the body of the knife was wrapped in yellow paper. This guillotine knife should be the previous dynasty vegetable market cut off the prisoner's head of the knife, full of fury and resentment, but also by the corpse oil soaked for a period of time, has long turned into a great evil thing, and buried the knife of this place is the entire site of the aura convergence of the spiritual eye position. The knife buried in this place is clearly want to put the construction of the people to death. Pang Jianya frowned and asked, Xiao Chen, is what you said true? Uncle Pang, I feel that someone is messing with you behind your back. Hurry up and let the workers dig out what's buried in the ground, or else within 7 days, you're bound to bleed to death, and after you die, your soul will be imprisoned here, and you won't be able to transcend your life for eternity, Xiao Dust asserted. Chapter 84, Unhappy Breakup. Xiao Chen's words directly scared Pang Jianya to the ground. Better to believe it than not. Pang Jianya didn't want to encounter an unwarranted disaster, and directly gave an order to the worker next to him. Old Zhang, you find 2 excavators to dig this place up for me. Yes, Mr. Pang. The worker called Old Zhang hurriedly went to find the excavators. As soon as he saw that Pang Jianya was about to get real, he Kuei Long hurriedly stopped him. Boss Pang, you can't do that. This is the location of the spiritual eye of the entire construction site. Now that the construction is about to begin, if you move the spiritual eye, you will be in big trouble. Master but what if there really is something unclean buried down here? Pang Jianye asked fearfully. Mr. Pang, you mustn't listen to Xiao Chen's nonsense. I'm a famous feng shui master at home and abroad. Could it be that you don't even believe in my words to believe in the words of a brat? He Kuei Long said. This, Pang Jianye was momentarily speechless, and for a moment he couldn't decide whether or not to dig this place. Seeing Pang Jianye's dilemma, He Kuei Long directly grasped the opportunity and put him on the spot. Mr. Pang, if you don't believe in the words of the old man has nothing to say. He will leave now, only in the future. If you have any more situations in this construction site, the old man doesn't care. After saying that, He Kuei Long whisked his sleeve and was about to leave. Seeing that He Kuei Long was really angry, Pang Jianyi hurriedly ran forward, pulled his sleeve and said, Master please calm down. I listen to you. I won't dig up this spiritual eye, okay? He Kuei Long let out a long breath. His hanging heart instantly released. Spoke, Mr. Pang, that's right. You can rest assured and boldly start the construction. I guarantee that this property will become the most valuable in the entire Longshan city, and your company will be able to earn a lot of money. Then, thank you Master He in advance. Between Xiao Dust and He Kuei Long, Pang Jianya finally chose to believe in He Kuei Long. After all, his reputation was renowned overseas, and he was also the feng shui master appointed by the entire company's board of directors after researching and deciding, so he would not be able to explain to the company if he offended He Kuei Long this time. He Kuei Long looked at Xiao Chuan with contempt, as if he was saying inwardly, Kid, you want to fight with me? Oh, you are still a bit young. Xiao Chuan helplessly shook his head, always felt that this He Kuei Long had a feeling of villainy, and opened his mouth to say, You've been blocking Uncle Pang from digging this place. I'm afraid that what's buried underneath has nothing to do with you, right? Upon hearing this, He Kuei Long's face was slightly tense, and he busily said, Brat, what are you babbling about? How dare you falsely accuse me? What are your intentions? Afterwards, He Kuei Long said to Pang Jianye, Boss Pang, this bastard Xiao Chuan has ruined my reputation by spitting blood. Today there is him but not me. You see to it. Uncle Pang, I didn't spit blood. I think this matter. Before Xiao Chuan could finish his sentence, Pang Jianye directly interrupted him with an angry face. Xiao Chuan, shut up. Master He is a famous overseas feng shui master. How can you be allowed to make up your own mind here? Hurry up and go back to work. I've said what I need to say. That's all I have to say. Since Uncle Pang doesn't listen to my advice, I'm leaving now, so take care of yourself. After saying that, Xiao Chen waved his hand towards Pang Jianye and an invisible magic seal was struck into his body to protect him safe and sound. Then he walked towards the outside of the construction site. Sun Zhengde hurriedly shouted, Mr. Xiao, wait for a moment, I will drive you. Pang Jianye pulled Sun Zhende's arm and said, Elder son, leave him alone. It's rare for you to come to me once. Let's have a drink after we're done in a while. Sun Lao, just stay here. My company is closer to here. I'll just walk. As he spoke, Xiao Chen's figure had already disappeared in the crowd's line of sight. Hey, old Pang you. Sun Zhengde was very helpless. He had managed to invite Xiao Chuan over to look at the feng shui, but it turned out to be such a mess.
After that, Kuei Long and Pang Jianye exchanged pleasantries for 10 minutes and left the construction site joyfully after collecting $1 million in favor fees.
Seeing Master He leave, Pang Jianye directly led Sun Zhengde towards the temporary office. In the office, Pang Jianye took out a bottle of good wine from the safe and laughed. "Son, old man, you can really come. Look at this, 100,000 bottles of top-quality Maotai wine. Mr. Pang, do you think it's appropriate for you to kick out Xiaoqin just like this?" Sun Zhengde opened his mouth and said, "Elder son, don't mention that kid. He doesn't know how to read feng shui at all. Come, let's drink." Pang Jianye poured wine while dispatching the chef at the construction site to fix a few dishes for drinking. Two people are addicted to alcohol. Less than half an hour. A bottle of white wine will see the bottom. Sun Zhengde face red. Pang Jianye also some drunkenness. "Mr. Pang, how do I always feel that this office is gloomy? As if I'm in the middle of an ice cellar? It can't be that Mr. Xiao has really hit the nail on the head, right? Are there really unclean things buried under this ground?" Chapter 85, Digging 3 Feet. At this time in June midsummer, outside the sun is hot. The whole office is very cold. The two drank a high degree of white wine. The body should be hot, but at this time but feel cold hands and feet. Sun Zhengde said so. Pang Jianye body a jolt. Seems to be a little afraid. "Son, old, you say so? I also feel this office in the strange. Always feel like the body back people. Just like the ghost presses on the bed. All over the body uncomfortable. Mr. Pang, if I look at it, let's just dig and see. In case there is really something unclean buried under the ground. That's going to be a big mess in the future." Sun Zhengde said. But Master, he said that this is the location of the spiritual eye of the entire construction site, so it can't be moved. Pang Jianye voiced his concerns. "Mr. Pang, although Master he is a highly respected feng shui master, I trust Mr. Zhao's words more. If you still consider me a friend, you can't go wrong if you order someone to dig it up," Sun Zhengde said. But, just as Pang Jianye was in a dilemma, suddenly a loud bang came from outside with a boom. Immediately followed by a loud scream. "What's wrong? Did something happen outside?" Pang Jianye was alarmed. At this moment, the door to the office was slammed open with a bang and a man with a red helmet and a face full of blood hurriedly barged in. "Foreman Wang, what's wrong with you? What happened outside?" Seeing his man in this state, Pang Jianye was also really taken aback. Foreman Wang gasped and said, "Mr. Pang, it's not good. The tower crane collapsed outside. 3 of my brothers were smashed and broke their legs, and my face was also opened up with a gash. Go out and take a look." Pang Jianye and Sun Zhengde hurriedly went out to check. The moment they walked out of the office, they were instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. The tower crane that was just fine had long since collapsed with a bang, and underneath it pressed 3 workers who were covered in blood. What surprised Pang Jianye the most was that the tower crane had almost collapsed the office by less than a meter, meaning that he and Sun Zhengde had accidentally retrieved a life while drinking inside. My god! Pang Jianye sucked in a mouthful of cold air, not realizing that if it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Chuan had struck a magic seal on him when he left, at this moment, Pang Jianye would have died. Foreman Wang, quickly call 120. Immediately send the worker brothers to the hospital. Cure their injuries at all costs. All medical expenses are fully covered by the company. Pang Jianye shouted. Yes, Mr. Pang. Foreman Wang immediately called for an ambulance, and in about 20 minutes, the ambulance came to the construction site with its siren blaring and took the injured workers away. Didn't Master he say that this is a precious land? How could something like this happen? It almost killed someone. Pang Jianye's hand shivered as he pulled out a cigarette, slowly lighting it and taking a sharp drag to calm his inner tension. Mr. Pang, what Mr. Xiao said is true. This place is evil. There must be something evil and sneaky buried underneath the ground of the office. You must now immediately arrange for someone to carry out the excavation. There can't be any more delays, or else if there really is a death, the entire project will come to a halt. Sun Zhengde persuaded. Alright, elder son, I'll listen to you. Pang Jianye hurriedly shouted. Old Zhang, hurry up and have your men dig up the office floor for me. I want to see what the hell is buried underneath this. Yes, Mr. Pang. After receiving Pang Jianye's instructions, as the captain of the site's engineering team, Old Zhang immediately got 2 large excavators to dig. Rumble. The excavators dismantled the office and the huge hook shovels kept digging into the ground. Pang Jianye and Sun Zhengde stood to the side, watching all of this in front of them with unblinking eyes. At this moment, the entire sky was suddenly cloudy, and after the sound of thunder, it suddenly rained heavily. Mr. Pang, it's raining. I think you'd better quickly find a place to take shelter from the rain. When something is dug out, I'll notify you immediately. Old Zhang said. No, I have to wait until something is dug out before I leave. Tell your people not to stop. Keep digging. Pang Jianye said. Alright then. Old Zhang knew that he couldn't persuade Pang Jianye, so he could only force himself to let the excavator continue digging. 1 meter, 2 meters. When the excavator dug to a depth of 4 or 5 meters, it still didn't dig up anything. Could it be that there's nothing down here? Pang Jianye muttered. Sun Zhengde at the side also looked a bit embarrassed. Could it be that Mr. Xiao really looked away? Dig 2 more meters and give up if you haven't dug up anything yet. Pang Jianye was soaked to the bone in the roiling rain, freezing and shivering. Yes, Mr. Pang, old Zhang said back. Another 20 minutes had passed, and by now the entire ground had been dug to a depth of over 6 meters, but still nothing suspicious had been found. Elder son, I think we'd better go. There's nothing unclean underneath this ground at all, and I think the accident that just occurred was all just a coincidence. Pang Jianye said. That's all right then. Sun Zhengde shook his head and got in the car with Pang Jianye and hurriedly left the construction site. Just as the two of them had just left for less than a minute, the excavator's large shovel suddenly made a bang sound, as if it had touched some hard object. Captain Zhang, we've dug it. There really is something down here, the excavator master shouted excitedly. Chapter 86, There's something underground. Ha, there's really something down there? Quickly, put more effort into digging it out for me, old Zhang ordered. Rumble. The excavator continued to dig hard, and after a few shovels went down, the excavator master was dumbfounded, only to see a large stone as red as blood appear inside the large pit. Zhang, Captain Zhang, there's a big stone here, the excavator master said. Old Zhang took a look and exasperatedly said, Grass, I thought I had dug up some treasure. I was about to take credit with Mr. Pang. You dug up a stone, yelling my ass. Hurry up and fill up the pit. It's raining so hard. I don't want to freeze here. Under no circumstances, the excavator master can only a shovel will be dug out of the soil to fill back. A strange thing happened. Just after the excavator master filled the soil pit, the pouring rain just now suddenly stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, the sun also came out, as if it had not rained just now. Just this unusual situation did not attract the attention of old Zhang. Xiao Chuan had just returned to buy pharmaceuticals when he suddenly realized that there was a beautiful girl sitting at his workstation. The girl was dressed in white, tall, with fair skin and a round face that looked like a porcelain doll. Very cute. May I ask who you are? Xiao Chuan asked as he walked to the girl's side. The girl was drinking Wanzai milk with her head down when she suddenly heard someone shouting at her, and hurriedly raised her head to have a 4-eye stare with Xiao Chuan. Ha, big brother, do you have something to do? The girl's pair of beautiful big eyes flickered as she looked at Xiao Chuan, her face slightly red. This workstation is mine. Are you sitting in the wrong place? Xiao Chuan said. The girl was suddenly confused and directly looked at her work tag, which had the number 5 written on it, and then looked at the number on the workstation which had 6 written on it, so it was obvious that she was sitting in the wrong position. Big brother, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and sat in your seat. Sorry. Oh. The girl got up with an apologetic face and then sat in her seat. Xiao Dus smiled and said, It's okay, are you new here? Yes, hello big brother, my name is Shuiziki, just call me Chi-Chi. Shuiziki smiled sweetly, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. Hello sister Ziki, my name is Xiao Chuan, I've also just arrived. Xiao Chuan introduced himself. Shuiziki also did not know why, but when she first saw Xiao Chen, she felt very warm and secure, and was also very happy to chat with Xiao Chen. As for Xiao Chuan, he also felt that Shuiziki was a particularly well-behaved and kind girl, and chatted with her to get along. The two of them had just chatted for less than 5 minutes, when suddenly a gloomy voice came from behind them. Xiao Chuan, you are late today, you know? Not only that, you also chat with the new female colleague during work hours. Simply lawless. Penalize you $500, deducted from the salary. Do you have any opinion? The one who spoke was none other than Yao Junjie. You are the manager. I have nothing to say. Xiao Chen knew that Yao Junjie wanted to fine him. He could only take it. Who made him the manager of the sales department? Yao Junjie was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Duan to agree so painfully. Looks like you still know the rules. After Jun Yao finished speaking, he rested his gaze on Shuiziki and licked his lips as if he was thinking about something. Originally, Shuiziki, as a fresh college graduate majoring in accounting, applied for a job at Bice Pharmaceuticals and successfully applied for a position in the finance department. Who had thought that he would be taken by a glance by Junjie Yao, and in order to be able to have more contact with the goddess, Junjie Yao used his connections in the company to transfer Shuiziki to the sales department. Even though Zhang Yao was now pursuing Pang Mei Ting, for a playboy like him, as long as it was a beautiful woman he wanted to get his hands on her, so he was very angry when he saw Xiao Chen and Shuiziki chatting passionately. At this moment, Pang Mei Ting also walked over and said, Xiao Chuan, what's wrong with you? You can be late for a shift. Are you a pig? Can't get up in the morning? Xiao Dust returned.
if I say that I went to the construction site in the western city center this morning to help your father with his feng shui?
Do you believe me? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Pang Meiting burst out laughing. Xiao Chuan, Xiao Chuan, you're really good at lying. You're the only one who can read feng shui?
That old sow would have gotten up a tree.
There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me, Xiao Chuan said.
Gu, Junjie, this man is the Xiao Chen you told me about, right?
TSK, pretty average.
A sharp female voice sounded behind Xiao Chuan, only to see a woman with a somewhat snarky look slowly walking over.
Sister Sun,
this is Xiao Dust.
Xiao Dust,
this is manager Sun Qingfang's son.
Hurry up and get up and greet her. Zhu Niao said, my legs hurt. It's inconvenient. Xiao Chuan did not even pay attention to Sun Qingfang. Yao Junjie was very angry.
Sun Qingfang is the real boss of the sales department. Some time ago, because of giving birth to a child, took half a year maternity leave.
During this time,
Yao Junjie succeeded her, temporarily became the manager of the sales department. This time Sun Qingfang came back. He can only obediently give up the position of the boss, continue to be his deputy manager. Even he is afraid of the woman.
Xiao Dust even ignored. It is simply a death wish. Sister Sun, look at him. Too rude.
Zhu Niao added more fuel to the fire.
Xiao Chuan right. You disrespect your boss like this. There will be good things for you in the future.
Sun Qingfang gritted her teeth in anger. She had just returned to the company after her maternity leave,
but she was looked down upon by a new employee.
She felt her lungs were about to explode.
Chapter 87, Threats. Are you threatening me? Xiao Chen asked. Threatening you? Oh, someone like you deserves to be threatened by me? Just wait, there will be good fruit for you to eat. After saying that, Sun Qingfang returned to the office in a huff. Xiao Chuan, you're finished. How dare you mess with Sister Sun? Don't want to have a good time in Bai Clan Pharmaceutical in the future. Zhu Niao said. The manager of the sales department still wants to take personal revenge?
Xiao Dust smiled playfully.
That's not necessarily true. Anyway, you are considered to have fallen into Sister Sun's hands this time. Sun Qingfang was a narrow-minded person,
and this time when Xiao Chuan had run afoul of her,
Yao Junjie dared to assert that in less than a week, Xiao Chuan would definitely be fired. Pang Meiting advised, Xiao Dust,
you should hurry over now and apologize to Sister Sun and treat her to a big meal tonight. Maybe she will spare you once she gets soft.
Don't you persuade me?
I haven't done anything wrong and will not apologize to her,
Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Pang Meiting instantly became angry and said angrily, Xiao Chen, you are simply unbelievable. People like you will not be able to eat in society,
and your path will get narrower and narrower.
I don't care. Xiao Chuan lightly returned.
As the chairman of Bai's Pharmaceutical, Xiao Chuan felt that this company had a lot of problems. The middle leaders used were also some people with no morals and no ability,
and he didn't know how Bai Nana managed before.
He felt the need to find a chance to clean up the gateway.
Xiao Chen, you! Pang Meiting was dumbfounded by the anger. Yao Junjie was busy saying, Meiting, why are you concerned about Xiao Chen? People like him aren't worth getting angry about. Tonight is your birthday. Keep a good mood. Don't get anxious and angry. Well, I know Junjie. Thank you for caring. It's still you who is good to me. After saying that, Pang Meiting looked at Xiao Chuan irritably and said, tonight on my birthday, you have to go. Don't think that it's me who wants to invite you. It's my father's intention. After that,
Pang Meiting and Zhu Niao returned to their jobs.
Pang Meiting's birthday banquet.
Xiao Chen did not want to go to attend.
Since this was Pang Jianya's intention,
he could not refuse without looking at the face of the monk.
Seeing that no one was around, Shuiziki said with an embarrassed face, Brother Xiao Chuan, I'm sorry, because you chatted with me, you were fined by the leader. It's none of your business. You don't need to blame yourself. Xiao Chuan relieved. That won't do. I am also responsible. Let's share the same blessings and difficulties. The company fined you 500. I will take half of it for you. Shuiziki pulled out a snow-white wallet from her bag, took out a few bills from it and placed them in front of Xiao Duan, saying, this is $250. He. Why does it feel like this number is weird? Shuiziki also knew that it was not good to give 250 directly. There was a suspicion of cursing, so she pulled out another coin and placed it on top, saying, nah, I'll give you $251, so that the number is auspicious. Ziki, you'd better take the money back. You just graduated from college and joined the workforce and probably don't have much money. Keep it for dinner. Xiao Chuan smiled. He did not expect this little girl to be so cute. No, if you don't take it back I will blame myself until I can't eat. Shuiziki said. Alright then, in that case then I will accept it. Xiao Chuan knew that if he didn't accept this money, Shuiziki would definitely be unhappy. Since that was the case then he would accept it first. Anyway, he was the boss behind Bai's Pharmaceuticals, and in the future, when Shuiziki passed the internship period, he would give her a raise in her salary, and promote her to the finance department as a manager.
Coincidentally, this scene happened to be seen by Pang Meiting. Xiao Chuan, you are really shameless. You were fined $500 by the company, and you still want someone else's money from a little girl. Are you still a man? Sister Meiting, it's not what you think. Actually, Shuiziki was just about to prepare to explain for Xiao Chuan, but was directly disliked by Pang Meiting. Shut up, you're a newcomer. There's no room for you to speak here. Shuiziki looked a bit aggrieved, but was still too scared to speak again. When the other colleagues in the company saw this scene, they all cast strange gazes at Xiao Chuan, pointing at him and discussing. Xiao Dust had a helpless look on his face. It was the first time in his life that he had gone to work and he did not expect the office to be so complicated. Seeing that Xiao Chuan seemed unhappy, Shuiziki had an apologetic face. Brother Xiao Chuan, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have given you the money so blatantly, making my colleagues misunderstand you. It's fine, men's chests are propped up by grievances. This small matter is not on my mind at all, Xiao Chuan said. When I get paid, I will definitely treat you to a big meal. Shuiziki said, good then, I'll wait for you to treat me to a big meal. Xiao Chuan smiled. The day passed by quickly, and near the end of the day, Junyao suddenly stood up and loudly announced, tonight is my girlfriend Pang Meiting's birthday, and in order for you to be enough to give her an unforgettable birthday, I've booked the most luxurious hotel in our Longshan city. Where is it? Everyone asked curiously. Yes Junjie, you said you booked a hotel for me and have been refusing to tell me which one you booked. Now you can always say it. Pang Meiting asked. Everyone listen up. The hotel I booked for Meiting is the Wanghai Grand Restaurant. Jun Yao shouted. Oh my god. Manager Yao actually booked the Wanghai Grand Restaurant. Bullish. Big spend. Manager Yao actually booked such a high-class hotel for Meiting's birthday. It's simply true love. Everyone was surprised. Pang Meiting was even more delighted. Her face was slightly flushed and she said daintily, Junjie, thank you. Meiting, you don't have to be polite to me. Sooner or later we are all family. I want to make you the happiest woman in this world. After saying that, Junyao deliberately looked at Xiao Chuan again and said disdainfully, Xiao Chuan, people like you probably won't be able to set foot in the Wanghai restaurant for half a step in your lifetime. But tonight you can follow me and get some light. The words caused everyone present to burst into laughter. Xiao Dust felt funny when he looked at Junyao's complacent posture, not realizing that a few days ago, Liang Jinlong had already transferred the Wanghai restaurant to his name. Chapter 88, Little Cutie. It's just the Wanghai restaurant. Is there anything to be proud of? I just went there for dinner last time, Xiao Chuan said indifferently. Xiao Chuan, can you die without bragging? Wanghai restaurant consumes so much. Can someone like you afford to eat there? It's really ridiculous. Yao Junjie sneered. Sun Qingfang similarly spoke. Xiao Chuan, do you know that Wanghai restaurant is a landmark building in the entire Longshan city? A Michelin 5-star hotel. The boss behind the scenes is the city's head of Hu Xingtai's brother-in-law Liang Jinlong. How dare you say that you've gone there to have a meal at this kind of level of hotel? Talking big is not afraid of flashing your tongue. Now Liang Jinlong is no longer the owner of Wanghai restaurant. Wanghai restaurant has changed ownership, Xiao Dust said. Ha 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 ha. Sun Qingfang burst out laughing. The Wanghai restaurant has changed ownership? How come I didn't know that? It won't change you to the owner, right? That might be possible, Xiao Chuan said. But, ha 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 ha. When these words came out, everyone burst out laughing and looked at him like a little cutie. Looking at Xiao Chuan like that, geez, is this Xiao Dust out of his mind? Does he know what he's saying? Let me tell you all a joke. The boss behind the Wanghai restaurant is Xiao Dust. Ha 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 ha. Sister Sun, I suggest sending Xiao Dust to a psychiatric hospital for an appraisal to see if he's delusional. The sounds of ridicule were endless. Only Shuiziki gently pulled Xiao Chen's sleeve and said softly, Brother Xiao Chen, Ziki, you don't have to worry for me. Xiao Chuan comforted. Shuiziki looked at Xiao Chuan's resolute side face and wondered why he was believing in his words, but it was as if he did not seem to be telling lies. Such a mysterious man made Shuiziki a little mesmerized. Junjie, it's okay, today is my birthday after all. I don't want to see a little cutie performing here. Pang Meiting whispered to Junjie Yao. Okay, I know. Junyao looked at his watch and then said, I think it's about time, so let's not be general with Xiao Chun here. Just take it as if he's talking in his sleep. Since Junyao had spoken, the other co-workers also stopped mocking Xiao Chen and followed Junyao downstairs. In front of the company, Junjie Yao drove a brand new Porsche sports car. Very windy. Wow. Junjie changed his car. Too rich. Junjie, where is your Ferrari? A few days ago my Ferrari had a little accident, and I was too lazy to repair it, so I just casually bought one to drive. It's not expensive, just 4 million. When Yao Junjie said this, he was obviously a bit weak. After his Ferrari crashed in front of the night bar last time, he didn't dare to talk to his dad about it for fear of being scolded. And even more so, He didn't dare to go to a regular repair shop to get it fixed. After all, it was a smuggled car, and he was afraid of being found out for something fishy. But today is Pang Mating's birthday. He went to the car rental company to rent the car in order to have a face, and lied that he paid for it. As expected, everyone fell for it and complimented him on his wealth and suavity. Pang Meiting even threw adoring glances at him, making Yao Junjie very flattered. Meiting, get in the car, Yao Junjie greeted. Pang Meiting joyfully sat in the car, feeling that finding such a rich boyfriend is very honorable. Sun Qingfang drove a $1,600,000 Primera Coupe, and also pulled on a few of her inner circle in the company. Several other colleagues also drove their own cars, although there are empty seats, but no one is willing to pull Xiao Chen, because Xiao Chen just offended Sun Qingfang. Who dares to pull Xiao Chen? That is the same as against Sun Qingfang. As for Shui Ziki, she was also left out. The whole sales department except Pang Meiting knew that Yao Junjie liked Shui Ziki. No one dared to pull her out, so as not to make Yao Junjie unhappy. Sun Qingfang glanced at Xiao Chun, who was standing in front of the company, and said disdainfully, "There are still people who can't even afford to buy a car these days? What a waste." Pang Meiting blankly glanced at Xiao Dust and coldly spoke, "Xiao Dust, think of a way to get to the Wanghai restaurant yourself." After saying this, she urged Junyao to drive, and the group of people headed towards their destination one after another. "Brother Xiao Chen, how are we going to get there? Should we take a taxi?" Shui Ziki asked. "Alright, it looks like we can only take a taxi." Xiao Chuan and Shui Ziki walked to the side of the road and were just about to get ready to take a taxi when suddenly a white Mercedes-Benz Big G stopped in front of the two of them with a squeak sound steadily. Immediately after, the car door opened. A very capable woman wearing a lady's suit and sunglasses jumped out of the car. The moment she saw Xiao Dust, the woman looked very excited, took off her sunglasses, and bowed in greeting with a respectful face. "Boss, what are you doing here?" Chapter 89, Hello Boss. "Ha, boss? When did Brother Xiao Chen become a boss? Did this young lady recognize the wrong person?" Shui Ziki was confused and muttered in her heart. Xiao Chuan was also stunned. He did not recognize this woman in front of him at all. Why did the other party call him boss? "Excuse me, who are you?" Xiao Dust asked. "Boss, you are really an honorable man. I am Mei. Mei Su." The woman called Mei said. "Su Mei? What a familiar name." Xiao Chuan seemed to have heard this name somewhere. "Boss, I am the manager of the Wanghai restaurant. Su Mei A few days ago when you went to the Wanghai restaurant for a gathering where I received you." After Su Mei reminded him, Xiao Chen suddenly realized that a few days ago, he accompanied his mother-in-law to the Wanghai restaurant for dinner, and the hotel manager at that time, Yu Guangda, bullied him so much that Liang Jinlong dismissed him in a fit of rage and made Su Mei the new manager. "Oh, so it's Manager Su. Look at my memory. I actually forgot about you," Xiao Chen said. "Boss, you are joking. You are busy all day long. It makes sense that you don't remember a small manager like me." Su Mei smiled and laughed. At this moment, Shui Ziki was already shocked and confused, looking at Su Mei and Xiao Chen conversing in surprise. Could it be that Brother Xiao Chen was really the boss behind the Wanhai restaurant? Then why did he go to Bai's pharmaceutical to work as a salesman? Shui Ziki was greatly confused but did not dare to ask. "Boss, where are you going? I'll give you a ride." Su Mei asked. "To Wanhai restaurant. A friend of mine is celebrating his birthday there," Xiao Chen said. "That's great. If the boss doesn't mind the low specification of my car, let me drive you there. I have to go back anyway," Su Mei said. "This car of yours is a few $1,000,000, right? It's already very brand name enough. How would I mind the low specification?" "Ziki, get in," Xiao Chen smiled and said. "Boss, please." Su Mei respectfully opened the car door and welcomed Xiao Chuan onto the car. And when Shui Ziki got on the car, Su Mei deliberately glanced at her. The little girl was really watery looking. It's just that Boss Xiao doesn't already have a wife? But on second thought, Su Mei thought, I don't know. But on second thought, Su Mei also understood. Which rich man is not 3 wives and 4 concubines? Besides, Boss Xiao's wife has a crippled leg and is stupid, so it makes sense for Boss Xiao to find another one. Shui Ziki sat in the car looking a bit anxious. It was the first time in her life that she sat in this kind of luxury car, especially with Xiao Chuan sitting beside her. If it was a few hours ago, she would have talked and laughed with Xiao Chuan, but now that she was facing this mysterious man beside her, Shui Ziki's heart was inexplicably a bit apprehensive. "Boss, since it's your friend's birthday, let me arrange all the matters for you today, and definitely do it properly," Su Mei volunteered. "Alright then, I'll work hard for you," Xiao Chuan said. "I wouldn't dare. It's my honor to serve the boss." Su Mei was both loyal to her boss and grateful to Xiao Chuan. If it wasn't for Xiao Chuan, she wouldn't have been able to become the manager of Wanghai so smoothly. The Mercedes-Benz Big G's speed was extremely fast, and in a short while, It had already caught up with John Yao's car and theirs, followed by a sharp overtake. Yao Junjia's Porsche sports car speed has been very fast, but still by the big G to overtake, which makes his heart very unconvinced. Vigorously accelerated accelerator, but can only see the big G's taillights. Pang Mei-ting hurriedly said, Junjie, just now I saw that the person sitting in the big G car seems to be Xiao Chen. Mei-ting, you must have gotten blinded. How could a poor bastard like Xiao Chun be in a multi-million-dollar luxury car? You are also looking down on him too much. Jun Yao said, could it be that I really saw wrong? Pang Mei-ting rubbed her eyes vigorously. Chapter 90, a bunch of stupid pigs. You must have read it wrong. Xiao Chuan is probably taking a taxi in front of the company right now, at this point during the rush hour after work. I don't know if he can get on the bus. Yao Junjie smiled and said, Humph, it's only good if he can't get on the car. If it wasn't for my dad informing me that I must call on him, I wouldn't bother with him. Pang Mei-ting said. Sua Mei's car drove extremely fast, and in a short while, she had already left Yao Junjie and the others' cars out of sight. Half an hour later, Sua Mei's big G had steadily stopped at the entrance of the restaurant. Xiao Chuan was just about to get out of the car when Sua Mei said with a nervous face, Boss, don't move yet. I'll go down and open the door for you. Xiao Chuan was speechless. This Sua Mei was too polite, only to see Sua Mei immediately rushing out of the car and respectfully opening the door, saying, Boss, please. Aha. Xiao Chen nodded and led Shui Ziki out of the car. Manager Su, there's no need to be so polite with me in the future. In addition, notify down, double the salary of all the employees today, and also, don't easily disclose the news that I'm coming to the restaurant. I want to keep a low profile. Xiao Dust said. Yes boss, I understand. I have already reserved the imperial private room for you. Sue Mei nodded her head and said, alright, I know, go and get busy. I'll wait for my friend here. Xiao Chuan said. Okay boss, I'll go in and get ready now, so I'll leave you alone for now. If there's something you need to do, you can greet me again. Sue Mei bowed towards Xiao Chen before turning around and leaving. The security guard standing on duty at the entrance was so scared that he almost fainted when he saw this scene. He had long known that the Wanghai restaurant had changed its boss. He just didn't expect the new boss to be so young. Seeing Sue Mei leave, Shueziki looked at Xiao Chen's face with a somewhat complicated color. A few times, 3 times wanting to say something. What's wrong Ziki? Do you have any questions you want to ask me? Xiao Chuan asked. Brother Xiao Chuan, are you really the owner of the Wanhai restaurant? Why do you still work at Bai's pharmaceutical industry when you are so rich? What exactly is your background? Shuiziki said what she wanted to ask in her heart. You really want to know? Xiao Chen smiled. Want to know? Shuiziki nodded seriously. It was only when Xiao Chuan was about to open his mouth that the convoys of Yao Junjie and the others had already arrived one after another, and the moment they saw Xiao Chuan, they were obviously stunned, confused as to why Xiao Chuan had arrived at the hotel one step ahead of them. Xiao Dust, you came fast enough. Yao Junjie was filled with surprise. Not bad, just arrived as well. Xiao Dust replied back. Yao Junjie was very puzzled in his heart. It was reasonable to say that his Porsche ran fast. When his car started, Xiao Dust was still taking a taxi in front of the company. How could he arrive before him? Everyone looked at each other, confused as to how Xiao Dust had arrived. Suddenly, Yao Junjie caught a glimpse of the white Mercedes-Benz Big G behind Xiao Dust and remembered Pang Meiting's words from the car just now, and eventually couldn't help but ask, Xiao Dust, you didn't really come in this $1 million luxury car, did you? What do you think? Xiao Dust did not directly answer Yao Junjie's question. Sun Qingfang on the side directly said, Junjie, what are you talking nonsense about? I recognize this Mercedes-Benz Big G. It is the car of the manager of Wanghai restaurant, Su Mei. Think about it. Xiao Chen is just a poor man. How could he possibly know a person of Sue Mei's level? Sister Sun, you are right. I think so too. Jun Yao said. The security guard standing guard couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard the conversation between them. You bunch of stupid pigs. You don't even know the new owner of Wanghai restaurant. How ridiculous. Looking at the security guard laughing out loud, Sun Qingfang scoffed. Xiao Chen, look, the other security guards are laughing at you. The crowd followed suit and laughed out loud. Only Shuiziki looked at them with an odd expression. Junjie, let's hurry up and go in. Pang Meiting said. Okay Meiting, let's go. Just as Junjie Yao was about to take a step, he only saw Xiao Chen take the lead and walk inside with his head held high. Is this dead Xiao Dust sick? It's not like he's treating us to dinner, but he even ran to the front. He really doesn't have any manners at all. Sun Qingfang clenched her hands on her waist in anger. Jun Yao pacified. Sister Sun, Xiao Chuan, this country bumpkin has never been to such a high-end place in his life, so just let him pretend. I guess after this time, he will never have the chance to come again. Well, Junjie, you have a point. I just can't stand to see him doing this. Sun Qingfang said. Let's go. Just ignore him. Jun Yao led the crowd inside. After walking into the hotel, the crowd entered the elevator. This time, Jun Yao booked the silver box, which was on the 3rd floor, and he was just about to press the button for the 3rd floor when Xiao Chen pressed the button to go up to the 9th floor in one go. Jun Yao shivered in fear and hurriedly stopped it. Xiao Chuan, what are you pressing indiscriminately? The 9th floor is the emperor's private room, a forbidden area of the entire Wanghai restaurant. We are not qualified to go up there. Chapter 91, Boldness. The specifications of the entire Wanghai restaurant's private rooms were divided into 4 levels. In order, they were the bronze room, silver room, gold room, and the imperial king's room. The emperor's box is on the 9th floor, the most prestigious place in the entire Wanghai restaurant, and no one is allowed to go up there without the order of the owner of the restaurant. Yao Junjie had also heard of it before. There was a small punk who invited a guest to dinner, and felt that the emperor's private room had poker face, and without permission, he privately brought his friends up to the 9th floor, and as a result, he was known by Liang Jinlong, and in a fury, Liang Jinlong directly ordered the small punk to have his hamstrings broken and his legs broken, and from then on, no one dared to go up to the 9th floor so easily again. So when he saw Xiao Chuan press the button for the 9th floor, he was so scared that he almost fainted. Xiao Dus did not react in the slightest as if he did not hear the words of Jun Yao. Xiao Chuan, are you trying to get us all killed? Yao Junjie was so angry that he cursed. He wanted to go and press the buttons for the other floors to make the elevator stop, but Xiao Dust's body was in the way, and with the elevator being overcrowded with people, he couldn't move at all. It's over. It's over. The 9th floor is almost here. As the elevator rose higher and higher, the faces of Jun Yao and the others became more and more ugly, and their hearts were in their throats. At this moment, Yao Junjie was calculating in his mind how to get away when he went up in a while and how to let Xiao Chun take the blame. Ding dong. At this moment, the elevator had stopped on the 9th floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and everyone was scared and had some difficulty breathing. Only to see the entire 9th floor stood more than a dozen burly suited bodyguards, everyone with sunglasses, waist with electric baton, finger joints covered with calluses. At a glance as a long time to practice martial arts left traces. Looking at these vicious bodyguards, Yao Junjie was so angry that he wanted to strangle Sha Duan with his own hands. This asshole wanted to find death even if it was, but also brought them along. Just as Yao Junjie was thinking about how to get away, a tall and chubby man directly greeted him and said, "My humble self, Chen Zijuan, is the manager in charge of the 9th floor. Welcome to all of your honored guests." Xiao Chuan directly spoke. "All have been prepared, right?" "Yes, all have been prepared," Chen Zijuan respectfully said. "Why are you all standing still? Go." Xiao Chen stepped out of the elevator and walked towards the Imperial King's private room as if he was making light work of it, and Chen Zijuan also hurriedly ran forward to help him open the door. Seeing this scene, everyone was baffled. What was going on here? Sun Qingfang muttered in a low voice. "This Xiao Chen is too arrogant. He even dares to cheat the people of Wanghai restaurant. He is simply bold. Let's see how he dies when he reveals himself in a moment." Everyone seemed to understand at this moment. It turned out that Xiao Chuan was fooling the people of the restaurant. This acting skill. It's a pity not to be an actor. Pang Mei Ting gritted her teeth in anger. At first she thought that Xiao Chuan was really a person with some big background who had booked the imperial suite, but it turned out that all of this was just him putting on a show. Xiao Chuan, you disappoint me too much. Pretending like this all day long, aren't you afraid of pretending to leak? Pang Mei Ting was already disgusted with Xiao Chen to the extreme. Junjie, what are we going to do now? We can't follow Xiao Chen, this big flake, into the emperor's private room, right? In case Boss Liang blames us, we won't be able to take the blame. Sun Qingfang said in fear, only to see that Yao Junjie did not immediately answer Sun Qingfang's words, as if he was thinking about something, followed by his entire body suddenly trembling as he muttered to himself, "This way, it must be this way." Junjie, what's wrong with you? Sun Qingfang inquired. Sister Sun, although Xiao Chen is said to be a big flake, we can go in this imperial private room because this is the place for Mei Ting's birthday, Jun Yao said with a face full of excitement. Ah, Junjie, what do you mean by that? I can't understand it. Sun Qingfang was full of questions. The other co-workers also looked at each other, not knowing why Junjie Yao said this. Junjie Yao hurriedly explained. Sister Sun, Mei Ting, all colleagues, I'm the one who booked this imperial private room. Ah, Junjie, didn't you book the silver private room for Mei Ting? How come it's an imperial private room now? Sun Qingfang was unsure. Grinning, Junjie Yao said mysteriously, today is Mei Ting's birthday, so I wanted to give her a surprise, and the surprise is, he. The reason why Yao Junjie was able to come to Wanhai restaurant for Pang Mei Ting's birthday, or he and his dad Yao Tian Rui together to discuss. His dad said that this place is enough poker, In order to hold a beautiful woman should be willing to put down blood money.
At first, Yao Tianrui booked the silver room, because you want to book the emperor room as not money can be,
but also have a hard enough relationship. Yao Junjie think that since they have come to Wang Hai restaurant, but also invited their own colleagues, I hope that their own dad can help to find the relationship. Book the emperor room so that he had a long face.
Yao Tianrui at that time did not directly promise him, just say try.
I did not expect his dad's energy is so great.
Really booked to the emperor room? Yes, it must be so. Otherwise why did Chen Zijuan,
the floor manager, shout that they were honored guests? The Imperial King private room is the topmost private room in the entire Wang Hai restaurant.
The staff here is very shrewd. Surely they can't get it wrong. Chapter 92, You don't deserve to sit. Everyone in the room was stunned, and their eyes changed as they looked at Jun Yao. Manager Yao, you're too good. You even booked the Imperial private room? You've simply impressed us. Manager Yao's family has too much energy. It's unbelievable. Manager Yao, I want to worship you. I want to be your half-brother.
Everyone had turned into licking dogs,
worshipping Junjie Yao, wishing to hug and kiss him a few times right now. Junjie, you're too good. You even booked the Imperial private room? In the future you'll have to take care of me a bit more.
Sun Qingfang knew that to be able to book the Imperial King private room in Wang Hai restaurant was definitely a symbol of strength. She knew before that Junjie Yao's family was not an ordinary family. She didn't expect it to be so powerful.
We have to know that this is the place where the head of the city used to invite Hong Kong businessmen to feast. Without a little bit of seniority and power, who would have the qualification to have a meal here? Sister son, we are all our own people. No need to be so polite. He. Yao Junjie smiled proudly. At this moment, Pang Meiting's eyes were full of ambiguous little stars when she looked at Junjie Yao. Junjie, thank you for the surprise you prepared for me today. I love you.
Pang Meiting lowered her head and said with a red face,
Meiting, this is all what I should do. I only hope you can be happy and happy. This is my responsibility for the rest of my life. Jun Yao said. Aha.
Pang Meiting shyly nodded her head. Looking at Pang Meiting's flower-like shy posture, Yao Junjie unconsciously rubbed his palms together,
thinking, I've been pursuing you for more than a year, and I've also established a romantic relationship with you, but you pretended to be pure, and you wouldn't even let me touch you, so I'll definitely take you down with raw rice tonight. Let's go everyone. Follow me into the Emperor private room scenery. Yao Junjie shouted and led the crowd to walk towards the private room with high spirits. Just as he reached the entrance of the private room, he found Chen Zijuan hurriedly walking out. Manager Chen, what are you going for?
I'm the honored guest of the Emperor's private room today. You as the manager have to have a drink with me as well. Jun Yao said with a face full of condescension.
Just you? Oh, simply ignorant. Chen Zijuan gave Yao Junjie a cold look and hurriedly left. Ha, you? What kind of attitude is this? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you. Jun Yao growled. Sun Qingfang consoled. Junjie, don't be so familiar with him. He probably doesn't know your identity yet and thinks that Xiao Chen is the one who treats the host. Humph, dog-eyed guy. Go in and take a look. Yao Junjie led the crowd into the private room, and as soon as he entered the private room, he suddenly saw that Xiao Chen was sitting alone on the main seat drinking tea, and around him, 5 or 6 beautiful waitresses wearing cheongsams were serving him. Seeing this scene, Yao Junjie immediately exploded with anger and roared, Xiao Dust, you quickly get up for me. Is this seat for you to sit in? Are you worthy? This voice directly startled the cheongsam waitresses. They didn't know what happened, and they all looked at Yao Junjie with complicated eyes. Do you really want to sit in this seat? Xiao Chen asked. Of course, I booked the Imperial private room. If I don't sit in the main seat, do you? Get up quickly. Jun Yao reprimanded. Sun Qingfang similarly sneered. Xiao Chuan, you're starting to act up now? Remember, the one who booked the Emperor's private room today is Yao Junjie. The one who paid the bill was also Junjie Yao. You're just a poor guy who came over to dabble in food and drink. Please understand your identity. Sun Qingfang's words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Only that they did not notice that the face of the cheongsam waitress standing behind Xiao Chen became even more ugly. Pang Meiting glanced at Xiao Chuan in disgust. Xiao Chuan, you are becoming more and more despicable to me. Xiao Chuan, get up quickly. You don't deserve this seat. Jun Yao continued to urge. It's just a seat. What's the harm in giving it to you? Xiao Dust graciously got up. When the cheongsam ladies saw this scene, they wanted to stop it, but they were pushed back by a look from Xiao Chuan, and they knew that their boss liked to keep a low profile, so they no longer said anything. Yao Junjie happily sat on the main seat with a villainous attitude. Sun Qingfang sat on Yao Junjie's left-hand side. Pang Meiting sat on his right-hand side. The other co-workers were seated according to their positional seniority in order, and only Xiao Chuan was seated at the very end of the table. Xiao Dust, you can't come to the Emperor's private room to eat and drink for nothing. To give you a task, This banquet will be you pouring tea and wine for everyone. Are you willing to do so? Jun Yao asked. Xiao Dust did not open his mouth. He just looked at him like a little cutie, like looking at Jun Jie Yao. The Cheongsam waitress next to him even covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud. This Jun Jie Yao is simply a stupid pig even pretending to be a grandpa in front of the new boss of Wanhai restaurant. It is really childish and ridiculous. The always well-behaved Shweziki also almost laughed out loud. This is even more hilarious than watching Mr. Zhao's skit at the Spring Festival Gala. Brother Xiao Chuan, you are the big boss here. Being bullied by Junya like this, can you bear it? Shweziki secretly ambushed his ear and asked in a small voice. Ziki, have you ever been to the zoo? Xiao Chen asked. Ha, brother Xiao Chuan, what do you mean by this? Shweziki was a bit puzzled. Look at this group of people. Do they look like monkeys in the zoo? You still need to pay for a ticket to see the monkeys at the zoo, but you can see them here for free. Don't you think it's interesting? Xiao Dus smiled and laughed. Shweziki felt her stomach hurt from laughing. Yao Junjie, who was on the main seat, looked at the two people talking and laughing in a very irritated manner, and could not hear what they were saying, and exasperatedly said, Xiao Chuan, didn't you hear what I said just now? No, why don't you say it again? Xiao Chuan said. Yao Junjie knew that Xiao Dust was deliberately antagonizing him. Next to him, Sun Qingfang said, Junjie, just don't be so familiar with him, hurry up and serve the food. I can't stand it because I'm starving. Okay, sister Sun, I'll arrange it right away. With a wave of his hand, like an ancient emperor giving orders, Yao Junjie directly shouted to the Cheongsam waiter next to him. You guys immediately notify down. The emperor private room is now serving food. But, the Cheongsam waiter was indifferent as if he didn't hear him. Hey, didn't you guys hear me when I spoke? Jun Yao shouted again. The Cheongsam waitress just stood straight, ignoring Yao Junjie as if he was air. Xiao Chuan smiled faintly and said, alright, you can serve the food. Yes, Mr. Xiao. The 5 or 6 Cheongsam waiters bowed to Xiao Chuan in unison, and then one of the taller waiters took out her walkie-talkie and shouted, Imperial private room, serve the food. Seeing this scene, Yao Junjie was instantly messed up. Chapter 93, Taodai Feast. The others also looked at what was happening in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. These Cheongsam waitresses actually did not listen to Yao Junjie's orders and instead listened to Xiao Chun? What the hell was going on here? Yao Junjie was so angry that he directly spread his anger towards the Cheongsam waiters. Are you guys still not clear about the situation? I, Junjie Yao, am the one who treats and pays the bill here. The Imperial private room was booked by me, and you guys have to follow my orders. While this Mr. Xiao in your mouth is the one who followed me over to dabble in food and drink. Understand? The Cheongsam waiters were reprimanded and their faces were very ugly, but in front of Xiao Chen they didn't dare to randomly lash out towards Jun Yao and could only endure silently. These waitresses are also too eyeless. Junjie, you don't need to be angry. Complain about them when you pay the bill in a while and let the restaurant fine them. Sun Qingfang said. Humph, that's for sure. Junjie Yao said. Pang Meiting then said. Junjie, just don't get angry. Today is my birthday. Well, Meiting, I know. Junjie Yao said back. In less than 5 minutes, the door of the Imperial private room was opened and an exquisite dish was brought up to the table. One of the Cheongsam ladies introduced. Honored guests, allow me to spend a minute to introduce the dishes to you. This one is the lobster omelet. The practice is to use 6 eggs to spread into an omelet. Add lobster meat and 10 cups of caviar in it. One omelet is worth $8,000. This one is the 007 Royal Pizza, 12 inches, and the toppings include lobster soaked in cognac, caviar soaked in champagne, tomato sauce, salmon, etc. And the pizza is adorned with 65-karat gold flakes. Apart from these 2 Western dishes, the rest are all secret palace delicacies. You see, this one is the stir-fried phoenix tongue, which is made from the tongue of the harvested sparrow, because this sparrow is very rare and is known as ginseng in the sky, and in ancient times, only emperors and empresses were entitled to enjoy it. This is the lotus loin created by the Qing Palace Imperial Catering Room. This is the clear stewed flying goose, Imperial Buddha jumping wall. The delicious dishes on the entire table were a combination of Chinese and Western cuisine with an overflowing aroma, and after the Cheongsam beauty's introduction, everyone was salivating and silently gulping. Alright, I've finished the introduction. I hope everyone has a pleasant meal. The Cheongsam beauty stood to the side after her introduction. Everyone, don't just stand there. Hurry up and move your chopsticks. Don't be polite. Yao Junjie looked at this table's meal which was very branded, and his heart was incomparably proud of it. Inwardly he was very grateful to his dad for preparing all this for him, allowing him to earn enough face in front of his colleagues. Gosh, this Buddha jumping wall is really too delicious. It's simply the most delicious food I've ever eaten in my life. Sun Qingfang was filled with excitement. It's killing me. This phoenix tongue is too delicious.
It's worthy of being a delicacy that only ancient emperors were qualified to enjoy.
Thank you, Manager Yao. Manager Yao is mighty and domineering. All the colleagues praised Yao Junjie one by one. Yao Junjie's heart was also happy.
He was nibbling the lotus bread tenderloin with his mouth full of oil.
Everyone doesn't need to be polite. Make sure to eat and drink well.
Although Pang Meiting is also a foodie, but from a young age the family tutelage is relatively strict.
In the face of this large table of food can only hold back the excitement to eat slowly. Elegantly eat. Do not want to eat too much buried so that others laugh. Shuiziki grew up with an average family.
Looking at the table full of delicacies feel dazzled. Several times want to move chopsticks and silently held back, because Xiao Chuan beside her silently sipping tea. It seems that they simply do not take these delicacies as a matter of fact.
Xiao Chuan does not move the chopsticks. She does not dare to move. Brother Xiao Chuan, aren't you going to eat? Shuiziki asked. I am not interested in these things.
When he was on the Wuji Immortal Island,
Xiao Chuan ate immortal pills and drank jade liquid agar all day long,
and had long since lost his appetite for these ingredients of the mundane world. It was just that this sentence was heard by the others who thought that he was pretending.
He, Xiao Chen, what are you pretending in front of us? I'll see how you can hold back from moving your chopsticks.
Sun Qingfang said disdainfully.
Xiao Chuan,
I think you're dying to save face and gluttony.
Yao Junjie deliberately took a large bite of the lotus loin. Humph, pig-like, hungry ghosts casting themselves into the womb. Stupid fools who have never seen the world. Xiao Dust muttered and silently drank his tea. Just at this moment,
the door of the private room was opened again, and the Cheongsam lady walked in holding a brocade box and said with a smile,
Honored guests, this is the famous wine prepared for this banquet. Lafite from Obican Winery, with a market price of 6.8 million a bottle. Boom! The moment these words came out,
everyone instantly stopped the chopsticks in their hands and were directly stunned,
their gazes swiping towards Yao Junjie. Yao Junjie was even more stunned. The meat in his hand snapped and fell to the ground. Chapter 94, Top Grade Wine. How could his own dad order such a famous wine in order to honor himself? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yao Junjie knew his family's financial situation, although his family wasn't poor in money, but it only earns $5 to $6 million every year. It was impossible for his dad to take out a year's savings and order a bottle of wine in order to give his daughter-in-law, who hadn't yet passed away, a birthday party. There must be a problem here. Yao Junjie tried to contact his dad, but the phone froze and went unanswered. Are you guys mistaken? This wine was ordered by our table? Yao Junjie asked sheepishly.
The Cheongsam lady nodded and said,
This gentleman, you don't know, because today is Miss Mei Ting's birthday.
Our hotel's leadership has decided to gift her this bottle of famous wine after deliberation to congratulate her on her happy birthday.
The leadership of your hotel is going to gift me such an expensive wine?
Pang Meiting thought she had heard wrong, her eyes filled with astonishment.
Yes, the Cheongsam lady said. But why are you giving me such an expensive wine? This is a famous wine worth $6.8 million, not $680. Pang Meiting inquired. Miss Meiting, I'm really sorry. According to the instructions of our higher-ups, I'm only responsible for delivering the wine. As for the rest I can't say, nor do I dare to say, Miss Cheongsam said. At this moment, Yao Junjie was constantly pondering in his mind. Suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he knew something. Yes, it must be like this. His dad, Yao Tianrui, just climbed up to the Hong Kong businessman Wan Yud and became the supplier of cement and steel bars for the old city renovation project. And one of his high-level friends in the Wanghai restaurant is also interested in investing some money to do this project with him. Once this project progresses smoothly, he can make a profit of $300 to $500 million at the very least. It must be this friend of his who took the opportunity to flatter his dad. That's why he sent such an expensive wine. This friend of my dad's is really powerful. Not only did he book me the imperial private room, he also sent such an expensive wine. He can do things. Yao Junjie thought silently in his heart. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he directly laughed out loud. This laugh didn't matter. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Junjie, why are you laughing? Could it be that this is your surprise for Mei Ting? The restaurant's executives are giving away the wine for your sake? Sun Qingfang asked tentatively. Yao Junjie didn't admit or deny. He just nodded silently. Everyone exclaimed at once. My goodness, Manager Yao has too much energy. Even the leadership of Wanhai restaurant gives you so much face. Manager Yao, what exactly is your family's background?
This is too impressive for us. Mei Ting has found such an excellent boyfriend as Junjie.
She really has a good eye. Hearing this praise, Yao Junjie's heart was very comfortable. And Pang Meiting also looked at Yao Junjie with affection, murmuring softly, Junjie, thank you. The Cheongsam waitress standing next to her wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh. This wine was obviously sent over for Boss Zhao's face. Now it was even covered by Junjie Yao.
A group of people were still in the dark. It was too funny. Xiao Duan is also very helpless. This Su Ame surprisingly so generous. Sent a bottle of wine more than 6 million. Although this wine is also his store. But according to Xiao Duan's analysis, it must be Su Ame and the restaurant other executives in partnership with the bill to honor him. After all, this store is Xiao Duan's. Wine is also Xiao Duan's. Su Ame against stupid cannot be supposed to belong to Xiao Duan's things to give to Xiao Duan again. Alright, since Su Ame was so kind, Xiao Duan also silently kept it in his heart. The big deal was to give her more when he sent out his year-end bonus, and make up for this wine money. Pour the wine, Xiao Chuan said softly. It's Mr. Xiao. The Cheongsam lady opened the wine and was the first to pour it full for Xiao Chuan in full view of everyone. This scene once again made Junyao storm out. What are you doing? Why did you open the wine without my order? Why did you pour for Xiao Chun first? Do you have any rules left as a waiter? Wanghai Restaurant is a 5-star hotel, and the Emperor's private room is the most honorable private room. How come the waiters here are so unruly? Did they not go through any training before starting their jobs? Sun Qingfeng similarly fought for Yao Junjie. Chapter 95, Birthday Gift. The Cheongsam waitress couldn't help it and was just about to dislike it when Xiao Chen shook his head and said, Forget it, let's give them this wine first. I don't want to drink it either, so just pour me a cup of tea. Yes, Mr. Xiao. The Cheongsam waitress immediately brought a teapot and poured tea for Xiao Chuan. Yao Junjie huffed. Hey, you don't need to serve him. Hurry up and pour us some wine. He's just a poor guy who followed me here to mingle with the food and drink. You really take him as an honored guest? What a bit of eye candy. I'll definitely complain about you later. That's fine. You go and pour the wine for them, Xiao Chuan said. Okay, Mr. Xiao. The Cheongsam waiter picked up the wine and poured it full for Yao Junjie and the others. In her heart, she was extremely disgusted with this group of posturing people, but after all, it was her boss's order, so the Cheongsam waiter could only do as she was told. Worthy of the wine and the aristocrat Lafite, after pouring full, everyone cannot drink. Take out the cell phone and keep taking pictures to send a circle of friends to show off. This cup down. A set of house is gone. Come on, everyone raise a glass together. Let's celebrate my girlfriend Pang Mei Ting happy birthday. Jun Yao got up and proposed. Happy birthday Mei Ting. Happy birthday big beauty. I hope that you and Junjia will be able to fulfill your destiny soon. Happy birthday. Everyone raised their glasses in unison as Shuiziki didn't drink, so she could only use fruit juice instead, while Xiao Chen sat motionless. As the wine entered their throats, everyone's spirits were invigorated. The flavor of this wine was rich and very layered. Pang Mei Ting couldn't get enough of it and licked her lips, savoring the lingering aftertaste of the wine. Look guys, just now when we clinked glasses and drank together, Xiao Chuan even sat still. He really doesn't know how to be polite. One of the co-workers said. Sun Qingfang said disdainfully, Xiao Chuan, we must be sweet-talking and hard-working in sales, especially in the drinking game, which is inevitable in the future. And this you don't know the rules at all. How can you accompany customers in the future? Pang Mei Ting is not a company customer, Xiao Dust said. Ha, Xiao Dust, you still dare to be stubborn. People like you are destined to have no great success in the future. Humph. Sun Qingfang glared at him. Sister Sun, don't be so general with Xiao Dust. He is just such a person. Just ignore him. Jun Yao incited the fire from the side. Pang Mei Ting also glared viciously at Xiao Chuan. This was her birthday. Xiao Chuan was so ignorant of etiquette. It was simply a sight to behold. But Xiao Chen didn't think so. The reason he came this time was because of Pang Jianya's face. Not to mention that because of his existence, Pang Mei Ting had the opportunity to enter the imperial suite for her birthday, and had the opportunity to drink 8 million bottles of Lafite. He was already in love with her, and he was still toasting her? Think of the beauty. Junjia, this is after all your first birthday for Mei Ting. Have you prepared a birthday gift for her? Sun Qingfang asked. Of course I have prepared a gift for Mei Ting, but before that, I have to see what everyone will give her. Jun Yao said. My gift to Mei Ting is a beauty card worth $8,800. My gift is a velvet scarf. It's not that expensive, just over $10,000. My gift is a latest Xiaomi flagship phone, over $6,000. Everyone offered their gifts. Pang Mei Ting was full of joy and kept thanking them while receiving the gifts. Sun Qingfang placed a package on the table and said, Mei Ting, this is my birthday gift to you. What is this? Pang Mei Ting asked. Don't you know if you open it and take a look, I guarantee you'll like it. Sun Qingfang smiled and said. Pang Mei Ting opened the package with excitement, and when he saw what was inside clearly, he exclaimed, Oh my god, this is the latest Chanel bag. I love this bag so much. Thank you Sister Sun. Sun Qingfang said. Mei Ting, during this time I often see you pay attention to the Chanel bag on the computer. I guessed that you like it, so I took the opportunity to go abroad on a business trip to help you buy it. And it's not too expensive, just 100,000. Sun Qingfang seems to be downplaying it, but she really deliberately bites the word 100,000 very heavily as a way to show her financial strength.
Wow, Sister Sun deserves to be a big sister. A gift worth $100,000. So domineering. Sister Sun is mighty. Look, what does it mean to be a member of the upper class? Not only is Sister Sun beautiful, she is even more generous and wealthy. Everyone kept patting Sun Qingfang's ass. Sun Qingfang was very flattered, but still waved her hand hypocritically and said, don't praise me everyone, it only cost me half a month's salary. It's not worth mentioning. Sun Qingfang is not stupid. She knows that Yao Junjia's family is not ordinary. Recently his dad also took a big project in the hands of Hong Kong businessman Wan Yud. Giving Pang Meiting an expensive birthday gift is tantamount to giving Yao Junjie a long face. Deal with this layer of relationship. When Yao Junjie develops in the future, she will also follow the light. Sister Sun, thank you, Pang Meiting said gratefully. You're welcome, we're all on our own. Sun Qingfang smiled and said, Sister Sun, you're too nice. On behalf of Meiting, I thank you for the gift. Jun Yao flattered. It's fine, this is all trivial, you don't need to take it to heart. Sun Qingfang said back. Then, Sun Qingfang asked, Junjie, what was your gift to Meiting? Me, the gift I gave Meiting will definitely like it. Junjie Yao smiled mysteriously. What is it? Everyone including Pang Meiting was very much looking forward to Yao Junjie's gift. Chapter 96, shocking the whole audience. Yao Junjie pulled out a small box from his pocket, gently opened it and said with a smile, Meiting, this is a gift from me to you. Do you like it? Pang Meiting was stunned, directly covering her mouth with an unbelievable face, because what Yao Junjie gave her was not an ordinary gift, but a white, bright diamond ring. Wow, I recognize this diamond ring. Dior's Royal Aristocrat model. The market price is more than $1 million. A colleague who knew his way around shouted, oh my god, this diamond ring is so beautiful. A $1 million diamond ring right out of the gate. Manager Yao is really luxurious. Everyone exclaimed in admiration, especially a few female co-workers who revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. Junjie, thank you for the gift you gave me. Isn't this gift too expensive? Pang Meiting said shyly. Meiting, this is the engagement diamond ring I gave you. When I get married in the future, I will give you an even more expensive diamond ring. You must accept it. Yao Junjie said. Hurry up and accept it. Yes, it's rare that Manager Yao is so sincere. Meiting, just take it. All the co-workers kept on coaxing. Sun Qingfang similarly said, Meiting, this is Junjie's birthday gift to you. If you don't accept it, he will be sad. That's fine. Pang Meiting smiled shyly. Meiting, let me help you put it on. Jun Yao said. Aha. Pang Meiting gently nodded. Everyone cheered as Yao Junjie held Pang Meiting's mutton jade-like hand and gently put it on for her. Wow. Simply too romantic. Handsome man and beautiful woman. Simply a perfect match. Manager Yao is young and golden. Meiting looks as beautiful as a flower. Truly a match made in heaven. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Everyone kept on coaxing. Pang Meiting only felt her face burning hot. Very shy. Meiting, let's give a kiss then. He. After saying that, Junjie Yao brought his head over, only for Pang Meiting to unexpectedly dodge it. Junjie, yes, I'm sorry, I'm not ready to kiss right now. Please give me some time. Although Pang Meiting was a little bit arrogant, but she grew up with a traditional education, coupled with Pang Jianya's strict discipline. Although she had already reached adulthood, she still appeared to be more conservative about that aspect of things. Although the two of them had been in a relationship for a period of time, they didn't step beyond the thunderbolt. See, Pang Meiting rejected himself. Yao Junjie's eyes flashed a trace of resentment. Lousy today for you to do so much. You even in front of so many people's face rejected me. Is simply in the face of me. Fortunately, I still have a second plan. Tonight you, Pang Meiting, are destined to be my woman. Junjie Yao then changed into a harmless expression and smiled. Meiting, it's okay, I will give you time for you to accept me. Thank you Junjie, I believe this day will come soon. Pang Meiting smiled shyly. She felt too happy to have found a boyfriend who respected her so much and understood her. At this moment, Shui Ziki, who had never spoken, slowly stood up and said weakly, Sister Meiting, this is my birthday gift to you. I just graduated, don't have much money and can't afford to buy anything expensive. Don't mind, what did you send it to? Pang Meiting was curious, only to see Shui Ziki pulling out a bracelet from her bag and handing it over. Sister Meiting, this is the bracelet I bought for you. I hope you can like it. Pang Meiting glanced at the bracelet and frowned slightly. This string of bracelet was extremely ordinary. A few glass beads strung with red thread. It looked like ground floor goods. Sister Meiting, you don't like the gift I gave you? Seeing that Pang Meiting frowned tightly and didn't reach out to pick up the bracelet, Shweziki's outstretched hand hung in midair, looking very embarrassed. You put it on the table, Pang Meiting said nonchalantly. Oh, okay. Shweziki placed the bracelet on the table with a red face. Really? How dare you take out this kind of ordinary gift? It's really ridiculous. One of the female co-workers scoffed. Shweziki was very embarrassed, lowered her head and kept silent. Yes, this birthday party. Other colleagues sent cell phones, cashmere scarves, Chanel bags, all expensive gifts. She sent this as too shabby. However, after all, Shweziki just graduated. Family conditions are not good, but also to rent a room. No one knows that she has only $300 on hand to buy this bracelet. Thinking of this, Shweziki felt a little aggrieved. Teardrops kept rolling in her eyes. Sun Qingfang condescendingly educated, Ziki, you just started working. If you really don't have money, don't give gifts. Look at this. What kind of crap are you giving away? Mei Ting is wearing a $1 million Dior diamond ring on her hand. If she wears a bracelet you bought from a stall, do you think it looks good? Manager's son. Right. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Snap. I didn't say anything heavy. You're so mentally fragile. How can you do your job in the future? Really, Ziki, just don't cry. Today is Mei Ting's birthday after all. You'll easily ruin the happy atmosphere by crying like this. One of the co-workers advised. Well, I'm sorry. Shweziki silently wiped away her tears. Everyone's gifts have been delivered, right? Sun Qingfang asked. Sister Sun, it seems like Xiao Chen didn't send a birthday gift to Mei Ting, Jun Yao said in a conspiratorial manner. Swish. After Jun Yao reminded him of this, everyone's gazes swiped towards Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan, it's fine for you to mingle here. You wouldn't have even prepared a gift, right? Sun Qingfang questioned. Chapter 97, Xiao Dust's Gift. Yao Jinjia knew that Xiao Dust was relatively poor. The reason why he said that was clearly to embarrass him and make him get off the ground. Xiao Dust glanced at Sun Qingfang and ignored her and directly said to Pang Meiting, Mei Ting, do you really want my gift? I don't want to. You don't have any money anyway. It doesn't matter if it's a gift or not. Just don't cause trouble for me here. Pang Meiting said. Xiao Chuan thought for a while, but still said, anyway, today is your birthday. I'd better give you a gift. It's a very expensive gift. Money can't buy it. A very expensive gift? Money can't buy it? Everyone was very puzzled by Xiao Chen's words. Then what is the gift? Pang Meiting asked curiously. You'll know in a moment. Xiao Dust ordered the Chonsam attendant to bring paper and pen, then took the pen and wrote and drew on the paper. This was a spirit talisman that could protect the owner of the spirit talisman from evil spirits, ghosts and evils. The reason why Xiao Dust wanted to send this was still because of Pang Jianya. This morning, he and Sun Zhengde went to Pang Jianya's construction site to look at the feng shui, and used his Leihua pupil to clearly see the evil spirit thing buried underneath the ground of the temporary office, which was very evil, and Pang Jianya's body had already been tainted with the evil and sinister qi, and Pang Meiting, after all, was his daughter, and in a moment, she would have to go home. So in the event that the evil and sinister qi from Pang Jianya's body was transmitted to her, that would be a very horrible thing to do. Pang Jianya's body had already been put into a legal seal by Xiao Chuan, so he would be fine for now, but if Pang Meiting was possessed by the yin qi, she would be in danger of losing her life. As for what would happen to Pang Jianya's wife, Xiao Chuan was too lazy to care. After all, his wife and his mother-in-law were love rivals. Swish swish swish, Xiao Chuan used less than 5 minutes to draw a spirit talisman, then pointed at it and said, Mei Ting, this is my birthday gift to you. What the hell is this? Buffed. Ha 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 ha. Everyone at the scene all laughed out loud when they saw the spirit talisman that Xiao Chuan had drawn. Xiao Chuan, is your brain alright? Writing and drawing on paper with a pen is a gift? You treat Mei Ting like a little cutie. Fooling around? What kind of crap did you draw? It's not even as good as what my 3-year-old son drew. Everyone scoffed at Xiao Chen. Jun Yao mocked. Xiao Chuan, if you don't have money you can skip the gift. There's no need to disgust my girlfriend in this way, right? I've seen it all. Our sales department is recruiting a cutie pie. Sun Qingfang had a look of contempt. Pang Meiting was even more furious. Xiao Chen, what do you mean? I have no grievances with you. Why would you make the mistake of insulting me in this way? Meiting, I have no intention of insulting you. This is a spirit talisman that can protect you safe and sound. Xiao Chen explained. Fooling around? You just keep fooling around. And a spirit talisman? You've watched too many horror movies, right? Nervous? I don't want your broken spirit talisman. Whoever wants it. After Pang Meiting finished speaking, with an angry face, she grabbed Xiao Chuan's drawn spirit talisman and threw it to the ground, stepping on it fiercely a few times before she lost her temper. Shweziki bent down, picked up the spirit talisman and asked, Sister Meiting, do you really not want this spirit talisman? Then, can I have it then? After saying that, Shweziki looked at Xiao Chen again, only to see Xiao Chen nod and say, since she doesn't want it, you can keep it if you like it. Take it, hurry up and take it, this crap makes me sick just looking at it. Pang Mei Ting frowned and scolded. Shweziki carefully wiped the dust on the spirit talisman and then folded it and put it into her bag. She had been a keen painter since she was a child. Although she couldn't understand what Xiao Chuan was painting and didn't understand what a spirit talisman was, she realized at a glance that Xiao Chuan's painting was very good. There was a special kind of magic that she couldn't let go of, and since Pang Meiting didn't care for it, she simply asked for it. Looking at Pang Meiting's cursing and angry appearance, Xiao Chuan helplessly shook his head inside, and inwardly thought, Pang Meiting, you really don't know what you are talking about. This is a real spirit symbol. It's something that I drew with my spiritual power, and it can save your life at critical moments, but you even treated it as garbage. It's simply stupid to the extreme. Chapter 98, Anger. Giving a spirit talisman was also about chance. Since Pang Meiting didn't want it, it meant that she didn't want the blessing of obtaining this spirit talisman, whereas Shweziki was as happy as if she had been given a treasure. It meant that this spirit talisman should go to Shweziki, and it also meant that she was a blessed girl. Everyone wanted to look at the little cutie, looked at Shweziki in the same way, feeling that this girl's brain was broken. A piece of broken paper she also wanted, but also put it in the bag as a treasure. Simply sick. And Yao Jinjie even more viciously glared at Shweziki. He liked Shweziki, and Shweziki even regarded Xiao Chen's so-called broken spirit talisman as a supreme treasure. There were only two reasons: either Shweziki's brain was really sick, or this girl was in love with Xiao Chen. Junjie, this time when Meiting celebrated her birthday, you wouldn't have even prepared a cake, right? Sun Qingfang asked. Sister Sun, look at my brain, I almost forgot. Yao Jinjie slapped his head and said, I already ordered a birthday cake before coming here. Just now the store called and said that it's already been delivered, so I'll serve it. Serve the cake, Yao Jinjie commanded. But the Cheongsam lady stood motionless as if she didn't hear him. Hey, I say, what's wrong with you? Letting you serve the cake. Can't you hear me? Jun Yao questioned. But the Cheongsam waitress just squinted her eyes at him and did not say anything. Yao Jinjie was just about to snap when Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, serve it. Yes, Mr. Xiao, I will arrange it. The Cheongsam lady directly shouted into the walkie-talkie. The cake in the Imperial King's private room can be served. The Cheongsam lady's approach directly caused Yao Junjie to storm out. What are you up to? Why don't you listen to my orders and instead listen to this punk Xiao Chen? Believe it or not, I will file a complaint against you right now. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear you when you just spoke to me, the Cheongsam lady said. What? How dare you say you didn't hear it? I think you are determined to go against me. Yao Junjie's face turned green with anger. If this was in an ordinary hotel, according to Yao Junjie's fiery temperament, he would have already slapped him on the face. But this was the Wanghai restaurant, so he didn't dare to make a move so as not to get into unnecessary trouble. Other colleagues have sideways glances, exchanging words, all confused why the waiters here would rather risk offending Yao Junjie than listen to Xiao Chun. Could it be that there was really another hidden agenda here? The crowd did not know. Some colleagues can't help but laugh. This is too magical. Right, today the booking of the private room is Yao Junjie, the invitation is also Yao Junjie, but the waiters do not take him seriously. But Xiao Dust as a guest. This Yao Junjie is really spending money to find a crime. Sun Qingfang said, if I look at it, it's not hard to understand. I reckon that Xiao Dust is screwing the waitress here. There is an unspoken male-female relationship between them. Otherwise how could this waitress listen to Xiao Dust? Oh, so that's how it is. It turns out that this stinky Xiao Chuan is actually having an affair with the waitress. No wonder they don't listen to me. Yao Jinjie came to a sudden realization. So that's the problem. But Xiao Chuan is quite charming. As soon as he came in, he hooked up with the beautiful waitress. It's really a whore with a dog for a long time, Sun Qingfang said in a conspiratorial manner. Upon hearing this, the Cheongsam beauty immediately changed her color and shot back. This lady, please watch your words. Who are you calling and who is a dog? If Sun Qingfang ridiculed her personally, the Cheongsam beauty was too lazy to bother with her. But Sun Qingfang clearly took the opportunity to insult Xiao Chuan as a dog. Xiao Chuan was his boss. And in front of her face Yin and Yang scolded her boss. This thing the Cheongsam beauty couldn't endure. Who is a and who is a dog in your own heart is the most clear. I just don't understand. You don't look bad. How do you look at Xiao Dust at a glance? Do you have problems with your eyes? Or are you a watery woman in your bones? Sun Qingfang mocked. You. These words directly infuriated the Cheongsam beauty. She had never thought that there would be such a vicious woman in the world who would say such vicious words. After disliking the Cheongsam beauty, Sun Qingfang shifted her firepower to Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan, you're also good enough. No matter how you say you're also a man with a wife. How can you be so philandering? Come out for a meal and tease a woman. Are you an animal? Seeing Xiao Chuan silent, Sun Qingfang even seemed to be scornful and continued to ridicule. Oh, this can't be blamed on you. Your family situation Mei Ting also told me. Who made your wife a little cutie? What? Is it that you're not getting tired of that little cutie pie of yours? I'm not sure if you're tired of your wife, so you came out to cheat on her? Cluck 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 cluck. Sun Qingfang had just laughed no more than 2 times when she suddenly realized that a figure was rushing towards her, followed by a slap towards her face. Slap. The slap was crisp and pleasing to the ears, directly hitting Sun Qingfang dizzily. After drinking over $6 million of wine, your mouth still stinks. You're really looking for a fight. Slap. Immediately afterward, Xiao Chuan swung his slap and continued to hit towards Sun Qingfang's mouth and face. Chapter 99, Kneel down and apologize. After a few slaps, Sun Qingfang's cheeks swelled up. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. The always obedient Xiao Chuan dared to whip Sun Qingfang's face? Sun Qingfang was the boss of the sales department. Now that Xiao Chuan had hit her, how could she mix in the company in the future? It's fine for you to scold me, but if you dare to insult my wife in front of me, I will dare to beat you, Xiao Chuan said in a cold voice. Xiao Chuan, you asshole. Sun Qingfang looked very wretched as she covered her swollen and painful cheeks. The makeup on her face was splattered and her hair was messed up. The Cheongsam beauty on the side looked very excited. The boss had finally stepped in to teach this woman who didn't know the sky and the earth a lesson. On the other hand, Shuiziki was taken aback. She had never thought that Xiao Chen would be this terrifying when he started his fire. This is just a lesson that I'm teaching you. I hope that you can grow a good memory and don't think that you are so great. Xiao Dust said. Xiao Dust, today is my birthday. Why are you hitting someone? Do you have any quality left? Pang Mei Ting looked very angry. Her birthday was going very well. It was joyous from the beginning to the end. As a result, Xiao Chuan's actions directly ruined the joyful atmosphere of the scene. This can't be blamed on me. She was the one who spoke out first. Xiao Dust said. You. Pang Mei Ting was speechless with anger. Yao Junjie stood up with a face full of anger and pointed at Xiao Chuan and questioned. Xiao Chuan, you're really bold. You even dared to hit Sister Sun. You've simply turned against the heavens. Xiao Chuan, you brat must apologize to Manager Sun. How dare you touch Sister Sun? Kneel down and apologize. How dare you hit Sister Sun in broad daylight? Believe it or not, we brothers will kill you. Almost everyone got up and angrily prepared to make a move. Shuiziki hurriedly reached out to protect in front of Xiao Chuan's body and persuaded. Big brothers and big sisters, everyone don't be impulsive. There is something to discuss. Don't make a move. Shuiziki was beautiful and kind-hearted. She was also afraid that Xiao Chen would be unnecessarily hurt. Zhu Niao huffed. Sister Ziki, get out of the way. This is none of your business here. Stupid girl, hurry up and get out of the way. Or else fists and feet have no eyes. We won't be responsible for hurting you. Several colleagues yelled. Sun Qingfang was even more furious. Shuiziki, Xiao Chuan hit me and you are still protecting him. Do you not want to mix in the sales department anymore? Manager Sun. Before Shuiziki could finish her sentence, all of them rolled up their sleeves and rushed towards Xiao Chuan. Today we must give you brat a little bit of color, so that you know what it means to know the rules. The Cheongsam beauty saw that her boss was going to be beaten up by the group and was just about to prepare to notify the bodyguards. But then she suddenly heard a bellowing sound like explosive thunder. I'll see who dares to take another step forward. Xiao Chuan's bleak and icy gaze swept through the crowd like a sharp blade, and everyone was instantly stunned by this ferocious gaze. This gaze was as heart-stopping as a lion and tiger in the wilderness. The temperature of the entire private room suddenly chilled by a few points, and an invisible murderous aura gradually spread out. Everyone involuntarily shivered and froze in place. Yao Junji and the others did not dare to meet Xiao Chuan's gaze again. They all had a common thought in their hearts. If they dared to mess with Xiao Chuan again, he would absolutely dare to kill. In order to give Sun Qingfang a head start and take a life, all of them did some calculations in their hearts and felt that it was not worth it. The entire private room was surprisingly quiet at this time. There was almost no sound at all. Everyone was so scared that they did not dare to utter a single breath. They just stood silently, as if they were petrified. The Cheongsam beauty even looked at Xiao Chuan with a face of worship, her heart swirling. Time seemed to be frozen in time, and Yao Junjie knew that he couldn't go on being embarrassed like this, and directly opened his mouth to change the topic. Why hasn't the cake come up yet? I'm sorry, because today Miss Mei Ting has a birthday. Our hotel has also just been notified, so the cake is made now. Please make sure to wait a little longer, the Cheongsam beauty said. Have you guys made a mistake? Just now the shopkeeper has already called me to say that the cake has already been delivered to the hotel. Why do you still need to make it now? Yao Junjie had a puzzled look on his face. Wait a moment, I'll ask. The Cheongsam beauty directly communicated with the walkie-talkie and then said, the cake is now on the elevator. It will arrive immediately. Your hotel can't even figure out such a small thing. It's simply trash, Jun Yao disdainfully said. Creak. At this moment, the door of the imperial private room opened and the pastry chef pushed a food cart in. Everyone was instantly stunned, only to see a huge incomparable cake placed on the food cart, which was 2 meters high, with a total of 22 layers, with strawberries, carrots, grapes, watermelon, and other fruits being used as embellishments on each layer. The whole cake was so elegant and exquisite that it looked like a fairy tale palace from afar, which made people wonder. The cake was surrounded by colorful ribbons, with red cream outlining a heart-shaped pattern, and in the middle of the cake was placed a goddess crown, which was covered with exquisite crystal gems. What was even more peculiar was that there were dozens of colorful butterflies fluttering around the cake, making the whole scene beautiful. At the very top of the cake, a few big golden words were inlaid with gold foil. Miss Mei Ting, happy birthday. Yao Junjie directly looked silly. He did order a cake for Pang Mei Ting, but it was a cheap one worth $1,000, while this exquisite big cake, at least worth 100,000 ah.